Chapter 261 Crazy and Mad. Paw. Mrs. Chu's foot fell off the pedal and hit the red-hot copper fumigation box. Aunt Chu screamed and quickly bent down to hold Mrs. Chu's foot to her chest for inspection. The feet of the elderly are the most unbearable to look at. They are dry and withered, with a thin layer of white skin hanging loosely on the flesh, and a string of blisters immediately appeared on the soles of the feet. Aunt Chu quickly turned around and called out, Jean, go get some ointment for the burns." Before Aunt Chu finished her words, her wrist was grabbed by Madame Chu. Aunt Chu looked up and saw Madame Chu's deep sunken eyes, which were frighteningly bright, frighteningly large, and frighteningly focused. "What did you say? Erlang? Jianfang? Like you see Jean?" Aunt Chu opened her lips and tried to pull her wrist back reflexively, but found that her wrist was like being clamped by an iron clamp and could not move at all. I was just guessing." Second Aunt Chu was panicking, fearing that old lady Chu would rush to Yuan and kill He Xianjin. She could only try her best to weaken He Xianjin's existence, saying that she had made up for her loss. "I didn't see the two of them together." Sister Jean kept Yuan under control very well. At night, the doors and windows were closed, and the maids didn't even make loud jokes. "Tell me, since you didn't see the two of them together, how do you know that Erlang has feelings for He Xianjin?" Old lady Chu didn't want to hear this, and held second Aunt Chu tightly with both hands. "Just tell me what you saw. What did you hear? Tell me now." Mrs. Chu's face looked like a banana leaf in August, beaten to pieces by a rainstorm as big as beans, but she was still stubbornly waiting for the last thunder. Old and broken, Aunt Chu couldn't bear it, and drooped her eyes. I saw Erlang's umbrella in the Jishi workshop." Mrs. Chu let out a breath, and the strength in her hand loosened. "It's just an umbrella. In Jingxian before, Erlang also went to the shop every day at noon to teach the clerks to read. Although I didn't agree. I just thought it was a small matter." The old man's helpless tone made Second Aunt Chu sad. Second Aunt Chu turned her head away. "Just now, Erlang went out of the girdle courtyard and walked quickly to the southeast. When he reached the gate of Yuan, if it weren't for Mianbei's persuasion, he would have broken into Yuan to find Jean Jie." Old Madame Chu's face suddenly became very ugly. She knew that her grandson was more restrained and tolerant than his father, and at the same time, he was more in agreement with the sacrifices and gains that people should have in the clan's righteousness. This determined that her eldest grandson would become a gentleman who restrained himself, restored propriety, was modest and docile, and a pioneer who could shoulder the heavy burden of the Qin family. With such a personality, it is impossible for the grandson to break into the boudoir at night, unless he is panicked. Very panicked? Madame Chu pursed her lips tightly. Coincidentally, just now, she mentioned her grandson's marriage. Aunt Chu didn't wait for Madame Chu to speak, so she could only chatter and persuade. "It's not even a matter of time yet. I think Erlang is also restrained, and Jean Jie has no such intention. Have you forgotten that Jean Jie also promised you that she would not get married? Erlang and Jean Jie are both good children. You must not lose your sense of proportion. One is a girl with a great reputation, and the other will take the imperial examination next year. Both are at a critical juncture. It can be resolved in a gentle way. For example, silently arrange a good marriage for Erlang Jinshin Jianfang. For example, after the spring examination, the Qin family can at most give some money and ask Jia Shanchang to find an official position far away from Nanzili for Erlangjin. After 5 or 10 years, even if Erlang is deeply in love, there is no way to renew the relationship. For example, it can be more ruthless, and simply turn around and marry Jean Jie. Jia Shanchang happened to be there, so find an ordinary scholar and marry her off as the main wife, which can also be regarded as cutting off Erlang's thoughts. She is now very afraid that the old lady will go crazy. It just so happens that when she meets Erlang, the old lady is most likely to go crazy. Although Xianjin is listed in the family tree and has a female household, she is not a servant of the Qin family, nor is she a slave, and cannot be disposed of at will. But if the old lady goes crazy and bites Xianjin, it will be really embarrassing and tragic. Aunt Chu pushed the old lady Chu's arm. "Cousin, it's just an ill-considered love between young men." "How dare she?" The word dare seemed to be bitten out from Mrs. Chu's lips and teeth. How dare she seduce Erlang? Mrs. Chu's face was pale, and her eyes were burning but empty as she looked ahead. Her mother seduced the third child to be disobedient. She holds the business and money of the Qin family in her hands. Isn't the Chen family good enough to her? Isn't it good enough? Mrs. Chu's voice went from hoarse to furious. Aunt Chu's neck tightened back, and she dared not say anything more. Erlang is a dragon among men, and he will be promoted to a higher position. He is the smoke rising from the Chen family's ancestral grave. Who is she? I will never allow anyone to hinder Erlang. Mrs. Chu paced back and forth, reciting nothing but the sufferings of her eldest son and grandson in school. The cold stares and tortures that the Chen family suffered after leaving Jing County, all the same old stories. The old plays that she often talked about were now given a new emotion, the excitement of being betrayed. Yes. While Erlang, who was angry about the family's expectations, was seduced, Mrs. Chu felt betrayed. The old woman stepped on the ground barefoot, her gray hair hanging down. And she looked crazy. She lied to me. She lied to me not to get married. She lied to me to hand over the Chen family's business to her with confidence. What does she think of me? A fool. I've been so good to her. I've never treated her badly in terms of food, clothing, shelter and transportation. Is this how she repays me? She seduces my naive grandson. She's exactly like her bitch's mother. What a daydream. A concubine gave birth to a daughter, and she wants to turn from a sparrow into a phoenix and become the wife of an official. Bitch. 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 Old Madame Chu cursed her countless times. Second Aunt Chu didn't dare to vent her anger, let alone refute. She didn't even know where this betrayal came from. She didn't understand what Xianjin did wrong. What did Erlang's love have to do with Xianjin? What did Xianjin betray? She promised not to marry, so she never came to ask for a good husband. Aunt Chu raised her breath to her throat, and for some reason, her eyes gradually became misty. There was fear, regret, and confusion. Finally, the oil lamp flickered and one went out. Aunt Chu shuddered. Mrs. Chu stopped, raised her eyelids, and looked at Aunt Chu. Call Sanlang back from his uncle's house. Second Aunt Chu trembled again. Her soul almost scattered. Old Madame Chu's voice almost sank to the ground. Xianjin's business must be taken over by someone. The autumn examination paper is almost ready, but the tribute paper has not been finalized. If someone suddenly changes the helm, the Chen family will fail. Old Madame Chu slowly raised her face, the flesh on her cheeks trembling slightly. Let's give her a few more days. Wait until Mr. Chiao leaves. Wait until she takes over the tribute paper business, and then settle the accounts. Second Aunt Chu cried. How are you going to settle this account? Old Madame Chu turned around slowly and smiled. At the beginning, I sent the best son of the Chu family to her with all my heart, and planned to marry her off in a grand ceremony to make her my principal wife. She didn't want it. She's a slut. She won't go when I pull her, and will retreat when I hit her. Since she doesn't want to be my principal wife, then I won't do it. When Sanlang comes back, let her be his concubine. Like her mother, she has a profound family knowledge, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Chapter 262 sees power to save life. The return of Qiao Shanchang is a big deal for the entire Nanzili. In a certain sense, it proves that Xinqiu is awesome. Qiao Shanchang is awesome, and the Qiao family is awesome. After being imprisoned, he was able to come out intact. All the well-known officials in Nanzili went to receive him. This kind of treatment is very good. Therefore, since Qiao Shanchang came back, talented people from all over the world have sent in their letters to ask for a meeting. Such as officials from Qincheng Mountain Academy who served in Nanzili, such as officials from all over Xuanqing Prefecture, such as old masters who have retired from the world, such as the Shanchangs and deans of official schools and private schools in various places. They are all people that old lady Chu wants to get close to. These people sent invitations to the Chen family to ask for an audience. Naturally, they were all rejected by Qiao Shanshan on the grounds that he was seriously injured and recuperating behind closed doors. When people tried to visit him and were ruthlessly rejected, they used gifts to make their presence felt. For those with whom he had a casual relationship, he gave calligraphy and paintings and books. For those who claimed to be close, he gave cloth and clothes. For those who knew a little about the inside story, he gave herbal prescriptions. There was a lot of coming and going. Xiao Hui should have come out to entertain them, but he pointed to his throat with an innocent look on his face and said in a hoarse voice, I really have no strength. It's hard for me to say more than 2 words with my voice. He smiled, showing 8 white teeth, and added, You are the only female disciple of Qiao clan. When my father and I die, You will be his legitimate heir, including Qiao Baoju's fat sister. The Qiao clan will all be inherited by you. If you don't go, who will? Xianjin. Thank you so much. Not only did he arrange 100 years for himself, but he also arranged 100 years for his father. He is very filial. Don't be so filial next time. In fact, no matter how bad it is, Qin Jiafang should go to the social event. Unexpectedly, on the third day after Mr. Qiao came back, Qin Jiafang packed up and set off for Yingtianfu. Mother Zhang was surprised. What's going on? Is our old lady willing to give up Erlang's opportunity to show his face? Xianjin privately felt that the word showing his face accurately described the current situation. She was almost living in the front hall. There were too many gifts to brush. There were too many people to recognize. There were too many people to recognize. Those with beards were all called uncles. Those with gauze hats were all called adults. Those who brought children to school were all called teachers, and those who were dressed in silk and satin and had the temperament of nouveau riche were generally just trying their luck. And Mr. Qiao didn't know them at all. As long as it is a gift from an acquaintance, you cannot refuse it, and you have to accept it. If you want to be fair, you need to search through the boxes and cabinets to find the corresponding things at the next node. This is the rule of Wei. Therefore, Xianjin fell into a very busy situation. On the one hand, as the person in charge of the Qiao family, he had to help Qiao Shanchangfu. Oh no! Entertain the visitors with nice words. On the other hand, as the person in charge of the Qin family, he had to sort out the name cards of the Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, the registered merchants, the next step of planning, and follow up on the progress of reporting tributes. On the one hand, as a disciple of Master Qiao, he needs to take good care of Master Qiao. On the second day, Xianjin dispatched a mule cart to Jing County and invited Dr. Wang to come. Master Qiao was reluctant to show his injured ankle in front of Dr. Wang. He pointed his finger and yelled at Xianjin. Send this old man back. I know this old man very well. He has to avoid certain foods when he is sick. He can't eat anything. He can't drink alcohol, eat mutton, fish, grilled or fried food. If his foot doesn't heal, he'll be half dead. Dr. Wang sneered and got angry at Xianjin. I want to go back. Send this old man back to Beijing for treatment. Let those quacks delay for a few more days. And it would be best if both legs are disabled. Then I will perform the double leg ejection in front of him. Sandwich biscuits. Being bullied on both sides, Xianjin stood calmly with his head down. Very curious, under what circumstances? An old man like you needs to perform the double leg ejection? Xianjin took a deep breath and coaxed each other. He temporarily stabilized Dr. Wang with 3 pots of plum wine collected by Chen Fu, and then said, If you don't treat me, you won't see the article I have written in the past 2 years. Alas, that article can be said to be the disciples' painstaking efforts. Unprecedented and unparalleled. It is mixed with a way of doing business and Taoist thinking. It's a pity if you can't see it. It's a pity. Threatening Ding Qiao. Ding Qiao should not be threatened. He just sneered, with an expression that was 3 parts evil, 3 parts cold, and 3 parts mocking. You? Then he showed a curious look of I want to see what new level your academic garbage can reach this time, and agreed to Xianjin's arrangement. Dr. Wang half knelt down and rolled up Ding Qiao's trouser legs gently. Children, go out first, Ding Qiao said in a low voice. Dr. Wang stopped and turned around to wait for the children to go out. Xiao Hui turned his head away gently. Xiao Baoyu hugged Xianjin's elbow. Xianjin lowered his eyes slightly. Anyway, no one was moving. Dr. Wang smiled. They are all filial children. It's good to see. Bao Yuan can see that no punishment for doctors is not a talisman in the officialdom. Baozu can see how much her father has suffered. And Jean Jier can see that the business world is like the officialdom. And it can be fatal when it is ruthless, since it has educational significance. Xiao Shanzhong will not hide. Dr. Wang rolled up his trouser legs gently. The 2 ankles were rotten symmetrically, as if they had been covered with layers of blood scabs. The flesh healed and was rubbed again. Healed and was rubbed again. Over and over again. In addition, the feet were stained with dirty water and sewage, and they gave off a strong smell of pus. Baozu pursed her lips and rubbed her eyes against Xianjin's clothes. Dr. Wang took a glance and calmly put down his trouser legs. You are right to come back. If you stay in the capital, your legs will never heal and will definitely be disabled. Xiao Shanzhong narrowed his eyes. Why? Dr. Wang glanced behind Director Chiao. Director Chiao waved his hand. They are all our children. You can say whatever you want. Dr. Wang washed his hands with clean water. For your wound? In addition to the imported medicine, the Imperial Hospital also prescribed a medicine plaster every day. Right? Director Chiao nodded. The Grand Princess sent a medicine boy to check the imported medicine 3 times a day. Dr. Wang sneered. That's why I said that the Imperial Hospital has not made any progress in all these years. During the Baidu Rebellion, they used this method to deal with the abdicated emperor. They prescribed 2 mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining medicines. One was prescribed for oral administration, and the other was ground into powder and used as a plaster. The 2 medicines restrained each other in the body, and neither healed nor died. Dr. Wang raised his chin. The medicine you took contains angelica and astragalus, and the compress contains safflower and chuanxiong. The wound that has stopped bleeding will bleed again and again. How can the flesh of your legs not rot? Chiao Hui crossed his arms and said in a hoarse and dark voice, Lordly, a centipede is still alive even after death. Xiao Shanchang's eyes moved. It's not lordly. It's Emperor Zhao. As long as my leg doesn't get better, Lordly will be a target for a day. And Emperor Zhao can hide behind the target and slowly plan to seize power to save his life. Let's see if the eldest princess is determined to depose the emperor. Xiao Hui buried his head, and his long eyelashes cast 2 fan-shaped lines on his cheeks. Bao Zhu didn't understand, and was playing with her fingers with her head down. Xianjiren was numb, and his feet were about to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment on the ground. Is this really something she can listen to? Chapter 263, Burying Nails and Hanging Objects. Dr. Wang prescribed another medicine for Master Chiao, which was only oral, not plastered. According to him, the ankle has been rotten so many times, so it's better to rot it thoroughly. Let the pus, blood and rotten flesh rot away, and then clean it up. It will be much more convenient. It feels like a broken jar has been broken and has a great enlightenment. Dr. Wang took the opportunity to stay at Chen's house, felt Master Chiao's pulse every day, and adjusted the diagnosis and treatment medicine at any time. Mrs. Chu originally thought that Dr. Wang was a wandering doctor, so she kept Xianjin and Chen Fu. Don't you come here to eat and drink for free and cheat money? I have never heard of any doctor who would live next to the patient, feel the pulse and adjust the medicine soup every day. Master Chiao has not been born for a long time, and I don't know that the world is dangerous and people's hearts are unpredictable. We need to help Master Chiao to see. Xianjin? Full of question marks. Just because you haven't seen a doctor living next to a patient doesn't mean there aren't any. Not to mention this era, even in later generations, some powerful families have several family doctors. Xianjin opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. Chen Fu was impatient to listen to his mother's narrow-minded talk, frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Don't ask. Dr. Wang is from the Imperial Hospital. He has known Qiao Shan for many years. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. It will make people laugh. Old Madame Chu was not annoyed. She pointed at Chen Fu with a smile. Her high cheekbones seemed to be filled with endless indulgence. You, the 3rd child. Your son and daughter are so old, but you still talk like you did 10 years ago. Aunt Chu forced a smile and rarely responded. Xianjin raised his eyes thoughtfully. Chen Fu was also impatient with his mother's archaeology all day long. His eyebrows were almost wrinkled. If you have something to say, please say it. I am busy too. Sister Jean is also busy. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Old Madame Chu was not displeased. She just glanced at Chen Fu and turned her eyes to Xianjin, asking about the food, clothing, housing and transportation of Mr. Chiao. When the weather gets hot, other places in our Chen family can use ice later, or even no ice. Mr. Chiao must ensure that everything is available as soon as possible. The expenses will be paid from the public. You must make sure to arrange it. Xianjin stood up and said yes. Chen Fu wanted to leave, but a plate of his favorite white jade a treasure cake was served. After thinking about it, he sat down again. Mrs. Chu glanced at Chen Fu, and then looked at Xianjin with a smile. And you have to pay attention to Mr. Chiao's daily life. I later heard that he was a hero in the suppression of the Japanese. Whether he took the imperial examination or not is secondary. He came back with the eldest Princess Bayan, and his future has long been bright. Turning to Aunt Chu, she sighed from the bottom of her heart. Alas, luck is really important. Even if he didn't take the imperial examination, Mr. Chiao wouldn't have to worry about his bright future. Xianjin frowned and endured for 3 seconds, but found that he couldn't bear it anymore. His mind was full of the horrifying scar under Chiao Hui's neck that went deep into his bone marrow. So he said, "Old madam, what you said is wrong. Luck is very important, but you have to be alive to get it." Mrs. Chu opened her mouth and was about to refute, but suddenly she thought of something, and the words were on her lips. So she turned a corner and smiled a little hard. "Yes, that's the reason." Mrs. Chu smiled. "Luck also depends on my beloved." Mrs. Chu didn't want to dwell on it, and asked Xianjin about the things he had done recently. "Who is in charge of the autumn examination papers?" Reporting to the boss, Xianjin's attitude was still very correct. "Manager Zhao Dijing is in charge of the production in Xiaoqiao village, Hengji, and we have 50-50 employees and 50-50 investment. There are 7 or 8 workshops in the market that have joined the Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce and sell or give away these exam papers. In the past 2 months, many scholars from all over South Jili have come to Xuanqing Prefecture, almost all for the autumn exam papers. Although we don't sell them directly, everyone is willing to come to Qinji to take a look and show their support. So the turnover this season is still considerable." Xianjin handed the Q1 financial report rolled up in his sleeve to Aunt Chu. After a long while, no one took it. Xianjin coughed lightly, and Aunt Chu woke up as if from a dream. When her eyes met Xianjin's, she seemed to be shocked and almost fell out. Xianjin frowned and looked at her thoughtfully for the second time. Madame Chu reached out to take the scroll, unfolded it, and raised her head as soon as she lowered her head, and placed the financial report face up on the small side table. "Grandmother will naturally be relieved when you do things." Madame Chu asked again, "Where is the tribute paper? How far has the tribute paper progressed?" Xianjin replied, "I have submitted my name, and I am waiting for the government to issue a request. I submitted it in the name of Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce." Xianjin nodded. "I thought it would be a storm." But after seeing Mrs. Chu nodded slightly, she hesitated for a few times and asked, "If you are selected, can you change it later?" Xianjin shook his head gently. "Probably not. It's directly on the books of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and it's known to everyone, so it's difficult to change it." Mrs. Chu murmured unconsciously, "That's quite troublesome." Xianjin didn't hear clearly, so he leaned forward and said, "Ah." Madame Chu said, "Oh," sat up straight immediately, and said, "Nothing. Nothing. It's just that paying tribute in the name of the Chamber of Commerce is a bit troublesome. If you get praised, it's not easy to divide the performance. If you get punished, it's not easy to divide the responsibility. If the rights and responsibilities are not clear, it's easy for everyone to have conflicts." Xianjin smiled and said, "So this is your concern. Don't worry. Since I have set up the Chamber of Commerce, it is natural that the Qin family must sit firmly in the position of president. The better the paper industry in Xuanqing develops, no matter who develops it. When everyone talks about Xian paper, they must talk about the Qin family first. Similarly, the more praise you get, the more storms you can bear. If the tribute Xian paper causes trouble, the Qin family will naturally bear the brunt of the blame." Xianjin straightened his spine and talked about work in an orderly and logical manner. "So, while we must restrain our colleagues in Xuanqing paper industry, we must help everyone find opportunities and break new ground. We must not use the way of scholars looking down on each other to do paper industry." Qin Fu looked at the little girl talking eloquently. If he had a tail, it would definitely be up to the sky. She wanted to hang a sign on Xianjin, saying, "Although I didn't give birth to this girl, I participated in her growth throughout the whole process. I have made an indelible contribution to her growth." Mrs. Chu nodded casually and started another conversation. "Have we decided what tribute to make?" Xianjin cast a third thoughtful look and said, "Still thinking about it. In early June, at the Guild Hall, the bosses of the Chamber of Commerce will sit down and discuss in detail." Mrs. Chu added, "In early June, time is very tight." Xianjin smiled and said, "No hurry. There are still 10 days left. Everyone should have some clues." Mrs. Chu's drooping eyelids moved, and she whispered, "Really? Then let's talk about it in early June." After thinking for a while, she asked again, "Tribute paper, generally speaking, how long will it take to see the results?" Xianjin answered honestly, "I don't know. Lord Xiong only said that ordinary tributes are shipped to the capital before November. A year-end deadline. Mrs. Chu looked a little unhappy. So late. Xianjin didn't know why old lady Chu was so panicked. So he turned to look at old lady Chu's barometer. Second Aunt Chu's face. He saw Second Aunt Chu hiding behind old lady Chu, with some distorted features on her face. Her eyes and mouth corners drooped down, but her nose twitched up and down unconsciously. And the muscles on her cheeks were also a little disordered, as if she was guilty and regretful. And there was also a bit of fear in her twitching. Xianjin retracted his eyebrows without leaving a trace. The palace's affairs are based on the rules of our ancestors. They have been done this way in the past. It is unknown whether there will be any changes this year. Xianjin answered with a smile. Old Madame Chu nodded slowly and reservedly, asked Xianjin other insignificant things, and told the two to go first. As soon as they left the Baima Hall, Xianjin stopped, glanced sideways, and whispered to Su. Let go set up a table for Chu de Mao. Have a drink, and see what the old lady said and did recently. The situation today is not right. Old Madame Chu seems to have infinite indulgence for her and Chen Fu. In addition, Aunt Chu is stiff. Xianjin has reason to believe that old Madame Chu must have something bad to say. Most likely she wants to squeeze someone in, just like Zhao Dijing before. At this time, the manager Chu de Mao, who had been staying in the Jishi workshop, came in handy. If Madame Chu could nail this nail, she could hang something on it. Generally speaking, after 5 or 6 glasses of wine, she could basically get what she wanted from Chu de Mao. Being a senior executive, it is important to guess the market's mind. It is also important to guess the boss's mind. Chapter 264. It's a Mandarin duck. After drinking 4 or 5 cups and talking for a long time, he couldn't explain anything. At the end, he thought you were going to fire him. I spent a lot of money to order a lotus leaf roast chicken. He was so scared that he knelt on the ground and hugged my thigh and cried, saying that he had old people and children to take care of. So please don't fire him. Zhou Erge pinched his nose and was a little speechless. After all, your brother Go has killed bandits. It's a respectable thing. It's just firing someone. As for setting up a red door banquet, you look down on me. Xianjin laughed. Our Lord Go also knows about the Hongmen banquet. Zhou Ergo's chest muscles are bigger and firmer than those of an ordinary woman. He stood out with great momentum. The Hongmen banquet. The red door represents murderous aura. Blood. Fighting. Bumping and rubbing. This is easy to understand. Xianjin, the illiterate character will never fall. Let's get back to the point. Have you asked Mrs. Chu if she has met anyone recently? Xianjin said in a deep voice. This old lady is like an old toad. She jumps when someone pokes her. Someone must be behind her. Zhou Erge shook his head. I asked, but Chu de Mao was very confused. He just said vaguely that no one from the Chu family had come to the old lady to ask for a job recently. Later, I also asked the doorman, Old Chen, indirectly, and no one had come in and out recently. And the old lady hadn't left the house either. It's not the Chu family. It must be the Chen family. Where's the 7th uncle? Chen Xuanyang's father? The 3rd uncle of the old house? Xianjin went through all the top students of the Chen family. Zhou Erge shook his head. Really not. Where are the people in the shop? No one came. And where are the letters? Are there any letters? Zhou Erge shook his head again. Now everyone in the shop is from our faction. Zhao Dijing is neutral. Not biased towards you or the old lady. The master dared to fight with Zhao Dijing for you, Sister Zhong, Aunt Du, Chi, and Brother Dong are all our people. As for the recently mentioned Nan Xiegua, he has long been labeled as a member of the Jingxian faction. Who the hell dares to say anything behind his back? Chen Ji is now divided into the Jingxian faction and the Venerable faction. The Jingxian faction refers to Xianjin's direct line. The guys brought up from Jingxian. The veteran faction refers to the old guys who have always stayed in Xuanqing. The current situation is that the Jingxian faction is full of big managers, with only 2 exceptions. One is Mrs. Chu's nephew Chu de Mao, and the other is the stubborn donkey Zhao Dijing who survived by his craft. Xianjin heard about these 2 factions for the first time, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Quite speechless. She is still an egg yolk faction. It turns out that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. She is still impartial, and she has eliminated the management of nepotism. Her subordinates are still divided into small groups. Small groups. Xianjin collected his thoughts and pondered. Where is Aunt Chu? Is there anything unusual about Aunt Chu? This is not Joe Ergo's business scope. Joe Ergo didn't know. Xianjin said. Our Lord Go is not smart enough. Joe Ergo was not convinced, and continued to puff out his chest. If she was 20 years younger, I would definitely keep my eyes on her every day. Little Sewer's eyes slanted. Joe Ergo's anger was completely released. He shrugged his shoulders, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. No. 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 Even if she was 80 years younger, I would definitely not look at her with a pair of eyes. I look at her once. I dig out an eye. Look at her once. Dig out an eye. You are a fly. You are covered with eyes. Xianjin saw Suar retract her gaze with satisfaction, and narrowed his eyes. These two, did they also regard her as a part of the play? I really want to step forward and kick over this bowl of dog food. The clue is broken. Xianjin frowned. Joe Ergo also frowned. But he probably didn't think about anything valuable. After a while, a blackhead popped out from the flowers at the door. Aunt Jean was cracking melon seeds, and poked her head out with a bright look in her eyes. What? Second Aunt Chu. I know everything about her. Oh. Yes. If you have any doubts about external affairs, ask the dog master. If you have any doubts about internal affairs, ask John Mama. In the entire Chen family, she knows exactly which female mosquito entered which room, and which tent today. Zhang Mama stepped in, and gave a handful of melon seeds to Xianjin. Eat. I just fried them. Added bay leaves, coarse salt, fennel. Eat. After the meaningless greetings, Zhang Mama went straight to the topic of feeding. At the command, Xianjin quickly grabbed one. It felt like a high-level meeting turned into a tea party. When Zhang saw that everyone had eaten, she shrugged her shoulders furtively and said, Aunt Chu has been acting strangely these days. She went to Third Madam's yard the day before yesterday, and the next day Third Madam asked the doorman to send a letter to my uncle's family. Xianjin was cracking melon seeds, and it was hard for him to pretend to be in control of the situation. But he had some ideas in his mind. Chen Sanlang. Chen Sanlang, who was hiding from disaster at his uncle's house. All of a sudden, they were connected. A few days ago, old Madame Chu's questioning about tribute paper and her emphasis on the deadline for tribute paper. She was calculating the time. She was calculating when it would be more appropriate for Chen Sanlang to come back. Xianjin silently cracked another melon seed. Sanlang. The fortune teller said that Sanlang would not be able to come back from his uncle's house until he was 20 years old. Right? How old is he now? 100,000 Ys of the Chen family. 5,000 years of the Chen family. Encyclopedia. Mother Zhang answered immediately. Erlang is only 18 or 19. How old can he be? He is also a rat. About the same age as you. Not yet 20 years old. At the beginning, Chen Laowu was defeated, and there was no one left in the Chen family. Mrs. Chu was forced to use her drastically. In this situation, Mrs. Chu never thought of asking Chen Sanlang to come back. Then she thought of the Buddha shrine in the Bai Mahal, and the smell of incense, ash that could not be covered by the smell of lime powder. These were enough to prove that Mrs. Chu believed in ghosts and gods. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would not let Chen Sanlang, the next generation of the Chen family, who had the most hope of inheriting the business, take the risk of returning home. So, what went wrong? She clearly felt that when she promised not to marry, Mrs. Chu's attitude towards her changed from tentative hesitation to trust. If it were not for this trust, she would not have the qualifications to compete with the Bai family in the autumn examination, let alone establish a chamber of commerce to fight for tribute paper. What went wrong? Xianjin's mind was spinning rapidly. What changes have occurred during this period? Master Chiao. Master Chiao is back. Xianjin narrowed his eyes. What is the conflict between Master Chiao's return and Old Lady Chu's arrangement? Old Lady Chu thought that Master Chiao would decide her future? Arrange her marriage? So she felt a sense of crisis? Or did Old Lady Chu think that her role had come to an end? And if Chen Sanlang was not called back, it would be difficult for the Chen family to smoothly transfer power in the future? Xianjin thought of the Jingxian faction just mentioned, and veteran faction. Both guesses are possible. Xianjin cracked another melon seed expressionlessly. Workers, working spirit, in the end, have nowhere to run. She is not even 35 years old yet. How can she be at risk of being laid off? But I don't know if Mrs. Chu knows that any company can't arbitrarily dispose of senior executives who have become famous. People, money, power. The reason why senior executives are senior executives. At least 2 of these 3. Mrs. Chu can try. If she was asked to give up the kingdom she had built with her own hands, would it be easy or difficult? Pa! Xianjin sneered and slapped the melon seed shells on the table with great momentum. Mother Zhang said TSK. Just eat the melon seeds. Don't throw the shells everywhere. Throw them in the bucket yourself. General He's momentum immediately rushed out like a reservoir, with the gates opened. Xianjin threw the melon seed shells into the bucket with a shy look on his face. And when he looked up, he saw Zhou Ergu holding back his laughter. Xianjin was so angry that he said, "Is the handkerchief embroidered by Suar good?" Zhou Ergu's face was red all over, and he turned and ran, hitting the pillar with a bang. Suar was stunned. "How do you know that it was my embroidered handkerchief?" Xianjin snorted coldly. "You spent half a month embroidering those 2 fat ducks in front of me. I know how many toes the green fat duck has." Suar screamed. "That's a mandarin duck. Mandarin duck. Mandarin duck." Chapter 265 The First Stage. Xianjin questioned Suar in detail about the situation with Zhou Ergu. "I usually see you 2 like dogs seeing sheep. One is crazy and the other is epileptic. I don't feel that there is any ambiguous feeling between you 2. Mother Zhang, no matter how beautiful the matter is, once it comes out of Missy's mouth, it will only add a bit of vulgarity." Suar blushed and twirled his fingers. "It's not an ambiguous feeling. It's just that we have been together for a long time. And before that, his leg was broken. Wasn't I sent to torture him? Oh no. Take care of him?" He kept mocking me, as if he had a mouth. One day, I deliberately picked up a stone of rice and passed it in front of him. My original intention was to make him succumb to my power. But who knew? Who knew that succumbing turned into submission? On Tuesday, Go returned to the village for a blind date. He asked the girl if she could lift a stone. Go Xianjin smacked his lips and laughed. Rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. Go is hiding deep. Suar blinked his eyes. Dogs don't like to eat grass. They like to eat shit. Okay. Shit-smelling girl. Xianjin's expression was hard to describe. And he also blinked his eyes. He really didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he said, "Before you get married, stay away from each other." She didn't mind anything before marriage. But she didn't allow the little girl around her to be caught by others. When you haven't become the one who makes the rules, it's best to be flexible within the fence of the rules. Suar blushed and twisted his waist. "What are you talking about?" Then he turned his head. Xianjin snorted twice, and then said, "Tell him to come and propose marriage as soon as possible. I will be your sister's marriage proposal." "When is he going to propose marriage?" Suar's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Next year. Next year. Wait until you are over the mourning period." Xianjin nodded and seriously calculated. "You have 2 brothers in your hometown village, and they have long disowned you. If you want any dowry, let me know in advance. You need to prepare a house first. You also need gold and silver jewelry." "Oh, right. Land." Xianjin turned around and asked Zhang's mother. At this time, "Do you need to have land to get married?" Mother Zhang happily ate melon seeds. "Of course, it would be better if we have it. These 2 people are not poor and can buy land." Showing her wealth. "Then let's buy some more land. Plant some crops and fruit trees, so that we can have food all year round." Suar pouted, her eyes sour. "Don't think you can squander your private money. You really don't have much private money. First you support Miss Chiao, then buy a lot of things for the 3rd master. And you also support me and Mother Zhang. Your box has never been full. And now it's only 100 taels. The rest are all public money. Public money cannot be touched. No one does this better than Xianjin, especially in a family business. It is very conspicuous." Xianjin waved her hand. She still had something. The stack of banknotes left by Hainyang, and the pair of very heavy red gold bracelets. "The family is rich." Xianjin smiled. "Your shopkeeper is the god of wealth. You just need to marry in style. Don't worry about anything else." Suar's eyes were red. "Shopkeeper? You have to leave a fortune when you get married. Now," looking at the attitude of the old lady, "the Chen family can't give you a good dowry." "Dowry?" Xianjin was stunned for a moment, then smiled, reached out and touched Suar's head, and said in a calm voice, "Have you ever seen a god of wealth get married? There are many moments of heartbeat. But in this era, she seems to have no way to meet the right one. After the heartbeat, The accompanying disappointment is even more heartbreaking. It seems that the heart in the previous life, under the powerful effect of the defibrillator, the peak value rose to the top, bringing rushing blood and adrenaline to the body. But it will always follow the rules. Yes, it's that damn rule again. But the peak will always return to the level with the rule. And the throbbing at that time will be replaced by calmness and ruthless bystander. A heart. Up. And down. This feeling is not good. Xianjin died once. And asked herself if she was open-minded and generous in treating people and things. And never consumed herself. Which would only consume people. For this kind of thing that consumes her enthusiasm infinitely, but ultimately has no results. She can only give it 4 words. Stay away from it. Although the first secretary beside Mr. He fell in a sweet love, he still maintained high efficiency and sobriety at work. This can be seen from the itinerary arranged for Xianjin. Visiting Shanzhong Qiao at 15:30. Going to Wushu Hall to convene the Chamber of Commerce at 15:30. Going to Longchuan Creek with Hingxi to find Jin Sanlang for tea at 15:30. Going to Chen's house to have dinner with Old Lady Chu at 15:10. Going to Qiao's house to inspect the construction progress at 15:30. Xianjin sat in the mule cart, shaking and looking at the itinerary. She was always scheduled to go to 11:30 2300 hours at night. She couldn't sleep at 11:30. She had to hold a short meeting with the little maids in a yuan, led by Su'er. What a vicious arrangement. Xianjin glanced at the mule with its buttocks swaying through the door curtain, and then looked down at the itinerary. Good fellow. She is busier than the mule. Dear Su'er, I don't even have time to drink a sip of water with your arrangement. Xianjin spoke. Su'er pointed. Now! You can close your eyes now, and take a short rest. It will take us half an instant stick of time to get to the Wushu Hall. Xianjin reached out to take the teacup in the mule cart and took a sip. Xianjin's pupils were shocked. How many wolfberries did you put in? It was like a meeting of wolfberries. 1 mouthful of it. All the wolfberries in Xuanqing came. Su'er said. Not only wolfberries, but also 7 or 8 ginseng roots. Dried mulberries. Dried longans. All of them are for kidney tonic. Xianjin closed his eyes in pain. Am I so weak? Su'er, your schedule is so full. How can you not nourish your body? Su'er frowned and said. This prescription is precious. I asked Dr. Wang first, but he refused to prescribe it. Later, I heard that Jin Sanlang at the dock had some health-preserving skills. So I asked Ergu to go through several layers to get this prescription. He usually drinks this to refresh himself. Jin Sanlang? Jin Sanlang with oily hair and powdered face. Jin Sanlang. The courtesan killer? His health-preserving prescriptions. What a miracle. They are all aphrodisiacs. Xianjin silently pushed the teacup away. She was busy with work. Not foot bath technicians. There are some wolfberries. Let them rest for a while. Su'er's schedule is very precise. At 1 p.m., Xianjin arrived at Wushu Hall. The bosses of Xuanqing Xin Paper Chamber of Commerce sat closely on both sides of the hall. When they saw Xianjin coming, they all stood up. Wherever Xianjin walked, people would greet him with a bow. In the hall, voices suddenly rose and fell one after another. Hello. Shopkeeper He? How are you? Shopkeeper He? Shopkeeper He has lost weight again. Shopkeeper He has worked so hard for Xin Paper. Xianjin walked quickly to the front of the hall, bowed in all directions as a return gesture, and extended his palm diagonally, inviting everyone to sit down. Thank you all for your hard work. And we are all here today to discuss the tribute paper. Xianjin took out a crimson scroll from his sleeve and handed it to the steward Chu Damao beside him. This is the arrangement for selecting tributes issued by the Imperial Household Department, which was handed to me by Lord Xiong this morning. Chu Damao took it with both hands, walked down tremblingly, and began to circulate it from the left. Everyone read it and said with a golden edge, after the initial screening of tributes, 2 to 3 items of each category will enter the selection category, and then compete in 3 stages to finally determine the results. The first stage is to submit a letter to determine the quality. Submit a detailed description of this year's tribute to the superior, which can be described in writing or in pictures, and submit it to the Imperial Household Department. And the Imperial Household Supervisor will make the decision. It is equivalent to the planning of special exhibitions in later generations. You have to make a plan to impress the client. The second stage is to submit the categories. Make samples according to the description of the first stage. Submit the samples to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. and then the Ministry of Internal Affairs will submit them to the Ministry of Rights, who will make the final decision. It is equivalent to proofing in later generations. Generally speaking, the winner will be determined in the second stage. The third stage is to determine the mass production. If the Ministry of Rights still cannot make a decision, then it is necessary to select categories for mass production, and the Ministry of Rights will submit them to the Minister of Internal Affairs for a decision. This is to let Party A see your mass production capabilities. Generally speaking, samples are the most exquisite, beautiful and attentive. But once mass production begins, it is rare for Party B to be able to make every smallest unit exactly the same quality as the sample. Xianjin briefly explained the 3 links, folded his hands on his abdomen, smiled, and his eyes slightly curved. Now, we are still in the first link. Last time we held a collective chamber of commerce. We assigned everyone a task to think about. Now I want to hear everyone talk about it in detail. In the retreat hall, everyone lowered their heads, like students who are afraid of being called by the teacher. Behind the retreat hall, a pair of eyes with narrow eyelids were watching quietly with high interest. Chapter 266 Bazhang Xianlai. Wushu Hall was the first merchant hall of Huguang merchants in Shuanqing Prefecture. After hundreds of years, Huguang merchants gradually integrated into Huizhou merchants, and this place became a place for gentlemen to drink tea and listen to opera. Xianjin specially found such a place, rented a hall, negotiated a price on a monthly basis, and reserved the venue and refreshments. Even if the Chen family is the president of the Chamber of Commerce, it is impossible to hold meetings at home every time. Right? It's like a pyramid scheme. Too informal. Therefore, Xianjin had no way of knowing the eyes behind it. In the Wuxiu Hall, everyone lowered their heads. Some were thinking, and some were obviously daydreaming. They were all middle-aged and elderly bosses, and most of the things in the shop were sorted out. It was normal that the brain had not been used for a long time. Xianjin did not urge, and reached out to take the teacup on the small side table. He drank it. Xianjin covered the tea lid expressionlessly. Very good. Another wolfberry kidney strengthening and yang enhancing tea. The mysterious power from Soar has penetrated into the outside of the Chen family. When everyone lowered their heads, only the illiterate uncle was still looking around boredly. And while looking around, he met Xianjin's eyes. Uncle Chang, what do you think? Generally, the roll call in class starts with a blank stare. This Uncle Chang is the owner of a small workshop in the eastern corner of the city. The workshop is really small. There are 4 people in total, including 2 brothers and 2 sisters-in-law who do accounting and delivery, and 2 teenage descendants as apprentices. Uncle Chang shuddered and blinked. Ah? Paused. I listen to everyone. I can be a talent. My brother and I are good at making paper. Our shop makes good rice paper, and the ink is blurred layer by layer, like a flower. I asked you to answer questions, not to advertise. Xianjin's eyes moved to the fat boss next to Uncle Chang. The fat boss lowered his head. Where Xianjin looked, there was no grass. In addition to the fact that the business level of the bosses was high or low, no one wanted to be the first to stand out in this occasion. Although the tribute was paid in the name of Shuanqing Chamber of Commerce, when everyone did something, they could not avoid who contributed more, who contributed less, who contributed more money, and who contributed less money. When the income was the same, cost control became the outline of doing things. If I come forward at this time, wouldn't it be obvious that I would be in trouble? Let the big workshops and shops with deep pockets take the lead. Whether it is raw Xian paper, cooked Xian paper, pure paper, special pure paper, plain paper or colored paper. My suggestion is that the size should be large first. Hangxi spoke, and the little girl sat upright with her head held high and her chest puffed out. In previous years, the tributes all started with 8-foot Xian paper, and we can't go below this size this time. The powder paper and small colored paper have too much feminine smell. If we pay tribute to this kind of paper, our Shuanqing paper can only be tied to the harem. It is not a good thing to be surrounded by the Empress's cosmetics. If they make eyebrow pencils, lip balms, and silk, it is a good thing to be popular in the harem. But this is paper. As a paper that carries words and thoughts, its stage should be endless. Xianjin nodded and concluded. Well, it should be grand. Grand, first of all, means that the size should be large. For large-sized paper, Bazhang Xian is the first to be recommended. Some merchants grumbled. Xuanqing Prefecture made Bazhang Xian 20 years ago. At that time, Emperor Sun was still in power, and Hengji produced a knife of raw Xian, which was very glorious. The plaque of Hengji still shamelessly displays this story. A merchant poked his head out to ask, "Nowadays, in Xuanqing, are there any masters who can make an Azhong Xian?" Someone echoed, "Difficult. I think it's difficult." A few years ago, Li Sanshun reproduced a 6 Zhong Xian, which was a remarkable achievement. Xianjin waved his hand. "Regardless of whether it can be done or not, let's think about what we can do first. Does anyone else have any ideas?" Hengji took the lead, and then everyone started to talk nonsense. "We can make pine needle paper. Drain the pine needles, and mix them into the pulp. The paper made in this way has a pine scent, and the shape of pine needles and leaves. It is beautiful and smells good." Xianjin? Personally, she thinks that Princess Bayan may not go for the forest girl style. How about we make the paper into origami paintings? And each piece of paper contains an unfinished illustration story. We can make the noble want to use the next one after using one. Xianjin? 1001 Nights Way Metamorphosis. She automatically matched Princess Bayan with a desert-style BGM. Make 7-color rainbow paper. Let's dye a piece of paper with 7 colors. Xianjin? I just want to ask. Is it too fancy? How about combining the idea of the previous merchant and making a comic strip of 7-color gourd baby fighting the snake spirit to save his grandfather? Make 12-color flower god paper. 2 years ago, Rukiln produced a set of 12-color flower god cups and plates. It is said that the current emperor likes them very much and even praised them. How do you know? Are you eavesdropping under the saint's bed? Bullshit! The master of the number 18 cave in the Tianzi of Rukiln is the third nephew's son-in-law of my wife's second aunt's grandmother. The building is completely crooked, even if it is wolfberry water for strengthening the kidneys and yang. Xianjin has to drink a sip to calm down. Okay. Xianjin finally spoke. Everyone quieted down. Okay. Everyone has a good idea. But don't think about it yet. As a tribute, as Heng Wenyang said, it must be generous. Xianjin's right hand was casually placed on the small side table. On his unpainted face, his eyes were clear. His nose was small and tall, and his black hair was tied up in a bun. Bazhang Xian is the traditional tribute category of Xuanqing 20 years ago. The Yuchunchen Ci written by the former emperor is still hanging in the palace of the current sage, which shows that this category was chosen. Xianjin paused, as if considering the words. Very stable. Very safe. In short, it is a choice that will not go wrong. Is it too old? The illiterate Chong scratched his head. 20 years ago, we offered Bazhang Xian as tribute. 20 years have passed, and our Xuanqing paper industry has not made any progress. Why are we still offering Bazhang Xian as tribute? Xianjin's eyebrows were indifferent. How can you say there is no progress? After saying this, Xianjin did not follow up in time. Everyone was waiting for her to turn around. Not only has it not improved, it can even be said that it is worse than before. Xianjin curled his lips. His small lip beads curled up, and his expression was very relaxed. The paper that was made 20 years ago is now full of variables. The merchants lowered their heads again, back to the way they were in class. Some middle-aged and elderly bosses thought with grief and indignation, why should he stay here and listen to the orders of a little girl? Now it's even worse. This girl not only gives orders, but also mocks them happily and naturally. In his heart, he wanted to leave, but his buttocks, which were sitting firmly, had their own ideas. Xianjin lowered his head and took another sip of the dense wolfberry water, then raised his head and said in a clear and bright voice, "First report the Bazhang raw rice paper. After that, whether it is sprinkled with gold foil or coated with wax. We will discuss it later. If we report this category, at least in the first stage, we will not be rejected by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The sample paper will be submitted in August, and we have nearly 3 months to make the Bazhang rice paper. From tomorrow, the shops with more than 10 people here will send 2 skilled masters to the Jishi workshop to explore. Those with less than 10 people will send 1 person, and those with less than 5 people." Xianjin paused. Show some appreciation. Brother Chong felt that he had suffered 10,000 points of damage, and raised his hand to say, "Cheonggi Paper Shop can deliver meals to everyone." Xianjin smiled and nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Boss Chong." Just as Xianjin was about to finalize the regulations, A merchant spoke up weakly. Do we have any sample paper to learn from? It was more than 20 years ago when Hachiho Xian was born. And not every one of us has seen what it looks like. How could it be possible? The last time Bazhang Xian appeared was in Anyang Prefecture. About 6 or 7 years ago. The last time Bazhang Xian appeared in Xuancheng was 20 years ago. Except for Xianjin. The youngest person present was only in his 30s. And it is possible that he had never seen the grand view of Bazhang Xian. Everyone felt sorry when they heard this. It's a pity that this craft has been lost. My family originally had a few Bazhang Xians. But they were gambled away by my unpromising children and grandchildren. It should be impossible to find them in Xuancheng now. After so many years. If there are any, there are only a few scattered ones. Who would be willing to take them out for reference and observation? Everyone was talking about it. I have it. Xianjin calmly put down the teacup. Tomorrow, I will bring 10 pieces of top-quality Bazhang Xian to the Jishi workshop for all the masters to learn and observe. She has it. Or 10 pieces. Does she have it? Or does Chenji have it? I have never heard that Chenji still has top-quality Bazhang Xian. It is true that Li Sanchuan's father Li Laozhong made Bazhang Xian. But the product has always been unstable. And the paper quality is very impetuous and perfunctory. And cannot be called top quality. Where did she get it? Everyone was shocked. Xianjin patted her skirt and bowed to everyone. I will go back and write the submission documents first. Please arrange the staff for the transfer. We are under a tight time and have a heavy task. Those who have money can support the event with money. And those who have people can show up in person. It's all for Xuancheng paper industry. Bazhang Xian can't be made by just a few people. Xianjin bowed politely and walked out. She rushed to the next itinerary arranged by Suer. Hengqi saw this, lifted her skirt and quickly stepped over the 3-inch threshold, lowered her head and asked softly, Where did you get Bazhang Xian? If you don't have it, don't show off. Look around the Hung family. Maybe there are more than 10 collections. Xianjin sighed and looked up at the sky. The courtyard is square, and the water flows back to the hall. I extorted it from a stupid man several years ago, Xianjin said nostalgically. At that time, she didn't have so many schedules to catch up with, and didn't have so much wolfberry water to drink. Her hair was still growing healthy and strong on her head. At that time, Chen Laolu was really easy to cheat. If he cheated casually, he would get 2 knives and 8 feet of Xian. It's not like now. There is an old lady Chu behind her, watching her covetously, and I don't know what she is going to do. There is a strong enemy in front of her, who is eager to compete for the tribute quota. Xianjin smacked his lips and sighed with regret. If only her opponents were like Chen Laolu. Innocent, vicious and ignorant of the ways of the world. She could just beat him up, without having to pick a day or think about it. Xianjin hurried. Her narrow eyes blinked in the Wushu hall. Her lips curled up in a mocking arc. And then she shook her head in disgust. Be a concubine? That's it? He didn't even want this competitive woman, even if she was washed and sent to his bed. Chapter 267 The direct lineage disappears. Xianjin rushed for 5 days in a row, until night, and walked to the Jishi workshop at night. She would be in seclusion here for the next month, or even 2 months. There was a mule cart behind her, with several large packages of luggage. Xianjin lay on Zhang Mama's shoulder on the mule cart for an hour. When the mule cart stopped, he woke up consciously, refreshed, and a brave man again. When he arrived at the Jishi workshop, it was past the hour of high. The Jishi workshop was brightly lit, and thick white wax lanterns were hung on the 4 ceilings and 16 corners. A 3-legged brazier was set up every 2 meters between the ceilings. The strong men in white coats and sweat beads on their temples were either holding a wide bamboo curtain with their arms spread out, or carrying a large bamboo basket of charcoal for burning the wall. They walked hurriedly and looked nervous. More than 20 paper companies have been assigned to work as assistants. Now, there are 78 assistants left in the Jishi workshop, including cooks, accountants, buyers, logistics, and cleaners. It is a very large team. The back room of the Jishi workshop is full of 4 people in a room. Hengji has the most people, plus the 2 assistants assigned from the autumn tribute paper. Now there are a total of 8 people in the Jishi workshop. The second is Liuji, with 5 people. The third is Yunji and Sambao Paper House, both with 3 people. And the other paper workshops are almost all with 2 people. And Zhong walked very quickly, took Xianjin to the back room, and casually opened a door. A strong stench, sweat, foot odor, and the sour smell of a jacket that had not been washed for 10 days. Mixed together. Xianjin was dazed. In the fog, Xianjin tried to open his eyes, and saw 3 bunk beds arranged in order. But on the wooden shelves, bedboards, and tables, there were rows of socks hanging. Go hire 2 more ants who are good at work, responsible for cleaning the house and washing the jackets for these men every day. Xianjin didn't even frown. It's almost June, and the weather is going to get hot. Every room must have enough water. We can't supply ice, but at least we need clean cold water. And Zhong took a reed pen and wrote it down. Then took Xianjin to the kitchen. The meat and vegetables are all fresh. I have contacted the market to deliver them every day. I have kept samples of the meals for reference. There are meat and eggs every day. And enough rice. And Zhong lifted the basket covered with white gauze, revealing neatly arranged eggs. We don't have to worry about water. There are 2 wells in the yard, and next to it is Longchuan Creek. On the first day we came here, I repeatedly emphasized that the water we drink must be drawn from the kitchen. Don't be greedy for coolness or convenience and drink well water or creek water at will. And Zhong continued. We have also contacted the clinic and pharmacy less than a mile away from the Jishi workshop, and they are ready to see patients at any time. Xianjin looked at the neat and tidy kitchen, with 4 large stoves distributed from north to south, and about 100 bowls lined up in the cupboard like soldiers, and nodded with satisfaction. Manager Zhong is very good. He has thought of every detail. And Zhong smiled embarrassedly, revealing 2 shallow dimples. The 5th girl of the Hung family came 3 days ago, and she helped a lot. Xianjin nodded. 2 days ago, all the merchants arrived. Are there any troublemakers? And Zhong shook her head. They are all capable people selected by each family. When they see that Masterly Sanshun and Master Zhao Dijing are here to guard, who dares to act rashly? But there are always right and wrong when there are many people. I heard a few guys discussing privately that our Chen family is headed by a young girl, and they questioned our weak skills. If we can't grab the tribute paper in the end, it will be a waste of time and money. And Zhong spoke very objectively. I heard the original words, and I thought these words were not bad. So I didn't take any action. Xianjin nodded slightly. If I were a young girl, they would doubt that I was not tough enough. If I were a young man, they would doubt that I was not experienced enough. If I were an octogenarian, they would doubt that I was not energetic enough. Their doubts have nothing to do with who I am. As long as you are in a high position, you will be doubted. For these doubts, if they are well-intentioned, we don't need to care too much. If they are malicious, we must strike hard. Xianjin walked through the kitchen and walked towards the brightly lit ceiling with mist. Our move is unprecedented in Xuanqing Prefecture. Most of the merchants who dared to sign the list of members of the Chamber of Commerce were pious and passionate about Xin paper. We must be strict, tolerant, and profitable. Strict governance. There are many people, many opinions, and many ideas. They are all young and energetic men. Once something goes wrong, it will be a big deal. Don't just fail to grab the tribute paper, but end up in the government office instead. Tolerant in words and deeds. Be tolerant of different opinions. Don't be xenophobic. Don't let Chen Ji and Hung Ji become a knot, and the others go their own way. Nothing good will come out of this. Benefit yourself. The benefits brought by the tribute should be evenly distributed to each participating merchant. The honor and money brought by making tribute should also be made clear to each member of the association. And there will be an account to be settled slowly. Xianjin said casually. Our Chen family is the leader, participant, and beneficiary. But Sister Zhong, these great principles cannot compare to whether we are comfortable or not. And Zhong is a woman after all. And she is a woman of the right age and good looks. She has a strong enough heart and internal motivation brought from the future. And she has no strange thoughts about being among 70 or 80 young men all day long. But Aunt Zhong is different. When a boss does something, he must respect the objective opinions and subjective considerations of his subordinates. Is Aunt Zhong willing? Aunt Zhong was stunned for a moment. Then she understood what Xianjin meant, and smiled with 2 dimples. If I still consider not working with too many men when I come out to work, I will have lost my skin in vain. You and the 5th girl of the Hung family, 2 unmarried girls, are not afraid. So why should I worry? Aunt Zhong smiled, but also added a postscript. Having said that, when I was planning, I also rented 2 houses with 2 entrances in the village next door. You and the fifth girl of Hung live in one house. And we live in one house with the mothers in the back kitchen. Zhou Ergu and the Zheng brothers' back house is in front of our house. If someone is blind, they can come immediately if there is any disturbance. Xianjin looked at Anzhong with a smile in his eyes. And his joy was about to burst through the sky. Oh my god! She cultivated a manager who was exclusively hers. Soar was the general secretary. And this one was the reserve general assistant. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was willing to exchange Anzhong's lifetime contract for 20 salary a year. Xianjin's eyes were too hot. Anzhong lowered her head and coughed lightly. When the dispute over tribute paper ends, if the result is good, my lever. Anzhong lowered her head and touched the 2 bars on her cuffs. She rolled it so hard. Wasn't it just for these few bars? Andy Du, who entered Chenji in the same year as her, got an extra bar for no apparent reason thanks to Du Juning's success in the last autumn exam. She had a dream that day, in which she saw her son wearing a purple robe, riding a tall horse, and sewing a uniform for her at the door of the store. She took off the uniform, and saw that the cuffs were densely covered with bars. The dream was absurd and illusory. But after waking up, the happy mood was very real. Auntie Zhong hated it. I hate my son for being only 3 years old. Xianjin laughed. Manager Dong will be 62 next year. And he should retire if nothing unexpected happens. Mrs. Zhong straightened her back and stood straight. Xianjin walked out with her head down. And halfway through, she turned back and told Mrs. Zhong. By the way, make room for Mr. Do's bed. He's not here. Mrs. Zhong narrowed her eyes. And without asking any more questions, she answered quickly. Okay. I'll go to the clinic to get 2 plasters for the legs right away. It's summer, and Mr. Go's leg wounds are most likely to relapse. Itchy and painful. And he can't stay in the steamy and hot workshop. Xianjin saw that Auntie Zhong understood immediately, smiled with satisfaction, and gave her a thumbs up generously. The next day at noon, the guys had lunch in the kitchen, wiped their sweat, and went back to the back room, although they didn't know why. Chen's had a rule of taking a half-hour break after lunch. In the first 1 or 2 days, they were still quite uncomfortable papermakers. To put it bluntly, are hard workers. How can they have the habit of taking a nap at noon? So delicate. After 2 days of rest, it smells so good. Even if you can't sleep at noon, you will be very energetic in the afternoon and even in the evening. When everyone pushed open the door, everyone was stunned. Their room was tidied up really well. The bedding was neatly folded. The table was cleaned. The water in the basin was changed. Not to mention the fragrance. It was also clear. Everyone looked at each other. After playing like this for 2 or 3 days, a few words were heard. The night before yesterday, Chenji's storekeeper he came. Hearing that our work was hard, he specially hired 2 other sisters to help tidy up the room and change the bedding every day. Not only did they change the bedding, they washed the dirty pants I took off yesterday. Not only did they wash the pants, they washed my 30-year-old patinated comb until it was shiny. I've been using hair oil for 30 years. Manager, he is such a considerate person. Good man. Good man. I will definitely work hard. I'll work until midnight today. Although these compliments sounded a bit strange, Xianjin still accepted them happily. After 3 days of preparation, in the evening, while the night had not completely fallen, the sun's halo was hidden behind the endless clouds. Dong dong dong. 3 gongs rang through the sky. 70 or 80 people, grouped by their respective businesses, stood in 3 rows. Xianjin walked up the steps, his hands hanging naturally, and calmly glanced around, saying, Hello, everyone. Behind him were Hengxi of the Hung family, the second in command of the Lu family, the shopkeeper of the Yun family, and the illiterate Changge who selflessly provided 2 cooks. As soon as Xianjin spoke, the waiter below was obviously startled. In such an empty venue, when this thin and tall girl spoke, her voice was full of energy and could be clearly heard by everyone. At least it proves that she is not as frail as she looks. I'm sure you've heard of me. He's Xianjin. He for congratulations. Xian for show. Jin for gold. Xianjin said his name calmly and clearly. The head of Qin's shop. The boss of the 3 workshops of Xiantian, Fubai and Jishi. Xianjin stood beside the gong, and every word was clear. I don't think I need to say more about why you are standing here. Baz Hangxian has been in seclusion for a long time. Everyone is the top papermaking master in Xuanqing Prefecture. If such precious tribute paper can be made by everyone, it will be a great achievement for the ancestors. Xianjin always had a smile on his lips, and his eyes stopped at everyone's face seriously and sincerely. I think everyone is tired of hearing these nonsense. Xianjin changed the subject, opened his lips and smiled. When we do things, we don't talk about empty words, but only talk about the truth. One Xian paper is selected as the tribute paper this time. Qin Ji will reward each person present with 3 taels of silver. The paper mills where you work will be rewarded with 3 taels of silver. 6 taels of silver for 2 months. Most people present couldn't help but move their eyebrows and eyes. There are probably 1 or 2 masters, likely San Shun, who earn 5 or 6 taels of silver a month in the whole Xuanqing Prefecture. Manager Dong has a high salary because he gets 2 parts. One for Xianjin and another for Chen Fu. The rest, especially the guys in small and medium-sized workshops, are lucky to get half a tael of silver a month. In any industry, note that it is any industry, the income at the top of the pyramid is unimaginable, and most people are at the bottom of the pyramid. Only in this way can the structure of this industry be stable and balanced. Naked money is the best way to motivate employees. Snacks, welfare, humanistic care, tea room culture are all floating clouds, and they are vulnerable to money incentives. What is a good boss? Only those who are willing to cut meat are good bosses. The cut meat is fed to employees, and employees are turned into capital, so that more meat can be obtained. No company that can only draw big cakes can go public. All leading companies are generous in terms of money. Seeing the strong men in the audience couldn't hide their joy. Xian Jinin smiled and raised his hand. Zheng De and Zheng Er took paper and painted the wall, and pasted a large piece of paper on the outer wall of the back room. The words were also written in large letters. Someone could read them out without difficulty. 20 rules for the Tribute Paper Project Promotion Camp. The first rule is that 10 people form a group. The list of group leaders and members is as follows. The words on the list were very small. The words on the list were not clear, so I simply skipped them. The second rule is that it is forbidden to fight, provoke trouble, or gather in groups to cause trouble. The third rule is that it is forbidden to stay out overnight, leave the camp without permission, and behave inappropriately. The fourth rule is that it is forbidden to disclose anything in the camp. The 20th rule is that if you violate the rules, you will be punished for the first time, and will be sent back to the company for the second time, and will never participate in the production of tribute paper. It is equivalent to the discipline in the camp. Everyone thought it was good. There is no order without rules. After listening to the reading, most people nodded and accepted it calmly. Xianjin praised in his heart. They are worthy of being the servants of each family. They are all first-tier talents with excellent quality. The nitpicking that Xianjin expected did not happen. The first meeting ended successfully. That night, Xianjin stayed in the ceiling until very late, until many servants returned to the back room one after another. And then Xianjin packed up and returned to his own yard. In the dim night, passing by the back room, where the 20 rules for the promotion camp were posted, Xianjin saw a man from a distance, standing casually with his hands folded on his chest. He was very tall, and his head tilted with interest. From his shadow, it can be seen that this man is poisonous, willful, and unreasonable. Bao Yuan. Xianjin walked forward quickly, and called with a smile. Xiao Hui turned his head, and saw the girl running towards him in small steps. His eyes were full of smiles. When the girl stood beside him, he pointed his finger upward casually, and said in a hoarse voice, "You are missing a lot of people. Zhou Ergu, Dong Xiao, the eldest son of Dong Guancher, Nan Xiuhua, who else is there? Oh, Qi Qiqi, who came up with the idea of cutting silk and applying wax. These are the most direct descendants of your direct descendants. Right?" Chapter 268 Big Chest Muscles. The lights in the back room are less than those in the ceiling, so the light is weaker. Xianjin came over quickly. Xiao Hui finished speaking and saw that the night was dark, so he was ready to reach out for help. Xianjin's steps were fast and steady. Xiao Hui naturally retracted his hand and added, "I thought you couldn't see clearly." Xianjin smiled and said, "You not only know who my direct descendants are, but you also remember that I am night blind?" Xiao Hui's back muscles tightened. "You have such a good memory. No wonder you are the youngest scholar in Nanzili." Xianjin grinned. "Besides, no one has surpassed you yet. You must be very happy. Right?" Xiaohui relaxed his muscles, looked at Xianjin's big white teeth, pursed his lips, turned his head speechlessly, and returned his gaze to the 20 rules on the wall. He dragged the topic back to the topic, and said with speculation and inquiry, although these people are your pure and direct descendants, compared with Li Sanshun, Dong Wubua, and Zhong and others, they are not well known and not so eye-catching. So, where did you put these people? Xianjin put away his big-toothed beard, crossed his arms, and stood beside him at the wall. Let's say, before the two armies fought. Did you also talk about tactics so brazenly? Two armies fighting? Xiaohui chuckled. You are now in the three kingdoms. Wei, Shu and Wu each have evil intentions. Xianjin's eyebrows flew up, and his eyes fell on Xiaohui's face. There is a strong enemy in Fujian Yakuzi in front, and Madame Chu is eyeing you covetously. You are now Liu Bei of Shu, who only occupies Izhou in the 9 provinces, and you are pushed out by Sun Quan of Wu, your old lady, to fight against the powerful Wei. If you lose, you will be sacrificed. If you win, you will be reasonably annexed. Xiaohui smiled. Jiner, you are in a difficult situation like a hairtail caught in the mouth of a shark. Xianjin rolled his eyes. Hairtail again. Is this guy going to be at odds with Hairtail for the rest of his life? Hairtail is so delicious. Why do you want to demonize it? Xianjin crossed his arms and rolled his eyes again. Mr. Qiao traveled through mountains and rivers to visit the Jishi workshop at night, just to mock the poor Shu general? Xiaohui fixed his eyes on the wall and nodded casually. What else? Because he missed you? When Xianjin rolled his eyes, Xiaohui read the 20 rules again. The young man turned his head with a smile. His slender dark eyes were like those drawn in a meticulous painting. Don't tell me. It's really because I miss you. Without waiting for Xianjin to speak, Xiaohui half turned his body and said calmly, I will go to the capital in the next 2 days. It will be about half a month. I will come to tell you. Xianjin nodded and asked, Have you told Baozu? Xiaohui shook his head. It's a secret trip. Not suitable to tell Baozu. Then tell me. Xianjin made a needle-threading motion in front of his mouth. I will keep my mouth tightly shut. Xiaohui smiled. His delicate and sharp features were narrow and clear. I came here to ask you if you need to keep 2 death guards around you? What? Is she already a business tycoon that is important enough to need a close-fitting secret guard? Xiaohui explained. The battle at the top is not over yet, and my father is still at the center of the storm. I need you to take care of him. I have 80 death guards around me, all of whom are pirates from the East China Sea. They are all dumb. If you need them, I will find 2 older ones to stay. Oh, it's not to protect the giant crocodile. It's to protect Master Qiao. Xianjin thought of Master Qiao's rotten ankles. The capital is not peaceful. It seems to be full of flowers. But in fact, it is treacherous and full of storms. Xianjin tilted his head and thought. Xiaohui's palms were facing up, and with a wave of his hand, 2 shadows quickly jumped out from the eaves, like dragonflies skimming the water. Xiaohui spoke naturally and assuredly. The conflict between Princess Bayan and Emperor Zhaoda. 3 years ago, Emperor Zhaoda intended to use the power of the cabinet to support Neo-Confucianism and eradicate the school of mind. In essence, it was to fight against Princess Bayan, who was quite prestigious in the court and the army. He attacked Marquis Dingyuan, who was born under the command of Grand Princess Bayan, and took advantage of the situation to eliminate the representative of Xinxue, who was not powerful but had a high reputation. That is, my father. Marquis Dingyuan was in the East China Sea. The situation was unclear, so I went out to sea under an assumed name. At first, I lived with a small group of Minnan pirates. Then I took this pirate group to the island, where the Japanese generals were hiding in 3 months, and captured the generals alive. At the same time, Grand Princess Bayan also led a group of soldiers and horses to travel at night to Fujian, and attacked the Fujian Provincial Administration Office at night, and detained all the officials of Fujian. I worked with her from inside and outside to break this situation. The day of breaking the impasse is when the undercurrent of conflict between Grand Princess Bayan and Emperor Zhaoda comes to the surface. Xiaohui casually rests the knuckles of his right hand on his dark brown outer robe, his fingers slender and vigorous. The higher-ups have been fighting all the time. Will they make peace with the Japanese? Or continue to fight? Will the sea market be closed? Or continue to open? All are unknown. Emperor Zhaoda's group is secretly alluding to the fact that Grand Princess Bayan is a hen that crows at dawn. But only the family is in trouble. The Grand Princess group is openly denouncing that the current saint is mediocre and incompetent, and treacherous ministers are in power. Xianjin listened quietly, raised his head and asked, "Are we sent by the Grand Princess?" The two words we made Xiao Hui very happy, and it was hard to suppress the corners of his mouth. "Yes." Xiao Hui nodded. "My father, your master Qiao still upholds the spirit of a scholar, and will never take sides, but I clearly support the Grand Princess." Xianjin asked again, putting aside the sides, "Who do you think has a greater chance of winning?" Xiao Hui was silent. "Whoever is for the people has a greater chance of winning. From the current point of view, the reform proposed by the Grand Princess protects the people and affects the rights and interests of the literati and the aristocratic families." Xianjin thought for a while, then raised his chin with a sharp gaze. "So, the Grand Princess wants to make peace with the Japanese? The Baidu rebellion lasted only 10 years, and the treasury is empty, so it is not appropriate to start a war. Besides, don't chase a desperate enemy. Once the Japanese are desperate and ally with Goguryeo, we will have to build defense lines in the southeast and northeast, and this line will be prolonged." Xiao Hui spoke meaningfully. "The Grand Princess wants to negotiate peace, which is both a negotiation and a favor." Xianjin seemed to be thinking about something. There was a chaotic sound of footsteps not far away, followed by a black shadow falling down. With his hands gesturing very quickly, Xianjin didn't understand the sign language that sounded like a clapperboard, but she knew everyone's daily routine. She looked over and said in a low voice, "The guys are back from taking a shower." Xiao Hui sniffed and nodded calmly. "Yeah, I smell the sweat coming towards me." Xianjin laughed. "Don't dislike the smell of hair, tail, and sweat. Someone was running very fast, probably in a hurry to sleep, and his running speed could be called the top 8 in the Olympics." Xianjin's hands were faster than his brain, and he dragged Xiao Hui into the narrow gap between the two back rooms. "Shh, since it's a secret trip, don't let anyone see you." The gap was very narrow. Xiao Hui tried hard to keep his back pressed tightly against the tile wall, leaving enough space for his chest to breathe. The girl pressed against his chest. The hair oil smelled of jasmine, fragrant and elegant. If he hadn't been so close, he would have thought that Xianjin's smell was only the warm fragrance of the sun. This situation is more difficult than ever. He would rather die than let Xianjin find out about his throbbing and helplessness. Xiao Hui leaned on the wall with both hands and said helplessly, "Jiner, is it possible that my death guards can fly over the eaves and walls? And I can do it too?" Xianjin didn't understand, and his focus was on the large army that was getting closer and closer. He said "ah" in a daze, and after a while, he understood what Xiao Hui meant, and said "TSK, TSK? Why didn't you say it earlier?" Xiao Hui glanced at the red wrist that was grabbed by Xianjin with difficulty. "I never thought that you had such endless energy." He was dragged in with one tug. He had always thought that Xianjin insisted on practicing Ba Duanjin every day in order to eat 2 more bowls of rice. Xianjin laughed. In the narrow space, the laughter was muffled. The girl's high bun trembled, and the hair just brushed Xiao Hui's chin. Xiao Hui turned his face away impatiently. "Don't move. I'll leave immediately after the people leave." Xianjin smiled and nodded, half shrinking his waist and knees, and after a while, he spoke in a muffled voice. Secretly crossed Chinsong. "Xiao Hui? I feel like I've been caught." "What?" Xiao Hui's tone was calm, but the last part of his voice trembled involuntarily. "Secretly crossing Chinsong," Xianjin repeated. "Didn't you ask me where the most direct descendants of the direct descendants went? I'm telling you now, during the 3 Kingdoms period. What military tactics did my poor Shu Kingdom use?" Xiao Hui's mind was in a mess now, like a pot of jasmine paste, stirring it, as if the pounding jasmine heart was not in the chest, but in the mind. After a long while, Xiao Hui finally understood what Xianjin meant. The moonlight was beautiful. The flowing light was like invisible water. The night in early summer was beautiful. The slightly humid air was like a sticky aftertaste after the fire and the steamer was gone. Xiao Hui lowered his head. The girl's nose was small and straight, and her ears with cute outlines were like a cold white lilac. The girl was being pushed towards him by the crowded wall and the moist and dense moss behind her. Boom, boom, boom. It was Xiao Hui's heartbeat. He was destined to be unable to sleep tonight. His ecstasy can be resolved by himself. But now, he must find something to say. What to say? Xiao Hui took a deep breath, clenched his hands into 2 fists, and then slowly opened them. his powerful fingers collapsing into several intersecting straight lines. You will win whether it is internal or external. Think carefully. Among the three kingdoms, wasn't it the Shu kingdom that had been passively beaten that won in the end? Xiao Hui's voice was low, hoarse and dark. Xian Jin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked up, and she realized that Xiao Hui's voice now seemed to be very suitable for the early summer night. Hot, moist, sticky, and stringy. It seemed to be floating in the air with the light moonlight, slowly and peacefully falling on the wet ground. Xian Jin pursed his lips and swallowed his saliva. Xiao Hui listened to Xian Jin's words. You really practiced hard, Xian Jin said. Your chest muscles are so big and your waist is so thin. Chapter 269 Uninvited Guests. Time seemed to have stopped. All the muscles in Xiao Hui's body seemed to be thrown into a half-foot-high fire and roasted. He seemed to have lost the ability to speak in an instant, and subconsciously opened his mouth. Reason told him that he had said something. It could be teasing, nonsense, or even singing a few lines. You have to make some sound, right? But nothing came out. He swore that even when the Japanese knife was pointed at his throat in the East China Sea, he was not so tense. Xiao Hui was silent for a long time. In desperation, he subconsciously stretched out his arms, tightly wrapped around his chest, and said something that he didn't even think about, enough to make him regret for the rest of his life. No matter how big it is, I can't let you touch it. Crack. Half of the bricks and tiles on the back of the house fell down. Xian Jin was dumbfounded, then covered his mouth and laughed. You begged me to touch it, but I still won't touch it. Do boys really understand girls' sincere love for muscles? This kind of love is a pure, noble love that is free from vulgarity and beneficial to health. After expressing his sincere feelings for muscles, Xian Jin poked his head out, and seeing that the sweaty army of people who had taken a shower had all disappeared, he tiptoed and moved out along the wall. Xiao Hui followed behind him with his head down. Xian Jin waved goodbye to Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui turned his back and waved randomly without saying a word, and returned to Beige Hall in silence. As soon as the door was closed, the head of the death guard, Lu Shanhu, climbed down from the pillar as usual, his face almost twitching from trying to hold back a smile. Don't laugh. Xiao Hui gritted his teeth. If anyone knows what happened today, you'll go back to the East China Sea and continue moving corals. Lu Shanhu's mouth was almost weighty, and his hands flew aside to sign, judging from his bent palms and fingers that were about to say something. It should be some ridicule that needs to be blocked with mosaics. Xiao Hui turned his face away, closed his eyes, and completed a simple refusal to receive. Lu Shanhu was still outputting tirelessly. Xiao Hui closed his eyes and walked back to the room alone, pulled down the bead curtain, stood with his feet apart, folded his hands on his chest, and silently watched the moonlight diffuse from the narrow gap, looking calm and peaceful. After a silence of about a quarter of an hour, Xiao Hui buried his head and dug out a heavy stone lock from under the bed. He stood in a horse stance and lifted it with one hand. He threw it upwards with great effort and landed it on his flat elbow very skillfully. Then he started practicing. At 3:30 a.m., Mr. Chiao drew the curtains and worked out in the room in secret. See you next time. His chest muscles must be bigger. Maybe the moonlight tonight was mixed with wine. Xiao Hui thought dizzily while being drunk. Xiao Hui could find that 3 people from Shenji were absent. After the 20 rules were posted, some guys in the advancing camp also found out one after another. Being discovered is no big deal. Everyone knows about Zhou Ergu's leg injury. In hot summer, the wound is prone to itching and infection. Dong Guancher's eldest son was only promoted by Xian Jin this year, and he has a low sense of presence and is extremely low-key and introverted. There is no mention of Nan Xiugua, except for Chenji's people. The clerks of other businesses have basically never heard of him and have no such person. Therefore, it was discovered, but it did not cause any waves. The work of the promotion camp continues to move forward. Xian Jin and Li Sanshun had discussed why the production of Bazhang Xian has stagnated for 10 or 20 years. Li Sanshun believes that the reason why Bazhang Xian cannot be made is that today's papermaking masters no longer pursue skills, but take shortcuts, blindly pursue newness, and I have what you don't have. For example, is your carved silk Xian paper difficult to make? It's not difficult. Just draw the bamboo curtain better and choose a more beautiful and auspicious pattern. Any ordinary master can do it. The old man held a cigarette holder, and his eyes were smoked by the smoke. The really difficult things that require technology are not done by anyone. It's not a thankless job. Who would do it? If you can make a lot of money by doing some unorthodox methods. Who would settle down to make old things? Xianjin just smiled and said nothing, only listening to the stubborn old man expressing his opinions and smuggling his own ideas. If no one makes it, it's okay for 1 or 2 years. But in 10 or 20 years, this thing will be extinct, and no one can make it again. The old man exhaled circles of smoke and squatted on the old bench to knock on the cigarette holder. Xianjin had a different view. The vendors have to make money and have food to eat before they can concentrate on making things. Why haven't Jing County or even Shuangqing Prefecture produced a piece of Bazhangxian in the past 10 or 20 years? Because these years, paper merchants have had a hard time. To make Bazhangxian, you need a large pulp pool. At least 50 or 60 guys to fish out paper at the same time. And you need to test the pulp ratio and combine 4 skills over and over again. All these cost money. Without money, we can't buy enough raw materials for us to make it, let alone hire 50 or 60 experienced masters. Xianjin always likes to chat with old man Li Sanshun. There are always beautiful sparks between the collision of new and old. Now that the Qin family is making money, they can afford the daily food and raw material supply of such a small family of 100. Think about it yourself. 3 years ago, even if the court asked us to make Bazhangxian, why would we have the confidence to do it? Would we dare to do it? The old man still had tobacco burning in his mouthpiece. He was used to smoking old leaf water pipes. But now, he switched to the smoke-thin tobacco that was said to be healthier and more advanced. He always felt that it was not strong enough. The old man took a few puffs and said in a low voice, "You can read and write. And I, an old man, just listen to you." Xianjin took a few bunches of tobacco from the sachet, rolled them into a small ball, and stuffed it into the mouthpiece. Replenished the old master stock, and looked at the ceiling not far away. You know I'm right. But you still stubborn." Li Sanshun took another puff of the new cigarette. The taste is quite strong. In the misty white fog, Li Sanshun put down the pipe with satisfaction. "Just do it if you say so. I have followed you for 3 years. And your master Li has never been a coward. Now, I will risk my life to help you get Bazhangxian out." Xianjin opened his mouth and wanted to ask, "If I leave the Qin family, why will you still follow me?" He opened his mouth halfway and didn't say it. He who steals someone's wife will be struck by lightning. Things haven't come to this point yet. Xianjin's hands naturally dropped down. His face calm. No one knew what he was thinking. In June, the weather was getting worse day by day. It was okay in the morning and evening, but it was like being in a steamer with a raging fire at noon and in the afternoon before the sun set. Entering the closed ceiling in this kind of weather was simply torture. The temperature in the ceiling was very high. The men took off their coats, revealing their wheat-colored arms, and stood in a row beside the 50-meter-long pulp pool stirring. Xianjin tied his hair up high, casually put on a thin long gown, squeezed in with the men, bent down to touch the pulp, and gently kneaded it with the tip of his thumb and index finger. "We need to kiwi vine juice. Isn't it sticky enough?" Xianjin looked at Li Sanshun for advice. Li Sanshun also touched the pulp and said concisely, "Add." The small bucket of mucus with a sour smell was poured into the pulp pool. Xianjin wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to say something, but saw Suor running in a hurry, standing on tiptoe and whispering to Xianjin, "The old lady is here. The third master is here too. And there is also a strange man." Chapter 270 A Sudden Visitor. Xianjin straightened up, wiped his hands on the bib on his waist, and went out with Ed Zhong and Xiaosuer to greet him. Above the main hall of the Jishi workshop hung an ebony plaque with the word sincerity, admonition and measure. Old Madame Chu sat at the top, and the second Master Chen Kai and the third Master Chen Fu came and sat down on the left in turn. Chu Demao bowed to accompany him. When he saw Xianjin coming, he quickly gave up his seat on the lower right, smiling, and bending his waist almost to his knees. "How about the cold rose honey tea?" Xianjin nodded casually, untied her skirt and sat down. At first glance, she saw the unfamiliar young man mentioned by Suor, who was sitting opposite. He was not unfamiliar. He was Chen Fu's son at first glance. He looked like Chen Xiling, who had a slick-back face. He had a typical Chen family appearance. His eyes were slightly upturned, and his nose was slightly hooked. He was slender, and his eyes were looking around. as if he was looking for something. Chen Sanlang. Chu Dama served a cup of rose honey tea that was specially cooled, and bowed with a flattering smile to stand behind the hall. Chen Sanlang's eyes followed Chu Dama's figure, and he unconsciously raised his chin and looked at him. Xian Jin drank a sip of herbal tea, slowly put down the teacup, and quietly waited for Mrs. Chu to speak. Jin Jier. Mrs. Chu spoke slowly, sounding very intimate. Come and meet Sanlang. You have been at your uncle's house before, and you have been riding horses all over the world with your uncle Sunday. You have never come back during the new year. You have been at home for more than 10 years. And this is the first time I see you. Xian Jin nodded to him. Mr. Sanlang. Old Lady Chu introduced Xian Jin again. This is our shopkeeper He. You know her mother. She was originally from a Yuan. Now she manages all 4 shops in the family. She is capable and efficient. She has made great contributions to the Chen family's success. Chen Sanlang also nodded slightly to Xian Jin. Shopkeeper He. After the two of them greeted each other formally, Old Lady Chu smiled leniently and said to Xian Jin, just call him Buifang. This generation of theirs uses the third character. Jianfang, Buifang, and Zhufang. In this era, would it be too intimate to call someone by their first name? Xian Jin's eyelids twitched, and she felt a little uneasy. Why was she uneasy? She didn't catch it, so she smiled and evaded it subconsciously. The name is related to the horoscope. Nowadays, there are many people in our Jishi workshop, so we should keep it secret for matters involving life and property. Speaking of metaphysics, Xian Jin didn't give Mrs. Chu a chance to speak, and continued to smile. Although I have never met Mr. Sanlang, I have heard of his great name for a long time. When I was young, I had a chance and got the guidance of an old Taoist priest. I have been hiding from disasters at my uncle's house. It's like listening to folk operas and legendary paintings. It's very mysterious. Old Lady Chu sighed. Who said it wasn't? He should have stayed until he was 20. But now he's still a year short. Who would have thought that his uncle had a stroke at the beginning of the year? The 4 or 5 children in the family, the legitimate and illegitimate children, were fighting like black chicken eyes. His mother thought about it and decided to ask him to come back, so that he wouldn't get into trouble without eating the meat. Xian Jin laughed happily. Hee. Do you think I believe it? Old Lady Chu continued. It's actually best to come back. Although he was with his closest relatives before, he was still living under someone else's roof. Chen Sanlang's eyes flickered in a very appropriate manner, and then his eyes turned red. Xian Jin? He is also a talented actor? Mrs. Chu looked at Chen Sanlang with pity, sighed, and softened her tone. I shouldn't have let Sanlang go at this time. You have to deal with tribute paper and transfer autumn examination papers, which is already busy. But you also know the strengths and character of the third child. Can you ask a good child to follow his father to eat in restaurants every day and write small things? Chen Fu frowned and clanged the teacup. A slam on the table. If he wants, then there's nothing wrong with it. This bowl of rice is not bad. Mrs. Chu covered her chest with her hands. Chen Sanlang hurried forward, half squatted down to help Mrs. Chu calm down, and said the second sentence of the day. Grandma, don't be angry. Although I am not good at writing, I can write about small restaurants and scold bad things. If my father doesn't want me to interfere in the family business, I will listen to the elders and never dare to disobey. The voice is clear and crisp, like a male lark. Xian Jin lowered his head and picked up the tea lid to scrape the non-existent tea squeegee. Chen Fu stood up suddenly. That's good. I will recommend you to the bookstore now. You just write, and I will arrange the book number and printing for you. You won't starve to death anyway, so why bother to compete with Xian Jin for food? Old Madame Chu no longer covered her chest and frowned. You always speak harshly. I don't know who is blind and likes to read the rubbish you write. After that, she lowered her head and looked at Xian Jin kindly, saying earnestly, don't listen to your third master's nonsense. What is the matter with competing for food? Bo Fang came to work at Chen's, and he is naturally under you. You can just treat him as Li Sanshun, Zhou Ergu and the like. By the way, didn't you make uniforms for everyone? Give him a set. And there is only one stripe on the sleeves. He is definitely not here to compete for your position when he first arrived. You must believe me as a grandmother on this point. She said it very frankly. Xian Jin laughed. You are guessing now. Do I believe it or not? Not believing is one thing. Accepting is another. The descendants of the Chen family want to work in the Chen family's shop. She can't find any legitimate and reasonable reason to refuse this request. What's more, Mrs. Chu has already lowered her attitude. It's not like she was parachuted in to be the boss. The second generation of the family business is willing to start as an ordinary employee. It's already a very people-friendly existence. Okay. Please tell me specifically, what do you plan to let Sanlang do? Xianjin said after a pause. To make paper on the pond? Or to be an accountant? Or to do purchasing? As soon as Xianjin finished speaking, he received an ambiguous look from Chen Sanlang. Mrs. Chu waved her hands repeatedly. I'll listen to you. You are the head shopkeeper. If you see that the workshop lacks any clerks, just put him there. No requirements. The most difficult to deal with. Xianjin pretended to think carefully, and looked up and said attentively, then follow Masterly Sanshun to make paper. The descendants of our Chen family cannot convince the public if they don't know how to make paper. It just so happens that Zhou Ergu went to recuperate from his leg injury, and Masterly needs a left hand and right hand helper. Mrs. Chu smiled deeply. That would be great. There was a sense of relief on her thin face. And she turned to Chen Sanlang. You should lower your status and learn well. Learn from shopkeeper he. Masterly. And the guys. A thorough understanding of the world is knowledge. And a good understanding of human nature is writing. Then, there was a long string of speeches. Xianjin drank a sip of rose honey tea, and felt that was such a delicious tea. The half hour just now was not wasted. After dinner, Mrs. Chu and her group stayed in the Jishi workshop. Aunt Zhong took over the food and clothing of the group. And Xianjin was happy to be a hands-off shopkeeper. When it was night, and they were going back to the courtyard, Xianjin suddenly realized the discomfort during the day. Mrs. Chu's words and deeds seemed to be deliberately avoiding the relationship between her and the third master as father and daughter. Chapter 271 No Desire. It is not normal to deliberately avoid the father-daughter relationship. It is even more abnormal that old lady Chu lowered her attitude and allowed Chen Sanlang to work in the workshop from scratch. Xianjin paced back and forth in the cramped and narrow courtyard, called Zhang Mama, and asked directly, where can I find out if I have been included in the Chen family's genealogy? Zhang Mama was still holding a wooden bucket and a rag in her hands. When she heard Xianjin's question, she frowned. I have to ask the second aunt of Tsue Tsue next to the third wife about this matter. The head of her family is in charge of the ancestral hall. Xianjin nodded. Mother Zhang, you are really a middle-aged woman with the talent of a spy. Xianjin asked again. I want to find out one more thing. Does Chen Sanlang have an engagement? Mother Zhang put the rag in the wooden barrel. I have to ask the aunt of the fifth concubine, Hong Hong, who is beside the third wife, about this matter. She is in charge of the movements around the men. The movements around them refer to whether the maids have been taken in, generally speaking, before the engagement, including verbal agreement, matchmaker, contract. The men of wealthy families still have to pretend and basically will not take in maids without permission. After getting engaged, you can let yourself go. Even if you don't have a concubine, you have to have a maid to prove your masculinity. A rotten and cheap rule that has been established by convention. Xianjin looked at Zhang's mother. You are the right person for the job. Your network of relationships is complicated and classified. You can be said to be an evergreen tree in the Chen family and a gossip pine. After thinking for a while, Xianjin smiled and narrowed his eyes, and began to make it more difficult. Then help me ask. How old was Chen Sanlang when he didn't wear open-crotch pants? Zhang's mother put down the wooden barrel solemnly. This matter is not easy to handle. Xianjin was about to smile and say something. I could only ask the mother-in-law of the niece of Aunt Chu's sister-in-law's family to ask. Mother Zhang looked serious, solemn, and firm. Give me 2 hours, and I will give you the exact information about the open-crotch pants. Xianjin. What a sacred sense of mission. Mother Zhang's action was amazing. She put down the rag and started running. Xianjin called a special car for her, at the cost of half a caddy of melon seeds and 8 tails of salted peanuts. They went back and forth for 4 hours and got all the information. After you came of age, your name was added to the family tree and placed in the ancestral hall. Mother Zhang rubbed her cheeks and ate melon seeds with the women. Her mouth was crooked from eating so much that it must be considered a work injury. Xianjin breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could let out the sigh, he brought it up again following what Mother Zhang said. But 2 days ago, when Sanlangjun came back, The old lady took him to the ancestral hall to burn incense and kowtow, and took the family tree down from the ancestral hall. I don't know what she is going to do with it, and it hasn't been put back yet. Mother Jean updated the information. Xianjin curled his hands, and his short nails pressed into the flesh of his palms. Mother Jean continued. It seems that Sanlangjun is in marriage, and the one is the eldest daughter of his uncle's family. It is said that the two of them are childhood sweethearts and grew up together. Our third wife really wants to make this marriage happen, and has been exchanging silver at the bank to save up a betrothal gift for Sanlangjun. Xianjin breathed a sigh of relief again. Luckily, it's not that ridiculous. Chen Fu is her stepfather. A squirrel is still a squirrel, and a stepfather is still a father. She has reason to suspect that Mrs. Chu is crazy enough to pair her and Chen Sanlang for the sake of the Chen family. Just hold her tightly in the Chen family, so that she can't crawl out even if she uses all her limbs. Incest. This is outrageous incest. And the most important point is that Chen Sanlang is the worst man she has ever seen. Xiao Hui, needless to say, must be a hexagonal warrior, with big chest muscles, a smart head, a deep voice, and a bad mouth. Chen Jianfang has a rugged demeanor and a noble temperament. He is like a budding straight pine tree when he moves forward and backward. Then, there is the Dr. Chu Qiusher who put his calculations on the table. He is also a younger brother who is so tender that he makes people salivate. Chen Sanlang was as thin as a stick. His face was as white as a lump of dough. His mouth was as red as if he had eaten a child. He looked like a rap member of a small and obscure boy group. He had no appearance, no voice, no affinity. He could only wear a headscarf on the stage and recite poems thinking he was very handsome. To be honest, the burly boss Shang was more pleasing to the eye than this guy. Even Chen Xilang, a high school student with blisters in his throat, was now scared of her beatings. And when he saw her, he only had a fearful look and clear stupidity. And he would never dare to speak to her in a pinched voice to disgust her again. Old Madame Chu wouldn't randomly match up a couple. Would she? Xianjin frowned and continued to ask. You said that the third madam wanted to get married. Does the old lady know about this? Mother Jean never made excuses in her professional field, and nodded firmly. I know. This time when Sanlang came back, the old lady also asked someone to send a pair of jade bracelets with very good water head to the Sun family. The kind that can be used as heirlooms. That's not it. Xianjin was relieved. Old Madame Chu was a little crazy. But no matter how crazy she was, she wouldn't match her with Chen Sanlang. At most, she would instigate Chen Sanlang to seize power and seek profits, and share the world with her. Does seizing power and seeking profit require instigation? Chen Sanlang sat in the hall of the small house next to the Jishi workshop that was rented for Mrs. Chu. The previous owner must have been a young wife with a keen interest in life. Yellowed paper cuts were pasted on the 4 windows, some with flowers and plants, some with fat boys paying birthday greetings, and some with abundance every year. Chen Sanlang glanced at the paper cuts and sneered in his heart. He is not as good as me, and he has the nerve to post them everywhere. The paper cuts are not important. What is important is the power in the shop. Chen Sanlang leaned over and poured water for Madame Chu to wash her feet. He stirred it with his hand. Grandma, the water is warm. Your legs and feet are not smooth. You have been sitting in the mule cart for a long time today. Soaking in it will help you sleep better. He said this with some sadness, with some pity and regret in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. It's also my fault. You made such a trip for me. The Jishi workshop is far and remote, and the road is difficult to walk. If my grandson is as capable as Sister Xianjin, you don't have to travel through mountains and rivers for me. A useless young man. Second Aunt Chu's eyelids moved. So sour. She had seen girls do these little tricks, but this man said sour words behind her back. This was the first time she had seen it since Pengu created the world. Old Lady Chu sighed, soaked her feet in warm water, and her sore muscles were soothed by the hot water. She sighed comfortably, no matter how many children and grandchildren there are. If no one is there to take care of them, it is also a retribution. Although the eldest son is capable, he has to do serious things. The second son has no heirs. The third son, Xilang, was originally raised by Sun Shi and didn't know how to advance or retreat. I don't know what he was told in the past few years, but he is no longer domineering. He has become timid and shrinking, and only dares to look at people with his eyelids raised. She gave birth to 3 sons. and her sons gave birth to grandchildren. But no one was so filial and caring to serve her. Mrs. Chu sighed with disappointment. Grandma, I only regret that I didn't ask the master to break the proverb of avoiding disasters earlier. If he had come back earlier, she, an old woman, wouldn't have to endure so much for so long. Chen Sanlang was tearful. Although my grandson is away from home, his heart is always thinking about the Chen family. Mrs. Chu patted the back of Chen Sanlang's hand. Grandma knows. Grandma knows. Chen Sanlang's eyes were red, and he looked more fragile than the girl. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand. Sister Xianjin is a capable girl, and she is in charge of everything in the shop. My grandson has not been home for a long time, and he has never learned to make paper since he was a child. So he is naturally not as popular as her. But my grandson is also a descendant of the Chen family. Sister Xianjin always asks my grandson to roll up his sleeves and make paper, or go to the village to buy straw and bark from those illiterate farmers. Why doesn't she do these jobs? And Chu turned her eyes away silently. Why didn't she do it? Didn't you see that she came with a bib today? She smelled a sour paper pulp, and it was obvious that she had just come down from the pond. Chen Sanlang's eyes were tearful, and tears welled up in his small eyes. It felt like a hairy uncle was acting like a spoiled child to you. And Chu continued to look away. After listening to Chen Sanlang, Mrs. Chu held Chen Sanlang's hand earnestly. That girl has worked hard in several shops for many years. You can see that Li Sanshun, Manager Dong, and Zhao Dijing have all worked with her for a long time. Once you go, even if I give the order, those old people down there won't listen. And no one can say anything. We might as well take it slow. You should first make yourself familiar with others. Lower your attitude, and show your abilities. When the time comes, you can take over He Xianjin's people, money, and property with a legitimate reason. Mrs. Chu said it clearly. She had said these words in the ancestral hall when Chen Sanlang just came back. But she didn't say them so bluntly at that time. Now she brought her grandson to see He Xianjin's status in the shop. A manager of Chu de Mao's level still had to pour tea for that damn girl. And the tea that the girl was used to drinking was prepared. She had to explain these things thoroughly. Hearing the word taking in a wife, Chen Sanlang reflexively felt disgusted. Do you really have to take her in? Chen Sanlang's eyebrows twisted into a ball. Grandson really doesn't like such women. Too strong and too opinionated. To be precise, he doesn't like all women. He can talk to them, but he really can't feel the desire to reproduce. His mother wanted to talk to his uncle's eldest daughter Qin Yang for him, and he really couldn't say anything. After all, he must marry a wife. If he doesn't marry a wife, he will have a hard time doing anything. However, he was also given a concubine, and she was the type of girl he hated the most. So he really didn't want her. Chen Sanlang softened his tone, dragging out the ending of each sentence. Grandma, Grandma, grandson really doesn't like her. Seeing her, my hair stands on end. How can a girl talk about money and business all the time? Moreover, she eats and lives with such a young man every day, and we don't know whether she is clean or not. When Mrs. Chu heard what Chen Sanlang said, her eyes sank, and she was instinctively unhappy. She paused. Your grandmother used to go in and out, eat, and live with the male clerks in the store. Is your grandmother not clean either? Chapter 272 Targeting Me? Chen Sanlang just likes chrysanthemums to bloom, not his brain to bloom. After sensing that Mrs. Chu had a bad attitude, Chen Sanlang immediately changed the subject, staring in disbelief, and shouted loudly, Grandma, how could your grandson think so? You get up early and stay up late. All for the Chen family. For us. Without your hard work, the Chen family would not have been able to come out of the village. It would not have been possible to take root in Xuanqing Prefecture. Where would the uncle's family get the spare money to study in peace? Crackle. Crackle. A precise shot hit the bull's eye of Madame Chu. Madame Chu's face cleared up after the rain, and the cloudy weather turned sunny. She loved to hear these words. They were all her achievements for most of her life. Unfortunately, in the Chen family today, those who knew about these achievements were either dead or disabled, and they were all wasted. The remaining people only saw He Xianjin's great power, but they didn't think about it. If there was no Chen family that she had conquered, how could He Xianjin have the capital to do so many things? Unfortunately, no one can see this point. Maybe she saw it, but pretended not to see it. She was even accused of being old-fashioned, mean, and stubborn in secret. Even Many people blamed her for the death of the eldest son. That was her son. He was the flesh that fell from her body. How could the death of the eldest son have anything to do with her? She is the mother. If she could be replaced, she would even be willing to die for the eldest son. Mrs. Chu turned her head slightly to cover her wet eyes. She wiped her eyes with the rough back of her hand with blue veins exposed. After calming down her emotions, she looked at Chen Sanlang with a much softer look. For many things, what you see is not the truth. Such as Xianjin. Her feelings towards Xianjin have always been complicated. She admired this girl, as if she saw herself without restraints 20 years ago. However, Xianjin and the Chen family have a natural separation. She is not surnamed Chen. And even if she is listed in the family tree, she is not a member of the Chen family. Once she gets married, she becomes an outsider. In order to solve this problem, she eagerly sent the best sons and nephews from her mother's family. Who would have thought that they didn't want it? She began to be wary, defensive, and alienated. Who knew that this situation would change with Xianjin's words, "I really don't want to get married," was easily untied. From then on, she began to trust this little girl without reservation. Whether it was the autumn examination, or the cooperation with Hengji, she never interfered too much in people, money and property. If she really didn't marry, she would definitely find a capable heir in the Chen family for this little girl to adopt as a son, to help Xianjin build a solid foundation in the Chen family. She even thought about it. Xianjin should never touch Erlang. He shouldn't try to get involved in the last hope of the next generation of the Chen family. Madame Chu closed her eyes gently, whether others believe it or not. She really admires Xianjin. Based on this admiration, even if she tried to make Xianjin a concubine for Sanlang, she couldn't just watch Sanlang misunderstand that little girl. If she became a concubine, she would have no control over everything. Her husband is higher than the sky. If she is not loved by her husband, Xianjin's life will be very difficult in the future. You only see Xianjin's big ideas, but not her intelligence and ability. You only see her showing up, but not the profits and real benefits she brought to the Chen family. As Madame Chu spoke, she lifted her feet. Chen Sanlang did not react for a moment. Aunt Chu squatted silently, held Madame Chu's feet in her arms, and wiped them dry silently. Chen Sanlang blushed immediately. Madame Chu slipped on her shoes and patted the back of the chair beside her nonchalantly, motioning Chen Sanlang to sit down and listen to her breakdown and detailed explanation. We must take Xianjin's ability seriously. We let you take her in to keep her in. Even if it is just a concubine, we must kowtow to her 3 times and 9 times and bring her into the house as a concubine. We must make full preparations. Chen Sanlang lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Mrs. Chu looked at her grandson, who had been away from home for 10 years. She felt sorry for him, and was touched by his consideration and respect. She slowed down her voice and said, "You marry Xianjin. Even if you are unwilling, you have to be quiet and respectful to marry her into the family. Just think of it as marrying her for the Chen family." Mrs. Chu said it in a wronged and light tone. Aunt Chu's throat seemed to be blocked by a mouthful of thick phlegm, and her mind was full of chaos and absurdity. Chen Sanlang sighed deeply, and held Mrs. Chu's hand with tears in his eyes. His voice was shrill and sharp. "I am willing to do anything as long as it is for the Chen family. S money." Chen Sanlang added 2 words in his heart. His uncle's family, the Sun family, was a trader who traveled all over the country, selling furs from the north to the south, and transported embroidery and silk from the south to the north to raise the price. They did a business without capital and always boasted that the family has a permanent property, is healthy and happy, and has no worries about everything. Now I'm back to the Chen family, looking at the screen wall, flowers, tile courtyard, and tall trees of the old house, seeing the crowds at the door of the shop, seeing the floating white, the magnificent inner room, the vast terrain of the Jishi workshop, and the tyranny of Xianjin, the bitch who occupied the magpie's nest. Anyone who sees her will say he managed her respectfully. He then realized that there is a difference between merchants and merchants. Some merchants are middlemen and are accused of not doing production and driving up prices, while some merchants are about to become imperial merchants who make tributes. And even in front of the government, they have some face. Everyone praises Xianjin, saying that she is capable and has great ideas. Haha. Really? Put a dog in the position of the head shopkeeper of the Chen family. And just bark a few times. And you can make a lot of money. No one can figure it out. It is he Xianjin who needs the Chen family. Not the Chen family who needs her. It is the Chen family that made he Xianjin successful. Not he Xianjin who made the Chen family successful. Everyone is drunk. Only he is sober. Just like why all men in the world love women. But he is the only one who doesn't like pretentious women. Only he can see through the truth of everything in the world, and see the right path from the misty fog. Chen Sanlang tilted his neck and wanted to say something. But when he saw Mrs. Chu's convinced look, he swallowed all the words, lowered his head, and was as obedient as he could be. Yes, everything will be arranged by Grandma. Old Madame Chu patted the back of her grandson's hand again, waiting for Chen Sanlang to leave. Aunt Chu hesitated, and went forward to put out the incense, and shook the quilt several times. Old Madame Chu raised her eyelids. If you have something to say, just say it, Aunt Chu said hesitantly. They are all concubines of the master. Sanlang deserves it. It's better too. Old Madame Chu slapped the incense burner on the table to the ground. Nonsense. Erlang wants to marry the daughter of a wealthy family. I let Sanlang marry he Xianjin, so that he Xianjin can continue to work in the Chen family shop. If Erlang is allowed to marry her, can Erlang's wife accept a concubine who holds the power of the family's merchants? Can she accept the deep affection between her husband and concubine? We climb up the ladder to seek favors, not to make enemies. Second Aunt Chu didn't dare to associate he Xianjin with the noble Chen Erlang anymore, and whispered, You are so sure that he Xianjin is willing to be the little star of Sanlang? Old Lady Chu sneered and didn't speak. Second Aunt Chu lowered her head and twirled her fingers, and said, Even the Chiao family, it's not easy to explain. People from the Chen family. What's so difficult about explaining to the Chiao family? Old Lady Chu was in a bad mood, and the sparks would ignite at the slightest touch. After she lost her temper, her tone gradually calmed down. I have my own arrangements for the Chiao family. Old Madame Chu raised her eyelids and looked at Second Aunt Chu. Just sew up your mouth and don't be fooled by Zhang Ma, who is beside he Xianjin and has a longer tongue than life. Second Aunt Chu thought of the half basket of melon seeds and salted peanuts sent by the mother-in-law of my sister-in-law's niece today, and hurriedly shook her head and said, I have nothing to do with her. It's all my sister-in-law's niece's mother-in-law who betrayed the country. Second Aunt Chu endured it, and held back the second half of the sentence. There was no need to tease old Madame Chu again. She had teased enough. It was all because of her mouth. If she had been patient that day, there wouldn't be all these messes now. She felt that the old lady shouldn't have been ruthless to deal with he Xianjin. Now it seems that the old lady used Chen Sanlang, who said sour words behind his back and had whiter and tenderer skin than a little girl, to deal with he Xianjin, which was even more of a bad move. This long-lost Sanlang, no matter how you look at him, seems to be wrong. You haven't even figured out his habits yet, but you blindly treat him as a life-saving straw. No matter how anxious the old lady is, she shouldn't make such a stupid move. She didn't dare to say these words. The next day, the old lady Chu and her entourage left after breakfast. Chen Fu followed them and pulled Xianjin aside. That calf should do what he should do. If he doesn't listen, give him a stick. If he doesn't listen, just call your third master to come. He is a dead bastard. What are you? Xianjin sincerely kept silent about the father's behavior of scolding his son and getting himself into trouble. Chen Fu wanted to scold Chen Sanlang, who was weak, but couldn't say it, looking at his mother who obviously had ulterior motives. He also wanted to scold her, but couldn't say it. He could only stamp his feet fiercely and comfort Xianjin in a muffled voice. Jinjier, don't worry. Your third master will never let you suffer any injustice even if I risk my life. What is yours will definitely be given to you, if someone doesn't give it to you. Chen Fu was stuck. Your third master, will give it to you even if I steal it. Xianjin smiled, helped Chen Fu straighten his messy clothes, and said with a smile, Okay, I'll remember it. After Mrs. Chu left, Chen Sanlang was left alone in the workshop. Xianjin asked Li Sanshun to take him. Li Sanshun held a pipe in his mouth, and his lower lip twitched. Which month is good for Shaqian straw? The whole hall was full of people, and 70 or 80 shop assistants stood there watching. Everywhere Chen Sanlang looked, there were fierce big muscles, and his face couldn't help but blush. Maybe the straw at the end of the year is fatter. Li Sanshun knocked off the ash from his cigarette. and asked again with his eyelids raised and lowered. Where is the bamboo curtain for scooping paper from? All eyes were on him. Chen Sanlang looked up at Xianjin, who was sitting in front of the hall with a resentful look. This was clearly intended to embarrass him. He went to his uncle's house when he was 5 or 6 years old, and he had never learned anything. How could he be tortured as soon as he arrived? No. I don't know. Chen Sanlang lowered his head to hide his resentful eyes, shrank his shoulders back, and said with a choked voice, Young people come here to learn. If you know everything, then what are you learning? Zhao Dijing hated people who didn't work seriously. So he immediately said, I heard that Xianjin stayed up for 5 or 6 nights before going to Jingxian County to finish reading Tiangong Kaiwu and papermaking theory. Since you know you will be working in the workshop, you should review the dead content in these books in advance. Chen Sanlang looked at Zhao Dijing with a sidelong glance. Where did this onion come from? Why are all the people in this workshop targeting him? Chapter 273 Silk Pants. Entering mid-June, the breeze in Xuanqing Prefecture was blowing in the morning and evening, and the mist was everywhere. After noon, the dryness began to rise from the ground. Liang Dali was very hot, so he casually put on a short-sleeved linen shirt, wiped his face with the cool water in the shawl room, and whispered, It's so fucking cool. He was a clerk in Yunji paper industry in Xuanqing Prefecture. In Xuanqing, where the paper industry was developed, Yunji could only be regarded as a small and medium-sized workshop. It had a shop by the stream. There were 7 or 8 clerks in the shop. He was the most powerful one among the short men. Boss Yun promised him that if he successfully made Bazhang Xian and performed well in Shinji, he would give him an extra month's salary in the 12th month of this year. When he heard that he would get an extra month's salary, he packed up his things without even knowing what his mission was, and became the first person to report to the Jishi workshop. It turned out that he was right. The food, drink, and toilet were all top-notch, with water available anytime and anywhere. The old woman would help wash and dry the clothes after taking them off. There was meat, eggs, and milk every day, and as much white rice as he wanted. When he got off work at night, 2 women stayed in the kitchen to cook noodles, with meat sauce and eggplant sauce as the toppings. Oh my god! What a wonderful life! They have only one task. Making paper. Do it non-stop. Continuously adjust the pulp ratio. Continuously adjust the number of people who pick up paper. Continuously adjust the paper baking method. Continuously adjust the thickness of paper. The entire workshop, 60 papermaking masters, are divided into 10 groups. A group that knows how to write is responsible for recording the specific situation of each link. An experienced group is responsible for the ratio of pulp. The most outstanding and youngest group is responsible for the most difficult task of picking up paper. Liang Dali put his spare coat on his shoulders, raised his head, and had a very high attitude. He was in the group that picked up paper. The one who was directly responsible for collecting paper was Masterly Sanshun, who was famous throughout Xuanqing Prefecture. Masterly directly taught him. Although Masterly was a strict person, when he scolded him, sometimes he was very much like his mother. Sometimes he was also very much like his grandson. He mainly scolded him from the top to the bottom of the family tree. And from time to time, he reviewed the ancestors he scolded a few days ago. There was nothing else. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Anyway, if you tell others, you will only tell others Masterly Sanshun has taught me for half a year. Who would add a sentence, I was scolded by him every day. Come to ruin their own stage? In general, the whole is very impressive. Originally, because they have been living like this for the past 2 or 3 months. Who would have thought that Cheng Yaojin would come along halfway? Liang Dali cast a complicated look at his roommate, who was in the hill-like quilt next door, gurgling like a live maggot. This guy's surname is Chen, and everyone respectfully calls him Chen Sanlingjun. It is said that he is the former son of the stepfather of the storekeeper He. The relationship is very complicated, and he doesn't quite understand it. But no matter what the relationship is, in short, this guy is connected to the sky. 10 days ago, this guy was assigned to their cover room in the middle of the night. Zhao Dijingzhang, the manager, brought him personally. He said a lot, and the main idea was one sentence. This is the master of the Chen family. But now, he is also the most ordinary master in the workshop. Everyone should help Sanlingjun well. Help each other in harmony. Unite in love. Grow together. And make progress together. This is what he meant on the surface. In secret, the 3 people in their cover room analyzed it, and thought that it might be a preemptive measure to let them not bully this sissy. At least don't hit him. If you really can't help hitting him, at least don't hit him in the face. If you really can't help hitting him in the face, don't slap him. 5-finger marks on the face don't look so united and friendly. This sissy is really annoying. He came with 3 big bundles. They thought they were something good. They saw him open them out of the corner of their eyes. Wow! They were all clothes. There were more than 10 pairs of underwear and pants hanging between the windows. He got up in the middle of the night. When he looked up, he was scared to death. A pair of silk pants with a cold glow was shyly floating under the window, as if waving to him. Come on. Have fun. Anyway, there is plenty of time. For the first time in his life, he was scared to the point of peeing by a man's pants. Although this was also the main reason for him to get up at night. As a young master from a wealthy family, he has some particularities, which is understandable. After all, he is a real man of the Chen family. They are working people. They come to enjoy life. And they come to experience disasters. This is understood by everyone. The disparity in life. Apart from the fact that the young master dislikes them for snoring when sleeping, smacking their lips when eating, smelling, wearing socks for 3 days without changing, and being ugly, just a few small things. What he can't stand the most is that this 4th young master Chen has no passion for paper making, no recognition, no professionalism, and no learning. The koi silk panties you are wearing are all sold piece by piece by piece by your skinny sister. What right do you have to complain that paper making is a brainless job? This 4th young master Chen came here 10 days ago. He was asked so many questions by Master Li Sanshun and Master Zhao Dijun that he couldn't even open his mouth. Then he went to the pool and taught him how to use the bamboo curtain 8 times. The young master was blushing, and his eyes were wandering. He didn't even look at his technique. He fiddled with his hands in the pool, and no one knew what he was doing. Maybe he was washing his delicate silk pants. Okay. If the water pool doesn't work, then we'll go to the cultivation room and help Zhao Dijun. Manager Zhao will take the brush and apply the paper, and you will be responsible for separating them one by one. This job is impossible. It was fine a few days ago, but these 2 days he muttered shoulder pain. Waist can't stand straight. Wrist can't open. And it was noon when the weather got hot. Yesterday was the worst. And he couldn't find anyone. Manager Zhao went to look for him himself, and found him by the well. This guy was lying by the well seeking coolness. When he was caught, he just said righteously, "It's too hot. There are so many furnaces in the bakery. I don't want to live anymore. Why don't we take an extra hour of rest at noon, and make up for it when the sun sets?" Manager Zhao had never heard such absurd words in his life. And he said, "Absurd. When the water is squeezed out of the paper, it should be put on the baking wall. Making Xian paper is not about the paper adapting to you, but you adapt to the paper." Chen Sanshao sneered. If that's the case, why doesn't manager he go to the bakery at noon? She feels hot too, right? Zhao Dijun looked at the 3rd young master in disbelief. Manager he goes to the beach every noon to check the progress of the straw and bark drying. At that time, the sun is the brightest. The air is the heaviest. It's hot and sunny. No worse than the bakery. Liang Dali saw the 3rd young master's eyes twisted. His mouth twisted, and he didn't say anything. He followed Zhao Dijun back to the bakery. He thought the matter was over. But the young master went back to the bakery after work at night, and hid in the quilt silently without saying anything. The thin quilt was soaked in a large pool in a short while. Cried. This guy actually cried. My God. It would be better to hang the silk pants naked on his face. This old man cried. What good fortune did he accumulate in his previous life to see such a wicked scene of an old man hiding in the quilt and crying? Liang Dali didn't want to care about the maggot in the next bed. So he turned around and put on his coat and prepared to go to work. As soon as he left the brothel, he saw Qiu Diwang from Liuji carrying 2 pots of water and walking towards their brothel. Oh! Not everyone disliked this 3rd young master Chen. Qiu Diwang from Liuji, who was taciturn but had very big arms, seemed to have a good relationship with 3rd young master Chen. Right. Chapter 274. The bird is about to fly. This is the latest ratio for making Baz Hang Xian paper. Although it is not completely done, it is very close. Except that the edge of the paper is a little frizzy after drying, and the vertical lines are not good looking. According to this ratio, Go Yi can start making paper with Kikiki and the guys in Xiaoqiao village. Also, Ask Nanxiogua to find out the cost base, so that we don't work hard to make tribute, but end up losing money to make a profit. Xianjin sealed the letter with wax and handed it to Su'er solemnly. You must hand it to Go Yi in person and in its entirety. Su'er solemnly hid the letter in his chest. I swear on Zhou Ergu's intact right leg. Xianjin, having you. Lord Go is lucky. Do you need Brother Zheng to accompany you? Xianjin was still worried. It took 5 days and 4 nights to travel from Xiaoqiao village to Xuanqing prefecture, and Xianjin was afraid that things would not go smoothly. Su'er was terrified. How can a man and a woman stay in the same room? Xianjin said angrily. When you go to take care of Zhou Ergu, are there any innocent ghosts watching? Su'er pouted. Xianjin finally realized, oh, if Brother Zheng goes, Zhou Ergu will definitely accompany him to drink at night. He drinks 7 times in 2 days, and naturally has no time to care about this fat black girl. Damn. Scheming lovebirds. In the end, Zhang Mama was sent along, and a mule cart was sent to drag Zheng Er, who didn't drink but only ate meat, to escort them. Su'er ran away with the secret letter, and Aunt Zhong came in with the secret letter. Aunt Zhong handed it to Xianjin with a serious expression. Seeing that there was no one around, she still chose to lean close to his ear and whispered. Chen Sanling asked the clerk in the same room to deliver the letter to the warehouse, saying that it was sent to the third wife Sunday. I secretly detained it. Xianjin's eyebrows moved, and he took the letter from Aunt Zhong. My goodness, how many crimes does this Sanlingjun want to sue? Such a thick stack. Even if she wrote her autobiography, she might not be able to write this thick. Xianjin put the letter on the table. His right hand casually rested on the envelope, and his eyes fell accurately on the seal. To read or not to read? This is a question. To silently endure the heartbeat of guessing and opening the blind box, or to abandon the moral sense of modern people in the future and find out what bad things this Sanpo and son are going to do. Xianjin was in a dilemma. And Zhong glanced at Xianjin, lowered her head and whispered, Boss, I have opened it and read it. Xianjin breathed a sigh of relief. You are not worthy of being the general assistant. It is unforgivable. What did you say? Xianjin doubled the letter and threw it to the corner of the table, crossed his arms and asked calmly. And Zhong had a serious expression and often smiled. And she had the style of Dong, the manager, who did not show his emotions on his face. The first 5 pages all complained that the Jishi workshop was too picky, and he suffered a lot here, and he couldn't sleep well, didn't eat well, and had a very difficult life. It's just a watery article to make up the word count. You've only been here for 10 days, and you can already complain about your boss for so many pages? This watery article skill should be sent to Chen Fu, and Xiao Fu and Ai Rong should learn it well, so as not to be dissed for writing short and small articles that are not long-lasting. Xianjin nodded, and asked Aunt Zhong to continue. The 3 pages in the middle are mostly complaints about you being in a position, but not doing your job. Doing things in a muddled and sloppy manner. Being out of sight all day. Fishing in troubled waters. And not living up to your reputation. Aunt Zhong reported the truth, smiled, and showed the demeanor of a general assistant. All these false and biased descriptions. Xianjin smiled. But Aunt Zhong stopped smiling and looked serious. On the last page, Chen Sanling wrote a letter with aggrieved words and tears streaming down his face, asking the third madam to think of a way to persuade the old lady to change her mind and ask her not to marry him as a concubine. Xianjin's hand that was knocking on the table stopped in midair. Zhang Mama had just left, and Gang was squatting in front of the small stove, roasting the pumpkin seeds from the old pumpkin. The pumpkin seeds with the ripe red flesh of the old pumpkin gave off a sweet and fragrant smell under the charcoal fire. Xianjin's brain felt like it was hit 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times in a row by a club. And it felt like the pain of rebuilding ruins after an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. She could understand that Mrs. Chu wanted to help the Chen family take power from her. And she could also agree with the Chen family's rejection and distrust of her. She fully understood that her existence blocked the way for the next generation of the Chen family. This was human nature. She had never optimistically and blindly placed her hopes on the family business to be open, accepting, and tolerant. In this era, since she was in this era, it was difficult for her to change jobs. In the future, if you are unhappy with your job and your boss is humiliated, You can still hope for a salary increase if you change jobs. In this era, if she wants to change jobs, the Chin family will turn around and send her to the government and accuse her of mismanagement, dereliction of duty, or deceiving the master. She flipped through the law book of Master Chiao. And what awaited her? This dark brown flower was ruthless exile. Although she was not good-looking, it could not be denied that she was a delicate flower. Exile was a burden she could not bear. So she has always been a powerful manager, making her boss wary and dependent on her. Making her boss wary and dependent on her at the same time. Fearing that no one will be available if she leaves. And wondering whether the power she has delegated is too much and too concentrated. As she has more and more chips in her hands, her heart is gradually relieved. Xian paper is so good. And she, who is mixed with utilitarianism, seems unworthy of being the operator and spokesperson of Xian paper. She feels that she is integrating into the white pulp pool, integrating into the blood and sweat that Chinese craftsmen have experienced in this cicada paper, and a piece of paper for thousands of years. Bang! A slap in the face. Xianjin's hand stopped in midair, and after a long time, he slowly put it down. His eyes fixed on the thick letter. His lips pursed tightly, and his little finger trembled slightly uncontrollably. It turns out that no matter how many chips there are, in the eyes of this group of people, they can all follow the woman's body and become a man's vassal. Once a woman is possessed by a man, not only her body, but even her thinking, her intelligence, her achievements, and her code of conduct have become the man's wealth. It seems that destroying any woman can be accomplished through the simplest physical intercourse. Xianjin's heart fell heavily to the ground. And Zhong looked reluctant. You can read the letter with your own eyes. Seeing is believing. Xianjin rested his hands on the table, his head lowered, buried in his shoulders, his thin shoulder blades trembling slightly. And Zhong seemed to see a bird about to fly in a trance. You have read it, which is equivalent to me having read it. Don't employ people who you doubt. And don't doubt people who you employ. After a long time, Xianjin slowly raised his head, his expression calm and peaceful, and said, seal the letter with wax. As usual, he gave instructions word by word. Send it out, and send it to the third wife intact. Have someone clean up the house rented outside the city. Go to the Jin family in person and ask Jin Sanlang to mediate, and get the deeds of Zhang Mama and Dong Guancher's family to the yard outside the city as soon as possible. All the old contracts between you, Go Yi, Xiao Caocuan, Nan Xiaogua, and Qi Qiqi will be invalidated, and new ones will be signed as soon as possible. Signed in my name. And Zhong reacted quickly. What about Master Li Sanchun? Does Master Li Sanchun's contract need to be changed? Xianjin shook her head gently. She was not sure about the stubborn old man. The old man's relationship with the Qin family is much longer than his relationship with her. And Zhong's eyes were full of pity. Xianjin shook his head. Let's put our emotions aside for now. And Zhong quickly changed her gaze. Professional and serious. Xianjin turned his head and continued to speak steadily. All the profits from the 3 shops in the past 3 years should be cashed out. My private property, the silver notes and gold left by my mother should all be cashed out. Find an official bank to open an account, and put them all under Qiao Hui's name. The eldest son of the Qiao family? Mrs. Zhong frowned. Xianjin nodded gently. Qiao Hui. Xiao Baoyuan. Just as when the Qiao family was in trouble, Xiao Baoyuan entrusted all his wealth to her. Now that she was fighting a desperate battle, she could only think of handing over all her wealth to Qiao Hui. Xianjin leaned over to help Mother Zhang turn the pumpkin seeds over. The aroma of the pumpkin flesh inside had gradually dissipated, and the unique aroma of nuts lingered around the nose. The flames from the stove were reflected in Xianjin's eyes, burning fiercely. I want to see what the third madam decides. I want old Madam Chu to cry and beg me. I want to leave the Qin family with my people and my money and glory. I want the road to tribute of Xian paper to be unobstructed. The noble and pure white paper should not be involved in the dirty and selfish struggles between people. Chapter 275 Worshipping Faith. Take out all the profits from the 3 shops. A total of 4,762 taels of silver, including 2,000 taels swindled from Chen Lao. Mrs. Zhong said. Xianjin asked. Is it smooth to ask the second master for money? This was the gentleman's agreement she had made with Mrs. Chu. She was in charge of manpower, and the second master Chen Kai was in charge of finance. Mrs. Zhong smiled and said, it was smooth. The second master asked who needed it. I said you wanted to use it. And he didn't even check the receipt. And directly stamped the silver. Xianjin shook his head lightly, and did not comment. Aunt Zhong continued. Your private savings total 327 taels, including the 300 taels of silver notes left by your late mother. The actual private savings you have are only 27 taels. You first bought the courtyard and then built and repaired it. Miss Jiao's food and clothing. Bought paintings and vases for the third master. And treated the leg injury of the dog master. These are all large expenditures. You can't save any money at all. And Zhong sighed sincerely and handed the account book to Xianjin. Your private money is actually unnecessary to hide. 27 taels. Less than her son's annual expenses. Xianjin. I feel like I'm being mocked. Xianjin took the account book and saw the details of Aunt Zhong. The amount was clearly written. In addition to the cash, there was also a pair of gold hairpins weighing 18 taels. And 3 gold rings weighing 8 taels. What kind of head is wearing a 1 kilogram gold hairpin? He Ainyan's crazy pursuit of gold is not in line with her delicate and charming appearance. Xianjin was simply shocked by the weight of the hairpin, but did not take it seriously. In her subconscious, the things left by He Ainyan were not hers. She had the obligation to keep them, but she did not have the right to use them. Xianjin finished flipping through the financial books and was about to speak when he heard a commotion outside. A bang! The roar of 60 or 70 strong men broke through the roof of the ceiling not far away. The muffled roar was enough to overturn the solid tile shed. Xianjin quickly stood up and handed the account book to Aunt Zhong. He said briefly, "Put it away." Then he lifted his skirt and rushed to the ceiling. With so many young and energetic people gathered here, she was not afraid of anything. Not afraid of promiscuous relationships. Not afraid of the stench. Not afraid of not having enough to eat and drink. I'm afraid that these men with biceps bigger than their heads will fight over a disagreement. Fighting is a small matter, but it's a big deal if Chenji's guys lose. Xianjin ran very fast, running out the power of the daily 8-section brocade, running out the skills of Boshin and the attitude of Sushin. When he encountered the threshold, he even ran out of the miracle hurdles of Xiangshan in the 2008 Olympics. When he reached the ceiling, Xianjin leaned on the door frame and panted. His old eyes blurred, as if he saw his grandmother in the future and his mother in this world waving at him. The largest ceiling was hot, and the sound on the beam was not sound, but the smoke from the heads of 60 or 70 men. A crowd of men all bent over and gathered around the 20-meter-long pool. They stood on both sides and held the poles of the bamboo curtain, which were longer than their lives. They shouted in unison, "Hey! Hey! Hey!" Everyone bent over. Their backs were bent. Their hands were immersed in the pulp pool. A piece of paper as big as 8 zhang. No longer restricted to sinking, scooping, drying, and drying. Instead, everyone, with their biceps raised high, grabbed the poles and pushed the mill back and forth in unison, so that the white, cottony pulp water was evenly spread on the bamboo curtain. Ouch! 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 Dozens of men roared from their pubic region. The bamboo curtain was lifted up, and the third row of men pulled up the hemp rope connecting the bamboo curtain, and slowly pulled up the curtain with the help of the wooden beams on the roof. The rope on the beam shuashuashu slid straight to the second ceiling. The remaining men ran quickly, peeling the wet paper pulp prototype off the bamboo curtain bit by bit. The fourth team of men quickly brought a dozen wooden boxes filled with stones to press on the rice paper prototype. The water was squeezed out bit by bit. Li Sanshun raised his hand, and the first team of guys separated the dried rice paper next to him into 4 sides, together with the load-bearing paper underneath, and put up a 5-meter-high wooden ladder. 5 people climbed up the ladder in a well-trained manner and began to separate the paper bit by bit. Everyone held their breath. No one dared to breathe, afraid that their breathing would break the thin, moist and fragile rice paper prototype. Xianjin held the door frame tightly with his hands, watching the guy on the ladder first separate one side with his hands, and the guys under the ladder. Some tiptoed and held the corners with their hands, and some picked up long bamboo poles and gently caught the wet prototype. Finally, 8 craftsmen started to work at the same time, brushing the big paper with big brushes. The 8-foot-long rice paper was tightly attached to the baking wall, like a huge piece of white silk spread in front of Xianjin's eyes. When the water evaporated and the paper slowly hardened, Li Sanshun picked up 2 bamboo poles and carefully rolled up the paper. He carried it on one shoulder and moved to the inner room without wind or rain, and then slowly spread the paper from the rolled bamboo poles. Everyone held their breath and watched Li Sanshun touch the corners of the paper with his rough fingertips, then leaned forward and felt the texture and seams of every inch of rice paper bit by bit. The texture is very beautiful. Almost no uneven thickness, no rough edges or holes, and good light transmission. Li Sanshun took a corner and put it to his ear and shook it. No sound either. Good Xian paper is as light as a cicada's wing and as white as snow, and shakes like fine silk without making any sound. Li Sanshun's eyes were filled with tears, and he turned around to look at the 60 or 70 people standing in a row in the entire Xuanqing prefecture. The 60 or 70 top craftsmen who practiced in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer with the ideal of Xian paper all looked back at Li Sanshun silently and warmly. It's done. As soon as Li Sanshun opened his mouth, his nose was filled with tears. It's done. We made the first Hachiho Xian paper in recent years. It's beautiful. It feels soft. We succeeded. The men shouted oh. 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 Enthusiastically. The men from the same paper company hugged each other. Some of them had red faces and paced back and forth helplessly. And some of them jumped high, clenched their hands tightly, and punched the air with great force. After Li Sanshun finished drinking loudly, he smiled and cried as he watched everyone lose their composure and go crazy. His hunched body slowly slid down the wall, his hands wrapped around his head, and his face buried tightly between his knees. All his smiles turned into gushing tears, and he stubbornly refused to show them to anyone in the darkness. Xianjin leaned against the door frame, and tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. It was completely different from the state of mind when he successfully made the 6-foot-long Xian. Completely different. She was confident that she could make the 6-foot-long Xian, and this was a goal that could be achieved by standing on tiptoe. But after she invested money, effort and people, and opened the tribute promotion camp, she only had fear and pressure. She was not sure whether she could make Bazhang Xian. 20 years. Bazhang Xian, that has not been released for 20 years. When making Luzhong Xian, she felt the beauty of Xian paper that has been passed down for thousands of years. Now, she feels 70 hearts. 70 true and sincere hearts of craftsmen. Bazhang Xian. Only when all Xian paper people hold a pious belief like worship can it shyly lift the veil and appear in secret. Xianjin raised his head and calmly waited for the tears to flow silently. It flowed into a long river of time that spanned thousands of years and ran in both directions with Xian paper. Chapter 276 Spiritual Guangdong. Bazhang Xian's success is certainly gratifying. But when you think that this success is related to Xianjin, you feel very depressed. Chen Sanlang thought so. That night, everyone drank strong liquor and ate barbecue outside the canopy. Xianjin had no one to send, so he went to Longchuangxi Chen Sanlang's territory to beg for 3 jars of sorghum wine, and went to the farmers on the mountain to purchase more than a dozen pheasants, half a pig, a lamb and a large net of fish. Xianjin wanted to pay, but was stopped by Chen Sanlang. You come to Longchuangxi Wharf. You pay? If this word gets out, I will lose my reputation as the 3rd master of the wharf. Xianjin thought about it and realized that this was the truth. We have to give him face. Xianjin turned around and bought a dozen rabbits from the farmer's farm, and pointed to Jin Sanshao. Put it on the account of Jin Sanshao at the famous wharf. Jin Sanlang is really a good man. Qinji team building. The Jin family paid for it, and we will invite Jin Sanlang to the next dinner. Xianjin enthusiastically held a free bonfire party. Dozens of young and strong men held meat in one hand and wine jugs in the other, and they were as happy as soldiers who had won a battle. Happiness is theirs. And I only have damp and moldy quilts. Chen Sanlang was like a white maggot, gurgling wildly in the quilt, and a large pool of dark water was leaking out with a gurgling sound. It was not urine, but tears. Tears of jealousy, pain, and twisted tears. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden board beside the bed made a sound of tentative reserve. Chen Sanlang emerged from the quilt with tears. He was greeted by his roommate Qiu Dihuang, whose face was dark and a little red. Why don't you go out to drink and eat meat? Everyone is so happy. Chen Sanlang stammered. I looked around but didn't see you. Qiu Dihuang's face was dark red. Red-black. And he lowered his voice and said, I was afraid you didn't eat and would be hungry. Qiu Dihuang took out a pack of oil paper from behind his back with both hands. and carefully opened it with one hand. I roasted a chicken leg and 2 sweet potatoes for you. Do you want to eat? Chen Sanlang sniffed, and the fragrance filled his nose. He wrapped the quilt around his chest, leaned weakly against the bedpost, took the sweet potato with one hand, bit his lower lip with his upper teeth, and broke it open with a little effort, and saw the red, soft, and crunchy sweet potato flesh. You are so nice. Chen Sanlang lowered his head, and suddenly felt a little fortunate to come to this promotion camp that made him suffer both physically and mentally. The next morning, Xianjin was awakened by a sultry fragrance. He rubbed his eyes, and saw several blooming jasmine flowers hidden in the bushes outside the window. He was still half asleep and said, "It's strange. What flowers are blooming in late June and early July? It's spring." After the bazhangxian was made, Xianjin picked out 2 good ones, rolled them up, sealed them with gold-plated cloth strips, and personally took a mule cart back to Chen's house. He sent one to buy Ma Tang, had a hypocritical lunch with Mrs. Chu, drank 2 mouthfuls of poisonous chicken soup that was boiled until it turned white, and then went to buy Gu Tang. Xiao Fangji looked more energetic. His cheeks were plump, his hair was black, and he could even stand up and walk a few steps. If you want tea, pour it yourself. How can you let a lame old man pour tea for his disciples? Xiao Fangji stood on the ground, holding a teacup in one hand and a teacup in the other. He got angry when he saw Xianjin slumped in the armchair as soon as he arrived. You have no sense. Okay. His voice was full of energy. Xianjin sat up straight with a bounce, his face almost broken with laughter. Dr. Wang is really good at medicine. You look much better. I have to give Dr. Wang more money. Xiao Fangji took a sip of the teacup and casually placed one hand on the table. You should pay more. Your old lady asks people to check her pulse every now and then, either saying she has palpitations or leg pain. I heard that after the death of Mr. Chen. Your old lady was very depressed for a while, not caring about anything and asking nothing. Now it seems that she cherishes her life very much, and she can live at least another 500 years. Chen Sanlang is her heart-saving pill, her medicine, her light, her electricity, and her only myth. Xianjin, he. Xiao Fangji raised his eyelids, looked at the roll of paper Xianjin presented to him, and smiled. Has bazhangxian been made? Xianjin smiled and nodded. It's made. I'll give you the first one. Xiao Fangji nodded. The writing is very bad, but the filial piety is very good. Xianjin licked Zhang's little face. You can't be a good person. Xiao Fangji wiped his hands with a silk handkerchief, and after his hands were clean, he carefully touched a corner of bazhangxian, sighing. A piece of paper is worth 1,000 gold. That's what it means. This paper has always been a tribute. If you give it to me, I can only treasure it and not use it. Xiao Fangji seemed to remember something and raised his eyes to ask. Besides our Xin paper, which other paper is selected for this tribute paper? Fujian's Yuko paper. Xianjin pursed his lips. As expected, Xiao Fangji raised his beard and leaned against the back of the master's chair. Then you should be prepared. Your bazhangxian may not be selected. Xianjin was not surprised at what Xiao Fangji said. Or, she came today. One is to care about the master, and the other is for this matter. Fujian jade button paper. The focus is on Fujian. The court had just finished fighting the Japanese. Where did they fight? Fujian. Fujian jade button paper was rarely selected as a tribute. Historically, tribute paper was basically monopolized by the paper industry in Anhui, Huaihe and Sichuan. So why did they only choose Xian paper and Fujian jade button paper this time? When she heard the name Fujian jade button paper, Xianjin had a vague guess in her mind, but she couldn't accurately pick out this guess from thousands of thoughts, let alone express it clearly. Why? Xianjin gradually straightened his back. Xiao Fangji pinched his newly grown beard. A large part of the voices in the court want peace talks, and Wei should negotiate with the Japanese as a victor. Xianjin nodded. She knew this. Xiao Hui had said it. Xiao Fangji saw Xianjin nod, and couldn't help but hum with pleasure. Bao Yuan told you, right? Xianjin nodded again. Xiao Fangji was even happier. Pleasure aside, teaching disciples is the real business. Since it is a peace talk, according to the rules, both sides should offer gifts when they meet. We are the victorious country. We are going to be a vassal in this negotiation. We must be tough. What is more insulting than giving the other side the specialty of the defeated land? What is more condescending? Xianjin suddenly realized. Just like you like the roses in your deskmate's garden. You go to your deskmate's garden in the middle of the night. And after a fierce battle, you lose. You sit down to discuss in the presence of the class teacher. The class teacher says, Okay. We are still good friends if we give each other gifts. Then you see your deskmate arrogantly take out the rose from under the desk and skillfully throw it in your face. What would you think? Would you be furious? Would you want to open your deskmate's skull and stab the rose into his brain? A peace talk. It's essentially a quarrel. At most, we agreed that we should just quarrel. But be more polite, and try not to mention mother in our words. A peace talk that doesn't overturn the other party is not a successful show-off. Xianjin pursed his lips, lowered his head, and clenched his hands tightly. I'm so angry. I really want to turn into a Cantonese and perform a live performance of calling each other Fujianese. Chapter 277. The direct line is important. Xianjin thought that he should put aside the emotional entanglement with Hu Jian for the time being, and leaned over to ask Qiao Fangji, Master, if we put aside the unfair factor of regional victory, do we still have a way to win? Qiao Fangji was calm and shook his head while scraping the surface of the tea soup with the tea lid. Sniffing. Taking a sip. Yes. Xianjin's eyes sparkled and bright. Think about it yourself. Qiao Fangji put down the teacup. I'm just an ordinary third-place winner. I don't know how to do business. Xianjin. Sometimes it may not be Qiao Hui's fault that he deserves a beating. It's hereditary. It's a gene. It's an eternal inheritance. Xianjin scratched his head, trying to act like Chen Sanlang and act like a spoiled child. He clamped his voice and said Master. When he opened his mouth, he was shocked. Damn. Where did this bamboo leaf green snake come from? It's hissing. It's not a decent snake at first glance. Qiao Fangji was also very distressed. A big dark brown rat. Stiff and boldly pretending to you. No one can stand it. Qiao Fangji waved his hand. If you really want to be filial, don't discuss me. Qiao Fangji pushed the teacup aside. After drinking tea, it was hard to fall asleep tonight. And he didn't want to hear this vicious voice when he closed his eyes while suffering from insomnia. Your carved rice paper is not bad. Bring 2 rolls to me one day. Qiao Fangji began to order food. The 12-color flower god roll is good, although the texture is not as clear as the real painting. But you can see that these 12 fine brush paintings are not practice works. At least there is some skill and talent. Oh! The 12-color flower gods are the flower and bird paintings of the Star of Hope. Xianjin nodded in agreement. But he always felt that at this moment, Qiao Fangji's mention of the engraved rice paper should not be just for free. Qiao Hui is still good. He says whatever he wants and answers whatever he asks. Teacher Qiao is used to being a teacher, so he likes to point out the subtle points to you and let you work hard to open up the Ren and do meridians. It's just like the classes in the future. Ordinary teachers can't wait to break the knowledge points into pieces and feed them to you, while the famous teacher with a goatee looked at a question, turned around and wrote a formula on the blackboard, and then naturally drew an underline with chalk. This question is too simple. I'll stop here. Ah! Stop at the right time is only useful for top students. Not for a pretty academic like her. Xianjin thought about it, took out the ruby and sapphire dagger from his arms, and pushed the scabbard upwards with his thumb, revealing the cold and lifelike crane on the handle. After seeing the object clearly, Qiao Fangji's eyebrows froze, and he looked at Xianjin in disbelief. Master, the big shot in the capital, the one who likes cranes is Princess Bayan. Right? Xianjin's eyes were burning, and he asked softly with his back straight. Qiao Fangji opened his mouth, looked at Xianjin, then at the dagger, and then at Xianjin. The ordinary scholar had a short circuit in his brain. How could these two people who had nothing to do with each other have such an intersection? Xianjin smiled with curved lips. Qiao's reaction showed that he had guessed right. Outside the window, the dust covered everything in the world. The Jishi workshop was a bit far away, and it would take more than half an hour to go back. Qiao Fangji wanted to ask about the origin of the dagger, but Xianjin also said just enough. Qiao Fangji was immediately filled with hatred. Sometimes the last disciples accepted by great writers also served to cultivate their moral character. Xianjin pretended to be so arrogant, but he didn't say anything. He said a few more words, and then stood up to say goodbye. Qiao Fangji bit his back teeth and nodded. When he raised his chin, the old man beside him took out a thick scroll from the inner hall. Xianjin was horrified, Dower was recuperating in seclusion. And he gave her so many questions. Was he dedicated to his work? Or did he simply want her to die? Although learning is a journey of hardship, she has to finish so many questions. And her hard work can make an aircraft carrier. Xianjin smiled awkwardly but politely. Master, we need to improve our writing skills. But now is the critical juncture for making tribute. Why don't you wait for Qiao Hui to come back, and let him review the old and learn new things? Qiao Fangji said with a TSK. Here. These are the paintings I made during my recuperation. Take a closer look. If you think they are useful, pick them out. If not, help me destroy them. Xianjin smiled flatteringly. How can they be useless? The ink dots you threw are all famous paintings throughout the ages. I will frame all these masterpieces for you, and hang them on the wall of Xianzhou's city. They must be admired by everyone. Qiao Fangji. It has been a long time since I last listened to the flattery carefully arranged by academic garbage. Now I hear it, and feel refreshed. He somewhat understands why some of the disciples accepted by great writers are a very average level, and even have a feeling of being hard to describe. People accept this disciple not to contribute to the cause of literature, but for their own physical and mental health. Qiao Fangji waved his hand, and drove the brown mouse away. Go. 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 Don't be an eyesore here. After enduring for a long time, he could no longer endure it. After you get rid of the clothes, I will buy you some bright satin. Your father has dressed himself up with oily hair and powdered face, which is very attractive. But raising a girl is like a big reptile. The big reptile just came out of beige hall with a scroll in his arms, and leaned against the red lacquer pillar. Under the dim light, he opened the scroll bit by bit. There were hundreds of pieces of paper in it. It was indeed drawn casually. The picture on each piece of paper was different. There were the endless Wuming Mountains, the trickling Qinhuai River, the solemn Forbidden City, the hawkers walking in the streets, the wine shops with banners, the solemn government offices, and the academies with pavilions and towers. From south to north, from big to small, from high to low, from the high-ranking government offices to the common people who smile with joy after eating a bowl of hot porridge, from nature to humanities, from farmers wearing jackets and shorts to the lonely smoke covered with snow. If these hundreds of pieces of paper are carefully arranged, they will be a vivid and powerful Wei dynasty. Just like a fragmented and enlarged version of Along the River during the Qingming festival, with more mountains, rivers and more openings and closings than Along the River during the Qingming festival. Xianjin held the pile of drawing paper in both hands, and suddenly realized what she could make as tribute paper. Xianjin turned around to look at Beijtang. Bang! The 4 windows of Beijtang were closed at the same time. Xianjin, Qiao Hui's duplicity and meanness have also been found. Xianjin turned around, and asked someone to bring a bamboo basket and a brown paper bag, wrapped it in 3 layers, stepped out of the Chen family's house, turned around and handed the bamboo basket to Shou Tutua, one of the veterans of the Jishi workshop who came to work as a secretary, and said, "Change me 2 well-fed mules. I want to go to Zhanghe village in Xiaoxi town." The thin monk nodded hurriedly. "It's getting dark. Why don't we go back to the Jishi workshop to rest for a while?" Rest? There is no such word in the dictionary of billionaires. There are only 2 words in the dictionary of billionaires. Time is money. Xianjin turned the southeast lane of the Chen family's house, and turned into an empty lane waiting for a mule cart. Just as he was about to speak, a cold, sharp object pressed against his waist. "Don't talk if you want to live." The voice behind him was familiar. It was a young middle-aged man, with a bit of madness. "Back off. Back off to the end of the alley." The man thrust his knife hand inward, the tip of the knife almost sinking into his flesh, and said in a suppressed and frantic voice, "Tell your guys to get out." She didn't need to yell. The unloyal secretary, Shou Tutua, screamed in shock, then turned around and ran away without any regrets. Xianjin, on the importance of direct lineage. Chapter 278 2 Wounds. It was a dark and windy night when the murder and arson occurred. Chen's residence was located in the east of Xuanqing Prefecture. It was originally a prosperous area. All the merchants in Xuanqing Prefecture lived here. It was prosperous, and people came and went at all times. At night, the boss with a big belly went out for social events and basically came back near curfew. But the problem was that Xianjin had just retreated to a secluded alley to wait for the mule cart. The alley was very narrow. In order to occupy more land, The residents on both sides worked together to expand the wall outward. If they occupied 1 more inch of land, their neighbors would occupy 1 less inch of land, which was equivalent to taking advantage of 2 inches of land. Spit on this immoral petty bourgeois behavior. Xianjin didn't understand why at this moment. She was still in the mood to maintain public order and morality, like a neighborhood auntie. Maybe Qiao Hui's secret guard gave her the courage. Back off. Back off. The man behind her lowered his voice very low. And there was no fear or timidity. Only tension and madness. Xianjin raised his hands above his head to show surrender and cooperation, and followed the man's steps to slowly move back, his eyes slightly raised, and squinted at the dark tiles above his head. Lower your head. Lower your head. The man grabbed Xianjin's neck tremblingly, and seeing that there was no one around, he limped and dragged Xianjin into a narrow and deep alley. In the dim light, Xianjin saw the man's face. Bai's eldest son. The crazy Bai Daolong in the rumors. No wonder he didn't sound scared at all. Damn. What's the fear of a psychopath? It's not illegal for a psychopath to kill people. Xianjin was viciously pulled, dragged and thrown by Bai Daolong, and flew out like a thin kite in an instant. Before Xianjin could react, Bai Daolong pressed Xianjin's neck against the wall of the alley with one hand, and pulled Xianjin's collar with the other hand. Xianjin struggled hard with her right cheek pressed against her. Her shoulders twisted wildly, her mind racing. What is Bai Daolong going to do? Take her life? Not at all. If he wanted to kill her, he could have stabbed her with a sharp dagger at his waist and then twisted her. Her internal organs would have rotted away. In this era without surgery, the blood loss alone would have been enough to kill her completely. Seeking money? Xianjin held her breath, slightly lowered her eyes, and saw Bai Daolong's swollen right hand anxiously groping up and down her shoulder. Who would hide money on their shoulders? Bai Daolong wanted to tear her clothes to shreds. Xianjin took a deep breath and said quickly, Uncle Bai, you and I have no grudges in the past or in the present. Disputes in business are common. We see each other every day. What are you doing? Bai Daolong stopped his movements and slapped Xianjin on the back of her head with his right hand that was stroking Xianjin's collar. Shut your mother's mouth. You have harmed the Bai family so badly. My limbs are all broken. I have been in pain for more than half a year, and there is no grudge. Go to hell. Xianjin's head was buzzing from the blow, as if 800 or so moths were flying around in her head. Xianjin bit her tongue, and the pain made her sober instantly. When she turned around, she quickly glanced at the roof behind her. A man in black was half crouching on the roof with his whole body tense, one hand covering his waist and the other hand making a big gesture. The secret guard was afraid of the dagger across her waist. Xianjin instantly understood what the secret guard meant. Bang! Xianjin's head was hit hard against the wall by Bai Daolong. Look! What are you looking at? Tell me. What do you want? The bloody smell spread from Xianjin's mouth, and he forced himself to calm down. Let the Bai family join the Chamber of Commerce. Sure. If you let me go, I will do it tomorrow, and even let you become the vice president. No. The president. If you want money, that's fine too. I have 4,000 taels of silver in the bank, and you can take me to get it now. The dirty, fat, swollen hands were impatiently groping around her back. I don't want anything. Bai Daolong tore the clothes off Xianjin's coat with a rip sound. One sleeve was torn off. I want you. I fucking want you. I've made it a done deal today. I'll go to the Chen family to propose marriage tomorrow. What Chamber of Commerce? What silver? Damn it. The person belongs to the Bai family, so these things also belong to the Bai family. Bai Daolong impatiently tore the clothes off Xianjin's back with one hand. Xianjin took a few quick breaths. Her mind was full of moths flying around, as messy as a pot of porridge. Her back teeth bit the crack on the tip of her tongue again, and the severe pain made her regain consciousness. Xianjin's right hand slowly retracted into his sleeve. At the same time, he struggled to turn his right face, which was pressed against the wall. He caught a glimpse of the black shadow on the roof of the opposite beam, bending over and approaching silently. There is. Xianjin opened his mouth full of blood. His throat was squeezed so that he couldn't make a sound. There is. There is. Bai Daolong slapped Xianjin on the back of his head again. Shut his fucking mouth. I'm going to stab you to death. The dagger on his waist instantly moved forward an inch. The skin has been cut. There's someone behind me. Xianjin seized the moment of clarity brought by the pain in his waist, and spoke from his dantian. The sound broke through the narrow throat, loud and clear. Bai Daoang was frightened by the sudden sound, and his hand holding the dagger trembled. Xianjin seized the opportunity, and suddenly propped his arms against the wall and bounced back, lowering his head and rushing towards Bai Daoang like a cannonball with full power, accompanied by the turn in a flash. There was a cold blade that was intimidating. The blade should be facing inwards, and the backhand should be lower than the waist to successfully cut the throat. This was the only sentence in Xianjin's mind. She bit her lower lip with her upper teeth, and the blade of the ruby and sapphire crane dagger flashed past, effortlessly slashing Bai Daoang's throat, and a stream of blood spurted down wildly. Almost at the same time, the black shadow on the opposite wall beam held the knife with both hands, slashed down, and went straight to the back of Bai Daoang's head. Crack! It was the sound of the blade stuck in the back of the skull. Puff! A stream of blood, like a fountain, spurted out from Bai Daoang's crown to the sky. The smelly, hot, and sticky blood from the man covered Xianjin's face. Xianjin held the moss-covered wall with his left hand, and held the dagger tightly with his right hand. Bai Daoang's blood dripped down along the corner of Xianjin's jaw. He began to tremble from his ankles. In order to stand firmly, Xianjin could only slightly separate his feet. The dark guard put the knife behind his back, and ran to Xianjin in 2 steps. His eyes were as bright as the eyes of a fish in the deep sea. As he ran, the dark guard quickly made more than a dozen gestures to attract Xianjin's attention. "Oh! You can't say anything." Xianjin opened his mouth. His throat was sore and dry. "No wonder. You can't make a sound to attract his attention." The secret guard continued to gesture frantically. Xianjin's ankles were no longer shaking. He held the dagger in his right hand, wiped his face, and threw the bloody hands behind him. Tear off his clothes, and throw them at the door of the Bai family. Xianjin walked out step by step, holding the wall. At another exit of the alley 300 meters away, a carriage stood quietly by the side. Chapter 279 Violation of the Rules. In the carriage, a tall and thin figure gently lowered the curtain. The bearded man beside him patted his chest in fear, not daring to blame him. But he couldn't help it. "Are you really so confident? I waited for half a quarter of an hour. If the lame man really succeeded in getting this little girl, I would feel guilty." The thin figure lightly glanced at the bearded man, and then his eyes were fixed on a corner of the swaying curtain. "You know nothing." The oily light in the carriage was shaken by the wind blowing from the gap in the curtain, and the light moved upwards, shining on the thin face of the thin figure. Although she was a woman, she had sharp edges and corners. Her palm-sized face had extremely superior bone structure. Her full forehead and upright brow arch gave her a terrifying sense of oppression. "How many times can the divine soldiers descend from the sky?" The woman's voice was calm. "This girl has weapons in her hands and secret guards behind her. On the other hand, the man has inconvenient legs and limbs, a swollen body, and weak steps. Even if the man has the advantage of natural strength, as long as he is willing to fight for his life, this road is so wide that it is impossible for him not to fight back." The bearded man said tsk twice. "If this was your daughter, would you tolerate her little head being hit twice? If this was our daughter, I would remove all the secret guards behind her." The woman glanced around and lifted the curtain again, seeing the black-clad secret guard following the little girl closely, gesturing with his hands, not knowing what he was saying. The woman frowned and pointed casually with her green fingers. "Old who? Is that the dumb pirate beside Bao Yuan?" The bearded man looked over and smiled. "Yes. It's the second in command of the mute guards. Lu Shan who talks the most. Even a mute can't stop him from talking too much." The bearded man came to his senses and slapped his thigh. "Hey, that's not right. Didn't Bao Yuan say that the wife and the mute guards are not to be lent out? Why did he leave Lu Shanhu with this little paper-selling girl?" The bearded man scolded Bao Yuan for being disloyal, changing his mind every day, and saying one thing and thinking another. Did he discriminate against the bearded man? The woman raised her eyebrows and curled her thin lips. "Interesting." Then he handed over a thin, gold-stamped name card with a vivid crane painted on it. "Give it to Master Chiao, and do something serious." Something was handed to Master Chiao, and at the same time, something was handed into Chen Sanling's body. Of course, Xianjin didn't know what happened before and after. The thin monk ran away, and the mute guard acted as a groom. riding the fat and strong mule vigorously, and even thought he was a horse for a moment. The journey that took more than half an hour was compressed into less than half an hour. The mute guard tied up the mule and made exaggerated gestures to Xianjin. The thumb of his right hand first touched his upper lip, then brushed upward from the right ear, and then touched the earlobe of his right ear. He made this series of gestures several times. Xianjin tilted his head and didn't understand. The mute guard searched his body and found that he didn't bring any paper or pen with him on the mission. So he exaggeratedly pointed at Xianjin's tattered clothes and the blood on his face, and then exaggeratedly made the movements of rubbing clothes and wiping his face. Xianjin waved his hand. I have my own ideas. He patted the mute guard on the shoulder again. You go first, since you were secretly left by Baoyuan. Don't expose yourself to others. The mute guard reluctantly looked back every few steps, and flew onto the roof while still making gestures to Xianjin. Xianjin waved his hand, then turned around. His face changed, and he pushed the door of the Jishi workshop open with a bang, scaring the doorkeeper half to death. Where is Manager Zhong? Xianjin turned his head and asked the waiter. The waiter saw a bloody face in a blink of an eye, and wanted to scream, but after a closer look, hey, isn't this their most beautiful manager he? Then he trembled. Manager Zhong is waiting for you at the gate, and turned around and shouted, Manager Zhong! Manager Zhong! Come out quickly! And Zhong came out and saw the bloodstains on Xianjin's face. His clothes were tattered. Half of his sleeves were gone, and the sleeves of his white inner garment were half exposed. She was shocked and immediately took off the long gown hanging behind the door and put it on Xianjin. She turned to the doorman with a stern look and said sternly, I know you and Manager Qi are here together. Keep your mouth shut. If I hear any rumors, I will kill you. The doorman nodded tremblingly, and Zhong whispered to Xianjin, Do you want to wipe your face? Xianjin shook his head, put on his coat with one hand, moved his mouth, and the wound on the tip of his tongue was pulled, and his mouth was full of blood again. Xianjin spit on the blue brick floor with saliva. His eyes were bloodshot. Go to the back room. Xianjin walked quickly, and Aunt Zhong followed behind her. She felt that her own shopkeeper, he was probably 2 meters tall at this time, with a murderous aura all over his body, as if he was going to kill someone. Aunt Zhong quickened her pace to catch up, casually called a boy over, and whispered, Go! Light the fire on the stove. Boil 2 pots of water. Their shopkeeper, he killed someone. Isn't he tired? He has to take a good bath. Right. Mrs. Zhong hurried to catch up. The back room is now quiet. Baz Hangxian was successfully made. Xianjin gave all the guys 5 days off. Some who are not from Xuanqing handed in a note to go home to visit. Some guys went to the city in groups of 3 or 2 to have a drink. And some who are from Xuanqing also handed in a note to go home to sleep and recover. Now there are no more than 5 guys left in the back room. So, when Xianjin banged, when he kicked open the wooden board of Chen Sanlang's back room, the sound was particularly loud in the silence, waking up the birds behind the room. The back room was dark, but Xianjin knew that Chen Sanlang had not left. Xianjin rushed to Chen Sanlang's bed accurately, picked up the oil lamp, and suddenly opened the quilt on Chen Sanlang's bed with one hand. Ah! Chen Sanlang's voice was so sharp that it almost drove the birds crazy. Xianjin held the oil lamp high and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Oh! Her eyes! Her pure eyes are dirty. Rotten. Pus. Under the quilt, Chen Sanlang was sleeping with a dark-faced man. Both of them were wearing cool jackets and exaggerated shorts. While Xianjin was stunned, Aunt Zhong reacted quickly, rolled up her sleeves and pulled the dark-faced man off the bed, swiftly pulled the curtain belt on the bed into a ball and stuffed it into the man's mouth, and then threw a jacket scattered on the bed at the man. Her voice was extremely angry, so angry that she was about to collapse. Put it on! You messed up under my nose. Please go and figure it out. Whose territory is this? I have been the head coach of the Jishi workshop for 2 years, and there has never been such a mess. How dare you mess up under my nose? I want to stop you from having sex. I don't even dare to let little maids into the push camp. I fetch water and firewood all by myself. You are so good. You don't have sex. You have sex? In the push camp? Can 2 people sleep in the same bed? What if the bed collapses? This is expressly prohibited in the 20 rules. Do you still have me, Coach Ong, in your eyes? Ah! Do you still have the 20 rules of the push camp that I carefully compiled? Do you still have the disciplines that I repeatedly emphasized? Discipline. Discipline. Xianjin closed her mouth and timidly glanced at Aunt Zhong, who was even more furious than her. Although her mind was a little confused now. She wanted to raise her hand and ask weakly. In this situation, getting angry because of fear of the bed collapsing, wouldn't it seem a bit crazy? Chapter 280 Not a reason. There are many angry points in the whole picture. The point that Director Zhong of Longtuangxi Sandayaku Xuanji Vocational and Technical College was angry was beyond Xianjin's expectation. But Xianjin expressed his understanding. Director Zhong. After the storm, only Xianjin dared to speak. After speaking, Xianjin realized that his mouth was broken. He coughed lightly, and his voice was heavy. Let Brother Zheng drag this man to the hay warehouse first. Although there are not many people now, it is still a violation of the rules. Don't let others find out. Director Zhong. Oh no! Manager Zhong nodded in exasperation, grabbed the frightened Qiu Dihuang, and told Xianjin with practical actions that she didn't need Brother Zheng. She could drag this guy away by herself. Anger can make Ultraman bigger, and it can also make Director Zhong turn into Godzilla. Chen Sanlang kept covering his face with the quilt, trembling all over, and making strange sounds involuntarily. Xianjin put the oil lamp on the small side table, twisted his neck, moved his wrists, pulled down the quilt that Chen Sanlang used to cover his face, elbowed him, turned over and twisted him, and instantly pressed Chen Sanlang's right arm against his left hand. Xianjin viciously pressed Chen Sanlang's head with his knees against his side face, and held the dagger in his right hand tightly against Chen Sanlang's fair face, and said in a poisonous voice, Bai Daoang is dead. Guess who will be the next one? Chen Sanlang whimpered and cried out, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts more than when the flower just bloomed. His arm is about to break. His neck is about to break. His face is about to be cut. These are all physical. He can bear it. The psychological damage to him is even greater. In the dark, a woman with a bloody face broke into the room, with a strong smell of blood all over her body, holding a dagger that had not been wiped of blood, and asked him to guess who will die next. He is still in the sage moment, still savoring it, still brewing. Not only is Gouda almost scared to death, Gooden is also about to be scared to death. Who is the next one? Whoever you love. It can't be him anyway. Chen Sanlang burst into tears streaming down his face. Sister, aunt, grandmother, old ancestors. Although I am unfilial, there is no need to run away just because I sleep with a man. Xianjin narrowed his eyes and frowned, pushing the blade of the dagger inward. What do you mean? The appearance of Bai Daoang has nothing to do with Chen Sanlang? Chen Sanlang cried. What do you mean? This is really my first time. Xianjin. My ears are rotten. Deaf. Pus is flowing. Xianjin pulled back the dagger in his hand. The oil lamp flickered, and the girl's violent shadow was projected on the white wall. Didn't you tell the Bai family about my whereabouts? For the past month or two, she lived in the Jishi workshop, never leaving the house, making paper behind closed doors. Not to mention that she asked Chen Sanlang to set up an ambush 3 miles away for the confidentiality of the tribute paper. The strong men in the workshop were so numerous that even if the Bai family had the heart and courage to steal, they didn't have the ability to get close to her. The only flaw is today, isn't it? She left the Jishi workshop early in the morning and arrived at Chen's house before noon. If Chen Sanlang was interested, he would have been able to report the incident in time. Moreover, Chen Sanlang had the strongest motive for committing the crime. Old Madame Chu wanted to use her as a concubine reserved for Chen Sanlang. But Chen Sanlang had never been interested in her, not to mention taking her as a concubine. Even if it was working together, his eyes were almost rolling up to the sky. It's not her fault. It's just that her gender was not born in the spot that Chen Sanshao liked. As soon as Xianjin said this, Chen Sanlang cried with a hint of stupidity and ignorance. Bai Daoang? What Bai Daoang? I don't like Bai Daoang. The guy just now is called Qiu Dihuang. Fuck Dihuang. She still has Angelica. Xianjin tried to find a hint of lying on Chen Sanlang's face, but she found nothing except stupidity. Xianjin lost her strength, took back the dagger, shook Chen Sanlang's arm, got off the bed, picked up his pants and clothes with one finger and threw them on the bed. Put on your clothes. In less than 2 months, the push camp will be disbanded. At that time, you can find an inn or a wild place. It's up to you. You're just wasting my bed. This damn girl eats so well. She works so hard for her career. But this damn girl still has time to fall in love. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Xianjin picked up the oil lamp, put the dagger back into the scabbard decisively, and said casually, "Wash the mattress and quilt yourself. Otherwise, pay 3 taels of silver to manager Zhong. And this set of bedding." Xianjin glanced at the clearly visible nail scratches on the wooden frame at the head of the bed, and his throat choked. What a wild game. This set of bedding, along with this bed, is all yours. Xianjin looked away in disdain, wiped his face quickly, and was ready to leave. Wait! Chen Sanlang sat up with his knees hugged, tears in his eyes, and timidly covered his body with a quilt. Xianjin stopped and looked back in confusion. What? Is he inviting her? Are you not going to tell your grandmother about this? Chen Sanlang was almost exhausted by saying this. Of course he understood what a good card he had given Xianjin. How could a grandson, who likes men's homosexuality, become the next heir of Chen Ji? His graceful cousin wanted to pursue a career in politics. If there was even a trace of gossip about him, his cousin's road would be difficult. Old Madame Chu would never allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, who can guarantee that he, who has a homosexual tendency, can successfully give birth to an heir for the Chen family? Once old Madame Chu knew this, even if she did not deprive him of his inheritance right on the spot, she would not be able to plan everything for him like she is now, and wholeheartedly help him to seize power from Xianjin. Chen Sanlang said with a tearful voice, "You caught me with evidence. You can go to my grandmother to ask for credit. Qiu Dihuang is innocent, and there is a reason for the injustice. So you should let him go." Xianjin paused, watching the flame of the oil lamp flicker on the wall for a few seconds before suddenly rising. He turned around and said calmly, "Did you rape that boy?" Chen Sanlang's face flushed. "Nonsense! How could I rape him? Did you cheat on him?" Chen Sanlang's eyes widened. "What did I cheat on him about? Money or sex? I fetched water for him, and washed his clothes every day. He baked sweet potatoes for me and moved tables. Then did you cheat on your future wife?" Chen Sanlang was stunned, remembering that when his cousin saw him eating a fruit with the son of a farmer at his uncle's house, she only said to him, "I don't ask for mercy. I just want peace and stability." Thinking about it this way, she must have known it. Xianjin looked at Chen Sanlang's reaction, nodded slightly, and said calmly, "Since the answer is no, then I can tell you with certainty. My upbringing tells me that a person's preferences and sexual orientation cannot be a reason for being criticized." Chapter 281 Fangs first revealed. The story of Chen Sanya and Qiu Dihuang ended there. There were not many people in the workshop that night, and the neighbors in the back rooms heard the noise. Some people who liked to watch the fun stuck their heads out to see Director Zhong, who was terrified by the wind, carrying Qiu Dihuang, a worker from Liuji, and passing by aggressively. Master Zhong had sharp eyes and saw a head behind the wall, and he pulled the hidden head out. He smiled at the head first, then put on a stern face. "You didn't stay in the room in the middle of the night. Do you also want to fight with your roommate on the bed?" Head? Director Zhong conveniently defined the homosexual relationship between Chen Sanya and Qiu Dihuang as a fight. It was not wrong. A hand-to-hand fight involves both body and fighting. It was very accurate. After this incident, Chen Sanya was very depressed for a while. After waiting for 7 or 8 days, she saw that there was indeed no call from Madame Chu. She looked at Xianjin with a little more inquiry and gratitude. Xianjin passed by Chen Sanya in a hurry. Chen Sanya called Xianjin. Her face flushed. "We will get along well in the future. If you really fall into the trap of your grandmother, you will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes and become my concubine. I will treat you well, and I will not interfere with all your actions, as long as you don't bring men back to the bedroom." Chen Sanya whispered. "It doesn't matter if you bring him back to the bedroom. We can discuss together and make progress together." Xianjin slowly slapped A on the forehead. Li Sanshun waved his hand and slapped Chen Sanya on the back of the head accurately. "Pulp paper. Poop. You can get away with it by grabbing Xianjin. Hurry up and work." Chen Sanya turned around and continued to do hard labor while crying. Xianjin frowned and shook his head. "It is true that you are a weak homosexual. You have to be treated like 8 muscular men under my command. The capitalists will not empathize with you about your orientation. In mid to late July, the weather was getting hotter day by day. The weather in Xuanqing was like the face of a baby who just walked, crying and laughing. The two processes of squeezing water and baking the wall of Bazhangxian are extremely dependent on the weather. If it rains for several days in a row, the water vapor evaporating from the ground will make the xian paper moist, which is not conducive to the presentation of ink. Therefore, taking advantage of the good weather, the Jishi workshop worked day and night. The failure rate of Bazhangxian was too high. 120 pieces in 3 days and 2 nights was considered a normal speed. According to the time note of the second stage on August 1st, they could hand in 5 pieces of paper. Although it was just an ordinary 5 pieces of paper, it was still a good result. There was still a long way to go from the 100 pieces required for tribute, but it was enough to meet the requirements of the second stage. Li Sanshun led everyone to work hard in the workshop. At the same time, Xianjin was not idle. He made an appointment with Chen Fu to return to Jing County to visit the grave of his mother He Nyang and burn incense. On the way, he went to Zhanghe village in Xiaxi town to eat a bowl of vegetarian flatbread that Chen Fu had recommended for a long time. After everything was done, Xianjin convened a short meeting of the Xuanqing Chamber of Commerce. The main idea was to inform everyone of the progress of Bazhangxian, and that the 5-knife-proof tribute paper would be submitted to Yingtian Prefecture in 10 days, and then submitted to Beizili by Yingtian Prefecture, and then submitted to the Ministry of Rights by Beizili for decision. Generally speaking, the final tribute paper will be revealed at this stage. After all, the third step needs to be submitted to the Minister of Internal Affairs for decision, which means that this thing has to enter the cabinet. To be honest, since the founding of the Wei dynasty, the decision procedure for tribute has never entered the third step. Who are you? A shameless yellow onion? That's the cabinet's chief minister. What peaches, plums, lychees, and almonds can enter the cabinet's office? The Minister of Internal Affairs has nothing to do all day long, and he comes to comment that your lychees are not sweet enough, your plums are a bit soft, and your ink is not sticky enough. Then don't call it a cabinet. Let's call it a cabinet that is carefully selected. In other words, life and death. Just 10 days later, everyone was mentally prepared, listening to Xianjin's arrangements with a tense mentality of success or failure. And the road ahead was full of soldiers and generals. Hengxi, pick 5 more guys to add to the post. The baking wall is too hot, and the frequency of rotation must be increased. Otherwise the guys are prone to heat stroke. Uncle Bai, can you still get the kiwi vine juice? Bring 2 more buckets. Uncle Lu, your guys performed well. And that Xiao Di Huang? He is strong and capable, and is a seedling. Xianjin looked down and saw the illiterate shopkeeper Qiangji. Uncle Chang, the food you said tastes very good, but there are not enough meat and vegetables. Please go to Manager Zhong's office after the meeting to withdraw 30 taels of silver. Meat, fish, oil and water must be guaranteed. After speaking one by one, Xianjin straightened his back and looked serious. Xuanqing has not been selected as tribute paper for more than 10 years. Today, 22 paper workshops in Xuanqing have invested 70 master craftsmen and 2,738 taels of silver. It took 3 months and united as one to make Bazhangxian come back to life. All the merchants straightened their backs at the same time. No one can be sure whether Bazhangxian will be selected. But I, Xianjin, put my words here. If it is selected, everyone here will have a share of this bowl of meat soup. If it is not, as long as Xuanqing Chamber of Commerce can enter the 3rd round of competition, I, Xianjin, will fight for my life and lead everyone to win the tribute paper brand. Xianjin raised his voice, and everyone was encouraged to clap their hands red. Beside Hengxi was her father Henglian. When the applause was about to end, Henglian remembered to raise his hand and applaud. Xianjin glanced at him and pursed his lips gently. On July 29th, the sun was scorching. Master Qiao went to the capital, but still kept Qiao Baozhu. I went to the capital this time because I really couldn't refuse. Master Qiao handed Xianjin a name card. Now the position of Yingtian Prefecture is vacant. When Fuqing and Chao Fuqing, one is like a sheep, harmless to people and animals, but hanging high, the other is like a pig, greedy and will be slaughtered sooner or later. Neither of them is a good person. The only one left is Wang Xuezhen, who is not bad. If you encounter something that even an old bear can't handle, go to him. He will see this name card, and will definitely help you in any way he can. Xianjin took the name card and thought of what Xiao Hui said about the situation in the capital being not settled yet. He was a little worried. You must take good care of yourself when you go. Master Qiao waved his hand. I hope I can keep the 2 taels of meat that Lao Wang raised for me. Xianjin didn't know what exactly prompted Xiao Fangji, who had been hiding from the world for most of his life, to go to the capital at this critical moment. But since Master Qiao was going, he must have his reasons. At noon, after bidding farewell to Master Qiao, Xianjin had a meal with Bao Su, and then led Li Sanshun to pack the Wudao Baz Hang Xian and harness the mule cart to prepare to send it to Prefect Xiong. Sanlang can go. The voice of Madame Chu came from the porch. Behind Madame Chu were Chen Sanlang and son, and behind them were 5 or 6 burly maids. Madame Chu waved her hand, and the maids quickly stepped forward in 2 teams. 1 covered Xianjin's mouth, 2 held Xianjin's arms, and 2 more pinched Xianjin's wrists. They quickly and skillfully dragged Xianjin into the inner courtyard. Chapter 282 The Starfish is Coming. Xianjin was held up by 5 hands and dragged into the second gate, like a fish on a chopping board, with no room to struggle, and no desire to struggle. Xianjin was dragged back by several old women. Seeing Li Sanshun hurriedly put his pipe behind him, the old man stumbled every 3 steps to chase him, but was stopped by Madame Chu outside the second gate. Seeing Zheng urge, who was tying the cart, throw away the whip for the mule, Li Shi was about to come to save her, but was blocked by the doorman who came from nowhere. Xianjin was dragged along the way, like an outsider. Her ears seemed to block all sounds, leaving only the black and white images reflected in her eyes. Her eyes swept across everyone's face, looking at the wrinkles on the mother-in-law's face, the cold look of Mrs. Chu, the third wife's son who was hesitant to speak, and Chen Sanya, who climbed onto the mule cart and looked back every few steps, like a bystander, without any emotion. There was only a sense of destiny that she had finally come to this point. Bang! The door of the east wing of Yuan was shut tightly. Xianjin was pushed into the door by the maid. He staggered and barely stood up after holding on to the side table. Xianjin rubbed his wrist, leaned over and blew gently on the small window in front of the window frame. He blew away a lot of dust. Xianjin stood up and looked around. This was the Ainyang's bedroom. To be precise, it was the Ainyang's bedroom that was empty after the third wife's son ransacked the house. Except for the necessary bed, 2 benches, a square table, and a spittoon for excretion. There was nothing else. The whole room was covered with dust, and was dark everywhere. Only 2 windows that were covered tightly with paper let out a hazy light, and some light shone through the cracks in the door. Bang bang. 2 sounds rang out outside the door. Xianjin subconsciously turned around and looked at the door. A heavy iron lock fell, and hit the door hard. Xianjin pursed his lips, and reached out to push the window. As expected, it couldn't be pushed open at all. It might be locked from the outside, or more likely that the gaps in the window frame were blocked by mud bricks. Is anyone there? Xianjin shouted. Not surprisingly, no one responded. Xianjin knocked on the door a few more times symbolically, and after making a very struggling gesture, he found a bench at random, sat down with his knees apart, leaned his back against the wooden shelf, squinted his eyes, and fell asleep in a short while. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was dark. The room was as dark as a ball of thick ink, and a light da-da-da. Footsteps came from the corridor. Xianjin stood up and squatted behind the door, squinting his eyes, trying to adapt his night-blind eyes to the darkness. After waiting for a while, the partition under the door was lifted up, and a small tray was pushed in. Xianjin quickly grabbed the wrist of the person who was handing over the tray. Call the old lady to me. The wrist was like being grabbed by a ghost, and it cried "I" a few times, and hurriedly pulled it back. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand. Then it ran away. Xianjin. That's right. Which girl who knows how to deal with things would be assigned to do this job? Xianjin half squatted down, and used the light from the crack in the door to see the contents of the tray clearly. Very good. Very good. As soon as she saw the plate of green plants, she knew who was in charge of her meals. What the hell are the cabbages and radishes? Cabbages and radishes are back. Third Madam Son. Do you only know one of the 36 stratagems? All is fair in war. One trick is enough to conquer the world. He is trying to punish her through eating again. Xianjin took a deep breath, and with the remaining memory of attending to the sick 3 years ago. He fumbled in the wooden cabinet to find a few candles of different lengths and fire sticks, and leaned against the window frame and knocked twice. Then came a response from outside the window. Xianjin let out a long sigh. "Is there anyone near Yuan now?" Xianjin said softly. "Haven't you asked the name of the warrior yet?" The man outside the window shook his head, indicating that there was no one outside. Then, through the blurry window, Xianjin saw the shadow outside the window exaggeratedly raise the big lock on the window board, made a gesture to Xianjin to unlock it, and then waited in the same place. "Open it. But be careful to move gently. Jin's house is very small, and loud noises will attract others," Xianjin said. The person outside the window poked and pried very skillfully, and with a click, the lock opened. The window was lifted up by a shadow. Xianjin could see clearly that it was a young man, no more than 14 or 15 years old. The young man had sharp eyes and turned around. He opened the window, but did not come in. He stood outside the corridor, lit a tinder, and took out 2 oil lamps from somewhere, and handed them to Xianjin. It was not the sign language mad uncle he saw in the alley last time. Xianjin was about to speak, but he saw the boy took out a reed pen and cardboard, squatted in the corner, and wrote carefully, and handed it to Xianjin. Xianjin looked down. "My name is Lu Haixing." "Well, it can be seen that he was born in the sea." Xianjin was about to speak, but he saw the boy handed him several more pieces of paper. "My father is Lu Shanhu. The last time you were attacked in the alley, he was stupid and caused you to be injured. So the boss removed him. Because I write very well, I was honorably selected this time. There is another companion named Lin Haibao. He went to eat. We take care of the food and water ourselves. You don't have to worry." Xianjin. These small pieces of paper flying like snowflakes are about to drown her. This child, although unable to speak, has a strong desire to express himself. Xianjin read them one by one, and saw the last one. "This family is bad. I can help you kill the whole family. Even the fat and strong big yellow dog at the door." Xianjin raised his head suddenly, and saw that the starfish boy's eyes were shining, and he didn't seem to be joking. Don't. Xianjin waved his hand. "At least the big yellow dog is innocent. Not to mention that the 2 tails of meat on the little yellow dog's belly was fattened by me." After listening to it, the young man thought for a moment, lowered his head, and quickly wrote another piece of paper. "Then just kill the old woman. Pull out her tongue first. Then hang her on the beam. Cut her throat. And stand upside down to bleed her. It sounds like killing a fish." Xianjin rubbed the root of his nose, and waved his hand again. "Starfish." Starfish boy blinked his eyes to show that he was listening. "You don't need to intervene in this matter. I have my own way." Xianjin looked calm, took out a name card from his bosom, and handed it to Haixing. "Take this name card to Yingtianfu to find Wang Xuezheng, and ask how long the second stage of the tribute paper selection takes. How to get the results. If there is any progress in the tribute paper selection, can you let me know?" It was the name card given by Master Chiao. Wang Xuezheng could certainly save her from the predicament, but it was not what she wanted. She had said before that she wanted to leave the Chen family with dignity. Being rescued by others, no matter who rescued her, was not considered dignified. Chapter 283, Accept Your Fate. At dawn, a red sun rose in the east. Chiao Hui was wearing shorts, and holding a heavy stone lock in one hand. He walked into the courtyard. A black shadow quickly approached him, and handed him a letter with both hands. There was one word on the letter, urgent. The handwriting was elegant, and it was obvious that it was a small starfish that had emerged from the pirate's nest without being stained by mud. Chiao Hui put the stone lock on the ground, tore it open with one hand, and read it at a glance. The more he read, the more serious his face became. After reading, he put the letter down and lowered his eyes slightly, wondering what he was thinking. Lu Shanhu stole a glance at Chiao Hui's expression and signed. "Do you want to send more people to Xuanqing Prefecture?" Chiao Hui pursed his lips. Send 2 brothers beside me to Xuanqing." Lu Shanhu raised his hand, and didn't type for a long time. There were 130 pirates on that ship. 20 pirates were chopped off by Chiao Hui, and their heads were hung on the sails to make rules. 20 pirates fought against the Japanese pirates and died at sea. 10 pirates would rather starve to death than lose their freedom when they heard they were going to be recruited. The remaining 80 pirates became mute guards. 80 people. Not too many. Not too few. The eldest of their family can't even protect himself now. 2 days ago, he was on a business trip and met a group of bandits on the road. Without saying a word, they drew their swords and chopped people. Damn it! Where did the bandits know about the sharp knife-type formation? It's obvious that they are from the army. Of the 80 people, 70 were split for the eldest Princess Bian, who went to Xuanqing incognito. 5 were split for the head of the Qiao family, who was leaving for Beijing. 2 were kept by himself. 2 were kept by Miss He. And the remaining 1 was him. The famous Lu Shanhu, who made a mistake and is now serving as a clerk and being punished. In this situation of being surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind. If we want to add more people to He, we can only use the 2 mute guards around the boss. If we use the people around the boss, he will only have him, Shanhu, by his side. Lu Shanhu scratched the back of his head. I don't want to persuade him. It's useless anyway. The person who gallops back and forth from Fujian to Xuanqing several times a year, whose legs are almost broken and whose horse is almost dead, is the boss in front of us. The overall situation has been decided. And I have to go back to Jingxian to take a look even if I leave everything behind. The one who was chopped on the neck by the Japanese, half asleep and half awake, like a ghost, closed his eyes and grabbed the wooden mouse under the pillow, which was also the boss. I can't persuade him. Not at all. Forget it. Lu Shanhu is ready to die on the same day as Qiao Hui instead of being born on the same year, month and day. Lu Shanhu made many gestures, using firm sign language to express her determination to live and die with the leader. The leader buried his head and didn't look at it at all. Brother, you don't have to do anything but guard the Chen family. Qiao Hui half turned his cheek, hiding all his worries between his calm eyebrows, with a calm look that outsiders were not familiar with. There is only one thing you don't have to obey manager He's orders. If anyone hurts Xianjin, I will kill the gods and the Buddhas, and I will bear all the consequences. Not only the Chen family, but also the officials of Yingtian Prefecture. As far as he knew, the Chao Fucheng of Yingtian Prefecture was petty, and had a long-standing grudge with Xianjin. If he took advantage of the situation to bully his superiors, then don't blame him for killing the court officials. Besides, he had killed at least 3 imperial officials, if not 5. Chao Fucheng was a 4th-rank official, not worth mentioning. Qiao Hui's eyes were calm, and he read the last paragraph of the letter, narrowing his eyes. This was also a calculation that outsiders were not familiar with. When the name card is delivered to Wang Xuezhen, find an opportunity to tell Chen Erlang about Xianjin's situation. Lu Shanhu? His forehead was almost knotted into a curved coral. What was this operation? Lu Shanhu signed very quickly, and it could be seen from the raised little finger that the dog words he said were not pleasant. Qiao Hui pursed his lips. I'm not crazy. After a while, I didn't want to push Xianjin to Erlang. After another moment, brother's wife must not be bullied. I didn't have any intention of hitting on Shi Minqing. Qiao Hui found that Lu Shanhu's literary attainments had improved rapidly since she took over the clerk position. After not seeing her for a few days, she knew the story of Shi Minqing. Qiao Hui waved his hand. For a pirate who lost his wife at a young age and has been floating on the sea for most of his life, the closest person to the opposite sex may be the female anemone floating on the sea. How can he understand the matter of feelings? He gave Chen Erlang a chance to resolve the misunderstanding, to explain the secret code, and to cut off all the delusions. Only in this way, Xianjin and Chen Erlang were truly over. But Lu Shanhu and the others. Qiao Hui raised her eyebrows. You seem to like Xianjin very much? Lu Shanhu confidently signed. She chops people very neatly. After a while, she signed again in a pretentious way. Although she can't understand, she will patiently watch me finish the sign language. Haixing also wrote to me that although he writes slowly, she will wait and read the small pieces of paper he wrote one by one. If such a sister-in-law can't become a sister-in-law, boss, you'd better take the initiative to go back to the East China Sea to fish for hairtail. After Lu Shanhu finished her speech, she showed a kind and official smile. The days in Yuan were very regular. Xianjin understood that the main means by which Mrs. Chu punished her was to restrict her personal freedom and eat, drink, defecate and urinate. Eat a bowl of radish and cabbage, a small steamed bun a day. Drink a small bowl of water. Defecate and urinate. This is very specific. Xianjin tried hard to move the spittoon to the small frame on the door panel, and bribed the maid who delivered meals to help pour it once a day at the cost of the 2 large green jade rings on his hands. Facts have proved that the large green ring is useful. Even if it can't show all 10 claws to blind others, it can solve the more important problem of excretion. Xianjin tried to make himself live more comfortably without exposing the secret guards. He even used the oil lamp given by Xiao Haixing to catch up with Qin Fuzi's new work crazy bombing cool Jianghu's son-in-law detonates 8 major gangs. 5 or 6 days passed like this. The door lock was opened. The door panel was pushed open. And the door handle hit the mud brick wall and bounced off. The sudden sunlight made Xianjin subconsciously cover his eyes with his hands. Between his fingers, Mrs. Chu was thin and thin, with her chest and head held high. And Sun, who followed closely behind her, shrank her head and looked sneaky. Madame Chu threw a roll of paper over, raised her chin slightly, and said, "Sign it." Xianjin stood up and unfolded the paper bit by bit. There is a self-raised girl in Huangmi village, Bali. She is named Xianjin. She has grown up and is going to marry Qin Jiabafeng of Xuanqing Prefecture as a concubine. Today, I received 300 taels of silver. This girl will follow the auspicious date to get married, bear and dream, and have children. This girl is a self-raised girl, and has never received money from others. There is no overlap of origin and other things. If there is such a color and escapes, I will find and return it, if the feng shui is not expected. This is fate, and it has nothing to do with the silver owner. Now that the engagement certificate has been signed, the marriage certificate will be used as a reference. Concubine document. Xianjin looked up at Madame Chu. Madame Chu was in the dark, so her face and expression could not be seen clearly. She only saw a dark shadow speaking. I will remove your name from the Qin family genealogy and adopt you to the name of Aunt Chu, thanks to the blessing of Chao Fuching. Your adoption document went through very smoothly. You can't leave the Qin family, and the Qin family can't leave you. Sanlang is kind-hearted. Madame Sen also promised that she would never embarrass you in the future. San has always treated you like a daughter. You don't have to worry about your future life. Even if you are a concubine, you are a noble concubine who was invited back by 3 engagements and 9 kowtows. Even if Sanlang gets married in the future, he can't interfere with your sons and daughters. Your mother is a worthless person. Even if you are released, you won't have a good marriage. You have to accept your fate. After being locked up for so many days, your temper has been softened? Chapter 284 Catching the Chicks. Xianjin lowered his head and listened to Madame Chu's long speech. His eyes were extremely calm, like the clear and calm water in a well. If there is no wind in the well, there will be no waves. Of course, it can also be understood that no wind or rain can affect the well. Xianjin sat on the bench. When Madame Chu had nothing more to say, he finally raised his eyes and gently placed the volume of concubine documents in his hand beside him. He said gently, "Madam, I have been in the Qin family for almost 10 years, and I have worked for the Qin family for 3 or 4 years. From my childhood to now when I am independent, I have been serving the Qin family and eating the Qin family's food. I have always been grateful to the Qin family, and I also claim that I have never had any selfish thoughts towards the Qin family." She claimed that she was not someone who could bear humiliation, and she did not agree with many of Mrs. Chu's practices and remarks. But she did not leave. She was not tepid. For 2 reasons. First, the roots of Xian paper were in the Qin family. No matter how complicated Mrs. Chu's feelings towards Xian paper were, this craft had indeed been passed down in the Qin family for 100 years. If someone gave up halfway, she would not be able to build a tall building on flat ground and earn such a large family business for the Qin family for nothing, even if she was a great immortal. Second, she wanted to repay her gratitude, thanking the Qin family for taking her in when they were in danger. He Ainyan was raised because she was Qin Fu's concubine. She was raised according to the standards of a young lady. It was obvious that Qin Fu was raising her. But Qin Fu had no work to produce for decades. And in fact, the entire Qin family was raising her. If you eat someone else's food, you have to admit it. Even if it wasn't the current He Xianjin who ate it. It was the former He Xianjin who ate it. After receiving this body, he had to accept the other person's kindness and repay the other person's kindness. Xianjin wanted to say something, but heard Mrs. Chu sneer. Selfish? You don't have selfishness? Chen Laowu had an affair with the rival family. He deserves to die. Chen Laowu worked hard and made great contributions. Even if he was wrong, his brother's life was enough. Now, who in the Qin family is not yours? We kept Zhao Dizhen because he was useful. We kept Chu Dama because he was useless. Without the secret help of Chao Fuqing, I might not have been able to do these things so smoothly under your nose. Although Mrs. Chu was smiling, there was no smile on her face. Xianjin, as you said, I also watched you grow up. In the future, Erlang will enter the officialdom, and Sanlang will be the head of the family. The daughter of the uncle of the third wife is a Buddhist and a vegetarian. You hold power in the backyard of the Chen family. You can manage the inner house and the business outside. You can get whatever you want. Which concubine can be as glorious as you? Is it possible that she can stop being a concubine? Xianjin smacked old lady Chu. And suddenly laughed. You want to demote me to a concubine again, and want me to continue to work for the Chen family. Old lady, you are a good abacus. Better than the old accountant. The accountant is a magician who can only use a small stick to perform magic. And you are a real old witch. Xianjin smiled and picked up the concubine document again and read it again. He slowly stood up and tore it apart in front of old lady Chu. Crackling. Tear it to pieces. I won't sign it. Xianjin stood up and stood beside Madame Chu. I am a good citizen. The third master helped me to establish a female household. If you dare to force me to be a concubine, unless you have the ability to imprison me for life, unless you have the ability to make Mr. Chiao never return to Xuanchen, unless you have the ability to make Madame Cui never look for me, unless you have the ability to make the third master never know about it, as long as I have a life left to leave this door, I will roll on the nail board and kneel in the long street. And I will sue your Chen family until they are destroyed. The corner of Madame Chu's mouth twitched slightly. Third wife's son shrank her neck in fear, looking at the scraps of paper on the ground, as if she saw her old age. Look at these scraps of paper. Do they look like her skull that was crushed to dust? Xianjin was very imposing. His back was straight, and he spoke loudly, his eyes bursting with strong light, looking directly at Madame Chu without fear. Madame Chu finally smiled. Her skin and tone were all smiling. Are you going to seduce Erlang with this appearance? Xianjin's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Old Madame Chu keenly caught Xianjin's flashing expression, and anger rushed to her heart along with this smile. What do you mean by selfless? What do you mean by grateful? What do you mean by vowing not to get married? They are all lies. You are playing this big chess game for the Chen family? Bullshit. Ask yourself, do you really want to do business? Or do you want to use business as an excuse to seduce Erlang by acting differently from a well-behaved girl? You don't want the Chen family's money. You want to get close to Erlang and rise to the top. Madame Chu gnashed her teeth and spouted out words one by one, without any reason or questioning, and blatantly put shackles on Xianjin such as frivolous, slut, and scheming. When Sun heard the reason for Madame Chu's anger for the first time, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Oh my god. What a commotion. She hated He Anyang, although she didn't know why she hated her. But she just hated her, although she hated her. The best thing she did was to ask He Anyang not to leave after paying her respects, and to stand under the eaves for half an hour. She didn't even dare to ask He Anyang to stand for an hour. Nor did she dare to ask her to stand when the weather was too cold, too hot, rainy or windy. She hated Xianjin. But no matter how much she hated him, she only let He Xianjin eat vegetables and radishes. He Xianjin was different. She was too bold. She actually dared to seduce Chen Jianfeng. He Xianjin went to dig up Chen Fu's father's grave. And maybe Mrs. Chu was not so angry. Sun looked at Xianjin with admiration in an instant. Xianjin's expression seemed to relax for only a moment, and then he put on a peaceful smile. After Mrs. Chu finished speaking, Xianjin tilted his head and spoke. I seduced him? He may be attracted to me, but I don't like him. The Chen Erlang who sparkles in your eyes may not be as valuable as a piece of carved rice paper in my eyes. At the last moment, the carved rice paper could save her life, but Chen Erlang couldn't. Swish. Mrs. Chu was furious. Waving her palm, she fell from a height, but it didn't hit the ground. Xianjin raised his arm high and grabbed Mrs. Chu's wrist tightly. I advise you not to hit me, Xianjin said calmly. If you don't want to go to the East China Sea to feed the hairtail. Old Madame Chu was so angry that her chest was shaking. She stammered and didn't know what she wanted to say. Her wrist was tightly grasped by Xianjin, as if it was tightly clamped by some iron clamps. Old Madame Chu shook her hand fiercely, but it didn't loosen at all. Sun was afraid and hid behind Aunt Chu. Aunt Chu was also afraid and hid behind old Madame Chu. The situation instantly turned into an eagle catching chickens. The hen's wings were tightly grasped by the eagle's claws. Chapter 285 I Don't Dare Either. Xianjin suddenly let go and threw away. Madame Chu staggered due to inertia. Go away. Xianjin turned around and sat back on the bench. There was no tea to serve. So he patted the table to send the guests away. Think about it and come back. Seeing the two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law leave, Xianjin heard the door lock click. And he felt relieved. He took out the masterpiece Crazy Cool Jianghu's son-in-law detonates the 8 major sects from under the square table, and tasted it carefully. What did Master Qin do? Why did I start writing about the harem Malwan? Is Aunt Qin's rolling pin not reaching far enough? Or is her cursing not loud enough? Has she been a bit weak in her wife's authority recently? Xianjin spoke up for justice in his heart with relish. In the corridor of Yuan, Madame Chu rushed forward, and Sun followed closely. After taking 2 steps, she turned her head and looked at the locked wing room. She looked as if she was scalded, and hurriedly rushed out with her head down. Rushing to Madame Chu's side, the fire could not burn her. Mother! How about just forget it? Sun cried. Sanlang has his fortune told. He will stay at his uncle's house until he is 20 years old. I suspect that his bloody disaster is Xianjin. Mrs. Chu paused, and Sun almost bumped into her mother-in-law's fragile back. Shut up. Mrs. Chu's breath was stuck in her chest for a long time, and it couldn't be transferred to her throat. It was like a 1,000-pound black cloud blocking her heart and lungs. After a long pause, she asked Sun sternly, Xianjin is like this now. Do you dare to let her go? Sun smacked her lips. I dare not. Letting Xianjin, who is in her ultimate state, go out is like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. If she is not torn to pieces, Xianjin will not be named Tiger. We've already walked this path, so we'll just keep going until the end. Mrs. Chu's voice was like being cut by scissors. Prepare the wedding cloth, wedding dress, and wedding cakes, and ask the kitchen to prepare the table. Mrs. Chu looked up with dark eyes, and saw that Sun's legs were trembling, and her voice became more severe. Don't shake. Prepare for what you need to do. There's no better time than now. Mrs. Chu seemed to be encouraging Sun, and seemed to be convincing herself. Her tone gradually lowered. I asked about the 4 carriages made by Mr. Chiao. 4 carriages go farther than 2. 2 carriages go to Yingtianfu, and 4 carriages must go to Beizili at least. Xiao Baoyuan has also gone far away. Xiao Baolu is at her cousin's house in Huaiyan Prefecture. The tribute paper has been reported, and Chao Fuqing said that the tribute usually comes out at this stage. Xianjin's men, Zhou Ergu, Wang Sansua, Zheng De, and Qi Guanchi are not here, and the 3rd brother has just gone to Jing County to check the accounts. The most important thing is, it's August now, and there are only a few days left before the spring examination. If Erlang comes to ask for help after the exam, I will be in a dilemma. Mrs. Chu raised her eyes again. Her expression revealed a bit of determination. We have been waiting for a long time. Today, the time, place and people are right. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. 3rd brother's wife. Don't try to get off this boat once you get on it. You are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. And in the end, you will only be tripped up. Sun was still afraid and trembled. Why would Chao Fuqing, such a high official, help us? Is there a problem with the document? The anger suppressed in Mrs. Chu's chest was not extinguished, but aroused, and she slapped Sun in the face. Be more stable. The disciple of Master Chiao, who has high hopes, has fallen into depravity and become a concubine. Who in the officialdom of Yingtian Prefecture would be unhappy to see this? Sun covered her face and cried, I have to give this slap today anyway. Right. If you can't beat Xianjin, beat her. Mrs. Chu waved her hand. Go and get ready. Sun covered her face and cried with her head down. After returning to the east courtyard, she paced back and forth in the yard and called Sui, who was wearing red and green. Quick! Quick! Go and get the 3rd master back. He left in the morning, so he must not have gone far. Sui paced with her. Aren't you afraid of the old lady? Afraid? How could I not be afraid? Sun stopped. You didn't see the look on Xianjin's face, as if he had killed someone. I called the 3rd master back. Whether he disobeys his mother is his own decision. I can't ask for a divorce because of this. Sui was stunned. If the 3rd madam got a divorce, could she still be Silang's concubine? When the 3rd madam returned to the Sun family, she would have to follow her. She was a maid in the Sun family. How could she become the concubine of the young master of the Chen family? Tsuetsue had been carrying this dream for 4 or 5 years. And her short legs ran fast. It was night. In the backyard of the Chen family. A scream of pain seemed to ring out. Xianjin rubbed his ears and prepared to listen carefully. But there was no sound after that. After chasing the 9th long-legged and thin-waisted confidant of the son-in-law, Xianjin ended a busy day in the small dark room. Used candles to light the oil lamp. Covered the oil lamp with a lampshade. And prepared to go to bed. Xianjin always had a good sleep quality. She fell asleep as soon as she got on the bed. Although the bed board was very hard and there was no mattress. It was not as hard as the operating bed. And it was not as cold as the heart-stopping beating. She could overcome all difficulties and quickly fall asleep wherever she was. Between half asleep and half awake, Xianjin vaguely heard the sound of footsteps. Xianjin turned over and opened his eyes. In the calm and chaotic darkness in front of him, a figure turned around and closed the door stealthily. He shrugged and tiptoed inside stealthily. He approached the bed stealthily. Xianjin tightly grasped the red and blue sapphire daggers on his sleeves. Get ready to drink blood. My old friend. Kill 1 person. And walk 2 people. Send him to see Bai Daoang. Xianjin made all preparations. The black shadow stopped. And sneakily, laid down on the spot. Lied down? Not only did he lie down, he also took a pillow from his arms and put it under his head. Looking like he was taking things as they come? Your dog sneaked into the beautiful vase's boudoir at night just to sleep on the floor? What kind of habit? Xianjin was puzzled. 3 long and 1 short rapid sounds came from outside the window frame. Xianjin turned around and sat up, leaning over to knock on the window frame to respond with 3 long and 1 short sounds. The black shadow was frightened by another black shadow, who turned over and sat up on the bed. Ah! The voice was delicate. Xianjin pursed his lips, put on his shoes, and the heels of his shoes knocked on the ground. Clapping. The room flickered, brighter than before, though still dark. Xianjin took down the lampshade that was shining on the candlelight. The face of the shadow gradually became clear. Chrysanthemums bloomed. Chen Sanlang. Xianjin moved from Chen Sanlang's frightened face to the ground. Everything was in good order. Not only a pillow taken out of his arms, but also a pair of koi silk panties and a thin silk quilt. You're here to camp? Xianjin was stunned. You sleep on your own pillow. Why don't you bring me one? There was nothing on the bed. Xianjin had been sleeping with his arm as a pillow for more than 10 days. And his biceps were bulging. Chen Sanlang was still in shock and wanted to scream. Xianjin covered his mouth with his hand. Is there anyone listening or watching outside the yard? Chen Sanlang's eyes were filled with tears. And he nodded gently. Then keep your voice down. Xianjin added. I don't have the tools to satisfy you. Chen Sanlang was shy. What are you doing here? Xianjin lowered his voice and frowned. Chen Sanlang imitated Xianjin's tone and blinked. His narrow eyes were full of sincerity. They forced me to sleep with you. I don't want to. Chen Sanlang thought for a while and added. I dare not. Chapter 286 Male and Female Reversed. Xianjin nodded and asked. Are you afraid that I will kill you? Or are you afraid that Qiu Dihuang will kill you? In short, are you afraid of revenge killing or love killing? After thinking for a moment, Chen Sanlang said seriously. I'm afraid that you will kill me. Brother Dihuang can't bear to kill me. Xianjin. I was inexplicably slapped in the face by this couple. The candlelight flickered, and it was dark. Chen Sanlang stared at the window. The gay man was always curious. In the dark, his curiosity would increase exponentially. Chen Sanlang endured for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking, Is there anyone outside the window? The 2 of them even knocked on the secret code. Xianjin nodded, looking calm. Yes. I hid 3 lovers on the roof. A Buddhist with 8-pack abs. A handsome 3rd-place winner. And an uncle with good waist strength. Chen Sanlang's eyes were puzzled at first. Seeing Xianjin's serious and calm expression, he couldn't help but respect him. And finally hit Xianjin's shoulder with a little pink fist. You little girl. You eat so well. Xianjin. When it comes to yellow waist, people always choose to blindly believe. Xianjin barely slept for 2 hours. And Chen Sanlang was talking in his ears. Xianjin lay on his back on the hard bed, with Chen Sanlang's buckwheat pillow on the back of his head and Chen Sanlang's silk quilt on his body, leaving only a coquettish silk panties to cover his belly button. Chen Sanlang's rude and shy questions rang in his ears from time to time. Do you usually stay up late? Xian Jin was very sleepy and took a deep breath. A boss who makes a lot of money. How can he not stay up late? Chen Sanlang envied. Then your skin is really good. White and tender. And you can squeeze it to make water. Xian Jin really wanted to sleep. Even if the Buddhist with 8-pack abs took off all his clothes, with only a string of Buddhist beads on his chest, and knelt in front of her to flirt with her, she could fall asleep immediately. Xian Jin didn't say anything, expecting Chen Sanlang to turn off the microphone on his own. Chen Sanlang's voice continued to ring. Are you lying to me? You lied to me that you were wild. But in fact, you had all kinds of birds' nests, peach gum, and beauty sleep in private? Xian Jin turned over and closed his eyes tightly. Chen Sanlang lay on the bluestone slab, playing with his hair shyly. Just tell me how you usually take care of yourself. The men we like are not the same type. Xian Jin turned over again, sleepiness creeping up from his feet to his head. He couldn't make out what he said in a daze. Who told you I like men? Chen Sanlang was petrified instantly. The world was finally quiet. Xian Jin turned over and fell asleep immediately. He was awakened by a fierce and sharp swana sound. Xian Jin sat up suddenly and looked out the window vigilantly. After the swana sound, the sound of gongs and waist drums followed. Outside the window, the blurred pink color from near to far gradually became clear. Xian Jin pursed his lips tightly. Chen Sanlang turned over sleepily, yawned loudly, hugged his knees, looked around, and then remembered where he was. He yawned again and asked Xian Jin, What's the matter? Is there a death? Xian Jin smiled and lowered his head. Where is the death? Paused. This is a wedding. Chen Sanlang patted his lips and rubbed his eyes. What wedding? Xian Jin smiled, but his eyes were cold. It's a wedding for the two of us. Chen Sanlang? Although he and Xian Jin have strange differences in their orientation, it does not mean that they can get married right away. Right? Bang. A heavy sound. After the door lock was opened, the door panel was pushed open by both sides with great force, and it bounced back when it hit the wall. The person who came was Madame Chu, standing in the front, with a large crowd of people behind her. First the couple of the second room, then the wife of the third room, Mrs. Sun, then a middle-aged woman with a big flower on her head, wearing a pink and blue jacket, and finally the servants of the Chen family. Wherever Xian Jin's eyes go, his expression is very interesting. The second wife, Chen Kai, and his wife Su, were stunned. Chen Kai looked panicked and immediately turned around to look for someone. After searching for a long time, he found that the person was gone. Then his expression became nervous and helpless. Su's expression was very similar to her husband's. The third wife, Sun, was very scared, visibly scared, and she looked at Xian Jin with this scared look, as if asking for help. Damn. Xian Jin actually saw it's not me. It's not me. It's not me in Sun's eyes. This kind of concrete description. The middle-aged woman at the end looked unfamiliar, but she was dressed in a very formal way. She was obviously a matchmaker. She looked very excited, looking at the gold, as if she was looking at a large sum of money. The servants of the Chen family after that were all kinds of people. Some were worried, some were gloating, some were in disbelief, and some immediately buried their heads. Only Mrs. Chu's expression was very natural. There was a natural sense of planning and strategizing. It is so, Mrs. Chu said loudly. The servant came to report it. I didn't believe it at first, but I was afraid of scandal. So I asked the matchmaker to come here. You two, a man and a woman, stayed in the same room for a night. I didn't want to believe it, but now I see it with my own eyes. I have no choice but to believe it. Xian Jin stood up calmly and looked at Madame Chu. Chen Sanlang waved his hand. Nothing happened to us. Madame Chu glanced at them and turned around with a look of grief. No one present can discuss what happened today. If I hear any bad news and I find out, the woman will be sold to a brothel. The man will be sold to a mine. Madame Chu turned around and waved her hand. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Since the scandal has been exposed today, let's just get through it. Several maids swarmed forward. Some pulled the red curtains. Some placed candlesticks. Some posted wedding characters. They were well trained and looked like they had rehearsed. Who among the people present didn't understand what this scene was for? Chen Kai couldn't bear to speak first. Mother, this is strange. Why don't we wait for my third brother to come back and discuss it? Although Sue was afraid of her mother-in-law. She nodded courageously. Old Madame Chu turned to Chen Kai calmly. Her high cheekbones like two weights of judgment. You are useless. You have always been useless. Mother has planned for you for most of her life. What else can you do except hold her back? If you had half the ability of your brother, Mother would not have done these dirty things. Chen Kai's face suddenly turned pale, and he unconsciously staggered back half a step and retreated to Sue's side. Sue mustered up her courage for 8 lifetimes and gently held her husband's hand. Or invite the eldest sister-in-law too. Although the third uncle is unreliable. The eldest sister-in-law is from an official family. It's not normal for the eldest sister-in-law not to show up when there is a happy event in the family. This couple made Xianjin look at them with new eyes. They are both mediocre and timid. But now they are willing to speak up for justice. They are very honest and simple. Although they are not suitable for doing business. They are really a good couple. Xianjin remembered that this couple liked to reverse the Tiangang the most. The male sang Yingying and the female sang Zhangsheng. Now Sue was protecting her husband. And it really fit the drama of male and female reversal. Chapter 287. Listen to. Shut your mouth. Mrs. Chu spoke with restrained patience. Her eyes looking up. Very fierce. What use are you here? You can't help the Chen family expand. And you don't have the ability to be smooth and tactful. Marrying you as my wife is the thing I regret most in my life. Second wife Sue's face turned pale. But she still stood in front of the second master Chen Kai and Xianjin, stubbornly refusing to give in. Third wife's son's eyes were a little red. She poked her head to see that her son and stepdaughter were dressed neatly. One had pillows and bedding on the bed, and the other was lying on the ground. And she sighed with relief. Fortunately, my son is also timid. Cowards are blessed. Cowards are loved. Cowardly bastards live forever. Thinking of her husband whose legs were broken last night. Bitter tears welled up in her heart again. Chen Fu got the news yesterday and hurried back home. As soon as she came back, she rushed into the Baima Hall to question her mother-in-law. Naturally, her mother-in-law never took Chen Fu seriously, and did not lie at all. Her words were extremely harsh. The mother and son were like firecrackers and fire starters, and they would catch fire at a touch. Chen Fu wanted to come to Yi's yard to save her daughter, and her mother-in-law said that if Chen Fu dared to go, she would break his legs. As soon as Chen Fu stepped out of the yard, he was knocked to the ground by a huge log behind him. He was then beaten with 30 boards on the spot. The last board was hit so hard that he howled loudly to the sky and lost consciousness immediately. Third master is now in danger of death. We are all family. Mother, please think about it again. Son finally spoke, and tears flowed down her face. What did you say? Xianjin looked at Son immediately with a sharp gaze. Son cried. Your father has not woken up yet after being beaten. The old lady did not allow the doctor to be called, saying that he might as well die. Xianjin suddenly became furious, turned his head, and looked at Madame Chu. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Madam, why are you doing this? Madame Chu looked at the candlesticks in the hall. The wedding characters were all pasted on the window paper, and the red cloth and red handkerchiefs were all laid out. She smiled leisurely and looked at Xianjin calmly. I love my son. It depends on whether you love your father. When do you get married? I will ask Chen Fu to send him to the doctor. Xianjin clenched her fists in disbelief. She had thought of 800 ways for Madame Chu to force her to submit, but she had overlooked this one. The third master was beaten 30 times, all on his waist and legs, especially his 2 legs, which should be broken. He is now in the stable with a high fever. If he does not seek medical treatment in time, his life will not be in danger, but his brain, which is not smart to begin with, may be completely damaged. Mrs. Chu folded her hands in front of her abdomen, looked at Xianjin and smiled. Ask yourself, although I am not very good to you, your father has always been very caring to you. Are you really willing to delay his life? Mrs. Chu laughed again. I don't know whether you did it intentionally or unintentionally. The black fat girl who followed you closely in the past, Zhou Ergu, and the steward you promoted are not here. After all, Steward Zhong is from a scholar family. I can't control him. After thinking about it, I can only rely on your father. Xianjin gritted her teeth and thought quickly, maybe. A concubine can divorce? Is there a precedent for a concubine to divorce? If she agrees first and saves Chen Fu, does she have room to slowly think of a solution? Xianjin stood still, her face changing from blue to black, white to red. She believed that Madame Chu could do what she said. Madame Chu had always been indifferent to Chen Fu. What should she do now? Should she pretend to be obedient and find a way out for Chen Fu? Or should she burn her boats and test Madame Chu's true intentions? Xianjin wavered for the first time. Undecided. She recalled the sudden scream last night. Now that she thought about it, it seemed to be Chen Fu's voice. Xianjin looked at Chen Sanya, who was huddled on the ground, and then at Sun, who was stunned but in tears. She gritted her teeth and was about to speak. Grandmother. A voice, tired with a little excitement and intensity. Everyone turned around. Xianjin raised her chin and looked forward. Chen Jianfang, wearing a sky-gray long gown, came in dusty, standing in the courtyard like a emaciated body, with tired eyes and tightly pursed lips. She lifted her long skirt and strode forward. Her eyes first fell on Xianjin, and then slowly moved to Madame Chu. Why are you back? Mrs. Chu's voice was full of sarcasm. There are less than 5 months left. Less than 5 months. You will take the exam. What are you doing back? You don't want to take the exam? Chen Jianfang looked at Mrs. Chu quietly with sadness in his eyes. Mrs. Chu's throat seemed to be stuck by an invisible hand, and it took a long time for her to recover. Don't look at Grandma like that. Mrs. Chu pointed to the house. A single man and a single woman are in the same room. I pity Xianjin, who grew up in the Chen family since she was a child. And I don't want to care about it. I just want to make peace. It was because she was not virtuous and couldn't stand loneliness. The Chen family has given her food and shelter. Grandma. Chen Jianfang raised his eyes again. His eyes were filled with suppressed anger. I know the whole story. Why do you do things like this? Chen Jianfang swallowed all the words that followed, stood with his back to the outside, and said with great momentum, all irrelevant people, get out. The servants of the Chen family didn't want to watch this ghost bustle. When they heard this, they all ran away. The matchmaker didn't want to run away, and she still wanted money. Chen Jianfang said concisely, get out. Matchmaker, okay. She immediately turned around and twisted her plump buttocks, and followed the huge crowd to run out. In the entire Yuan, only the second wife, the third wife's son, Xianjin and Chen Sanya, who had not had time to get married, and the tit-for-tat grandfather and grandson were left. Sun quickly helped her son up, crying and looking around in panic, and finally she sat down on the ground. Chen Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Old Lady Chu wanted to speak. Chen Jianfang did not give her any chance. Immediately sent someone to invite a doctor to the house to examine Uncle San. All the servants and followers who were here just now. Check them all. If it is a death contract, you can ignore it. If it is a living contract, whether it is coercion or inducement, it must be strangled in the cradle, and it must not be spread around. Chen Jianfang looked at Chen Kai, his tone much more respectful. Second uncle, please go and do this. Chen Kai nodded repeatedly. Okay. Okay. I'll go to the outer courtyard, and your aunt will go to the inner courtyard, and it will be done. The second wife also left. Chen Jianfang looked at Sun and Chen San Lang, his tone not so good. Aunt San, why don't you take your brother to see the condition of the third master? Sun immediately turned over and got up from the ground, grabbed her son and ran away like a fly. Are you kidding? The top of the Chen family's food chain is back, and the peaceful days of eating and drinking can be far away. Only Xianjin, Madame Chu and Chen Jianfang were left at the scene. Chen Jianfang's eyes could finally be blatantly fixed on Xianjin. Jinjie, if you want, you can leave. Chen Jianfang opened her mouth, but immediately followed with a sentence. You can go to the west wing to have some tea, change clothes, and have a good sleep. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here, and you can listen to a lot of things. Although she said so, the latter sentence was said slowly and tenderly. It was obvious that she didn't want Xianjin to leave. Xianjin nodded here, and then turned around and left. Isn't it sweet to sleep? She hasn't slept on a pillow for many days. The buckwheat pillow that Chen Sanya robbed yesterday was high and hard, and it was useless except for health. Chapter 288. Finally speaking, Xianjin turned and left. Sleeping was of course just a pretense. She went to see Chen Fu first. Chen Fu was moved from the stable to the inner courtyard of the east courtyard. Dr. Wang had not returned to Jing County yet, but was dragged to work again. Chen Fu's face was red. His forehead was sweating. His lips were purple. And he smelled of blood. His pants were lifted up. And there was a large purple patch on his knees. Xianjin sat by Chen Fu's bed. And a sour and spicy feeling surged in his nose. He turned his eyes away, wiped the corners of his eyes, and then immediately turned his head back, afraid that Chen Fu would open his eyes and see her crying. As soon as Dr. Wang came in, he cried out, "Ouch! Ouch!" several times. He didn't even have time to put down the medicine box. He rushed over to check the patient's pulse. His hands moved very quickly and inserted the silver needles as fast as the wind. Sun asked Xianjin to sit down in the side room and have some tea. "Go sit down. You've suffered too." Xianjin didn't move. Sun said TSK and looked at her own Sanlang sitting in the hall drinking hot tea. He looked scared. Then she looked at Xianjin sitting next to Chen Fu with a sullen face and red eyes. Sun sighed. "Come on. You are such a strong and stubborn person. Such an arrogant little girl. And you are so arrogant that you can't even take on a big boss. Just because you were concerned about your father's hesitation for half a minute. Your father didn't love you in vain, and your mother." Sun muttered in a low voice. "No matter how bad I am, I will teach you to be the wife of the accountant. The old lady is really out of control." Sun muttered and looked out the wide open window, and said to herself, "This matter started with Erlangen. Erlangen is back. No matter what the result is, there must be a rule. Right?" She pushed Xianjin away and said, "Go drink some water first. It's not convenient for you, a girl, to stay here while your father is being acupunctured." Xianjin stood up after hearing this and walked in with a wooden face. Sun's flower room is as ostentatious and magnificent as she is. Even the side table has a gold-plated pattern. On the side table are pens, ink, paper and inkstone. The inkstone is covered with a layer of dust. It is obvious that Sun uses it to wash the table, and does not use it often. Xianjin took a piece of plain paper and spread it out. He picked up the ink block and rubbed it for a long time. He licked the ink with the tip of the pen and lowered his head to write. As soon as he put pen to paper, a teardrop as big as a bean fell on the paper. Underestimate the enemy. She underestimated the enemy too much. She thought that Mrs. Chu had already revealed her true intentions, and throwing Chen Sanlang into her room was the most dirty trick. Who knew that Mrs. Chu's real trick was not Chen Sanlang at all, but to join the game with her own son, and to compete with who was more reluctant to let go. She just threw Chen Fu to Jing County, and followed Zhou Ergu's situation, throwing her close friends far away. She thought it was foolproof. But if you make a mistake, everything will be lost. The weakest link in a success is exactly the part you think is the strongest. These years have been too smooth. She clearly saw in Chen Jianfang that the ancients were as smart as modern people. But she underestimated Madame Chu and was too conceited. So she fell hard. If she had been more alert, Chen Fu would not have suffered this unprovoked disaster. Xianjin turned his head, wiped his face heavily, took a deep breath, and wrote quickly, leaving a line of words on the paper. Review and analysis of a Yuan sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Review? Must review? How can you improve without review? If you don't review, you will be cheated next time. If you don't review, how can you cheat others next time? Xianjin's ideas are flowing. Much more inspiring than writing the paper assigned by teacher Qiao. Xianjin wrote until it was dark outside the window. Sun poked her head out of the window frame. Her expression was 3 points of exploration, 3 points of curiosity, 3 points of eagerness to try, 3 points of restraint, and 1 point of pretending to be calm, adding up to 13 points. 3 points more than the full score. Erlangen is waiting for you in the small room. The expression on Sun's face could open a dying factory. But her tone was a little cold. Do you want to go? Xianjin paused and said. No. Sun said TSK again. Go. Erlangen is looking for you at this time. The old lady must know. Maybe it's good news. Xianjin wrote with divine power. No need to go. Knock knock. The door frame was knocked. Xianjin turned his head. Chen Jianfang looked more tired than in the morning. His hands naturally hanging down. Standing in front of the door frame. His eyes looked at Xianjin very brightly. Xianjin. Sun raised her foot and stepped back, not forgetting to close the door as she retreated. Trying to be a mediocre little assist. Xianjin put the pen on the pen wash, turned around, and looked at Chen Jianfang with a steady gaze. Chen Jianfang lowered his head slightly under the gaze. and first mentioned the result. Grandmother has completely given up the idea of you and Sanlang matching up. Xianjin pursed his lips. Thank you. Gently raised his chin. But it's unnecessary. I will have no relationship with Sanlang. Not today. And even less in the future. Qin Jianfang didn't say anything, but looked at Xianjin calmly, as if he didn't understand why Xianjin was still bragging at this moment. My household registration documents were obtained by Madame Chu in collusion with Chao Fuqing. The third master has already established a female household for me, according to Article 138 of the Wei Dynasty Law. If my household registration documents are to be moved, I must know, agree, sign and seal them. They didn't go through this procedure. Even if I sign the concubine document today, once my household registration document is exposed to be missing items or omitted steps in the future, all the documents signed today will be invalid, Xianjin said calmly. I just need to hold on to this point. I believe that when Fuqing, who has always been at loggerheads with Chao Fuqing, should be very interested in the fact that Chao Fuqing colluded with wealthy businessmen and falsified household registration. Xianjin smiled. I don't even need to bother Prefect Xiong. When Fuqing alone will definitely kill me. Qin Jianfang lowered his eyes slightly and was silent. In front of everyone. You signed the document of taking a concubine. Even if the document is invalidated in the future, and you are successfully vindicated, what about your ruined reputation? Do you think that my reputation and fame will be gone after signing the concubine document? Xianjin asked. Will I become a dirty, filthy concubine? Qin Jianfang clenched his fists. You know that's not what I mean. Xianjin smiled. Do I care about my reputation? I'm a businessman. I'll do whatever is best for me. How much is my reputation worth? Xianjin's smile gradually faded. Reputation is nothing more than a shackle that rule makers give to those who abide by the rules. I want to be the one who makes the rules, not the one who succumbs to the rules. Finally, it came out. Xianjin finally said it out loud about his exploration of the rules. Qin Jianfang raised her head slightly. The girl's eyes were slightly red and swollen. Her fair skin was delicate and smooth. She was as vigorous as ever, as if no amount of setbacks could defeat her. Qin Jianfang's throat moved slightly, and the words lingered in his mouth. Finally, he softened the words and said them like silk and light snow. You were in trouble this time. The reason for everything was that the old lady saw me standing and pacing at the gate of a Yuan. A long time ago. There were many things I wanted to say, but due to some strange circumstances, these words were never uttered. Xianjin, if you are willing, I will entrust my life's work to you. If you are willing, I will be so lucky to be with you in this world. Grow old together, have children, and enjoy the good life. Xianjin, are you willing to wait for me to pass the imperial examination next year and marry you in a sedan chair? Chapter 289. Nothing is wrong. Qin Jianfang spoke sincerely. His face was sincere, and every word seemed to be engraved with the blood in his heart. Words, those spoken words, are really the most wonderful things in the world. Xianjin suddenly had this thought in his mind. Words are light and floating. Once spoken, they will dissipate with the air in time, leaving no trace in the world, and nowhere to be found. However, words can carry the heaviest weight of all in this world. Qin Jianfang paused slightly, as if waiting for Xianjin's answer. Xianjin's silence made him feel uneasy. I have told Grandma. Qin Jianfang suddenly felt anxious. Perhaps because of Madame Chu? Is Xianjin afraid that Madame Chu will not agree? Qin Jianfang said anxiously. Grandma has nodded. These 6 simple words hide his blood and tears for 6 hours. In the closed door by Mahal, he said, Grandma is arrogant and unrestrained. Even if my grandson passes the imperial examination and becomes an official, his future will be ruined because of the unrest in the harem. It is better to be self-aware from the beginning and return to Xuanqing to be a rich farmer. He said, the Qin family is rotten from the roots. From the idle grandfather. From your tyranny. From the extravagant uncles of the 5th and 6th uncles. Although I want to fix it, I am powerless to change it. He said, I studied hard. In the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer. And I never delayed. I studied for the Qin family. But the Qin family was behind me, tripping me up and playing dirty tricks. I don't want to read this book. He said, the spring imperial examination in March is an opportunity beyond my destiny. I don't want this opportunity. His grandmother was crying bitterly, and he knelt down below her, holding his head high. But he felt his back relaxed and his mind clear. So what if he passed the imperial examination? Xianjin was gone. His father was lucky enough to hold his own ray of sunshine in the bleak haze. Why didn't he have this blessing? So he said, if Xianjin is not cherished, I will not take the exam next year. 3 years later. Or 6 years later. I would rather join Master Qin and be an idle teacher. Xianjin makes paper in the lower reaches of Longchuan Creek. And I teach in the upper reaches of Longchuan Creek. We complement each other and express our feelings through the flowing water. He had no choice but to destroy himself. In front of Madame Chu. He had no ability to negotiate. His only capital was himself. And he was the only capital of the Qin family. He was gambling. He was gambling whether Madame Chu's selfless and fearless dedication was for her own strong desire for control or for the Qin family. He won the bet. Grandmother covered her chest, tears streaming down her face, and finally gave in. He rushed to the east courtyard without stopping. He wanted to personally tell Xianjin the news. After Qiaohui came back, he always had a feeling, a sense of extreme loss that something would leave him forever. The lights burst. It was a good sign. Qin Jianfang came back to his senses, firmly grasping the comfort and support brought by metaphysics. The gentleman had never spoken so eagerly. Xianjin, you can completely trust me now. I will immediately rent a place for your uncle and you. It is in Yingtian Prefecture, far away from Xuanqing. You don't have to worry about your grandmother playing tricks behind your back. Your household registration is indeed in the Chu family now. When the teacher comes back, we will go to complete the documents together to finalize this matter. Xianjin, you believe me. Qin Jianfang's eyes became deeper and deeper, and his tone was very low. My father never had a concubine in his life. I knew from a young age that the best family tradition is for the husband and wife to be of one mind. I will give you all the money, people, and social connections in the family. I will work hard. If I can pass the exam in the top 2 this spring, I will have the opportunity to stay in the imperial court. I will definitely let you be granted an imperial decree and wear a phoenix crown and a red robe. Qin Jianfang's tone gradually became lower. Speak. Xianjin. Xianjin. Speak. Qin Jianfang hid his hands in his sleeves, and his clenched fists gradually increased in strength, and panic was about to shatter all his fantasies. Finally, Xianjin gently raised his eyes. His eyes were sincere. His face was gentle. He smiled at Qin Jianfang, and finally spoke. Erlang, let me ask you, how much does each type of fubai and Xietian paper cost? After Qin Jianfang heard it clearly, he was stunned for a moment, and finally remembered this conversation, which also happened in the moon when they first talked. Under the moonlight, the little girl who had just lost her mother asked him, do you know how much the paper at home costs? He blushed and told the little girl that he had been with his father all year round, either in the capital or in Sichuan, and had never paid attention to the price of paper in his family's shop. Now, at this moment, the soft moonlight penetrated through the window. The girl, who had grown up to be the real boss of the Qin family's business, asked him again, with clear eyes and sincere expression, how much the paper in his family shop cost. Qin Jianfang's clenched hands in his sleeves slowly loosened. He didn't know. He never knew how much those papers were sold for. Qin Jianfang seemed to understand what Xianjin wanted to say. The obvious words. The hidden meanings. He understood the meaning in the middle in a daze. Raised his head with sad eyes. Saw Xianjin's eyes and face. But still said, I will know tomorrow. No. I will know immediately. Xianjin shook his head gently. You have 3 years to ask. But you didn't. In fact, in these 3 years, you never really asked her about the interesting, difficult, and important things in business, and never discussed with her the interesting, difficult, and important things other than eating, drinking, living, and traveling. The imperial examination, the 4 books and 5 classics, the 12 subjects. The students take the exam for the scholars. The scholars take the exam for the Jiren. The Jiren take the exam for the Jinshi. Xianjin said softly. How the imperial examination that you rely on and value works. How to get promoted. How to achieve your goals. I know everything about it. What about the Xian paper? How much do you know? Qin Jianfang opened his mouth to speak, but was stopped by Xianjin. You have always looked at Xian paper and the Xian paper business with a joking attitude. You never thought that the cause I worked hard for was important or noble. Xianjin still smiled. Maybe you are willing to understand Xian paper and the Xian paper business now. But it is based on your feelings for me, not your sincere recognition. Qin Jiafeng pursed his lips tightly, clenched his back teeth, and the angle of his jaw became a sharp outline. He did not deny it, but he could not admit it. Xianjin did not want to hear the answer or the argument, and calmly turned his head to look elsewhere. Sun-like splendidness. There are many treasures in the flower room in the east courtyard. On the museum shelf next to it, there is a small and exquisite white porcelain glazed lotus leaf windmill lamp, and a small jade plate is placed under the outlet of the spring. There are 2 gaps on the jade plate. The water flows through these 2 gaps and flows down in 2 streams. Xianjin closed his eyes gently. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Jiafeng had disappeared, and Sun looked inside with an inquiring look at the door frame. Sun said, "In fact, you should agree. He really wants to marry you." "How rare." Xianjin lowered his eyes slightly and said softly, "I thank him. She should be grateful for the sincere feelings of the young man at any time. But, just like these 2 streams of water," Xianjin whispered, gently pointing to the jade plate. "The water is clear and natural, and the jade plate is beautiful and balanced. But it is divided by 2 gaps into 1 stream to the east and 1 to the west. These 2 streams of water will never blend again. Is there anything wrong with the water flow? Is there anything wrong with the gap? Is there anything wrong with the jade plate? None of them." Chapter 290 Thunderbolt in a Plane. The Qin family fell into a strange calm. Insiders? 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 Insiders who knew a little. Insiders who knew nothing. Snakes have their own ways. Rats have their own ways. And everyone has realized from different channels that under the calm of the Qin family, there is a strange abnormality everywhere. Under this calm surface, there must be firecrackers hidden somewhere. First, our Langjin, who was studying abroad, came back for the first time. He first locked himself in the Baima Hall for 6 hours, and then locked himself in the outer courtyard for 3 days. The lights in the courtyard were on for several nights. Secondly, the capable old lady Chu was actually ill. She had not been ill even after the death of her eldest son, but now she was ill and could not get out of bed. She was said to be vomiting all the time. Second, Aunt Chu's face was as anxious as a fried dough twist at the corner of the street. Old Lady Chu had lasted for 3 days, but she was vomiting and could not eat anything. Second, Aunt Chu saw that she was dying, so she asked Dr. Wang to come on duty, but was politely refused. She had no choice but to ask the doctor from Baitang to come and treat her. He boiled medicine every day, and the whole Baima Tang was filled with a bitter smell. I don't know if it was the smell of medicine or something else. The last one is the most shocking. The relationship between the third wife, son, and the burden of a Yuan, Xianjin, is unprecedentedly harmonious. They are so harmonious that they can sit together for dinner. Xianjin lowered his head and picked up a piece of white radish. Sun took a spoon to scoop a spoonful of chicken soup for Xianjin, looked down on her husband's stepdaughter's face, and said after a long time, "I plan to go see the old lady after noon." Xianjin paused. "It's not time yet." Behind the screen in the next room, there was a sound of hands on the wooden board, followed by Chen Fu's frightened whispers in his sleep. "Mom! It hurts! It hurts! Mom!" Xianjin dropped his chopsticks and rushed in. Chen Fu's face was red. He had been half asleep and half awake these days. When he woke up, he called his mother. When he dreamed, he called his mother. When he fell asleep, he talked nonsense. Xianjin touched Chen Fu's forehead with the back of his hand. Fortunately, it was not hot. He leaned over to twist the handkerchief and replaced it with a cold, wet handkerchief for Chen Fu. Sun came in and saw Xianjin's light and quick hands and feet. In addition to heartache and worry, there was a strong resentment in his eyes. Unconcealed resentment. Sun leaned to the side and said very tactfully, "Then we won't go to the comb hall at noon today? What to do now? Watch Xianjin tear the old woman apart with his bare hands? Isn't that too bloody? The ultimate evolved, Xianjin can beat 80 old ladies who are too sick to get up." And Sun automatically put herself into Xianjin's wi. Just kidding. What has she relied on to survive until now? Is it wisdom? Is it knowledge? Is it foresight? No. None of them. It's all because of her kind heart that looks up to the sun. And cowardly. So when she heard that her eldest son and his wife were alone in the same room with Xianjin, and did nothing but discuss skin care and beauty sleep, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He is indeed the eldest son, who has condensed all the wisdom of her and the Sun family. A self-taught coward. A well-educated coward. Xianjin looked up at Sun and smiled after a while. I won't go to buy Ma Tang for the time being. If you want to go, go by yourself. Sun shook her head like a rattle. No. 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 I won't go. If you don't go, I won't go either. Sun's mind is now extremely clear. Xianjin can attack or defend. Old Madame Chu is invincible in the Chen family. But there is always a way to defeat something. When Chen Jianfang really gets tough, old Madame Chu will definitely avoid him. With Chen Jianfang's protection, Xianjin was able to stay in the Chen family. If she moved forward, she would still own half of the Chen family's business. If she moved backward, she could still be the second wife. A noble and glorious woman. As long as Chen Jianfang's promise was valid, Xianjin would walk sideways in the Chen family. Xianjin sprinkled the water on her hands, stood up, and went out to continue eating. Sun stood in front of the screen, staring at the front with burning eyes. I don't know what she was thinking, so she didn't move aside in time. Xianjin whispered, "Third madam?" Sun woke up as if from a dream, and immediately moved aside with her whole upper body, showing an exaggerated smile. You go. You walk sideways. Xianjin? Even though she is as smart as a beautiful vase. Sometimes, I really can't understand Sun's train of thought. At night, Manager Zhong came to see him. When he entered the room and saw Xianjin sitting there mounting calligraphy and paintings, his eyes were red. Masterly saw you being dragged back to the room that day, so he asked around and didn't even go to deliver the tribute sample paper. The Chen family really couldn't find out anything. In the past few days, the front and back doors of the Chen family have not been opened at all. No one is allowed to go in or out. Master Li and I knocked on the door several times, but it didn't even open. Master Li was anxious and rushed to Heng's house to find Hengxi's shopkeeper, but he couldn't get in either. He only said that Miss Hengwu had a serious illness and couldn't see anyone. I went to the prefectural government office again. Prefect Xiong was in Yingtian Prefecture. I didn't know the rest of the officials, let alone pay attention to me. I was so nervous that I waited at the door day and night. 5 or 6 days ago, I saw a carriage go in. And 2 or 3 days ago, I saw a sedan chair go in. I asked around and found out that it was the doctor of Baikatang. I was even more anxious. Today, I knocked on the doorman and said I must see you. The old doorman finally opened the door, served tea and water, and let me in with a very flattering attitude. Manager Zhong lowered his head and wiped his eyes. But what happened? Xianjin put down the framed calligraphy and painting. Manager Zhong poured tea and said concisely, "It's just a small matter." He smiled and tried his best to comfort the heroic director Zhong. "It's nothing to mention." Manager Zhong did not ask further, but looked at the framed things in Xianjin's hand. His worries did not subside, and he lowered his voice and said, "Everyone is saying that Prefect Xiong has not returned yet. Maybe there is a problem with our tribute sample paper. It has been almost a month since the tribute samples were handed in. Yingtianfu is not too far from the capital. The official ship takes the Grand Canal by water. It only takes 5 or 6 days to travel. The result should be known after a round trip. There has been no movement. There are only 2 possibilities. Neither of them was selected. There are disagreements at the top, and it has not been clear which one to choose." Xianjin dipped his head in the white sticky paste and asked softly, "Everyone? Who are these everyone?" Manager Zhong said in a deep voice, "The people of the Chamber of Commerce. Henjianliu and several large paper companies have not made any noise, and some small workshops are more anxious. After all, they have invested money and materials before, and now it is like silver thrown into the water without any sound. So they are a little anxious." Xianjin nodded gently and brushed the paste on the yellow silk paper. "After I got sick? Did Hengxi get sick too?" Manager Zhong had a dignified face, but sneered. "Yes. In this cold weather, you occasionally feel cold. And the 5th wife of the Hung family also occasionally feels cold. However, the 3rd-ranked vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, Hung Lian, is in good health. He has been jumping around these days, going to the small workshop to drink tea, and going to Liuji to look at paper." Hung Lian. Xianjin smiled and nodded. "Let him stir up the storm. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. If necessary, we need to add more firewood and fuel the fire." Xianjin gently put down the brush dipped in the paste, and said to Aunt Zhong in a deep voice, "You asked Changge, the boss of Qiangji, to follow Henglian and fan the flames to make everyone's efforts more powerful and make everyone's mood more excited." Aunt Zhong lowered her eyes and agreed. The old people who followed Xianjin from Jingxian all have one advantage. They never question all of Xianjin's arrangements. They will do whatever Xianjin points to, without asking why, and will not put forward their so-called better opinions. All her arrangements are now truly taking shape. Aunt Zhong drank up the warm tea in the teacup, stood up, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. "Although we don't know what happened in the Qin family these days, I believe it is definitely not a good thing. All the silver of the Qin family has arrived, and all the deeds have been re-signed. If the tribute is really not selected this time, shopkeeper, we must make a long plan." Xianjin nodded, smiling at the corners of his lips. "I am very happy that you are prepared for this." As Xianjin spoke, he gently put down the framed painting in his hand. It was clearly a long painting. Streets, vendors, and houses were lined up. Rivers, mountains, plains, and reservoirs were clearly layered. Scholars, merchants, officials, and women came and went. The days gradually evolved from a strange calm to a broken jar of out of sight, out of mind, out of sight troubles are not troubles. Everyone knew that there was a string hanging over their heads, ready to trigger the arrow at any time. But everything was still moving forward in an orderly manner. During this period, Mrs. Chu's health improved and she was able to walk. But Xianjin never met her from beginning to end, which made him feel like a king not meeting a king. Qin Fu also woke up, but he stared at the curtain with his eyes blankly, saying nothing, and occasionally tears flowed from his eyes. In order to make Qin Fu happier, Xianjin even asked someone to send a white and clean kitten. The kitten ripped the spider plant in the house in a mean way, its round eyes wide open innocently. Qin Fu finally spoke, looking at the little white cat with tears in his eyes. "It looks a bit like a Ainyang. Xianjin, I knew you couldn't resist this kind of cute and scheming little thing." In mid-October, Qin Jianfang finished mourning. On the day of mourning, he gave Xianjin a dried cherry blossom sandwiched in a book. Along with the cherry blossom, there was also a piece of white paper with the words 3 years of time are easy to pass. A piece of plain paper costs 5 coins. On the second day, dried pear blossoms and a piece of white paper were delivered. The jade plate is folded like silk, and 10 copper coins are lightly promised. On the third day, dried jasmine flowers and white paper were delivered. And on the fourth day, dried lotus flowers and white paper were delivered. All the prices of rice paper in the store are hidden in those 2 lines of poetry. Sun was sneaky, but she saw Xianjin taking dried flowers and white paper every day, and then he burned them without any emotion. Why make it so awkward? We are all the same pond. He Xianjin, can't escape from the Qin family, and Qin Erlang is willing to take care of her. Is there anything better than this? Sun thought. Sun couldn't figure it out. Qin Fu sometimes looked at the young girl's solemn and fair face, and couldn't help but show persuasion in his eyes. He finally spoke while taking medicine. "Erlang, not bad. History has proved that he can't protect Xianjin, don't you see? The wheel of history has broken his feet? Although he doesn't like Erlang, to be precise. He doesn't like everything that Madame Chu likes. He has to admit that Erlang has a bright future, although he is a little bit behind Xianjin. If Xianjin can't leave the Qin family, Erlang is indeed the best choice. As a qualified stepfather, the comfort of the baby must be above his preferences. Moreover, he likes the strong Xiao Baoyuan. But can Xiao Baoyuan marry Xianjin?" The 2 enemies quarreled as soon as they met, and it was so annoying. Xianjin threw a spoonful of bitter medicine. "Take your medicine, my living father." Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Fu was ecstatic. "What did you call me?" "Dad." Xianjin threw another spoonful of bitter medicine. "Qin Fu, what did you call me?" "Dad." "You call me Dad?" Xianjin put the spoon in the bowl speechlessly, and glanced at the fat white cat squatting in the corner. "I won't call that fat white cat Dad." "Right?" Qin Fu was so happy that he went crazy. When everyone thought that the days would go on in such a strange and peaceful way, a thunderbolt from Governor Xiong struck. The tribute of Xin paper has entered the 3rd round. Fujian, Jiangji, and Shuanqing Chamber of Commerce will send another round of paper to Beijing, and the cabinet minister Zhu Bingsheng will personally participate in the evaluation for a period of 10 days. 10 days. 10 days. Xuanqing is in an uproar. 10 days. To enter the third round of evaluation. Even if it is a strict selection by the cabinet. It cannot be so difficult for suppliers. Eat shit. They made Bazhangxian. And the 21 paper companies in the city almost suspended all business. Working non-stop for 3 months before making Bazhangxian for evaluation. You told me. Now in 10 days. We have to start all over again and submit new samples for evaluation. Hello? Are you listening? Is this something a human can do? A paper shop owner raised an objection. Could it be that they have already decided to use Fujian jade button paper as the tribute? And they are playing tricks on us. A paper shop owner agreed. I heard that Fujian jade button paper is made of gold. With beautiful jade inlaid on the 4 corners of the paper. And each piece of paper is interlayered with gold thread in the center. It is so rich. Even if we are Bazhangxian. It is just a plain white paper. How can we compete with it? Who asked us to make Bazhangxian in the first place? It was the Qin family. It was the Qin family. It was the Qin family who asked us to stop making paper and kept investing money. Let the Qin family make the decision. Yes. Yes. The Qin family is the president of the Chamber of Commerce. So of course they have to make a new decision. The paper shop reacted loudly and loudly. Full of confusion and fear. Encouraged by those with ulterior motives. They urgently needed the Qin family to step forward and fight. As the last line of defense. Are you really not going to the store? Qin Fu half leaned on the bed. Opened his mouth to enjoy the service from the little girl and the disgusted look from his wife. I heard that Manager Zhang and Manager Chu came to invite you today. Xianjin skillfully scooped a spoonful of porridge to Qin Fu's mouth. Ah. Qin Fu, ah. Xianjin leaned forward and scooped another spoonful of soup. Like cures like. Drink more. Qin Fu was fed so much that he couldn't open his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it whole. And said unclearly, I heard that several businesses are in the Qin family. They say that the Qin family has no diamonds, but wants to do porcelain work. Making them cheat people and cheat money. Xianjin nodded. There are 7 or 8 families. Hengji instigated them. It's a big fuss. It said that the door of the Fubai store was blocked this morning. Qin Fu raised his eyebrows. You're not going. Xianjin smiled. I'm just an ordinary concubine reserve army. A weak and powerless vase. I can't bear this heavy responsibility. Qin Fu swallowed the soup with difficulty. Delicate vase? He didn't know which word could be associated with the cockroach girl. Qin Fu frowned. The soup tastes wrong? It doesn't look like pork rib soup. Xianjin nodded calmly. It's brain soup. Then you say like cures like. Qin Fu frowned and muttered. Xianjin didn't say anything. Just looked at Qin Fu calmly. After a long while. Qin Fu reacted. Kicked his legs and bulged his eyes. And cursed. This damn girl. You scolded your father for being brainless. Chapter 291 Waiting for the Fall. The trend of besieging the Qin family is getting more and more intense. It seems that there are a lot of people making trouble. If you count carefully, it is the 7 or 8 paper shops that are causing the most trouble. First, they blocked the door of Fubai and did not allow people to enter or leave, claiming that they wanted to ask for an explanation. Then, they sat in Fubai and Xiangqian day and night without sleep. Those who know understand that this is to express dissatisfaction. And those who don't know think they are petitioning. The last trick is that these 7 or 8 families summon more than 20 strong men to surround the Chen residence, blocking the front and back doors. They didn't make any noise or make a fuss. But they would not give up until they got an explanation. Instead, they caused the people in the shops next door to talk about it. They all reasonably inferred that it should be the 3 devils of the Qin family who were collecting debts and causing trouble outside again. Qin Fu was very angry. My legs are broken. How much I love to cause trouble. I am so strong-willed to keep causing trouble. Qin Fu was angry, but it was useless. The Qin family was as quiet as a chicken. No one responded. Master, it's the 4th day. And the Qin family dare not open the door. In the main hall of Heng's house. On the rattan armchair. Hung Lian sat sideways with his head tilted. One hand on a walnut. The other holding a teacup. Smiling and listening to the steward's report. The steward bowed and continued. The Wu family and the Zheng family were also persuaded. And they went to the Qin family this afternoon to ask for an explanation. Almost 10 paper shops have come forward. Hung Lian tilted his mouth. Those who invested money invested money. Those who worked hard worked hard. But now this is the result. Who can bear it? Hung Lian sneered. He Xianjin always looks confident. And everyone invests as much as they can as if they were possessed by a ghost. Now that they have come to their senses, they will naturally force the Chen family to come up with a new set of rules. The manager lowered his head. If the Chen family can't come up with it, we will also stand by and watch. Just watch the rice paper lose? Hung Lian raised his eyebrows. What's the big deal if the rice paper loses? The manager lowered his head even lower. Hangji won. This is a big deal. Hung Lian's eyes moved slightly. The Bai family's kid is useless. He couldn't catch the opportunity when it was delivered to his door. That girl slipped away and was robbed of his money and life by the passing ruffians. Are we really going to see the Chen family take over? He's Xianjin. A little girl. Lead the Xuanqing paper industry? In this tribute paper dispute? If the Chen family can't come up with a way to save the market, who do you think will be the next president of the Xian Paper Chamber of Commerce? Hung Lian laughed coldly. There are still many opportunities for tribute paper. The opportunity to overwhelm the Chen family and sit firmly on the top of the Xuanqing paper industry is fleeting. Speaking of which, we should also thank He Xianjin for his trouble to integrate. Otherwise, we would not be able to pick up this peach that fell on the ground even if we wanted to. The steward's forehead was about to touch the ground. I am only the temporary second in command. Please don't tell me about your grand and magnificent evil plots. Go. Force the Chen family harder. Hung Lian raised his chin. I heard that He Xianjin was dragged into the inner house by the woman that day, and then there was no movement. Most of them are useless. The Chen family has no one in charge now. The only way to succeed is to kill him while he is sick. A head popped out of the window. Hung Lian frowned. Who? The door was gently pushed open, and Hung Shi, who was panting, pursed his lips tightly and looked at his biological father with burning eyes. Wu Nyang. Hung Lian moved the walnut in his hand. It seems that your cold has improved a lot? Hung Shi's chest rose and fell. Father, don't you know whether I am sick or not? Hung Lian laughed. Even if I am sick, it doesn't matter. Take some medicine and rest for 2 days. Your mother has found a good marriage for you. The family has 300 acres of land. You will be the mistress of the house when you marry there. The skills you practiced in Hengji will be just right for you. Hung Shi took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Father, now is not the time to compete with the Chen family. There are still 6 days, and a lot of work to do. Since the paper tribute by Fu Jin is very luxurious, we can do the opposite. We are extremely simple and elegant. I have flipped through ancient books. There was Jin Su Jing paper in the Southern Song dynasty. The color was yellow. Simple and beautiful. It was not eaten by hundreds of insects, and would not rot for 100 years. Perhaps we can borrow it a little. Yeah. What Fifth Miss said makes sense. Hung Lian smiled as he rolled walnuts and asked the steward. Did you write down Fifth Miss's idea? The steward bent over and searched for a soft pen. Hung Lian looked at his eldest daughter with a smile, as if asking, is there anything else? Hung Shi clenched her back teeth, clenched her fists, stood outside the door for a long time, and then suddenly turned around and walked out. The door couldn't be opened. Hung Shi had tried many times. It was like putting her under house arrest. Heng Shi was furious. He returned to the west wing attic, but saw the window frame wide open. There was a tightly wrapped yellow-brown paper bag hidden under the side table. Heng Shi closed the doors and windows, looked around carefully to see if there was anyone around, and then half crouched down to see that the brown paper bag was properly sealed. There was a line of words written on the cover, on the 10th day. If I cannot show up, Prefect Xiong will definitely look for you. Then give the paper bag to him, He Xianjin. The font was bold, and the pen tip was sharp. As always, Heng Shi's clenched back teeth finally loosened slowly. On the 5th day, more and more people surrounded the Chen family. After Chen Jianfang came out to mediate, everyone dispersed. On the 6th day, the people who surrounded the family gathered again. Their sympathy for people and property greatly outweighed their respect for scholars. On the 7th day, the people who surrounded the family also settled down at night. On the 8th day, people began to throw eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at the gate of the Chen family. In the Bai Ma Hall, Mrs. Chu was half lying and half leaning on the armchair with a pale face. She listened to the noisy voices around her. Although there were 2 walls between them, she could imagine the unrest in the alley outside the door. The widow of the eldest house, Duan. The second house, Chen Kai and his wife Su. And the third house Sun and Chen Sanlang sat at the bottom. Duan had a calm face, straight back, and calm eyes looking straight ahead. Chen Kai and Su. One hunched his head, indifferent. The other tilted his head, indifferent. Sun and Chen Sanlang, mother and son, were like a pair of silhouettes, with hunched backs and trembling legs. We must give an explanation. Old Madame Chu had just recovered from a serious illness. Her face was as white as paper. Should we continue to pay tribute to Bazhang Xian? Or use other paper? Hangji did not come forward, and everyone's eyes forced the Chen family to speak. Mrs. Chu's eyes fell on Chen Kai. Second brother, you are also in charge of the shop. Tell me. Chen Kai moved his eyes further away. I shouldn't have been born. I'm stupid and dull. Where do I get the idea? Mrs. Chu frowned. Second brother. Yuan Chu hurriedly patted Mrs. Chu's back with tears in her eyes, and advised Chen Kai. Second master, your mother was almost dead from illness this time. If you have complaints, you shouldn't express them at this time. Chen Kai stood up suddenly, and his usually honest and simple face flushed red. I was struggling to manage the shop before, and after Xianjin supported the family, our Chen family's road became smooth. Xianjin is now at home. You have offended her so much. You can't pull the face to coax her. So you come to torment me. Am I a very mean person? Su turned her head and wiped her eyes. Chen Kai grabbed his wife's wrist and was about to walk out. I am so stupid. Now I understand why my third brother is so rebellious. And Chu wanted to chase him. But Mrs. Chu waved her hand and moved her eyes to Sun and Chen Sanling's faces. After a pause, she slowly moved away and said in a hoarse voice, What do you think? Eldest wife? Duan smiled, with a hint of irony on her face, which was always dignified and generous. What does mother want me to say? Old Lady Chu was holding back her anger, exhausted physically and mentally, and seemed unable to speak. Erlang would rather not take the imperial examination than marry her. After all, she is still a member of the Chen family. At this critical moment, I have something to say, but you will be her mother-in-law in the future. Duan suddenly raised her eyes, curled her lips and smiled again. And after laughing, she felt speechless. Don't you know that Xianjin rejected Erlang harshly? Sun and Chen Sanlang nodded silently in a place where they couldn't see. Cruel. Indeed very cruel. How could old Lady Chu not know that Chen Jianfang went crazy in front of her and immediately went to Yuan? She knew everything he said and what Xianjin agreed to. Old Lady Chu waved her hands tiredly and indifferently. That girl was just talking in anger at that time, and she couldn't bear to take it. Erlang wants to marry her. How can she not be grateful? How can she not be proud? Now the Chen family is being roasted on the fire, and this matter is caused by her. She must come forward. Then you go. Duan interrupted old Lady Chu's words without any hesitation, and smiled again. Xianjin may have been waiting for you to come forward in person. Yes. He's Xianjin. Maybe he has been waiting for her to come forward in person to plead for mercy. After Mrs. Chu figured this out, her face turned pale instantly, and a piercing pain rose in her heart, causing her to unconsciously raise her hand to cover her chest. Mrs. Duan didn't buy it, and after getting up and bowing, she followed the footsteps of the second room to say goodbye. Only Mrs. Sun and Chen Sanlang were left in the room. Both mother and son stared at the same time with ignorant eyes, waiting for Mrs. Chu to assign them incredible tasks. Mrs. Chu seemed to have forgotten the existence of these two people. After Mrs. Duan left, she clenched her hands on her chest. On the 9th day, Li Shiya, who was by the side of the prefect Xiong, came to ask questions. His words were gentle, but his tone was very tough. He said, The Chen family never fights without preparation. It's time for the finale to appear at the last moment. Right? The government is out, and the Chen family must face the enemy head-on. That night, the sky was full of stars, and the cicadas and birds were mixed together. The lanterns under the eaves of the east courtyard were lifted by the wind, and the light was like a dancing girl swirling back and forth. Knock, knock, knock. The door rang. Xianjin calmly got up and opened it, and calmly looked at the old woman, who was half fallen on Aunt Chu's arms at the door. Even if you don't want tea, you should invite me in to sit down. Right? Mrs. Chu spoke weakly. Xianjin stepped aside to make way. It was hot and humid in the dog days, but Mrs. Chu was wearing a layered cloak. Her face was pale, and her already thin cheeks were even more sunken. Xianjin poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of Mrs. Chu. Mrs. Chu nodded gently. Thank you. Xianjin sat opposite Mrs. Chu and waited for the next words. This is the first time I see Erlang angry. Mrs. Chu took a breath after saying something. He smashed all the cups and threatened me that if I didn't let him marry you, he would never take the imperial examination again. Xianjin's expression did not change at all. Mrs. Chu forced a bitter smile. You won. I didn't win. Xianjin interrupted steadily. Mrs. Chu smiled knowingly, her face haggard and broken. Yes, you didn't win. You have always won. So naturally you don't know what it feels like to lose. Xianjin didn't want to get entangled with her, and didn't deliberately correct her statement. Old Madame Chu suddenly realized. I finally agreed to your marriage. Old Madame Chu smiled. I am here now to apologize to you. I imprisoned you, plotted against you, and forced you. It was Grandma's fault. When you marry Erlang in the future, even if Grandma doesn't like you anymore, she can only respect you as the next head of the Chen family. Xianjin sighed softly. Old Madame Chu continued. All your goals have been achieved, and the 10-day appointment is coming soon. What should we do with the tribute paper? How should the Chen family end? I don't believe you are not prepared. Without waiting for Xianjin to speak, Madame Chu said anxiously. Don't worry. Since Grandma agrees, this marriage will definitely be concluded. Madame Chu softened her tone. Family members don't hold grudges overnight. The most urgent thing is to get through this crisis. You and I are not from the same family. Xianjin finally spoke. Madame Chu looked extremely tired. Yes. Yes. You and I are not from the same family. You and Erlang always. Except for the third master. I have nothing to do with the Chen family. Xianjin spoke calmly and with a correct attitude. When I act, I always leave room for myself. There are 3 steps in the submission of tribute. No matter how sure others are that the second step will produce results, I will prepare according to the 3 steps. Mrs. Chu ignored the first sentence, and her eyes brightened when she heard Xianjin's second words. I can help you out. Xianjin looked straight ahead. I have conditions. Mrs. Chu nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. You can prepare for your marriage to Erlang without any worries. You will leave the Chu family, and your dowry will be carefully prepared for you by your grandmother. First, I want to leave the Chen family. My household registration and name card must be handed over to me immediately. Xianjin spoke, interrupting Mrs. Chu's fantasy. Mrs. Chu's half-open mouth did not close for a long time. Second, I will not take away anything the Chen family gave me, but I must take away the things my mother left for me. Third, you must sign a document now, saying that I, Xianjin, have no connection with the Chen family anymore. Sign, and put your fingerprints on it. If the government wants to inquire, you must cooperate. Fourth, the contracts of my men were signed with me, including but not limited to Sansuo, Zhong Guancher, Zhou Ergu, Zheng brothers. I want to take these people away. With every word Xianjin said, Mrs. Chu's face turned paler. She never thought that Xianjin was making trouble in this matter. Not to marry Erlang smoothly, but to break away from the Chen family. How could Xianjin leave? How could she leave? How dare she leave? No matter how she plotted against Xianjin, she never thought that Xianjin would escape from the Chen family. Old Madame Chu panted a few times. What if I don't agree? Xianjin said calmly. Then the Chen family is the center of Xuanqing Prefecture and the entire Xuanqing Paper Merchants Association. Enlian has been hyping up the momentum so much. Isn't it just watching and waiting for the fall of the Chen family? Prosperity and loss are all prosperity. Loss and loss are all loss. The Chen family's reputation is rotten. No matter how well Erlangjin does in the exam, he will only be dragged down by Chenji. Old Madame Chu looked at Xianjin's confident face and whispered dumbly. You are using Hengji to force me. Xianjin remained silent. You have already calculated that the dispute over tribute paper will enter the 3rd round. Mrs. Chu's palms were sweating. Xianjin remained silent. Mrs. Chu suddenly realized, even if Chen Jianfang did not interfere, as long as the tribute paper entered the 3rd round, under the pressure of the Xuanqing Chamber of Commerce and the government, no matter what situation Xianjin was in, she had the capital to negotiate with the Chen family about leaving. Chapter 292. A piece of gold paper. The candlelight in the east courtyard flickered. Xianjin didn't like the dark environment. Oil lamps and candles were her most willing expenses. In such a bright environment, Mrs. Chu's face was still dark and unclear, and all her expressions were dark and depressed. Are you going to sign a letter of severance with the Chen family? Mrs. Chu raised her eyelids, revealing yellow whites of her eyes. Xianjin crossed his arms. I thought I had made it very clear. Mrs. Chu's eyelids drooped again, and when she raised her eyes again, she had an incredible sneer. Do you think you can gain a foothold in Xuanqing just because you have some business talent? What can you do without the Chen family? Before Xianjin could say more, Madame Chu seemed to have figured it out. She relaxed and leaned back. If you must go, you can. The men can't go. Madame Chu's thin face looked cold and mean under the oil lamp in the dark night. The Dongguancher, Zhou Ergu, and the Zheng brothers you mentioned are all Chen's men. Wang Sansua and Zhang Mama, and the Dongguancher father and son are Chen's servants. Even if their contracts were signed with you, if I really go to the government office, you may not be able to take them all away. Xianjin raised his eyebrows. Have you seen the current situation clearly? I put forward the conditions, not to discuss with you, but to inform you. Xianjin was amused. Your reliance is nothing more than Chao Fuqing. How did you get in touch with him? Money? House? Or beauty? Old lady, you haven't been out for a long time. Please let me remind you. The girl of the Bai family gave birth to a son for Chao Fuqing, and now her brother is still thrown in the charity cemetery. And people who died suddenly are not allowed to enter the ancestral temple. Who gave old lady Chu the courage to think that her alliance with Chao Fuqing was unbreakable? Xianjin kept his arms crossed over his chest, and said in a very light and steady voice, Do I need to remind you of one more thing? I built the bridge between the Chen family and the government. Whether it was Prefect Xiong or Wang Xuezhen, there was no doubt who would help. The Qiao family stood behind her. She disdained to use the name of the Qiao family to fill her own platform. But it didn't mean she didn't have it. Mrs. Chu's eyes flickered, and she didn't recover for a long time. She remembered what Chao Fuqing said to her. If Xianjin is not resolved, the Chen family will sooner or later become hers. Her shame is Qiao Fangji's shame. Your Erlang is now a student of Wang Xuezhen, and he has nothing to do with Qiao Fangji. Besides, Qiao Fangji has been in seclusion for many years. So what if he offended him? A headmaster without students, even if he has great ability, can only write a few sour articles. Chao Fuqing said temptingly. If under He Xianjin's leadership, Xian paper becomes tribute paper, then the credit must go to Prefect Xiong and the Qiao family. But if the Chen family follows my path, where is the credit for the tribute paper? Is it in Yingtian Prefecture? Now Yingtian Prefecture is short of prefects. Xian paper becomes tribute. I become the prefect, and your Erlang will come to me. There is a third-rank official to pave the way for him, which is not as convenient as Qiao Fangji and Prefect Xiong. She didn't understand. She was just a merchant, and she didn't even dare to think that such a high-ranking official could be patient enough to teach her how to do things. How could she find out about the complicated official relationships between the Qiao family, the Prefect Xiong, the Yingtian Prefecture, and the Chao Fuqing? Madame Chu saw Xianjin strategizing calmly, and felt that she was losing ground step by step. She wanted everything at the beginning, but gradually lost her armor and lost her city and territory. Madame Chu clenched her fists, pondered for a long time, and finally left in anger. The next morning, a wax-sealed letter was handed to Xianjin. On the 10th day, in the Wushu Hall, the four waters returned to the hall. 20 people sat in the hall. Henglian sat at the top with a calm demeanor, and the walnut in his hand was shiny. Seeing the panic of the people in the hall, they lowered their heads and talked in groups of 3 or 2, and the sound of rustling in the hall was endless. Henglian raised his chin, and the manager responded by knocking on the gong. Everyone. Henglian looked around with a friendly and warm smile on his face. Everyone. Be quiet. Listen to me. Everyone quieted down. Henglian nodded with satisfaction. In the past 3 or 4 months, our Xuanqing paper industry has been turbulent and has too many twists and turns. The Chen family killed and buried us, and used everyone's hard-earned money as a servant for a long time. Everyone must be prepared. These losses cannot be recovered. Since we have established this Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, we must do a good job. This time, the tribute paper incident is a lesson for us. A young man with no hair on his mouth cannot be trusted. And what kind of knowledge can a young girl in the inner house have? Even if the Qiao family is close to them, we can't let them do whatever they want for the sake of outsiders. Henglian said this with great sorrow, and he looked like he was worried about the country and the people. The boss of Qiangji Paper, who was sitting at the bottom, frowned and turned away. Damn it! You eat when you pick up the bowl, and curse when you put it down. When manager he was in power. You were the one who was the fastest to give up. Hang Lian sighed and said in a long voice, Today is the last day to submit tribute paper. Whether there is a result or not, we must submit an answer sheet to Basili. In my opinion, Baz Hangxian is right. It is good paper. Hang Lian was tumbling the wallets in his hand vigorously. Since Fujian Yuko paper is magnificent and noble, then we are richer than him. We use better materials. They use gold foil. So we use gold thread. We can lose the battle, but we can let the court see that we have tried our best in Xuanqing. Hung Liang clapped his hands, and the steward beside him responded by presenting a roll of golden things. Hung Liang sighed. The Chen family didn't say anything, and we at Hengyi really couldn't bear to ask everyone to invest more materials and money. So we only joined forces with 8 or 9 paper shops to reopen the pool to make paper. The steward slowly spread out the paper. This paper is really dazzling. Some paper shop owners are about to be blinded by it. Is this paper? This is gold flakes, Hung Lian added. We asked the gold shop to melt the gold into very fine threads. Mix it with paper pulp, and then scoop the paper. Pump water. Brush the wall. And dry it. 40 or 50 masters work non-stop. Hung Lian regretted. The time is too short. If we had more time, we could make it more luxurious. Fujian uses jade in the 4 corners, and we could also add rubies and sapphires in between. We could even make silver and gold dragons and phoenixes. You have done a great job. The boss of a paper shop clapped his hands. There are very few bosses like you who are willing to do practical work and have good aesthetic taste. This liquor licked until he had nothing. Chang Ge, the boss of Qiangji, rolled his eyes, and then looked at the golden and magnificent Baz Hangxian paper with a hard-to-explain expression. It was the first time he knew that a piece of paper could be described as golden and magnificent. It looks like a hidden weapon. The gold thread is hidden in the paper? The assassin doesn't need to bring weapons to assassinate the emperor. Pull the gold thread out of the paper and rush it straight into the emperor's fragile throat. Simple and efficient. It is indeed a must-have daily necessities for assassination. Stealing homes and assassinating rebellion. What a crazy idea. Chang Ge felt that his giant phobia was about to break out. I was too scared of the big idiot. Chapter 293 Unroll the scroll. The licking continued, and Boss Qiangji was bored and digging his ear holes. He glanced to the side, and saw 2 lines of people in dark brown linen uniforms coming from the corridor of the main door of Wushu Hall. Boss Chang straightened his back immediately. She's coming. She's coming. The familiar dung beetle queen is coming. The 2-person high double-door was pushed open with a bang. Zhou Ergu and Zheng De took the lead in throwing off the bolt and copper handle of the copper door, and walked in aggressively. The 2 took 3 steps back. The one walking in the middle without haste was clearly He Xianjin, who was rumored to be deeply involved in the Qin family. He was tall and slender, with slender limbs and a head held high. His hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin, which showed off his round and plump back of the head and long and thin neck, like a flying crane with wings spread. Boss Chang slapped his thigh. This is the right aesthetic. What is the difference between those gold papers and the flowered cloth jackets in the countryside? Xianjin strode to the main seat. Hung Lian's face was uncertain for a moment, but he managed his emotions very well. He smiled and raised his eyebrows to look at Xianjin, and said with the attitude of an elder to a younger person, Are you out? I heard that your grandmother dragged you back home to teach you how to do things. How many days have you been here? Hung Lian leaned over and asked the middle-aged man sitting below. The middle-aged man lowered his head and did not answer. Hung Lian was not annoyed, but waved his hand with a smile. It's been more than 20 days. Right? You are so old. But you were covered by your mouth and dragged back in the street by the elders. Those who know you know that you are the goddaughter of the Qin family. And those who don't know you think you have done something shameless. Stand up first. Xianjin interrupted Hung Lian calmly, and casually put his right hand on the back of Hung Lian's chair, looking down at him with his eyebrows down. Vice President Hung, you are sitting in the wrong seat. Hung Lian's words got stuck in his throat. After a moment, he raised his lips and laughed. I don't sit here? Where should I sit? Xianjin raised his hand. Zhou Ergu and Zheng De placed their arms around Hung Lian's, one on each side, and lifted the elegant middle-aged man's feet off the ground. You can sit wherever you want. As long as I am the president of the Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, I will sit in this main seat. Xianjin lowered his head and said it calmly. Mother Zhang bent over and picked up a feather duster to sweep the seat inside and out, and then respectfully welcomed Xianjin to sit down. Hung Lian was furious. His anger was hidden between his eyebrows. He wanted to get angry, but didn't know where to start. He turned his eyes and looked at the 8 or 9 paper shops that relied on him. He pursed his lips tightly, and after a while, he nodded, brushed his clothes, and sat down next to Yunji with a natural look. Hangji's manager, who unfolded the golden assassin paper, stood on the stage in great embarrassment. Xianjin didn't let him go, and his boss didn't let him go either. He was left with a strange paper that was so hard that it hurt his hand, relying on each other for life. Xianjin sat down steadily. Mother Zhang was very good at arranging things. In a few blinks of an eye, she helped Xianjin change a cup of tea and pushed the remaining cold tea of Hung Lian aside with disgust. Xianjin stepped over the hot tea and picked up the remaining tea of Hung Lian with one hand, while covering the tea foam with a tea cover. He lowered his eyes and said, "The tribute battle has entered the 3rd round. It is definitely not our defeat. Everyone does not need to be dejected or worried about gains and losses. The Qin family is a big family with many ways to make money. There are only 4 people in our workshop. We have not made any money for 5 months." The boss of a small paper shop below was shouting loudly. "Wine can certainly make a coward brave, but poverty can make him stronger." Xianjin nodded and raised his eyes slightly. Suer took out a large sachet from his bosom, stood on tiptoe, turned his hand, and the sachet stood upside down, and silver ingots of various sizes fell on the side table. Xianjin's voice was calm. "Everyone needs to eat, and eating requires money. Anyone who feels that the investment of 3 to 5 months has made him hungry and poor can come here to collect the wages of the clerks and the silver for delaying work in the past 3 months. There is only one thing. If you receive this money, once the tribute paper is selected from the Xian paper, this paper shop will never be allowed to hang up the plaque of tribute shop and will not receive the tribute payment issued by the court." The young boss looked at Hung Lian's expression, tremblingly stepped forward to take 2 ingots of silver, then retreated back to his original position and asked, Don't remove me from the membership of Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce just because I took the silver? Xianjin? Is Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce a very shady organization?" Xianjin shook his head. "No, don't worry." Xianjin said this, and 2 more small paper shops reached out to take the money. They are all small workshops that rely on Hangji for survival. Xianjin counted in his mind, and seeing that no one moved again, he picked up the remaining tea and slowly stood up, his tone steady and his voice clear. To continue the previous text, as I said, entering the 3rd round is not a crisis, but an opportunity. The court values you and this tribute, so it gives the tribute an opportunity to meet the cabinet ministers. You guys are not in the officialdom. What does a cabinet minister mean? 1st rank. The high and mighty Yingtian prefect is only a 3rd rank. The great policies of the country, the great policies of the court, and the great plans of the people all need the seals of the cabinet ministers before they can be released. Such people come to judge the quality of tribute paper, which shows the court's attention to Xian paper. And it is also an opportunity for us. Opportunity. The word opportunity fell to the ground. And at the same time, Xianjin raised his right hand high, and the cold tea in his hand was poured onto the invisible assassin's gold sheet paper. Hung Lian stood up suddenly. His face was ashen. "What are you doing?" Xianjin turned around and gently put down the teacup, and made a gesture with one hand to invite everyone to watch. Everyone's eyes followed Xianjin's hand and moved to the invisible assassin's gold sheet paper. The legendary tough and soft rice paper was washed by a stream of water without gravity, and the fibers in the paper were broken one after another. The paper easily turned into a ball of paper, leaving only the densely interwoven gold thread standing alone in the middle. Xian paper is made of the bark of the Chinese cinnamon tree and the straw of the paddy field, which are boiled and soaked in water, and then fully retain the pulling force. The smooth and soft gold thread can never support a piece of paper for a long time without deformation, and it cannot guarantee that a piece of paper will not fade for 1,000 years. Xianjin raised the corners of his lips and smiled. This is just a beautiful waste that attracts attention. Xianjin turned to Hung Lian and asked calmly, "Boss Hung, have you ever tested the degree of ink flow on this paper? How much can it be smudged when writing? Is the ink flowing smoothly? Is the ink retained on the paper perfectly? Will this paper gradually deform with the soft gold thread? Hung Lian's face turned gloomy. What the hell? He just wanted to come up with something that could fool people. It doesn't matter whether Xian paper is a tribute or not. It's important to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of the Chen family, and he's Xianjin. Xianjin no longer looked at Hung Lian. It seems that Boss Hung has not done any inspection. Time is too tight. It's not easy for me to come up with something and not embarrass Xian paper. Hung Lian's always smiling face finally did not break under his efforts to restrain himself. At least I came up with something. I can report. What about the Chen family? They stayed indoors and turned a deaf ear. Everyone was panicked and scared for 10 days. Xianjin smiled. Who said I didn't? Xianjin clapped his hands again. Kikiki and Zheng Er came jogging from the end of the line, carrying a roll of paper, one in front and one behind. Zhou Erga stepped forward to help hold the middle of the roll, and Kikiki carefully unfolded the roll. Huh? Boss Jiangji stood up suddenly. This is a roll of 8-foot-long carved silk paper. The carved silk pattern is extremely complicated. The endless long street. The small vendors with extremely good business. The scholars holding scrolls. The pretty and bright young ladies. The young women holding children. The energetic old men and old women. Small bridges and flowing water. Big rivers and lakes. Blue skies and thousands of miles of land. There are people and things. Mountains and water. Heaven and earth. This scroll is engraved with silk technology and hidden inside the paper of rice paper. It fully shows the prosperity and vastness. Peace and harmony. The most amazing thing is, there are flying cranes in the sky. Lifelike and proud. Xianjin stood in front of the roll of paper and whispered. I named this roll of paper Crane Lin Dawei. Chapter 294, The Chosen Son. Boss Chan felt a sense of pride. Damn! This name sounds so domineering. So cool and awesome. If this were in the play, he would definitely be the most powerful martial artist. He is the only protagonist. He is the chosen son who can get martial arts secrets by eating a bowl of noodles. Hung Lian couldn't hide his astonishment, staring at the roll of paper, his eyes slowly moving towards the roll of invisible assassin gold paper produced by Hengji. Which is better? Which is worse? Which is elegant and which is vulgar? Is clear at a glance. And ordinary people cannot argue. Most people wouldn't argue. But Hung Lian, who wanted to pick the peaches of his own daughter, was from the second class. Your paper, although it is carved with silk, is still a piece of plain white. These paintings were painted by some poor scholar on the street. Right? At first glance, they are blurry. But if you look closely, they are a bit rough. If they are sold in floating white, people will buy them. But this is a tribute. These paintings are personally made by Qiao Fangji, the head of the Qiaoshan. Xianjin said lightly, not trying to show off. But her strength did not allow her to be low-key. Hung Lian was depressed. No matter how crazy he is, he can't question Principal Qiao. Right? Hung Lian glanced at the cranes on the paper, barely maintaining a smile on his lips. Okay. Let's not talk about these paintings for now. What do these cranes mean? Why do you want to draw a group of cranes? Is it because the blank space above the paper is too empty? Hung Lian laughed unnaturally from his throat. It feels a bit superfluous. Xianjin's eyebrows were calm. Because the current superior likes cranes very much. This news was also told to me by Principal Qiao. Hung Lian choked. I'll say it again. No matter how crazy he is, he can't question Master Qiao. Unless all the descendants of the Hung family, for generations to come, stop studying in Xuanqing Prefecture. Hung Lian choked so much that his brain was filled with acid. After a long while, the smile on his lips seemed forced and bitter. Yes, you have Master Qiao as your backer. So you are more informed than us. We are different from you. We are all honest businessmen. And we are naturally inferior to the government. Hung Lian said, as he was thinking, the paper made by the Chen family cannot be allowed to participate in the evaluation, regardless of whether she is elected or not. The position of the president of the Chamber of Commerce has been firmly held by Xianjin in recent years. Wait. Hung Lian's eyes lit up, and his eyes fell on the paper shop owners in the room. He turned his head eagerly to look at Xianjin. Chamber of Commerce. You don't have the final say. And I don't have the final say. Everyone has contributed and invested money. It depends on what everyone says. There are a total of 21 chambers of commerce now. I suggest that, except for Hengji and Shinji, all participating paper shops vote. and the one with the highest votes will go. Hung Lien's smile returned to the corner of his mouth, and he looked back at Xianjin. Boss what do you think of this proposal? Xianjin nodded calmly, patting his ears with his hands. And Zhong and manager Dong brought up a square wooden box from somewhere. Before Hung Lien could speak, and Zhong handed out paper slips and soft tube pens one by one in a well-trained manner. Xianjin looked at Hung Lien calmly, and confirmed it one last time. The one with the highest votes will be sent to run for election? Boss Hung, are you sure? Hung Lien was a little surprised at Xianjin's sufficient preparation. He went over it silently in his mind and nodded when he felt that all the holes had been plugged. Xianjin raised his hand and said, Then, bosses, please start writing. This democracy and centralization came too suddenly. The bosses looked at each other and came to their senses. They saw someone lowering his head to write, folding the paper into small squares and stuffing it into the wooden box. Then, they all lowered their heads to write as if they had just woken up from a dream. Boss Chan did not move. Xianjin looked over. Boss Chan said confidently, You forgot I can't write again. Xianjin said in a cowardly tone, I'm really sorry. Your illiteracy level is even higher than that of Go Yi. It's really shocking. And I can't believe it. Xianjin said in a gentle voice. The hollow circle is he leaned away. And the solid circle is? Xianjin didn't know how to define the roll of paper for a moment. And he was afraid of hurting the self-esteem of the roll of paper if he said it too much. Xianjin said vaguely. The solid circle is the yellow one. Boss Chan understood. And with a stroke of his pen, he drew 8 hollow circles on the paper. Hung Lien stood below Xianjin with his hands behind his back, his face more confident and calm. Before 9 or 10 small workshops, either affiliated with Hengji or deceived by his words, rushed to the Chen family to ask for an explanation. This time, the Chen family was already offended badly, and naturally it was impossible for them to fall into the trap again. In addition, the 2 slightly larger paper shops, Liuji and Yunji, might not be united with the Chen family to get rid of Xianjin. Once the situation was chaotic, the tyrant would have a chance. Adding and subtracting. Out of 19 tickets, he firmly held 12 and 13 in his hand. Not to mention, there are some farmers and downstream companies that want to do long-term business with Hengji. Xianjin is a girl who doesn't like to talk about personal relationships when doing business. The farmers who buy and sell raw materials at the end of the year and the beginning of the year are not fixed. If the rice straw produced this year is not good, she will definitely not buy from your family next year. If you do business like this, there will definitely be fewer loyal supporters than Hengji, who talks about personal relationships. Judging from the number, he will definitely win. Hung Lien immediately felt confident. All the bosses finished writing their votes one after another. When it came to the last 3 bosses, Xianjin covered the wooden box with a calm face. But his tone was unquestionable. These bosses, since they have taken my severance money, they can buy out the workers and money. What position do they have to compete for the vote for the tribute paper? Hung Lien looked back suddenly, and his pupils shrank. They put the silver first. So they were waiting here. Taking the silver means that the follow-up of agreeing to the tribute paper has nothing to do with them. They can't hang plaques. And they can't share the reward funds. So why can they participate in the vote? The last 3 small workshop owners looked at Hung Lien for help. Hung Lien opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Taking the silver happened half an hour ago. Even if he was an ordinary person, he couldn't open his mouth and lie now. Hung Lien opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His hands and feet were cold, and he felt that all his calculations were broken into pieces by a few small ingots of silver. While Hung Lien was stunned, the wooden box was quickly opened by Aunt Zhong, counting the votes on the spot. Hung Ji, Chen Ji, Chen Ji. The last vote, Chen Ji. Chen Ji got 10 votes. Hung Ji got 6 votes. Crane over the Wei dynasty. 1. Xianjin stood with his hands hanging naturally, his feet slightly apart, not surprised by the result, smiled and bowed to Hung Lien. Thank you. In public, a promised thing cannot be changed without reason. This is still the case in later generations, especially in ancient times when people attached great importance to credibility. Since the selection of tribute paper has been settled, Xianjin ordered someone to make the crane over the Wei dynasty. After sealing it, he took out the tribute participation document again. He invited a scholar with excellent handwriting from the back hall to write it. After the scholar finished writing, Xianjin escorted him to the residence of the prefect of Xuanqing. When Xianjin passed by Henglian with brisk steps, he paused slightly, half-turned his eyes and whispered, "I forgot to thank Uncle Hung. If you hadn't forced the Chen family, I wouldn't have been released so quickly." Xianjin didn't look at Henglian's face at all. He got on the mule cart all the way, leaned against the inner wall of the carriage, and looked through the documents. After reading it several times, Xianjin took out a soft pen from his arms and added a sentence at the end. Chapter 295 Urgent Syrup. When Xianjin delivered the roll of paper, Prefect Xiong was already waiting in the front hall. In the southeast corner of the hall, a beautiful tea room was specially set up. When he saw Xianjin coming in with his waiter, he washed the tea and waved to Xianjin casually. "Are you here?" Xianjin smiled and saluted. "I'm here. I thought you couldn't come out. And I was ready to see Henglian." Prefect Xiong washed the tea, rinsed it with warm water 3 times, and handed the exquisite white glazed teacup to Xianjin with one hand. "Try it. Guopian from Wuji County, North Chile. You little girl doesn't like to wait for tea. Bitter tea has a sweet aftertaste, but you only like the clear taste. This Guopian is the best for you." Xianjin lowered his eyebrows, took a sip, and smiled. "If you add some milk and sugar." Xianjin remembered that everything in Madame Chu's by Ma Tang was not good, but the tea was very good. Well, she and the old lady did have a few days of honeymoon. Prefect Xiong said. "What a Tartar way of drinking. Don't ruin my tea. Why don't you say to add some small rice dumplings, red beans, and quick seeds?" Xianjin smiled. "That's great. Let's add some tortoise jelly, crispy peanuts, raisins, melon seeds. Please drink the first cup of full-flavored shaxiankeo in early autumn. Governor Xiong, it would be better to poison him." Governor Xiong rubbed his temples. His head hurt. When he talked to this girl, his head hurt. He poured another cup of tea, but he didn't dare to give it to Xianjin, fearing that it would ruin the things. He raised his head and drank it in one breath, then signaled Xianjin to take something from the top drawer of the side cabinet of the tea table. Xianjin half stood up, pulled out the drawer, and took out a letter, which was opened. It was the letter she sent to Hengshi. This morning, the girl from the Hung family sent it. It is said that she was also detained at home. It must have taken a lot of effort to send this letter. Prefect Xiong sighed. "The men in our Xuanqing prefecture are better than each other. Ahem. It's hard to say. Some adjectives hurt feelings. But the girls are all very good." Prefect Xiong sighed with admiration. Xianjin lowered his head and pulled out the paper in the letter, which read, "Personally from Lord Xiong. If I can't leave the Chen family, please go to Xiaochao village in Jing County on the 10th day. The Xian paper for Crane Lin Dawei is ready." She said that Xian paper would not be used as a weapon in her fight, even if Madame Chu was as hard as iron. No matter how the Hung family forced her, she would not agree to her conditions. She could not hinder Xuanji Rongrong's rise to fame in Beijing. This letter to Hengshi was her plan B. She had to give Crane and Wei a chance to see the light of day. Xianjin stuffed the letter back into the envelope, pursed his lips and smiled. "You are right. All the men in the city will complain." Magistrate Xiong lowered his head and took another sip of melon tea. "Do you really want to break off with the Chen family?" Although he did not intervene, he was always paying attention. Since returning from Yingtian Prefecture, he has been very clear about the movements of Xianjin and the Chen family. After learning that the old lady's methods were dirty, and she would do anything to achieve her goals, he smashed several white glazed teacups. Old Xiao would come back to smash them anyway, so he might as well smash them first. Xianjin smiled bitterly. "It has come to this. If I continue to shamelessly stay in the Chen family, I am afraid I will be a concubine while I am alive, and I will be married to the underworld after I die." Her appearance in Wushu Hall today proves that old lady Chu finally gave in. After she left in a huff last night, she asked someone to bring the wax-sealed letter of severance. Xianjin took out a document scroll with 2 handprints from his sleeve pocket and pushed it to Prefect Xiong. "I'm reporting to you," he added. "My household registration documents are handled by Yingtian Prefecture. If you want to dispatch them, I'm afraid you have to alert Chao Fuqing." Prefect Xiong snorted coldly. "Chao Fuqing has great power. He must have the guts to reach out for Xuanqing Prefecture's household registration documents." Prefect Xiong stroked his goatee and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Chao. You are a few years younger than me, so your brain works faster than mine. But you often ignore the main road and take the narrow path, not knowing that you will easily hit the wall if you walk too much on the narrow path. The old man, who had been sitting firmly in the position of the prefect for many years, had no expression, but his eyebrows unconsciously showed the oppression of the superior. 3 years ago, Xianjin was a little afraid and bowed his head under such pressure. Now, for some reason, Xianjin can sit calmly and drink tea with him peacefully. Prefect Xiong said again, "Since you have decided to break up, I will settle it with you. It's just..." Prefect Xiong shook his head and said it was a pity. Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, Autumn Examination Paper, Fubai and Xiantian, and even the tribute paper sent this time. Everything is your hard work. Just throw it away like this. Don't you think it's a pity? Prefect Xiong tilted his fat head, and was indeed full of plans for showing off his wealth. You are 2 years younger than Yonyang, so you are 18 this year, right? Yonyang just gave birth to her first son a few months ago, and the grudges she had with her mother-in-law seemed to have suddenly disappeared. She said, "Having a son is the right time to find a husband. I have always agreed with you girls to think more. I am not saying this to urge you to get married. I am just changing my mindset. With your status in the Chen family, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find a husband from the Chen family, right? If you give birth to another child of the Chen family's blood, you will be the head of the Chen family for the next 100 years. No matter how smart or skilled you are, the Chen family still has the roots of rice paper. You can move forward more easily by borrowing the power of the Chen family." Prefect Xiong was like buying vegetables at the market. You can easily choose Chen Sanlang and Chen Sailang, and they are also easy to use. If you say east, these two dogs will never dare to go west, even Chen Erlang's Chen family dog Jean Liner. If you want it, wait for Lao Qiao to come back and help you with something. It will be convenient. Xian Jinren was numb. Why did she discuss with a fat old man with a goatee which man was easy to get and comfortable to use? She finally understood why Xiong Yonyang dared to choose Cui Hung. Xian Jin buried his head in tea. This damn old man was reluctant to give up his melon tea and didn't pour it for her at all. Xian Jin buried his head in air. Prefect Xiong commented with relish, "Anyway, your household registration has left the Chen family, which is legally feasible. If you are interested, I will protect Chen Erlang. If he wants to take the imperial examination and go to Beijing, you can let him go. You can be a tyrant in Xuanqing Prefecture. Oh no. Build your hometown, and have a husband in name only. Your life will only be more comfortable than before you got married." The old man really spoke from the heart. Xianjin was grateful, but was very moved and refused. Xianjin held the cup and lowered his head to pretend to be a rabbit. Magistrate Xiong looked at the top of the girl's head and slapped the table. "If it really doesn't work, my Sanlang is not a bad person. My wife has liked you from the beginning. Now wait until you are out of mourning, and then mention it to her. She will definitely agree." At first, the wife at home was worried about the unknown father. Now Xianjin's master is going to ascend to heaven. Going to fly. Going to be a 1,000-handed guanyin. The eldest princess went to Xuanqing in person to invite him. Who in the court has such honor now? Is it Zhu Bingsheng, the current cabinet minister who has been following the grand princess as a military advisor since the northwest camp? Or is it Huang Dili, a grassroots general who was promoted by the grand princess? Neither. It doesn't matter if his biological father is unknown. His master is extremely awesome, with a knight shining pearl in hand. Chen's eyes are covered with dust. Although he, Lao Xiong, has no desire to gain quick success and gain by clinging to the rich and powerful. If this pearl is given to him, he would be embarrassed to refuse it. Xianjin was almost choked by the air, and stepped back and waved his hands. "No, no, no, don't waste your son." Prefect Xiong stroked his beard, and seeing that the little girl was about to escape from the tea house, he frowned and asked, "Then tell me, what are you going to do to make a living after the breakup?" Xianjin leaned on the door frame. "I'm going to open a shop." Prefect Xiong nodded. Doing business is the girl's strength. "I'll hire 2 more people." Prefect Xiong, "So far, everything is normal." Xianjin, "Buy some more red beans, tortoise jelly, crispy peanuts, quick seeds. I boil 2 pots of tea every day to sell, and I use melon slices to boil. After I boil, I put milk and sugar, and I also put a whole box of small ingredients." Prefect Xiong narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, pointed to the door. Get out of there. Okay. Xianjin ran faster than Gigi Syrup being chased by a leopard. What would Xianjin do after breaking up? After leaving Prefect Xiong's place, Xianjin did not go back to Qin's house, but came to the suburban courtyard that Qin Fu had bought for her. The courtyard was far away from Jingxian and Xuanqing Prefecture, located in the suburbs, with only 2 villages and a few scattered villages nearby. So the land was flat and wide, much more spacious than living in the city. Xianjin lived in the west wing, and several women such as Zhang Mama, Su'er and Zhong Dinyang lived in the east wing. The men lived in the back room of the outer courtyard. The courtyard was made of mud and straw walls. It was not high, but strong enough. Zhang Mama specially laid a soft bed for Xianjin, and Xianjin slept well. When he got up in the morning, he asked Zhou Ergu to harness the mule cart. Zhou Ergu came out of the back room rubbing his eyes and muttered, "The sun has just risen. You are out fighting ghosts." Xianjin stood outside the courtyard with great enthusiasm. "Let's go! Fight for the custody of my stepfather." Chapter 296 sold at a high price. In the Bai Ma Hall, smoke was everywhere, and the bitter taste of the medicine seemed to have dissipated a lot with the autumn wind. Xianjin sat up straight with a refreshed spirit, one hand on the armrest of the chair, and the other hand casually on his leg. She showed her 8 jade rings as comprehensively and in multiple time and space as possible. Lady Chu lowered her eyes, and was shocked by the green eyes. She spat in her heart, after being poor for a long time. She suddenly became rich. This is a mean act. The matter of reporting tribute paper has been settled. You have also obtained the letter of righteousness, the buddy who should go with you, and the letter of deed. I have also released. Old Madame Chu's brows were tired. You won this battle perfectly, big or small. You came again today. But are you here to see me look haggard and make fun of my unhappy family? Xianjin? Your joke doesn't have a peerless face. What's so good about it? Xianjin pursed his lips and said nothing. Old Madame Chu suddenly remembered the fortune her father had asked the wandering Taoist priest to tell her when she was a child. Smooth childhood, tossing and turning in youth, wasting in middle age, tired in old age, worry-free in old age. When she reached old age, all of them were confirmed. When she was young, the Chu family was a barefoot doctor. Although the family was not rich, they were respected in the village. When the annual pig was slaughtered, her father would always take the 2 pieces of tenderloin. In addition, she was the eldest daughter, and her father protected and spoiled her. She never had a hard life. Later, she married into the Chen family, who made paper in Jing County. Chen guessed that her father was tall and powerful. Although he was mediocre and lazy, he was not a wicked person. He was penniless. In the end, this marriage was still a marriage of high status for her. Later, her husband died, and she took care of the Chen family alone. She waited until her eldest son became an official. Later, her eldest son also died, and she entered the tired old age. Now, of her 2 sons, one treats her like nothing, and the other treats her like an enemy. Her most cherished grandson hates her, and sees her as a blood-sucking leech. The rest of her descendants are either afraid of her, or resent her, or simply don't care about her. Life is only a few decades long, and the people around her are scattered, gone, dead, or disabled. Nothing can be kept. Mrs. Chu's tired eyelids drooped weakly. It is also a kind of compassion for a full person not to smack his lips in front of a hungry person. Xianjin reached out to take the teacup. The ring on his middle finger was the largest and green, like a 4-legged frog. I don't smack my lips when I eat. I came to ask for someone. Xianjin took a sip of tea, put it down casually, and took out a thick stack of banknotes from his arms. Xianjin put his knuckles on the banknotes. A total of 4,762 taels of silver, which is all the profits of Chen's 3 shops since I became the chief manager. Old Lady Chu sat up in shock, squinted her eyes, pinched the banknotes and looked at them carefully. Xianjin was a thief who was also frank. Long before Bazhangxian, I had spent all the money from the 3 shops in my hands, with the purpose of holding the bargaining chips and negotiating with you. You are an old lady. You should know what it means to do business without cash. Right? Doing business without cash is like going up the mountain to be a bandit without a knife, robbing without a mask, or eating noodles without chopsticks. Mrs. Chu exerted force on her hands, her nails almost digging into the stub, her eyes dim. You want to negotiate? What else do you want? What else do you want? I will give you all the business of the Chen family. Okay. Xianjin smiled happily. Look at what you said. Even if I am really hungry, I can't eat everything. Then what do you want? Mrs. Chu looked terrified. Xianjin looked out the window thoughtfully, and his fingertips consciously stroked the corner of the table. Mrs. Chu was almost blinded by Xianjin's chain of tricks. She couldn't see through this girl. She really couldn't see through. She didn't understand what this girl wanted to do from beginning to end. For money? She checked the girl's account. Except for supporting Xiao Baozhu, there was almost no extra expenditure. For fame? This girl now has so many names, such as the prefect's guest of honor, the last disciple of the third-place winner, the president of the Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, the supplier of autumn examination paper, the person who reported the tribute, but she didn't go out to socialize and show off. The world is bustling with people for profit. And the world is bustling with people for profit. This girl, alone in this world, what on earth does she want to do? Each of the stubs in Mrs. Chu's hand has Xianjin written on it. The three big characters are dated July 8th. That is to say, Xianjin had already started to transfer property a long time ago. Mrs. Chu followed Xianjin's gaze and looked out the window. Outside the window is land. Large tracts of land. Xianjin, does he want the Chen family's land? The land of Jing County? The land of Xuanqing Prefecture? And the land of the three shops? Mrs. Chu suddenly understood. There is no such thing as an innocent good person. There is no such thing as a kind person who does not care about fame and fortune. Xianjin wants to swallow up the Chen family completely. A little money is not as important as her eyes. Mrs. Chu suddenly raised the stub, and the white paper flew to the beam. I really should ask Erlang to see your face now. Greedy. The money of the Chen family. The people of the Chen family. You are like a rat. Avoid the shell of the Chen family. Bite from the inside. Bite it and eat it up. Everyone thinks you are bright and innocent. Only me. Only I know what kind of person you are. Madame Chu stood up tremblingly and pointed at Xianjin. Get out of here. Xianjin looked up at the stubs scattered on the ground. Fortunately, these are replicas. Xianjin paced with his hands behind his back and smiled. I didn't know that the old lady loved our third master so much that she would rather have no money in the account than keep the third master by her side. Madame Chu? What? What do you mean? After a moment of stunned silence, Madame Chu spoke in a hoarse voice. What third master? I will return the 4,762 taels in full, and I will take the third master away. I will be filial to the third master, and the third master's household registration can continue to be placed in the Chen family. But you need to write a letter of commitment that you can no longer supervise and manipulate the third master in the name of an elder. Xianjin finally drew his sword and smiled. This business is a sure win for you. You didn't want the third master's son in the first place. If you wanted him, you wouldn't use him as a chicken to scare monkeys. Even if you raise a puppy, you can't just break its legs. Right? You are a heroine. You are vigorous and resolute. You are ruthless. No one is as good as you. Madame Chu ignored the ridicule and stood there in a daze, not believing her ears. You use 4,000 taels to exchange for Chen Fu? Xianjin nodded. If it's not enough, you can add more. You use 4,000 taels just to get Chen Fu to get rid of me? Xianjin stopped answering and folded his arms to watch Madame Chu's worldview being shattered. Madame Chu couldn't believe it. Why? No reason. Xianjin made a bold statement. There is true love in the world, and I am even willing to use 40,000 taels to exchange for my good stepfather. Old Madame Chu's expression was indescribable. What kind of psychopath would exchange 40,000 taels for Chen Fu? Even if Chen Fu was torn apart and sold by the pound, it wouldn't be worth that much money. However, in this case, old Madame Chu thought about it carefully. Losing control of Chen Fu was not a big deal. Compared with the son, the real big deal was that there was no cash in the family shop. Besides, blood ties, can they really be separated by a piece of paper? Chen Fu was different from Xianjin. Xianjin was not a member of the Chen family. A letter of severance and a female household account could make Xianjin completely independent. Chen Fu had the surname Chen, had the blood of the Chen family, and was a male. It was almost impossible for him to completely break with the clan. Okay. Mrs. Chu nodded and said with a sneer. My son is not a good man. Son? Or husband. But he was lucky to have a filial daughter like you. It's worth it for him to raise a child for others for so many years. Xianjin's eyebrows did not move at all. And he sighed in his heart. This old lady. Alas, this old lady. Okay. Gentleman's agreement. When you send the third master's household registration card and the letter of commitment, I will send the stub receipt. Xianjin turned around and walked away. After thinking for a while, he stood still and said, Actually, if you don't agree, I might still look up to you. Mrs. Chu's bloodline. Bloodline is not as valuable as these 4,000 taels of silver. If you tell others, it's like slapping yourself in the face. What's the difference? Xianjin raised his foot to walk out, but stopped again. Is the third master worth 4,000 taels? What about the second master? How much can you sell the second master for? What about the deceased master? What about Qin Jianfang? Xianjin smiled. In your eyes, everyone and everything has a price. The master who passed the imperial examination may be sold for a good price of 20,000 or 30,000 taels. The honest and simple second master, about 7,000 or 8,000 taels. Our third master is neither good at literature nor martial arts. 3,000 or 4,000 taels. It's better to sell it if you can. It's better than letting it rot in your hands. As for your most beloved grandson now, 100,000 taels? Will you sell it? Mrs. Chu was furious. When did I say that 100,000 taels can buy Erlang? Xianjin was still smiling. 100,000 taels is not enough. What about the position of a third-rank official? If you are asked to break up with Qin Jianfang, but give the Qin family a red-letter iron certificate and a third-rank official title, are you willing? Although she knew it was a lie, Madame Chu hesitated subconsciously. Xianjin raised his lips with a clear and compassionate look. You are so pitiful. You don't have the ability to love. And you can't bring positive emotions to others. What are you holding on to? Is it the Qin family? You broke the legs of the heir of the Qin family with your own hands, and then sold him for 4,000 taels with your own mouth? Is it Xian paper? You don't care about the quality of the paper, and you don't want to make any more progress in business. What is it? Xianjin's smile gradually faded. What you hold fast to, under your hold, fell apart. What you raised, under your raising, suffered unbearably. The old master who died young, the resentful first lady, the repressed second son, the rebellious and indulgent third master, these Qin family members are going crazy. Xianjin pointed out calmly. In your self-righteous love. After saying this, Xianjin strode out of the main hall. Qin Jianfang was standing in the corridor on the right with his head down and his hands clenched into fists. Best wishes. Xianjin silently made his mouth shape. Qin Jianfang stood there in a daze, forgetting that he rushed here to make a final recovery. Chapter 297 Abandoning Business and Pursuing Literature? In the evening, Chen Fu arrived with documents. Xianjin and his men stood at the porch of the courtyard with lanterns in hand to meet him. The light of the lanterns was concentrated on the country stone bricks, like a round and gentle moon. The orange trees not far away were lush and leafy, with fat yellow fruits hanging on the short branches, and the dense layers of fragrant leaves opened a big hug to the night sky. It was approaching November, and the weather in the suburbs was colder than in the city, and colder at night than during the day. It was the time when even a thin jacket would make your hands a little cold. Suor exhaled boredly, and the hot air immediately condensed into white mist in front of his eyes. Zhou Ergu also exhaled, and the second ball of white mist caught the corner shadow of the previous ball of white mist and quickly merged into one. Zhou Ergu touched Suor's elbow with excitement, and gestured to Suor to look. Together. Together. Xianjin. Kill all these people showing off their affection. Xianjin avoided his eyes in disgust, and then ran into Kikiki on the other side, who was taking exaggerated small steps from the back of the crowd, thinking that he was approaching Aunt Joan without anyone noticing. Xianjin, the wind you stir up with your small steps has blown to the suburbs where I miss you. Damn it. Kill all those who have a crush on you. To ensure safety, Xianjin looked straight ahead. His eyes were as firm as if he was going to enter the palace. After a while, Chen Fu limped along the country road, and Xianjin went to meet him with a lantern. Chen Fu walked all the way, shivering from the cold, and when he looked at her again, his eyes were red and his lips were chapped. Obviously he had cried a lot. Xianjin hurriedly welcomed Chen Fu into the room and poured several cups of hot water. After Chen Fu replenished his water, he took a deep breath and looked up to meet his stepdaughter's worried eyes. Chen Fu forced a smile and shook his head at Xian Jin. I'm not sad. Really? I'm not sad at all. I've wanted to leave for a long time. Ha ha. I finally got my wish. Ha ha. I was so happy when I walked out of the Chen residence. Ha ha. I was so happy. Chen Fu smiled and wiped his tears with his back, pushed Xian Jin out, and laughed exaggeratedly with his hands on his hips. Ha ha. Your dad is so happy. I must go to bed early today and have a good dream. Ha ha. As soon as Xian Jin stepped over the threshold, he heard loud crying again. Xian Jin turned around and saw Chen Fu taking out the tablet of Yinyang from his only bag, squatting on the ground, crying breathlessly. Xian Jin pursed his lips gently. His father had suffered a lot in the past 2 years. First, he was scared unconscious by bandits in the mountains. Then his legs were broken and he had a high fever. Now, at the age of 40, he finally faced the fact that my mother really doesn't love me. Xian Jin closed the door for Chen Fu. Forget it. Let's not kill those who are into pure love. Life in the suburbs is faster than Xian Jin imagined. There is no leak and a tight schedule in the locker notebook. The only standard to measure the flying time is the sun outside the mountain. At the beginning, there were people who came to Xian Jin's courtyard. Boss Shang and the village chief Chao of Xiaochao village came specially. Boss Shang wanted to ask Xian Jin to come out and revive the printing industry. Xian Jin declined in fear. She was afraid that she could not pull up the industrial age with her own strength. The magic of movable type printing could still occupy a part of the world for hundreds of years. She had nothing to revive. Village Chief Chao not only expressed his concern for Xian Jin, but also was concerned about whether Chen's orders in Xiaochao village would be affected. Xian Jin gave a very positive negative answer. 4 or 5 useful guys left with him. Now Chen is short of people. Xiaochao village's paper is solid and can fully meet Chen's daily volume. From a business perspective, unless Mrs. Chu goes crazy and destroys the Great Wall, it is impossible to affect Xiaochao village's orders. Then it was Chang Ge from Qiangji. As expected, people are divided into groups. The illiterate and the semi-literate hit it off at first sight and felt sorry for not meeting each other earlier. Brother Chang patted Zhou Ergu's shoulder and said drunkenly, "Brother, I recognize you as my brother. You did a great job with the he lend away." Then he called Sui Yuanming, who brought fried peanuts to the table. "Hey, niece, bring another plate of pig head meat." Zhou Ergu's face darkened. "It doesn't matter if I don't recognize this brother." Then it was Yo Nyang who was holding the child. She followed Xian Jin to visit the courtyard carefully and chatted for a long time, with envy in her eyes. After that, no one came. Zhou Ergu and Chi 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 closed their doors and slept for 7 or 8 days. The two of them hid in Xiaochao village as Xian Jin's last knife. The pressure of replicating Baz Hangxian for 2 or 3 months was so great that it made people bald. Chi 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 even created a new work injury compensation item, Qingxi Fee. Xian Jin refused to pay, but admitted to buying some sesame seeds as a symbolic consolation. And Zhong went back to Jing County. Her son had started to learn. He was originally with Master Qin. After Master Qin passed the imperial examination, he concentrated on preparing for the exam and assigned the students of the private school to other academies. And Zhong was worried about everything inside and outside, and she had to go back to look after him. Suer and Zhang's mother cleared a piece of land at the door. Although they planted in spring and harvested in autumn, the seasons could not stop the Chinese people from cultivating their blood. The two planted onions and garlic in the field and boasted that they would return everyone a self-sufficient paradise next year. Xian Jin caught Sui Yuanming at the village the next day and used 2 cents to coerce and bribe him to exchange for maltos for the child. Zhang Yuanming not only took advantage of the gossip of the widow in the next village, but also took advantage of her melon seeds. He was a freeloader in both spirit and material, which was very immoral. Business and farming do have a huge conflict in essence. When a person is often in the capital world, it is difficult to abandon the convenient habit of using money to obtain living materials. The formation of this habit has been more fully exerted in later generations, and even evolved into the most basic material needs to first meet the needs of human beings to be served. The popular takeout and home delivery life group purchases in later generations are the best proof. Xian Jin had this idea, so he simply spread out the paper and tried to write these immature fragmentary ideas into a complete article. When writing articles becomes burden-free and purely voluntary, the whole thing doesn't become interesting. especially based on the fact that the victim himself does not have a strong academic desire. But now that he has come, he has opened his head. Xianjin can only grit his teeth and write on. And he writes with a grin, a splitting headache, and a grudge. And he has reached menopause. Even in the process of writing the article, he has mastered the skills of cutting fingernails, cutting toenails, and peeling dead skin. 10 days after the start of the article, he has written 9 paragraphs. A total of 670 words, including the title, the previous text, the guiding significance, and the central idea. It belongs to a very rubbish academic existence. On the first day of the 12th lunar month, the moon was missing a big hole, like a meat pie bitten hard by a heavenly dog. A voice poked out from the window frame. What's the matter? Have you found that doing business can't save the Chen family? And you want to give up business and do literature? Chapter 298, Leaving a Ray of Hope. The voice was hoarse and low, with a hint of asking for a beating. This sound was like the horn of a war song. Xianjin threw his pen aside excitedly, without even looking at who was there. He stood up and started to scold. No! Xiao Baoyuan. You are sick. Do you have a stubborn disease that burns when exposed to light? Isn't the boudoir of a useless vase a boudoir? Xianjin was in a dilemma of not being able to find a bald man to scratch his itch while writing an article. And he just vented his anger at not being able to write an article. After venting his anger, Xianjin felt refreshed. He looked up and saw Xiaohui leaning against the window frame with a smile on his face. Behind his broad and strong shoulders was the beautiful crescent moon. Xiaohui felt refreshed after being scolded, and the fatigue of traveling all night was swept away. In short, after being scolded, he felt comfortable all over. Okay. Xiaohui didn't look at the useless vase's boudoir at all. I just got off the horse. As he said, he offered his shoulder. Smell it. The clothes still had the smell of the capital. Before Xianjin stretched his neck, a fresh scent of soapberry and night dew hit his nose. It was okay, without the sweaty smell of men in his impression. What does the capital smell like? The disgusting smell of decadence and sin. Xiaohui held his head high and said righteously, I am sworn enemies of sin. Xianjin laughed. Did you come back on horseback? 7 days and 6 nights. No sleep. Xiaohui did not retract her chest. 7 days and 6 nights? Why are you in such a hurry? Xianjin reached out and handed Xiaohui a cup of warm water. I won't serve you tea in the evening. Go back and have a good sleep later. Xiaohui didn't dare to tell the real reason. Seeing Xianjin laughing, he also laughed, reached out to take the cup, raised his head and drank a sip, frowned. Which hero drinks hot water? Then he naturally and familiarly put half of his upper body into the window frame, reached out to treat himself to a glass of cold boiled water, drank it all in one gulp, and said with a sigh of satisfaction, Nectar. It's really nectar. Xianjin. Hero. That's her cup. It contains the boiled water, she just didn't finish drinking. Forget it. Xianjin doesn't intend to expose that this guy drank her saliva. Xianjin didn't notice that this guy didn't answer her question just now. She turned around, opened the door, and asked him to come in and sit down. After 7 days and 6 nights of horse racing, his thighs were worn out by this guy. What are you doing back? Xianjin wanted to ask Xiaohui to sit on the more spacious armchair. Before he opened his mouth, this guy very consciously leaned over to sit on the rocking chair. He was simply dressed in black, and his legs were slightly apart. He looked like he had long legs, a thin waist, and broad shoulders. Xianjin frowned in confusion. Is it her illusion? Why does Xiaohui seem bigger? The itinerary was set for Yingtianfu. I left early and thought about coming back to take a look. You? Xiaohui silently added a word at the end of the sentence, reaching out to touch an orange on the side table. He lowered his head and peeled the orange slowly. You left Chen's house? Xianjin said him. I left the day before yesterday. The rocking chair was just right for Xianjin. She liked this bamboo rocking chair very much. Mother Zhang felt sorry for her long-term desk work, which made her waist and neck tense all the time. So she specially asked a carpenter and a bamboo craftsman to jointly make it. The waist, back, and hips fit her curves perfectly. Once she sat on it, it was like a wooden dowel, and it immediately stuck tightly, which was very ergonomic. In addition, Xianjin placed it under the square old wooden window frame, whether it was afternoon or evening. If the window frame was slightly opened, The fresh air and the rustling sound of the orange trees outside the yard would come in through the gap, which was very comfortable. Well, it was just right for Xianjin. For Xiaohui, it was like a miniskirt being secretly worn by a muscular man. Xianjin felt a little sorry for her squeaking and fragile rocking chair. She felt sorry, but she was a good friend, so she didn't say it, leaving the fragile rocking chair behind, taking on everything. Xianjin looked away. Xiaohui nodded slightly, put the peeled orange flesh intact on the orange peel, and handed it to Xianjin. It's good that it's out. Qinjiaru's old carriage. You are a sweat-blood horse. It's hard to drag it. It's much more cost-effective to cut losses at the right time than to be stuck for a long time and lose money. Are you a stock trader? Xianjin curled his lips, peeled a piece of orange flesh, and put it in his mouth. It was sweet and delicious. It's a pity that I didn't come out in a decent way. Some links could have been done better. But because of my negligence, they were not so perfect. My father's legs suffered a lot. Xianjin ate another orange slice and said casually, Brother Haixing told you everything, right? Unexpectedly, Xiaohui shook his head. No. I asked him to follow you. He is your man and must be loyal to you. After delivering the last letter, I told him not to inform me of your actions. Xiaohui saw Xianjin eating one slice of meat at a time and eating decisively. So he reached out for the orange again. No longer slow. Lowered his head and accelerated the speed of peeling the orange. I'm not a dead pervert. Why should I monitor your whereabouts all the time? Xianjin smiled and nodded. That's right. He then said, now that this matter is over, please let Brother Haixing go back. I am a small businessman and I don't need such a powerful bodyguard. Xiaohui quickly handed the peeled orange to Xianjin and repeated the sentence just now. I gave him to you. He is yours, and he must be loyal to you. The child is the youngest on the pirate ship. He was born with knives and kills people as soon as he opened his eyes. He will live a stable life with you for a few years. You can marry him when you see the opportunity. That's fine. Xianjin no longer refused and said with a smile. Then I'll send this boy to school. He has good handwriting and a fair complexion. Maybe he can be an accountant in the future. The girl's smiling face was close at hand. Her curved and thin eyebrows, small and straight nose, and bright red and plump lips had appeared in his dreams countless times. Xiaohui was distracted for a moment, but the strong self-control he had trained at sea made him correct it quickly. He went back to the beginning with a normal look. Why didn't you come out in a decent manner? Did you see blood? Or did you kill someone? Xianjin then told her how Chen Fu had a broken leg, how Chen Sanlang had a long conversation with her all night, how old lady Chu got up early in the morning to catch the adulterer and took his wife. Xiaohui's eyebrows did not move, but his hand stopped peeling the oranges. He had a long list of dirty words in his mind. Believe him. He fought his way out of the pirates and rolled around in the army. What he'd practiced better than his killing skills was the national curse. Old lady Chu deserved to die. Xiaohui lowered her head and found a perfect angle to block his eyes full of anger. What's next? Just let it go. Xianjin was stunned, then said seriously, No. I plan to sneak into the Chen family's ancestral tomb one night, pry out the coffin of old Master Chen, and burn him to ashes, then scatter the ashes to Longchuan Creek, so that the Chen family can taste the power of my useless vase. Xiaohui slowly raised his head and slowly tapped A on his forehead. Are you playing so hard? Xianjin laughed loudly, and only after laughing enough did he soften his tone. His eyebrows and eyes calmed. Forget it. What else can I do? Report her to the police and arrest her? I have achieved all my goals, and I have brought my father out. Good days are still to come. Old lady Chu likes to do things to the extreme, and I am a businessman. I like to leave a way out for people so that we can meet in the future. Of course, it is best not to meet. Chapter 299 Orange Meridians. Xiaohui cooked up Xianjin's idea in her head. The taste was not thick and oily, but it matched the girl's fair and tough appearance very well, like a pot of elegant and beautiful Xian. Xiaohui handed over another orange, and Xianjin performed a show for Xiaohui, 2 bites of a big orange. Xianjin's cheeks were bulging with food, and his eyebrows were dancing with joy. When I get rid of the service, I will show you a 3-bite pig. Every New Year's Eve in the future. Her reserve program. A strong appetite often symbolizes a strong vitality. So every New Year, as long as she is not in the hospital, Her nouveau-riche father will roast a suckling pig, staring at her with sincere and warm eyes to encourage her to eat more. Eat more. Eat more. Over the years, Xianjin has practiced from eating 10 pigs to eating 3 pigs. When she was preparing to upgrade this skill and continue to improve, the pig god couldn't stand it anymore and took her away. Xianjin looked serious and didn't seem to be joking. Xiao Hui, what's the matter with the inn? It's just an ordinary cockroach spirit that eats 3 pigs. What are you going to do next? Xiao Hui peeled the last orange in the fruit plate and secretly decided that he would never put Xianjin and the orange in the same room during the new year. Just stay here and retire to the countryside? Xianjin put his feet on the footrest, put his hands behind his head, and leaned back in a relaxed manner. I'm also preparing to make paper. 6 or 7 of my guys are skilled in making paper. The raw materials and manpower are ready. We just need to find a good place to set up the stall, and then slowly work on it. Xianjin paused. But we have to wait until after the Chinese New Year to see if there is an opportunity. It's difficult to do anything in the cold winter, so it's better to slowly plan in the spring. Xiao Hui nodded. After the spring, the canal will thaw, and there may be more opportunities. Xuanqing is located at the junction of the north and the south. The river is the sweet tofu pudding school. The Longchuan River in the south is generally not frozen. Xianjin didn't quite understand. Scratching his head, he took Xiao Hui's words as her blessing for a smooth march into northern Jili. How about you? Is Master Qiao back? Did you go to Beijing smoothly this time? Bao has been at her cousin's house in Huayan Prefecture. I'm ready to pick her up. These answers involve the court. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hui chose to answer all the questions in a way that would not leak secrets. Dad went to Beijing to revise the law. The law is strict for 100 years. He may live in Beijing for a long time, but he may also go south for official business after the new year. Baozhu may also go to Beijing after a while. Xianjin slowed down his eating speed, and after a while he slowly said, well, Baozhu is better off following Master Qiao than following me. Master Qiao has been in seclusion for many years, and now he is in his prime, so he should show his skills. In ancient times, the mountains were high and the rivers were long, and sometimes it took a long time for people to meet each other. Xianjin was a little disappointed, and he lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. Xiao Hui was lying in the rocking chair, and accurately caught Xianjin's expression, with a hint of excitement between his eyebrows. Do you want to get closer to the Qiao family? Xianjin was stunned. Master Qiao is elegant. Baozhu is lovely. We have been together for 4 or 5 years, and we have always been very close. Xiao Hui's eyes were burning. No. No. It's closer. Do you want to be closer? Xianjin? How? Live in your house? Xianjin was puzzled. Xiao Hui said, it's not impossible. After a pause, he raised his eyebrows. I don't need your food, clothing, and daily necessities. But you have 3 people and a pig. You have to find a way to scare people and scare pigs. Xianjin. What a psycho. 8 out of 10 sentences are nonsense. Xianjin rolled his eyes silently. The two chatted for a long time, talking about this and that. Xiao Hui leaned on the rocking chair. Xianjin leaned on the window frame. And they didn't talk about anything serious. Talking about this and that. Talking about the residents of Qiaoshanchang in Beijing. And the kitten Xianjin gave to Chen Fu broke 3 vases. Whenever a topic ended, Xiao Hui could always add another topic in time. Unconsciously, the sound of rain outside the window lattice gradually became clear from vague. It's raining. Xianjin turned his head and looked. At noon, Madame Zhang looked at the sky and said it would rain in the evening. And I bet 5 cents with her. Xiao Hui crossed her long legs. The rain will stop in an hour at most. The rain in late autumn and early winter brought a brutal chill, hitting the eaves in large drops, like a beaded chain. A tile and a line decorating the country courtyard in the middle of the night. Xianjin smiled and said, I believe you, but I won't bet with you. Scratching the itchy flesh on Xiao Hui's chest. It's just that the rain is heavy, and my horse is full of beans, so it's hard to run on the muddy road. Xiao Hui said. Xianjin frowned. Then live here. It's raining so hard. Not to mention the horse. Isn't it hard for you to walk? It's just exhausting to drive the horse. It just so happens that Dad lives in the main courtyard, and Mother Zhang just cleaned up the east wing a few days ago. If you don't mind, you can live in the east wing. Xiao Hui's mouth moved, and he wanted to laugh. While struggling, he continued to draw wavy lines on his mouth. Xianjin said Xiao Hui to the east wing. The courtyard was very small, and he arrived after walking around the corner. Xiao Hui moved his shoulder blades, seemingly casually. A few days ago, Erlang seemed to have returned from Yingtian Prefecture. Is it because you want to break up with Qinjiai? Xianjin opened the door of the east wing. It was so late, and Zhang's mother had already gone to bed. Xianjin opened the cabinet door and took out the quilt and bedspread. Xiao Hui naturally reached out to take it. The two of them worked together to make the bed. Xianjin listened to Xiao Hui's question, thought about it, and then said in a gentle voice, "It can be regarded as for this matter." Xiao Hui waited for Xianjin to say something. Xianjin handed one corner of the quilt to Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui reached out and tucked it under the cushion. Erlang is a good person. Xianjin's voice was calm, and he buried his head and concentrated on tucking the quilt. He treats his family and friends well, but he is harsh on himself, fearing that the burden is not heavy enough and the road ahead is not steep enough. You two are good friends. If you are willing, you can often comfort him. Xiao Hui's eyes were bright. This was the third time. This was the third time, he confirmed. There is no such thing as 3 times. I'm sorry, brother. Xianjin turned his head and saw Xiao Hui looking at her with sparkling eyes. He slapped his chest in fear. It was so scary. I thought a weasel was looking at me. Xiao Hui smiled, revealing 6 white teeth and a straight chest. Xianjin leaned forward and patted the newly made cotton quilt, and then pulled the quilt cover to flatten it. Go to sleep. Baring your big teeth makes you look more like a weasel. The autumn rain rang all night. Xianjin ate too many oranges at night, so he got up frequently. He listened to the window in a daze, and it seemed that there was no rain outside. He looked at the clock again, and found that the rain had only lasted for about an hour. Xianjin rubbed his eyes. Xiao Hui and Zhang's mother should jointly host the weather forecast. Xianjin thought dizzily, and passed by the main hall of the west wing. In the daze, he saw the orange debris scattered on the table that he had not had time to clean up. Xianjin reached out to clean up, and when he came to Xiao Hui, he was stunned. What a big pile of white-orange meridians. Xiao Hui even helped her to sort out the white meridians on the orange petals. Chapter 300 Mujin admires you. Xianjin thought Xiao Hui would leave the next day, but he stayed comfortably for 7 or 8 days. He got together with Zhou Ergu, Zheng De and Zheng Er, took off his clothes and went for a morning run in the morning, and taught them how to practice stone locks and pole lifting. After 2 days, Zhou Ergu and Zheng De and Zheng Er called him Brother Qiao. Brother, boss sweetly. Xianjin, big, older than your sister. Xiao Hui is the same age as her, 2 years younger than Zhou Ergu. It was a rare sunny day, so Xiao Hui arranged to take Zhou Ergu up the mountain to chop firewood, and down the river to find stones. He carried several loads of yellow mud to the courtyard, mixed it with cement, laid bricks and tiles, and piled stone slabs. He built a kong in the main courtyard, the east wing and the west wing. You have a good feng shui, with a river in front and a mountain behind, facing north and south, and the wind and snow in winter will penetrate in. If you don't build a stove to keep warm, you won't freeze to death when the 12th lunar month comes. It was late autumn, and the sky was sunny, and he exhaled white air while talking. Xiao Hui took the man to work, wearing short and thin clothes, and looked around the courtyard with disgust. The fence is so high, the bed is so low, and the wall is so thin, just like playing house. It's easy in spring, autumn and summer, and it's almost 1929. Aren't you cold? Xianjin is not cold. He practices Ba Duan Jin every day and has trained his body. He doesn't even need a heater in winter. He is the sun. Chun Fu, the ill-fated old man, wrapped himself up like a dumpling, shrugged and rubbed his hands, limping under the eaves. When he came out, he saw 3 or 4 strong men carrying sandbags in one hand and shovels in the other. Cold. It's much colder here than in the city. We need to add a kong. Chin Fu rubbed his hands and raised his voice to Qiao Hui. Mr. Qiao. Thank you. He lowered his voice and leaned towards his daughter. Mr. Qiao is not going to take the imperial examination anymore, and has changed his career to a bricklayer? Xianjin? He is now working for the most powerful nobleman in the court, and it is not a problem for him to be promoted in the future. Xianjin added. Prefect Xiong told me. Chin Fu smacked his lips. Then come to our place to lay bricks and tiles? Xianjin disagreed. We are friends. Chen Fu raised his eyes with a speechless look, looking at Xianjin as if he was looking at a fool. What I mean is, the capital is so good to friends? Those dukes, marquises, and viscounts go to their friends' houses to help plow the fields for no reason. Chen Fu was incredulous. Xianjin frowned. Maybe the custom of the capital is to be so willing to contribute? Chen Fu. It's not that he is in love and will do anything. It's really a bit suspicious. Chen Fu poked his head out secretly and looked at Xiao Hui's height and body. Broad shoulders and narrow waist. Upright and thin back. And then looked at his face. Sharp features but casual and peaceful expression. Always relaxed and relaxed. Very good. He was very satisfied. If he got this son-in-law, he would be the most handsome father-in-law in Xuancheng. Oh no! In Nanzili. Chen Fu thanked him loudly again. Add meat for lunch. I'll go buy a roasted lamb leg. Xiao Hui stood up and waved his hand to show that he heard him. Chen Fu said, Mr. Qiao is such a good man. I really have nothing to repay him with. So I can only promise him my daughter. Xianjin? Promise you ahead. Xianjin emphasized. We are close friends. Chen Fu was very perfunctory. Yeah. Close friends. Close friends who only love you. After Chen Fu finished speaking, he blinked at Xianjin. Xianjin rolled his eyes. If I kowtow to everything, it will only hurt you. At lunch, Chen Fu got a whole roasted lamb leg from nowhere. Chen Fu cut a large piece of roasted lamb meat with a knife and handed it to Xiao Hui with the skin and meat. Xiao Hui thanked Chen Fu and looked up to see Chen Fu staring at him intently, as if he was looking forward to it. Chen Fu urged, eat it quickly. The Oldley family at the head of the village raises sheep. The lamb soup is delicious, and the roasted lamb leg is delicious. Come and try it. Xiao Hui took a big bite. Xianjin's eyes lit up when he saw this guy. It was like playing the role of the Chinese chef. His eyes were shining. There was a colorful halo on his back. The whole person seemed to be lifted to the sky by this lamb leg with skin and meat. It's the spices from the western regions. It's the taste of spices from the western regions. Xiao Hui narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of artificial aftertaste, he looked at Chen Fu with admiration. Amazing. Third master. This is absolutely amazing. This taste is fragrant and fresh. This sheep is also very well raised. There is no smell of mutton. You can only eat the delicate meat. Tender taste and unprecedented taste. Xiao Hui slapped his hand on the table and shouted. Amazing. Xianjin was stunned. If you don't know, you might think that the sheep was roasted by Chen Fu. No. If you don't know, you might think that the sheep was raised by Chen Fu. No. If you don't know, you might think that the sheep was transformed by Chen Fu. Chen Fu received such a high evaluation, and instantly looked like a confidant in the world. And the world is like a muscle man. And then shouted, Really? It's amazing. Like a victorious general. Chen Fu stood up and greeted everyone happily. Eat. Xianjin hadn't finished morning yet, so he could only watch as everyone rushed to grab all the mutton. Xianjin secretly asked Su'er, Is it really delicious? Su'er's mouth was full of oil, and she turned her head and nodded. Delicious. Xianjin felt relieved for no reason and looked at Xiao Hui again. This man with a long shadow was sitting casually on a few stools, with a calm expression and naturally lowered eyes. He picked up peanuts with his right hand and ate them one by one, not picking out the roasted lamb leg at all. Xianjin was stunned. If it's so delicious, why don't you eat it? At night, Xianjin went to the East Wing. She had written a draft of her essay on farming and business, and was going to ask Xiao Hui to take a look at it and make some corrections. The door of the East Wing was wide open. There was a buzzing sound. Xianjin poked his head over and saw Xiao Hui squatting on the ground sawing wood. Xianjin was speechless. This guy is really full of energy all day long. Xianjin knocked on the door. Xiao Hui looked up. Xianjin waved the roll of paper in her hand, stepped in, and saw that the table was full of sawdust, and there were several pieces of wood of different shapes on the table. Xianjin was curious. What are you doing? Xiao Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead and reached for the teacup to drink water. Making wooden dowels. Xianjin knew this. Chinese traditional craftsmanship can assemble a complete object without a single nail. From small ornaments to large houses. The wisdom of our ancestors is both beautiful and magical. Xianjin looked at the small wooden blocks on the table one by one and smiled. You are good at both masonry and carpentry. You are really a versatile person. If this happened in her previous life, her nouveau riche father would definitely like this kind of contractor who does home decoration projects and likes this kind of versatile contractor. Xiaohui rolled his eyes at Xianjin and wiped his hands. I learned bricklaying from reading Tiandong Kaiwu. For you, you guys don't do it during the winter. He added. I like making wooden mortise and tenon. We were floating on the sea at that time. The pirate ship was originally used to transport wood. There were mostly big logs in the cabin. I had nothing to do. I couldn't eat hairtail all the time. Right? Xianjin, who was hit by a hairtail again for no reason, rubbed his forehead in pain. I'll give you 3,000 taels. Don't mention the fishy and shiny stuff in front of me again. Xiaohui laughed, put the saw beside him, and handed Xianjin a cup of cold tea like a master. When I have nothing to do, I do some woodworking on the boat. After a while, I found that this thing can calm my mind. Xiaohui said casually. The zodiac wood carvings I gave you in Baowu last time are actually wooden tenons. Chapter 301. Pause for a moment. Xianjin said wow, took a sip of the cold tea, and said with a smile, I don't feel any uneven spots on the wood carving at all. Xiaohui also smiled. It has been specially polished. The most taboo on wooden joints is to see traces. Xianjin nodded in understanding, and did not continue the topic. He handed the article in his arms to Xiaohui. I wrote this article with my feelings. You can take a look at it. When the teacher comes back, you won't be scolded for being unproductive. In the past, I used to use the excuse of being busy with the family business as an excuse for delaying. Now that I have quit my job and am an idle person, I have to have some garbage to hand in. Xiaohui took it and took a quick look. It was pure theory. He didn't quite understand some words in the article, such as production relations, productivity, value and price, etc. The content was a bit mixed and completely supported by ideas. It didn't seek solutions, but only wanted to make the ideas clear. It was a bit like a certain theory. If it was taken to the imperial examination, it might be judged as a low-grade article because it had no practical use. But if it could be published, it would be a meritorious work. After Xiaohui finished scanning, he looked up at Xianjin. The 18 or 19-year-old girl's eyes were like stars, and she looked at him with burning concentration, which made Xiaohui feel sad and happy. He was really lucky. In these long and ordinary years, there was such a perfect existence that made him fall. Xiaohui did not speak for a long time. Xianjin could not help but be anxious. But it is written very badly. Xiaohui's throat moved slightly, and he rolled up the article solemnly and put it in the wooden box on the side table. It is well written, with a kind of wisdom beyond the present. Of course, a paper that stands on the shoulders of the giant of Marxist economics is definitely a powerful one that can beat the feudal economy. It was painful for Xianjin to write this article. But what can I say? The level of the previous papers assigned by teacher Qiao was at most an ordinary master's thesis. This one is at least an excellent graduation thesis of the same class. After receiving Xiaohui's accurate evaluation, it was visible to the naked eye that the little girl suddenly became lively and flourished. The holly tree sprouted and grew up, slowly but firmly taking root downwards, sprouting upwards, and gradually growing into a tall and independent tree. Xiaohui was distracted for a moment, whispering, Fortunately you didn't have sex with Erlang. The voice was very low, and some of the words were connected at the beginning and end, making it a little vague. Xianjin didn't hear clearly. Ah? Xiaohui waved his hand, raised his eyes, and raised his voice. I said, you are like a wolf sometimes. Xianjin? You are fine. Why did you suddenly attack me? No. It's a personal attack. Xiaohui turned his face away. His mind was working fast, and he knocked on the paper roll on the table. From the age of 15 to now. Tell me yourself. Have you ever stopped for a day? Expanding the store, making new paper, looking for customers. Now in this secluded suburban village, it's rare to have a half day of leisure. And you still write an article. Isn't it a living wolf? Have you ever? Oh no. Rested for a day? Xianjin was stunned. If she took a break, wouldn't it be a farming story? I did take a break. Xianjin was stunned and said, I was locked up in Chen's house for the past few months and had nothing to do. I also finished reading Chin Fuzi's new work The Crazy Bombing Cool Son-in-Law Detonates the 8 Major Gangs, and sent Chin Fuzi a book review. It mainly criticized the male protagonists, 8 confidants, and 5 fire-making girls, for their stallion fantasies. Oh! I took a break in the morning. I took a long walk along the upper reaches of Longchuan Creek. Xiaohui was a little speechless. He did feel that Xianjin was sometimes a little tense. He had this feeling a long time ago. And this time when Xianjin came back and separated from the Chen family, this feeling became even clearer. This girl often gave people the illusion that she doesn't deserve to rest. People are not millstones. If they keep working at full capacity, something will go wrong. Xiaohui leaned back, put his hands casually on the back of the chair, and said in a calm voice, "Let me think about it. These days, you get up at the crowing of the cock in the morning, practice a set of Ba Duan Jin or Tai Chi, then eat 2 big steamed buns and drink a bowl of millet porridge. Then either go into the room to read a book or look at the land and houses along Longchuan Creek. Eat at noon. And repeat the morning schedule after a nap for 25 minutes. In the evening, you either read a book or write." The vivid description of Xianjin's life is a diary. Xianjin crossed his arms. "You are spying on me." Xiaohui rolled his eyes. "My Xianjin, our yard is not as big as my palm. And your window faces my door. I am a young man with sharp ears and eyes. And I can hear your little dog movements with my eyes closed." Xianjin continued to cross his arms. "Doesn't that mean you heard everything I said?" Xiaohui sneered. "Yes. It's really unbearable to hear you repeatedly say that you are a beautiful waste vase. It's a headache." Xianjin laughed. Xiaohui was interrupted, paused, and brought the topic back. "You arrange a lot for yourself every day, but you don't have any extra requirements or hopes for food or clothes. Those are all external things," Xianjin whispered. Xiaohui did not comment, smiled and shook his head gently. "External things. Xianjin, you don't look like a little girl, but like an ascetic monk. You are practicing busy Zen." Xiaohui's tone was light. Xianjin was stunned and subconsciously retorted, "I am just more self-disciplined." "Is it self-discipline or self-torture?" Xiaohui said calmly. "What are you chasing after?" "Busy chasing after what?" Xianjin was absent-minded for a moment. "Busy chasing after the stolen time in this life. In the previous life, because of her physical condition, she didn't have time to do many things, and many ideas couldn't be implemented. She learned a lot of skills, but could only lie in bed all day, looking at the white walls and counting the days like a miserable life. She died once, and always felt that the days now were stolen by her and used to pay off her debts. She cherished everything very much, and wanted to grab something very urgently, and was running and chasing something very urgently, just like Chen Jiafeng. If she was willing to wait, or to devote a little energy to take a step towards him, perhaps the ending between them would not be like this, like eating and wearing the same clothes. In her opinion, these emotions are just external things. Now, she left the Chen family, and although she didn't say it, the pressure on her shoulders increased sharply. It was equivalent to the CEO quitting without a plan. And not only did she quit without a plan, but she also took a team with her. A group of people. 7 or 8 mouths were tied to her. Even if she had a good idea in her heart, she still felt a huge pressure. "I can only do things more urgently. I can't wait for a day. Or a moment." This mentality cannot be said to be good or bad, right or wrong, but it is ultimately pathological. Xianjin opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. A strong wind suddenly blew outside the window. The window lattices of the east wing were tightly closed on all sides, and the wind that escaped could only weaken and penetrate through the window gaps. Xianjin's hair was blown messy, and Xiaohui subconsciously reached out to help her put it behind her ears. Xiaohui did this action naturally and frankly, so Xianjin didn't notice anything wrong for a while. "Take your time." Xiaohui's eyebrows were relaxed, and his attitude was calm. "Take a short break. Stop for a while. It won't kill you." Xianjin frowned. "What should I do if I stop?" "Look at the flowers. Look at the trees. Look at the water. Feel the wind. Taste the tea." Xiaohui smiled, with a rare tenderness between his eyebrows. Everything in the world is not easy, and stopping for those external things is also a kind of romance. And him, he doesn't need her to stop. He will do his best to walk side by side with her. But please don't think that this external thing is troublesome and unnecessary. Xiaohui's eyes were as calm as water. Xian thought for a moment and nodded ignorantly. Chapter 302 Grinding Out Sparks. It was the 12th lunar month in a flash. Xian thought Xiao Hui could spend the new year with him. But on the morning of the 28th of the 12th lunar month, he bowed and said goodbye to everyone after breakfast. See you after the new year. See you after the new year. Mother Zhang was extremely angry. You want to leave? I just asked the village to kill 2 sheep, 10 chickens, and 3 geese, and fried 2 large pots of rice cakes. Xiao Hui rode on the horse, laughing. Mother Zhang, please watch them, and don't finish eating. Wait for me to come back and eat. I love the rice cakes you pound. Mother Zhang fed beans to the tall red horse and smiled. I'm an old woman. What do you say about love? She stuffed a handful of dried red dates into the horse. Xian looked at the tall horse chewing the dried red dates with difficulty. Mother Zhang, you've almost fed this horse buck teeth. After comforting Mother Zhang, Xiao Hui looked at the muscular men and said in a low voice, when I come back, the stone lock will start to increase the weight. Zhou Ergu stood up straight with a ferocious expression, and stood firmly on the spot, performing a set of combination punches. Xian, let's go! Because of you, the team, which was not smart to begin with, feels even harder to lead. Xiao Hui waved his hand. His eyes fell on Xianjin's face. The horse finished eating the dried red dates, and began to walk to digest the food. But Xiao Hui's eyes were always focused. Chen Fu looked at Xiao Hui, then at his daughter, and showed a big innocent smile. It's the new year, so we have to eat something sweet. Xiao Hui smiled at Xianjin, and raised his whip hand slightly. Happy New Year. See you next year. Xianjin also waved his hand. See you next year. During the Chinese New Year, there are always the same things. Eating, drinking, and having fun. Xianjin followed Xiao Hui's advice, and stopped to rest for a while. After a simple morning period, he ate and drank every day, and followed Chen Fu out to continue eating and drinking. After the 15th day of the lunar year, Xianjin held up his round belly and fat face, took Zhou Ergu and Aunt Zhong, and invited Jin Sanlang to look for a place along the Longchuan River. After looking around for almost a month, it can be said that he hit a wall everywhere. Xuanqing Prefecture is not big, and there are not many paper shops that need to be opened after the Chinese New Year. There are only 7 or 8 on the market. Xianjin went to see them all. How can I say it? The results were not very good. Some people asked for a sky-high price when they saw Xianjin. A shop that sold for 200 taels could ask for a sky-high price of 1,200 taels. The sellers looked disgusting, robbing the rich to help the poor. Some people closed the door tightly when they saw that it was Xianjin. When Xianjin pressed too hard, the sellers begged Xianjin to let them go. Although I don't make paper anymore, there are always several relatives in my family who either sell straw or grow celestial sandalwood, and they all make a living in this business. I really don't dare to gamble the lives of my relatives and friends just to sell this shop. Some of them were irrelevant. Xianjin was looking for a paper shop, but the shop sold rouge. After Xianjin calculated, she might as well sell rouge directly, considering the time and cost of digging a pulp water pool and casting a baking wall. There was no fate. There was only one shop, which was originally a small workshop making Xian paper. It was called Xuanji, and was located in the wide lane east of Xuanqing Prefecture. It was not big, with a shop in front and a workshop in the back. Although it was small, it had everything: the pulp water pool, baking wall, warehouse, and large stone mortar were covered with dust. But they were also neat and tidy. The asking price is not high. It is said that the shop has been on the market for almost half a year, but the deal has not been made. There is something fishy about it. Either the shop caught fire for no reason on the day the contract was signed, or the wall of the shop collapsed when the buyer came to see it, or the door of the shop was splashed with dog blood on the day of the deal. Anyway, the shop is standing there, which is a bit unlucky. Hey, this is a coincidence. Xianjin is least afraid of metaphysics in this life. What is metaphysics? She has been metaphysical from the 21st century to the Wei dynasty. Who can be more metaphysical than her? Xianjin sat down and talked to the seller in detail. The original owner of the workshop died young, and the one who took over was the original owner's widow, Aunt Chuan, who was about the same age as Zhang's mother. She spoke viciously and spat on the ground. I would rather burn this workshop down than give it to those wolves in the clan. Xianjin asked again. And it turned out that when the original owner was bedridden, the clan's uncles began to covet this workshop and the original owner's only daughter, and arranged to sell the land first and then the house, and finally sold the original owner's daughter to the landlord next door as a small house. This really aroused the aunt's blood. You want to sell? Sure. I sold it earlier than you. You want to marry my daughter? Sure. She married her daughter off in a flash before her husband died. Aunt Joan listened with a little more admiration in her eyes. Xianjin smiled and said to Aunt Xuan, I have offended Hengji and Qinji in Xuancheng Prefecture. Several shops in front of them were so scared that they dared not sell when they saw my face, for fear of offending the big brother in the industry. Aren't you afraid? The aunt sneered. I'm not afraid of anything, as long as you are not afraid of my uncles and uncles coming to make trouble. My daughter is already married. I'm not afraid of anything. Xianjin walked around the front and backyards again, signed the sublease agreement immediately, and went to the government to register immediately, leaving Zhou Ergu and others in the shop. We have practiced so many Tianshi locks with Xiao Hui. We can't just be superficial. That night, a roll of burning firewood was thrown into the Quanxiang workshop, and then several buckets of clear oil were poured into the small yard. As soon as the fire touched the oil, it caught fire. Zhou Ergu, Zheng De and Zheng Er put on their clothes and picked up buckets to put out the fire immediately. Haixing pressed the arsonist at the entrance of the alley, lifting the man's neck upward. His face trembled and was exposed. Aunt Chuan squatted down and took a look, and immediately cursed him. Seventh brother. Seventh brother. Hack you. You dare to burn our shop. He beat the man with a bang. His nose and face were swollen. Xianjin said nothing, and immediately sent the man to the Xuancheng government office. The prefect Xiong personally sentenced the man, and he was beaten with 30 sticks and thrown back. Xianjin lowered his eyes to look at the dying man, raised his chin, and said calmly, Brother Zheng, please harness a mule cart and take this man for a stroll from street to street. Xianjin paused, then smiled. Let's focus on taking care of the west of the city where Hengji is located and the east of the city where Qinji is located. We must not forget the dozen or so small workshops around Hengji, so that they can all see what happens when they play dirty tricks behind my back. Don't fucking think that she is a nobody who can be manipulated by anyone after she left the Chen family. 3 years ago, she didn't rely on the power of the Chen family. And 3 years later, she definitely didn't rely on the Chen family's melons and dates. Hengji's tricks. Do you think she can't see it? Why is it so difficult to rent or buy a shop? If Hengji hadn't been a problem, she would have written the word he upside down. It is said that on that night, a mule cart carrying a half-bloody body was driving in and out in the streets where Heng's family lived. The wheels were almost worn out by sparks. The smell of blood was everywhere, and Hengji kept its door closed. Chapter 303, adding fuel to the flames. Bang! 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 3 cups fell to the ground. The ground was carpeted, so the cups didn't break, but made a muffled sound. Hung Lian also made a muffled sound. Is that mule cart still roaming the streets? The second steward of the Hung family was very scared. He didn't quite understand why every time he Xianjin caused trouble. His first steward either had diarrhea or his mother had diarrhea. Anyway, he was definitely not at work. Damn. Their stomach is too sensible. Hung Er, the steward, picked up the cup with his butt trembling, bowed and said respectfully, It's still there, just went out of the narrow door, and now it's gone around and entered the alley. Hung Lian took a deep breath. His face turned green. This damn girl. Hung Er, the steward, shrugged his shoulders and tried his best to reduce his presence. Tell everyone in the family to keep an eye on it. Be careful that the damn girl will throw this person into our yard. Hung Lian's head was shrouded in a low-pressure green light. Manager Hung Er shuddered. Not so wicked. Right? Hung Lian sneered. That damn girl. She is wicked. She deserves a beating. And she will never respect her elders. What can she not do? Manager Hung Er raised his eyes tremblingly. The elders of the Chen family have been turned upside down. What kind of elder are you? Chen family. Still no movement? Hung Lian said coldly. Manager Hung Er scratched his head. No movement. Several shops are open. Masterly Sanshun took leave to go back to take his grandson to school. Chu De Mao and Zhao De Zheng are the managers of Fubai and Xian Tian respectively. The door of Jishi workshop is also closed. The remaining guys in the shop are still working, but they look lifeless. Not as smart and capable as when manager he was there. Hung Lian glanced over. Who the hell cares whether Qin is dead or full of vigor? I'm asking you. Did Qin not try to stop that damn girl he Xianjin? Hung Air manager was stunned. This is what I heard. Hung Lian's eyes turned cold. Thought about it. And sneered. Does Chu want to change his career and become a good person? Or is it out of reach and there is no way out? Hung Air manager buried his head. Like a thief. Hung Lian didn't need others to respond to him. And continued to talk. Hee. Most likely there is no one at home. Right? Hung Lian looked happy and smiling. Counting with his fingers with Hung Air manager. The eldest son of the Chen family is dead. The second son has left. And the third son has run away. Among the grandchildren, only Chen Erlang, who has to study, is useful. And the other two are useless. Hung Air manager shrank his head into his shell. It's as if the descendants of the Hung family are not useless. Hung Lian counted over and over again. And rubbed his fingertips excitedly. The Bai family is useless. There is no one in the Chen family. As long as Xianjin is suppressed. Hengji will be the largest in the entire Xuancheng paper industry. As if remembering something, he asked again, have you made any progress on the tribute? Hung Air manager's eyes widened. You're asking me about this? I'm sworn brothers with Prefect Xiong? Hung Lian scolded. Why don't you know anything? You look so dead every day. What do I pay you for? I have to do everything myself. What do I need you for? Why do I support you? We are supported to steal. To be punched. To please ourselves. Hung Air manager secretly rolled his eyes when no one was around. Hung Lian tilted his head and asked, have you made arrangements with the big heads of Shatian? Jingda and Dingzhuang? Hung Air, the manager, nodded repeatedly. We have already made arrangements. Finally, one question was answered. Okay. Then do as you tell us. It's not that we won't give her the straw. Kiwi vine juice and euphorbia bark. She wants 100 bundles. So they can only give her 20 bundles. The amount given out must not exceed half of the raw materials purchased by Hengji. Hung Lian explained in a hurry. And shrugged and smiled after he finished. Don't say that I, as an uncle, don't leave her a way out. I'll let her do the business. Just enough to make a living. The paper business has been dominated by men for thousands of years. A young girl who can earn a living, marry and have a baby is already blessed. Don't come and compete with men for food. Hung Lian said generously. As if giving Xianjin some raw materials to buy was the greatest mercy. Hung Air, the manager, muttered. You are afraid of the Chiao family and the Prefect Xiong. If there were no support from these two big mountains, Hung Ji would have come up with some shady tricks. Although manager he came from the Chen family and had a weak foundation. His relationship with the government was as good as wearing a pair of pants. Why are the mule carts for sightseeing outside so arrogant and showing off everywhere? Isn't it to show the friendship between manager he and the prefect? The Hung family only dared to do things secretly. But they didn't dare to confront He Guancher head-on. Moreover, even if they blocked the raw materials of the three places, they might not necessarily win. He Guancher is a bit weird. She can do whatever you don't ask her to do. Hung Air Guancher thought to himself, if he is asked to choose, he won't even ask for his salary, and will definitely go to He Guancher. Hung Lian didn't hear what the second Guancher said clearly. His eyes slanted, and he frowned, and then he realized that the person next to him was not the usual one. Where is Yu Sheng? I have diarrhea. Hung Air manager answered with his head down. Hung Lian frowned. Why do you have diarrhea again? After a while, he still felt angry, looked at the second manager in front of him with a drooping face, and said in a bad tone, Go and keep an eye on the mule cart outside. I don't know what these two holes of yours are for. You can't even focus on the business. Hung Air manager. What are my two holes for? Anyway, they are not for flirting with you. Hung Air manager knelt and retreated, cursing his bad luck in his heart. The boss is too emotionally unstable. After each private meeting, he will die at least 5 months and 3 days. Half an hour later, the third steward of Hung appeared. The mule cart hasn't left yet. The door keeps swinging back and forth. Hung Lian got angry again, then frowned and said, Why is it you? Are you going to win? Hung San steward picked up the broken porcelain tremblingly. Second steward has diarrhea. Why the steward of the Hung family loves diarrhea is a century-old mystery that has not been solved yet. And it does not affect Hung Lian's various tricks. In Xuanqing, 5 shops inside and outside Hengji City. Overnight, hung a series of red and gold-plated signs at the same time, participating in the election of the largest supplier of tribute paper. Leading merchant of Shuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. Home of the president of Shuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. The perennial leader of Shuanqing Paper Industry. When Xianjin passed by, he looked at the rows of hot plaques, twitched his mouth helplessly, and a joke inexplicably emerged in his mind. When the famous entrepreneur Henglian was staying in the countryside, he knocked on the door. The auntie inside the door asked, "Who is it?" Henglian shouted at the door, "Candidate for the largest supplier of tribute paper. Leading merchant of Shuanqing Paper Industry. President of Shuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. Winner of Shuanqing Paper Industry." The aunt inside was shocked. That place can't accommodate so many people. Hengji was like a gust of wind. Trying to force the idea of Hengji is the most awesome existence in Shuanqing Paper Industry into everyone's mind with a tyrannical attitude. Then a piece of news added more heat to this gust of wind. He leaned away. Jointly submitted by Shuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. Was selected? Chapter 304, A Fortune from Heaven. This news, like a hurricane, swept the entire Shuanqing in less than 12 hours. It can be said that the gongs and drums were loud and the firecrackers were blasting. From the magistrate's residence, the gongs and drums were beaten to the 4 streets and alleys in the east, west, south and north. Swana, waist drum, cha and other loud traditional loudspeakers were invited to publicize this matter. It was very inconsistent with the usual indifferent style of Magistrate Xiong. But it can be understood. After all, it is a tribute. With the royal seal. Your family's paper will be the strongest within 2 years. Any small object, even if you draw a sugar man, as long as it is stamped by the royal family as the strongest in the world. You are a gilded sugar man, a noble sugar man, and a sugar man who has escaped from vulgar tastes. As the local parent official, Governor Xiong did not set up a 3-day buffet on the spot, which was already a very decent and restrained performance. It happened that the New Year's celebration had not completely dissipated. The 21 merchants who participated in the tribute paper rolls all put a huge blooming red silk flower in front of their porches. For a time, the door was crowded with people. Not only the people of this prefecture, but also the neighboring Huan Prefecture, Nanjing Prefecture, Yiyang Prefecture, and the more distant Suzhou Prefecture and Yanqing Prefecture all sent people to negotiate orders. Unfortunately, the tribute paper was offered in the name of the Shuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, excluding the 3 merchants who withdrew from the group midway. There are still 18 merchants participating in the production. So which one is the best? The locals of Shuanqing Prefecture certainly know Chenheng by Yunliu, and can even talk about the decades of love and hatred between the famous he storekeeper and the Chen family. In general, Xianjin not only brings a rich material world to the people of Shuanqing, but also brings colorful spiritual food. These gossips. Oh no! These truths are well known by the locals, but outsiders don't know. Hu Dabing was a little confused when he stood at the intersection of the 4 streets and alleys in Shuanqing Prefecture. Everywhere he looked, there was a big red flower on the plaque of the paper shop. Hu Dabing scratched his head. So, which one should he choose? It seems that every shop claims to be the best. There is also a crazy one that is unique and ingenious. There are 7 or 8 plaques hanging on the wall at the entrance of the entire paper shop, shining in gold, hanging down in a row, like a list of dishes. Hu Dabing was a little at a loss. He came here at full speed from faraway Shandong. He heard that Shuanqing's paper got this year's tribute paper. His boss, the largest printing shop in Shandong, asked him to buy Shuanqing's paper. He didn't have to buy the best paper, but he had to buy it from the best store. Which store is the best? Hu Dabing was walking at the crossroads of life, pacing back and forth. If he bought the wrong thing, he would lose his job, which cost him a month and a half of money and overtime every day. While Hu Dabing was hesitating, he heard a loud gabble in the tea house next door. Hu Dabing leaned over and listened to the storyteller on the stage, continuing from the last time, when the news of the court collecting tribute paper came out. The paper industry in the whole city was stunned. The last time Xian paper won the tribute was 20 years ago. Now that the world has changed, how can Xian paper break through the siege? Stand on the top of the paper industry again? This question is worth pondering. At the critical moment, a person and a family stood up. This storyteller, you know what? Although he has an accent, He is a good storyteller with ups and downs, and his voice is full of emotion. Would Daving walked in unconsciously, leaned against the pillar, and listened intently. It's Hengji. It's Hengji's manager, Master Henglian. He stood up. He brought together more than 20 paper companies of all sizes in Shuanqing Prefecture. Those who had money contributed money, and those who had strength contributed their strength. Everyone worked together, and the 20 families worked together to make tribute paper. For this piece of paper, Mr. Hung couldn't sleep at night, couldn't eat, studied for a long time, explored for a long time, and all the hard work of the Shuanqing paper industry people was reflected on this big boss, who worked hard and made great contributions. Would Daving suddenly realized, oh, the most powerful person in Shuanqing paper industry is Hengji, and the most powerful person is Henglian. Would Daving silently remembered it in his heart. Great. With a little bit of compensation every month, I can keep my job as a person who gets up earlier than a chicken in the morning and sleeps later than a dog at night. Just as Would Daving was about to stand up and leave, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the hall angrily spitting at the stage. Eat shit. Then, the middle-aged man rushed out with his hands behind his back. This man is really angry. He was so angry that smoke came out of his head. Would Daving scratched his scalp and followed him. He saw the man walked into a shop with a plaque of Cheongji Paper Shop. Ah, this shop didn't have big red flowers. Would Daving rubbed the soles of his shoes at the door for a long time, and finally walked in. The wind chimes were blown and made a ding-dong sound. The middle-aged man who was furious just now opened the curtain of the inner room with an angry face, and poked his head out fiercely. What are you doing? Buy paper. Would Daving was shocked. Boss Chong instantly retracted his fierce and smoky expression, and his face was kind and friendly. Ah, buying paper? What kind of paper do you want to buy? Our shop is plain paper, gold foil, colored paper. Our family is engaged in exquisite paper business. If you want big paper, go to Chin. Oh no, go to he, the shopkeeper. To buy it, it's the best. Would Daving, he, the shopkeeper? Speaking of he, I'm not sleepy anymore. Boss Chong picked up a bench, opened the curtain, stretched out his paw and patted the man's shoulder. Brother, your accent doesn't sound like a local. You came to me to buy paper, and didn't go to Hengji or Liuji. I knew that you are like me, an honest person. You have good taste. Would Daving's shoulder was a little painful after being patted. Isn't it said that the little potatoes in the south are reserved and autistic? How come this big brother is so familiar? Boss Chong is still speaking. What the storyteller in the tea house said is true. But did Hengji do those things? Damn it! Damn it! Boss Chong cursed in Shuanqing dialect. Would Daving didn't understand, but he felt his sincere anger from the colorful saliva sprayed by Boss Chong. All these things were done by Boss He. Now the tiger is in a flat land and bullied by the dog, and the flood has washed away the Dragon King temple. Let Henglian show off his power. Otherwise, Boss He will be tribute paper. Boss Chong laughed sarcastically. Gong paper? Shuanqing's paper can't even leave Shuanqing. Would Daving's eyes widened, and he looked back and forth. Is Boss He still working now? Boss Chong snorted twice. I heard that after Boss He moved out of Chinji, she bought a small workshop and took down the original plaque. Now she hasn't put up the plaque to officially open the store. If you want to see her, I'll take you there. But, brother, what did you want to buy? Would Daving said loudly. I bought plain Xian paper. Boss Chong. For such cheap goods, Xianjin doesn't need to step in. Right? Out of respect for the customer. Boss Chong asked again. How much? $20,000. Would Bing's voice was still loud. Boss Chong? How much did you say? Boss Chong felt that he was hallucinating. He just wanted to find someone to complain to, but ended up complaining about a big business? $20,000. Would Bing said loudly, then scratched his temples embarrassedly. I'm from Shandong. I bought it to print scientific examination textbooks. People in our place love exams. So many people buy it. Chapter 305 Taking advantage of the situation. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked hard. Kikiki in the back room opened the door sleepily, and saw two pairs of identical bright and round eyes looking at him excitedly, like two toads. Boss Chong restrained his excitement. Where is Boss He? My king. I brought you food. Kikiki and Boss Chong looked at each other for a moment, and saw the dazzling golden light and smell the fragrance of burning money from each other's eyes. Kikiki narrowed his eyes. What is this? Boss Chang's knuckles turned white as he grabbed the doorbell. Big customer. Big customer from Shandong. Shandong? Exam? Exam paper? No need to ask more questions. Kikiki turned around immediately and shouted. Boss Boss! The golden toad is here. He didn't recognize the gold and jade. What toad? It's a golden toad. A golden toad with bulging cheeks. Boss Chang came a little late, and the lights in the orange courtyard were turned off early in the morning. Before leaving, Xiao Dekami insisted on giving the house a name with a stroke of his pen, singing the whole mountain is as bright as a lamp, and the shadows of the trees are facing the fragrant wind. Xianjin clapped his hands. It's very literary. It's very literary. Xiaohui wrote with a big stroke. Why don't we call it Jiyuan? Xianjin. A very simple and crude way of naming. Xianjin thus acquired a property that sounded very sweet. The lights of Jiyuan lit up one by one from the outside, and Kikiki led people to the main hall with a sweet smile, and handed it over to Soer, who smiled harmlessly. As soon as people sat down, Zhang's mother smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed, and she leaned over and handed over a plate of fried peanuts, 4 grid pastries, and a bowl of black sesame dumplings made in the shape of persimmons. It's so late. You must be hungry. Right? Eat quickly. If you don't have enough, Andy will make you more. Wadabing stared with round eyes, thanked repeatedly, picked up the big glutinous rice balls, took a bite, leaned over and smiled to Boss Chang. It smells so good. Boss Chang looked at the empty side table beside him, and forced a smile with difficulty. Eat. Eat. You just keep eating without saying a word. You are so grateful. Wait and see how boss he will trick you. After Wadabing finished eating the glutinous rice balls, a figure wearing a dark jacket came quickly from the alley, and Boss Chang immediately greeted him with sharp eyes, and said something respectfully. Both of them walked very fast, and soon they heard the friendly and steady laughter of a young girl. This is Boss Wa. Right? Xianjin greeted him with a smile. Wadabing quickly put down the big glutinous rice balls and stood up. Xianjin gave him a push and said to Boss Chang on the side with a smile. No wonder the bosses in the north make money. They are still doing business so late. If we were this hardworking, we would probably be able to do business as far as Goguryeo. He also said to Wadabing in a familiar way. Please sit down. Please sit down. Smiling, he leaned over and said, Our Jean Ma sesame and peanut stuffed dumplings are both delicious. What filling did you get? Just these 3 sentences. Wadabing suddenly felt at home. Damn. It's like being home. The nervousness of being a newcomer faded a lot. Wadabing looked at the empty bowl, and then at the young shopkeeper in front of him. He is 28 years old this year, and is definitely much older than this girl. But when he looks at the shopkeeper he really can't treat her with the attitude of looking at a younger generation. This shopkeeper he has a natural sense of power, which makes people relax. But no one dares to look down on her. Sesame filling. Wadabing rubbed his hands, sullenly, and only answered the questions asked by Xianjin. Xianjin's eyes moved. He is a silent person. Silent people are usually not moved by words, but only for real benefits. Xianjin smiled. His long and slightly upturned eyebrows were curved, and he looked in a good mood and complexion. Our customs in Huizhou are different from those in Shandong. I heard that Shandong also has jujube paste dumplings, steamed dumplings, soybean flour dumplings. Our sesame dumplings and purple rice dumplings are also delicious. Where is Boss Wa from in Shandong? From Jinan Prefecture. Wadabing scratched his forehead. Jinan Prefecture, with its outstanding people and beautiful scenery, is the place with the most scholars in the Central Plains. Xianjin smiled warmly. Boss Chang said, you want to buy paper to print the Imperial Examination Series? Your business doesn't actually use Xin paper as the raw material. Bamboo paper and hemp paper are actually very suitable. It not only reduces your capital investment, but also reduces the burden of scholar studies. Wadabing smiled innocently. After Xin paper became a tribute, my uncle wanted Xin paper as the raw material. One sentence explained why he was asked to do the purchasing for such a big business. Wadabing paused and said, My uncle said that if the paper gets better, the reading experience of the readers will also get better. If the price of plain paper can be negotiated, then the price of the book will not increase. Xianjin nodded in understanding. Your uncle is an ideal merchant. The young shopkeeper he lowered his eyes slightly, and followed the other party's words about price. $20,000 of plain paper. I should be able to give you the best price. Woodabing had a simple smile on his face, and his plump cheeks made his eyes slit. Your workshop is too small. You can't handle this $20,000 order. Boss Chan glanced at Woodabing in surprise. Wow. This guy is not stupid. Xianjin's smile did not disappear at all. Even if it is a family business. Nepotism. Daring to let one person take charge of such a large order means that this person cannot be a waste. Then why don't you go to Hengji? Xianjin smiled clearly. Nowadays, the streets are full of stories about Boss Hung turning the tide. If you give this big business to Boss Hung, he will definitely be happy. Woodabing shook his head. Don't go to him. He sings better than he does. Going to him at this juncture will raise the price. Boss Chang's eyes glared. Wow. This guy is not only not stupid, but also quite smart. Xianjin smiled even more. Then your business is unsolvable. You don't want to spend a lot of money to find a big merchant. But you are also afraid that the small merchants can't eat. You visit late at night. Is it just for a bowl of sesame dumplings? Woodabing continued to smile innocently. It's hard to talk to big merchants, but it's easy to talk to small merchants. Business is all negotiated. I don't think you can make 20,000 Su-Xian. You have to make me believe that 20,000 Su-Xian is a piece of cake for you. Boss Chan glanced at him. Good fellow. This man is not only smart, but also well versed in the ways of business. Xianjin raised his eyes slightly. The ways of business are nothing more than the seller's market and the buyer's market. When supply exceeds demand, it is the buyer's market, and the price and conditions are decided by the buyer. When supply is less than demand, the seller has the upper hand. Xian paper is now in a hot state, and the buyer naturally cannot take the initiative. What Boss Hu wants to do is to reverse the situation. Turn this business into a seller seeking buyers, and completely turn it into his own home court, leaving the imbalance between supply and demand to Xianjin to solve. Xianjin really wanted to take over this business. She could also help solve it. But, Boss Hu, I'm a businessman, not a witch. I can't just do a few random dances and you'll believe it. Right? Xianjin smiled happily. You don't want to talk to me about your $20,000 Sichuan business. I won't force you. But I have an idea. You can listen to it. In business, it's absolutely impossible to let the other party take the initiative. Boss Chan smacked his lips dryly. Feeling very complicated, what can I say? Generally speaking, 1 out of 3 people is usually a fool. In this room, Boss Hu is not. Boss he is not. Then who is? The smile on Woodabing's face froze instantly. And no one could tell unless they looked closely. You can tell me what you want, even if I promise to give you the best price. Xian paper has just been selected as tribute paper, and no one can lower their prices to do business with you. Xianjin spoke calmly. If you don't raise the price after printing a book, you'll be sorry for yourself. If you raise the price, you'll be sorry for the students who study hard. This is a loss for the other. You've given up on costs here, and lost profits. So you need to make up for it somewhere else. Why don't you use 1/10 or less of your budget to buy some better quality paper to make books with higher prices? Xianjin's eyes were steady, like a calm lake. Calm and tolerant. You can add incense, wax seals, and draw exquisite pictures on the cover of books of this quality. You can sell this kind of book at a high price without any burden. Well, I would like to call this kind of book a hardcover edition. Woodabing's eyes moved again, and his expression gradually became serious, and he could no longer see the simple and honest look just now. Xianjin continued. Books printed on plain rice paper can be called paperback editions. A rich young man will definitely choose a hardcover edition book, while a poor scholar can also enjoy the joy of rice paper by buying a paperback edition. Xianjin spread his hands. As for your store, you can also balance the difference in costs between the two different selling prices of the two books. Isn't it a win-win situation? Woodabing knew this method was feasible as soon as he heard it. Not only is it feasible, it can even be applied to many books. It's a win-win situation. We and the scholar both win. How do you make a profit? When Woodabing's chubby face is not smiling, his eyes are very obvious. Xianjin smiled. There is one thing you just said that is very right. With my current scale, I can't take orders of $20,000. Even if I expand to a scale of 300 acres in the future, I may not take your orders. I want to make the best paper. The best paper in the whole Xuanqing prefecture. Make it fine. Not rough. Make it quality. Not quantity. Xianjin smiled calmly. It may be difficult for me to accept your $20,000 order, but we can easily supply paper for your hardcover book. Hu Dabing blinked and said after a while, It's best not to do business with two different people. Xianjin nodded. You can sign a contract with me for the supply of hardcover paper, and with Shuangqing Paper Chamber of Commerce for the supply of paperback plain Xian paper. I promise to give you the plain Xian paper price of 2 taels and 8 cents per knife. The market price is 3 taels of silver per knife of plain Xian paper. Hu Dabing narrowed his eyes. The plaque of Hingyi says that they are the president of Shuangqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. Xianjin smiled happily. If you look closely, you can find that there is a very small word deputy engraved before the word president on his plaque. I don't need to deceive you about this. You can ask anyone and know that he's Xianjin, am the president of Shuangqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. You can also ask who made the selected tribute paper. Was it the shameless Hinglian or I? He's Xianjin? Hu Dabing glanced at Boss Chong. Boss Chong nodded fiercely. Hu Dabing rolled his eyes. What if you can't get this price? Or can't deliver the goods? Xianjin raised his right hand, palm facing outward. The contract can have strict provisions for breach of contract. Hu Dabing pondered for a long time, looking east and west, not knowing what he was thinking. And after a while he said, Today is too late. Tomorrow morning. If you pay the deposit now, the price is only 2 taels and 8 cents. Xianjin was still smiling happily. This is the early bird price. When the sun rises tomorrow, the price can only be negotiated. Hu Dabing frowned and said, Why is business so forced? Xianjin said ouch and shook his head with a soft smile. It's definitely not forced. You only need to pay 10 or 20 taels as a deposit for the hardcover paper today. It's not too late to make a decision after you think carefully about the big head of Sichuan. Hu Dabing's expression eased when he heard this. This is more or less. After all, the hardcover book is only a small part. A total of 5,000 books will be issued, and at most 200 of them will be hardcover books. There is no need to be too cautious in this decision. Xianjin looked at Hu Dabing's face and smiled again, emphasizing, besides, even if it's the 20 taels deposit, if you feel something is wrong tomorrow, you can come and return it. I won't return it to you. I'm a dog. It's all written in black and white on the receipt. Can you return it after you've paid it? There's such a good thing? Hu Dabing paid 20 taels as a deposit, walked out of the orange yard in a daze, and then realized, why did he pay 20 taels as a deposit? Is it so urgent? He hasn't even decided whether to make a hardcover version. I haven't even tried other places yet. Why did he take out the money? Hu Dabing was disheveled in the wind. After a long reflection, he concluded that he was blinded by the price of 2 taels and 8 cents per knife. Xianjin and Boss Chong sent Hu Dabing to the door. Boss Chong gave Xianjin a thumbs up and said, You shouldn't have promised him that he could return the deposit. Why is a deposit called a deposit? It's because it can't be returned. What if he wakes up tomorrow and comes to you to return the 20 taels? Xianjin shook his head gently. He won't. In business theory, the probability of getting a refund after paying a deposit is less than 50%. And, as Boss Hu just said, it's best not to split a business into two. Since he has already paid a deposit for the hardcover edition with her, she has the upper hand in the negotiation for Sichuan's business. Boss Chong thought for a while and asked again, Then what about the $20,000 order? You? Xianjin shook his head calmly. I can't do it. Then what are you going to do? Xianjin turned around and walked inside. It's not the contract I signed. It was signed by the Shuangqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. If I can't do it, can't you? Boss Chang. Do it? If you, Boss Chang, can't do it, can't you do it with a few more? Boss Chang was stunned and chased after him with his eyes wide open. You want to use this order to win over the remaining small workshops and compete with Hingji in the Chamber of Commerce. Xianjin paused and smiled. Win-win. Uh-huh. Win-win. Doesn't it mean she wins twice? Chapter 306 I'll follow you. As night fell, the shopkeeper of Baixiang Pavilion poked his head out of the delivery window, holding a toothpick in his mouth. He rang the bell to pass the hot dishes to the waiter, while talking loudly to the high-spirited middle-aged man not far away. Sometimes I envy your luck. The high-spirited Chen Dafu wiped his shiny scalp. Hey! What are you envious of? When I was young, I had my mother to support me. Now that I am old, I have a great daughter. The shopkeeper of Baixiang Pavilion has been friends with Chen Fu for decades. After cooking the last dish, he came out of the stall, opened a pot of wine and poured a glass for Chen Fu, and pointed to the second floor. Such an old man. But he still wants to give your daughter a seat. Chen Fu laughed. Okay. The shopkeeper of Baixiang Pavilion was named Feng. And Feng boss came over. Look at the old man Ma in the east end of the city, the boss Niu in the west end of the city, and the boss Zhu in the north end of the city. 7 or 8 families. They are all here. What are they doing? Cows, horses, and pigs. What? A large livestock gathering? Chen Fu picked his back teeth. How should I know? Boss Feng said. TSK. Why don't you go up and sit? Chen Fu was horrified. It's fine if you're tired from cooking. You're urging me to work. Boss Feng. I'm lucky. And I'm destined to be like this. Look at that old man Hengji. He's afraid that his daughter is capable. So he locks her up at home when he sees the right opportunity. And he can't even enjoy the good life when he comes out to show his face. He's always complaining about working. I really don't know what he's thinking. Boss Feng glanced at his old friend. And he couldn't stand it no matter how he looked at him. He's about the same age. Why is his face so smooth? His hair is black. His eyes are bright. It's obvious that he hasn't experienced the beatings of making money. It's really annoying. Boss Feng thought for a moment and said abruptly, my grandson will be 1 year old next month. Remember to come. Chen Fu? Let's talk about next month's matter next month. It took me a long time to realize that my old friend has changed his track to compete with his children. Chen Fu sneered and looked at his old friend with a relaxed look of confidence. Wait until I tell you who my son-in-law is. I won't scare you to death. Well, but I won't tell you now. My daughter doesn't seem to know that I will have another son-in-law soon. After about an hour, the elegant rooms on the second floor dispersed one by one. Xianjin called a mule cart to send Chen Fu back to the orange courtyard. After sending several bosses, he took Anzhong and Kikiki to the east of the city. When they came out of the narrow alley again, the moon was in the sky, and the crescent moon was like a hook. Xianjin looked calm and handed a thick stack of brown paper bags in his hand to Kikiki. Send it to the post house where Shandong boss was staying. Ask him to sign immediately and stamp the red seal of was printing house. First, pay a deposit of 20,000 knives of Su Xian and 3,000 knives for the first phase. If the first phase is sold smoothly, then the second and third phases will still be sold at the price of 1 knives, 2 taels and 8 cents. Within 3 years, the price of Su Xian will not increase. This is my promise to him. Kikiki took the brown paper bag, turned around and looked at the house with 2 lonely red lanterns, and lowered her voice. She is willing to? Xianjin curved his lips. She doesn't want to. She is willing. Kikiki was stunned for a moment, then understood. Mrs. Zhong didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from shining in what she was good at. In the past 2 days, Boss Wu went to Hengji first, then to Baiji, and also to Yunlu. Lu. Most likely, he went to find out the price. 20,000 yuan is not a small order. If he signs a contract with another company, it will be difficult for us to end up in front of those small workshops. Our reputation will be ruined. Xianjin smiled. These days, what time does Mr. Hua return to the post station every day? Mrs. Zhong whispered. Before the evening hour. Around 3:55 in the afternoon. Before 5 p.m. Xianjin asked again. Are you sober when you return? Is he drunk? Mrs. Zhong shook her head. Sober. I've never seen him drinking. Xianjin smiled, and said firmly, then he must not have signed a contract with any company. Mrs. Zhong took half a minute to realize, when men talk about business, they like to have a banquet and drink after the deal is done. Xianjin walked out, speaking in a calm tone, with a sense of confidence. $20,000 sounds like a big order. Based on 3 taels per dollar, the profit is about 4,000 taels. According to Boss Wu's requirements, it will take 3 years. A profit of a few thousand taels a year requires all your manpower to make this money. Hengji will never do it. Besides, Hengji and Yunji are several big workshops. Now they are looking down on the world. They can neither reduce the price nor make poor quality plain paper. This business is just a chicken rib for Hengji. It's a pity to throw it away. The progress of the contract cannot be fast. Mrs. Zhong's eyes were stern. She fully understood what Xianjin meant. She frowned and asked, "Heng Lian can also hand over this business to the small workshops below like us?" Xianjin smiled. "What does he want?" Mrs. Zhong was stunned. "Are you asking him to take a commission?" Xianjin smiled happily. "How much is this? Will the boss Heng, who is now in a hot position, appreciate it? Are you willing to bend down and be a broker? If there is no profit to be made, why would Heng Lian introduce business to small workshops? The upstream drives the downstream?" Xianjin laughed sarcastically. "If he had this mind, it would have been my turn to be the banker of Xuanqing paper industry long ago." Heng Lian's thoughts can basically represent the thoughts of Yun Lu and his family. Mrs. Zhong was silent for a moment, thinking of the fact that the acquired Chuanji had not yet hung up a plaque. She had been with this young girl for many years, and even if the previous shopkeeper's thoughts and layout were difficult to understand, she could still taste some of the flavor after careful consideration. Only this time, she still didn't understand what the shopkeeper wanted to do. Kikiki was smarter than her. She also consulted Kikiki in private. She only remembered that Kikiki narrowed her eyes and said, "Our shopkeeper's ambition is to go beyond Xuanqing. Do you want to go to Yingtianfu to make a living?" Andy Zhong asked softly. Xianjin stopped and smiled to tie up Andy Zhong's hair. "There are many places in the world that are farther than Yingtianfu." Andy Zhong blinked her eyes. Under the night, the young girl in her memory, at some point, turned into such a tall, beautiful, and resolute adult, like an invincible female general, easily winning in the black and white business war. Victory, seemingly effortless. Only the guys who followed day and night knew that the oil lamp in the west wing was extinguished very late, and very late on many nights. "No matter where you go, I will follow you," Mrs. Zhong repeated firmly. "We all follow you." Half an hour later, Kikiki returned with a signed contract and a deposit of 800 taels. Xianjin stroked the signature on one of the contracts in the brown paper bag and sighed softly. On February 18th, Heng Lian's post was earlier than Xianjin expected, inviting members of the Xuanqing Chamber of Commerce to the Wushu Hall to discuss matters. Chapter 307 Who is coming? In the Wushu Hall, 21 chairs were placed in order. On the yellow wood four-legged table next to each chair, there was a beach seat plate, which was exquisitely decorated, and the nameplates engraved with gold-plated regular script were neatly arranged, horizontally and vertically in a line. 5 armchairs were placed side by side in front of the hall, and a tall young girl in a maroon jacket stood every 10 steps. Boss Chong and Xianjin came together, and seeing this scene, they didn't dare to enter for a long time. Very scared, Boss Chong leaned towards Xianjin and said alertly, "It feels like they are chasing me to pay the huge membership fee." Xianjin, Boss Chong really has the instinct of a small animal. Xianjin walked into the main hall. The 2 rows of chairs were already occupied sporadically. The 5 chairs at the top were not written with names, but with clans: Chun, Heng, Bai, Yun, Lu. Xianjin stood there, slightly lowering his eyes. Boss Chong was illiterate, so he sat down at the invitation of his colleagues. Seeing Xianjin still standing, he shouted, "Hurry up and sit down." Xianjin looked around and finally found his name at the end of the seat. Xianjin sneered and said nothing, his eyes calmly walking to the end. The paper shop owner, he knew, was simple-minded and complained, "Why are you sitting here?" There were also voices of 3 or 2 people whispering to each other, looking back and forth from the seat at the top to Xianjin, who was sitting there, and talking to each other. Yes, yes, yes. I came out of the Chen family. I don't know what she is doing now. It seems like she bought a small workshop and is about to start over again. I haven't heard that she has made any big moves recently." "Uh-huh," I said. "What can a little girl do? She just borrowed the power of the Chen family. Now that the Chen family is no longer supporting her, her true colors are exposed. She is just an ordinary little girl." The people who said bad things are in the minority. Most people heard these voices and unconsciously refuted. "Ha! You really eat with a bowl in your hand and curse your mother when you put it down. If it weren't for this ordinary little girl, we could have made tribute paper. My friend who went to Gongtine came back and said that manager he is really capable. You can't say you don't have big hands. Right? Didn't you get the printing paper for books in Shandong these days?" "Yes. Yes. Lao Nyo, Lao Yang, Lao Zhu, several families got orders, and got real money." The voices were fragmented, like the rustling of the audience under the stage. Tasting and commenting carefully. Although Xianjin is now sitting in the audience, he is still a person on the stage. Positive and negative. Upsetting and supporting. These voices seem to have nothing to do with Xianjin. The young shopkeeper, he sat in his seat as steady as a mountain, his eyes fixed on the chair of the Chen family like nails. The group performance was finished, and the protagonist appeared. The four families of Hung, Bai, Yun, and Lu sat down one by one, and the seat of the Chen family remained vacant. And Joan behind Xianjin narrowed her eyes and bent over. Do you want to go and check it out? Xianjin shook his head gently. She will come. While Xianjin was talking to Aunt Zhong, the four families of Hung, Bai, Yun, and Lu had finished their greetings and socializing. Henglian supported his hands on his knees, with a smile on his mouth and eyes, and spoke first. Today's meeting is the first meeting after our rice paper event. It is just in time for the spring seedlings to sprout and the spring swallows to return to their nests. It is a good solar term for everything to be renewed and grow. Pa pa pa. Clap your hands. Xianjin casually placed his right hand on the side table, slightly turned his face, and did not move. Henglian was very satisfied with the applause, raised his hands and pressed them down. His eyebrows were gentle and elegant, and the Buddhist beads hanging on his right hand were very eye-catching. Boss Chan leaned over and rolled his eyes. Pretend? 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 What kind of Confucian businessman are you pretending to be? Why do these men start to lean on intellectuals when they have some achievements? Xianjin leaned over. What you said is very righteous. He killed all the men, including himself, with one hammer. Hung Lian's voice was gentle and steady, a bit like the hot Uncle Circle dish in later generations. Today, I came here to discuss two things with you. First, to agree on the rules of procedure of our Xuanqing Chamber of Commerce. Boss Chan was horrified, as expected. They will collect membership fees. I have roughly drafted 12 rules by my Hung family. Please read them carefully. The first 9 rules overlap with the industry regulations originally advocated by Xianjin, and most of them are to restrict the business of Chamber of Commerce members and stipulate the rights and interests of members. The last 3 are interesting. Article 10. Standardize the membership qualifications of Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. Applicants must fill out name cards. Report annual turnover, paper industry scope, raw material sources, and bulk sales destinations. Members must be reviewed. Article 11. Any item that is unanimously approved by the Chamber of Commerce members cannot be implemented if there are objections from the 5 major parties. If the Chamber of Commerce members unanimously vote against it, the 5 major parties can unanimously implement it. Article 12. The rules can be revised at any time by the President and the 5 major parties. After reading the 12 articles, Xianjin squinted unconsciously. Very. Chamber of Commerce. Especially the 11th article, which has a naked protection of class interests, and even a bit of the 5 permanent members' veto power. The interests of the 5 major families must be maintained. Once the interests of the 5 major families are broken, no one will eat this pot of rice. Henglian put down the scroll with a smile. Do you have any opinions after listening? Xianjin looked around, and everyone present looked normal, and no one objected. Several merchants gathered together and chatted absent-mindedly, obviously knowing the contents long ago. Several small merchants wanted to speak, but Hung Lian glanced at them and ignored them with a smile. All 5 of them have agreed to this rule of procedure. It will become increasingly difficult to enter the Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce in the future. Everyone should have tasted the sweetness these days. Only paper merchants from the Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce can hang up the big red plaque of tribute Xian paper. Right? How is everyone's business these days? How is the profit? Do you have many customers? I don't need to bring it up on the table. Right? The small merchant pursed his lips and swallowed the words in his throat silently in the threat. Yes. What does the Chamber of Commerce do? Isn't it to build bridges, share resources, and achieve common prosperity? Who will build bridges? Who will contribute resources? Who will get rich first and drive the poor to get rich later? The big households. Only the big households can do this. The premise for the big households to help you is to maintain their own status. Although this rule is naked, it makes sense. The vote was passed quickly, and basically everyone agreed. The smile on Hung Lian's face deepened, and his voice rose. Very good. Very good. Everyone thinks in the same direction and works together. So why worry about Schwanqing's paper industry not being developed? Okay. Let's start discussing the second matter. The replacement of the president of Schwanqing paper industry. Everyone was in an uproar. Then his eyes rushed straight to Xianjin's cheek. Xianjin sat at the end of the seat. His eyes calmly passed over everyone, and accurately and sharply nailed the end of Heng Lian's eyes. Why do you want to replace Boss He? Boss Chang took the lead in attacking. You have a clear mind. Boss He has made great contributions. What's more, her relationship with the government is very good. Who among us can catch up? Heng Lian smiled. Boss Chang, what you said is wrong. What does the position of the chairman of Schwanqing paper industry look for? Is it based on one's own strength and how well the business is done? Since when did the relationship with the government become the criterion for judgment? Heng Lian's smile was filled with a bit of elegant sarcasm. If you want to say that, the daughter of the Bai family married the lord of Yingtian prefecture. The grandson of the Chen family is a Juren, and will soon pass the Jinshe examination. I am not talented in the Heng family, but I also have several children studying. Everyone has a close relationship with the government. This is not easy to judge. Boss Chang was speechless, and looked back at Xianjin clearly. Boss, I have tried my best. Heng Lian smiled sincerely. We know that Boss He is very capable, and has found big business for several workshops in the city. Although we do business to make money, we must also abide by the rules. We can't flatter whoever gives you food. Right? Boss Chang was so angry that he gasped. Whose stinky feet are you flattering? You stink? Your feet are the stinkiest. Why do you want to propose a change of the president? Heng Lian no longer entangled with Boss Chang and got straight to the point. When Boss He was elected as the president of Schwanqing paper industry, the director Chen Ji, the big shopkeeper, had the Chen family behind him. This was the biggest reason for everyone to support her. Now that Mr. He is working alone, I would like to ask how much land Mr. He's shop occupies? How much money is the monthly turnover? Do you have 10 employees? Heng Lian said happily. Although our Schwanqing paper industry chamber of commerce is not a group of people who forget their principles and are greedy for money, it is also a place where big merchants have paid tribute. Can the owner of a small workshop bear such a big name as Schwanqing paper industry chamber of commerce? Heng Lian said while looking back. The three families of Bai, Yuan and Lu at the top all nodded in agreement, especially the Bai family, who had a deep grudge against Xianjin. A head nodding like a possessed person. Xianjin glanced at Heng Lian and smiled. It turns out that Article 11 is waiting here. Heng Lian knew that she was using the Shandong big order to win over the small workshops of the Chamber of Commerce. In order to solve the problem, he brought up the 5 major companies and directly overrode the members' vote. Xianjin stood up slowly. Whether to replace the chairman of Schwanqing paper industry. This matter does not require the vote of the members. Right? Before Heng Lian answered, Xianjin said sarcastically. Anyway, the final decision is in your hands. Isn't it? Heng Lian laughed heartily. Boss He, what you said is very unreasonable. Whether it is manpower, profit or paper output, our companies occupy half of the entire Schwanqing prefecture. And they are also the top merchants. If we really want to exclude you, can your workshop open smoothly? Xianjin also laughed. The rules of procedure have been passed just now. We have rules to follow and act according to the rules. Just follow your proposal according to the process. Heads fell on the empty seat of the Chen family. There is only one person missing. What are you going to do? Heng Lian seemed to have heard a big joke. If it was other families that were missing, there might be Hui Huan. But what's missing here is the Chen family. The grievances between you and the Chen family are huge. Can the Chen family help you? Heng Lian laughed, and the lines on his eyes were more complicated than his life. What happened to the Chen family? A clear female voice sounded outside the hall. Everyone looked back, squinting for a long time, and bumped the elbow of the person next to them uncertainly. Is this the old lady of the Chen family? Bullshit! Unless the old lady of the Chen family has a new lease of life. The old tree has sprouted. The visitor was in her early 40s, with neat hair, elegant hairpins, gentle eyebrows, fair skin, and a noble demeanor of being measured and meaningful in every move. She was the widow of the eldest branch of the Chen family. Duan. Chapter 308, Job Title Evaluation. A few days ago, at night, in the narrow alley in the east of the city, Chen's house, Xianjin still had the smell of Qimei intoxication from the private room next to Baixiang Pavilion on his body. He could not smell the alcohol, only the sweet and greasy fragrance in his nose. Passing the outer courtyard, the second gate, the east courtyard and the west courtyard, and then to the Baima Hall. The bricks and tiles are all similar, but the mood and feelings are completely different. This is the first time Xianjin has seen Old Lady Chu again after leaving the Chen family. There was only one lamp on in the Baima Hall, and the Buddhist beads that Old Lady Chu had been playing for several years were casually placed on the square table by the window. And the incense burner was also covered with a thick layer of dust. Xianjin lowered his eyes slightly. He had given up praying to the gods, which meant that he really had nothing to ask for. Looking at the expression of Mrs. Chu again, her eyes were drooping. Her face skin was stretched to her neck. Her eyebrows unconsciously lifted up, and her already loose skin had a few more anxious lines. Mrs. Chu. Xianjin bowed respectfully. Mrs. Chu raised her eyelids slightly, as if a branch had propped up her weak eyelids. Will you come to see us laugh when you have time? Without waiting for Xianjin to speak, Mrs. Chu propped up her upper body with her hands on the chair. Hee hee. Hee hee. The Chen family is a joke now. The second son also gave up, and took Su to sing opera and drink tea every day. Although Sanlang was willing, he was powerless. When Sanlang heard that he had to take charge, his face turned pale with fear. Erlang closed the door and locked the door to study. He estimated that once he passed the exam, he would fly away and never see me. His grandmother who disgusted him. Hee hee. Even the clerks are blaming me. Li Sanshun retired, and several clerks handed in their resignations. The Chen family. The Chen family is now a lame horse. The wound has been bleeding, and there is no medicine to cure it. When the blood dries up, it will be completely dead. Just like me. An old woman. Aunt Chu cried and pushed Mrs. Chu's arm. What are you talking about? She glanced at Xianjin and said loudly. Since Xianjin is still here, it means that his fate with the Chen family is not over. You have been through so much hardship. What does this situation mean now? We still have money in our account. The clerks are still here, and there is still business to do. Old Madame Chu pulled at her loose skin and smiled. I don't know what she was laughing at. Maybe she was laughing at herself. She laughed at herself for being blind and deaf, and spent her whole life without seeing clearly what kind of Chen family she had protected. She worked hard for decades, was reluctant to eat and wear, and endured all kinds of hardships, just for 2 words Chen family. Now she has ended up with the complaints of her descendants, and she is not a human being inside or outside. It can be said that her faith has collapsed. Xianjin didn't know how to comment, whether to comment on the descendants of the Chen family who didn't know what was good for them, or to comment on how pitiful old Madame Chu was. All these merits and demerits have gone with the passing of time. She only knows that there has always been a dispute of interests between her and Mrs. Chu, but no emotional entanglement. Xianjin pushed the list of 10,000 pieces of Sichuan paper in front of Mrs. Chu, his eyes calm. When I leave, the Chen family will be hurt, and Hengji will take over. If the Chen family does not wake up, I am afraid that the whole Wei will only know Hengshuan, but not the real Xian paper. Mrs. Chu couldn't see the dense words on the contract, and she didn't want to see it clearly. She chuckled. Whatever. No one cares. And it's annoying for an old woman like me to be in charge. Second Aunt Chu was a little anxious. She stretched out her hand to hold the deed, fearing that Xianjin would take it away. She knelt on the ground with a plop. If you don't care, who will? Who will? Xianjin is here. Don't be depressed or discouraged. Second Aunt Chu shed 2 lines of tears. She didn't care about the Chen family. She had a premonition that if old Madame Chu really gave up, she would probably follow old Master Chen in a few days. A tree lives by its skin, and a person lives by his breath. Old Madame Chu is not interested in anything now, whether it was Erlang's imperial examination or the Chen family's business. The old lady had a kind of fatigue that everything was empty, and everything was over. Every day was more exhausted than the day before, and she cried so hard that she almost got a stitch in the side. Xianjin remained calm. He took the deed, turned around and walked away. After 2 steps, he looked sideways and said, Do you know why you lost? Aunt Chu screamed. Xianjin, stop it. Stop it. Because you have never really lived for yourself. Xianjin spoke very quickly, and his voice was louder than Aunt Chu's scream. If the Chen family sells vinegar, you brew rice. If the Chen family sells meat, you slaughter pigs. You want the Chen family to abandon their merchant status and become a noble family. Because in the eyes of the world, this is the most respectable thing. You have lived your whole life for face. Exactly. Face is stuck on your face. You can't see it yourself. Only for others to see. Xianjin has seen too many cases of old lady Chu in this state in the ward. She is still breathing through her nose. But her eyes are already dead. Her cumbersome organs are all passively pushed forward by the oxygen tube filled with water mist. Once the oxygen tube is removed, she will definitely die more than a cat in the wild. Although Xianjin didn't know what the oxygen tube supporting Madame Chu was, she felt genuinely angry. Why should she linger half dead when she can live well? Xianjin sneered. You don't have to care. When you die, it won't be difficult for me to take over the Chen family. Aren't you always afraid that I will short the Chen family? I tell you, I will not only short the Chen family. I will also. Xianjin racked his brains to think of threatening words. What else can she do? Bullying men and women? Bullying the business and the market? Bullying the teacher and destroying the ancestors? Xianjin hesitated, not knowing what to say to save face. This sister has been a villain before, Xianjin was thinking. But a clear and steady female voice came to his ears. I will take care of the Chen family's affairs. Xianjin turned around and walked forward from the dark. It was Duan. Perhaps. It can also be called Boss Duan. In the Wushu Hall, Xianjin was in a trance. Duan's calm face that night and Boss Duan's calm and majestic face now were reflected in each other. Before Henglian could respond, Boss Duan came forward and sat at the top seat as expected. He took the 12 rules of procedure and read it at a glance, and asked directly, What are you discussing now? Henglian did not reply. Boss Yunji was a relatively young man in his early 30s, and he looked well educated. He smiled and replied, We are discussing whether to change the candidate for the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Boss Duan had a little lipstick on her thin lips. A woman who had left the mourning period looked calm and healthy with a little makeup. If the Chen family disagrees, can we not change it? Boss Yun glanced at Hung Lian. According to the 12 rules of procedure, this is the truth. Boss Duan raised his eyes and said concisely, The Chen family disagrees. Hung Lian slapped his hand on the table with a slap sound. You say you disagree. Then you disagree? Can you be the master of the Chen family? Hung Lian finished speaking, and then realized that his current face was somewhat inconsistent with the scholar businessman he had always been known for. His expression changed very quickly, and he laughed happily again. Mrs. Duan, you are the widow of an official. You don't understand business matters. Please ask your old lady to come out and make the decision. Boss Duan frowned slightly. We are all widows. Is there any difference in status? Our old lady is a widow with years of service, so she is qualified to make the decision. I am a new widow, so I am not qualified? Evaluation of professional titles. And they are still using the seniority thing. Xianjin's throat choked, and he almost choked with laughter. Hung Lian? This is not about whether you are a widow or not. Hung Lian lowered his voice and scolded angrily. Chapter 309 I don't deserve it. Boss Duan rolled up his sleeves. It's not about the widow. But Boss Hung has an opinion about me? Yes. I don't deserve it. I'm an unlucky person. Boss Duan's eyes turned red and tears fell. I think my husband studied hard for more than 10 years. And once he passed the exam, he asked to be the father and mother official of the Southwest Barbarians, and worked hard for the people, and the people in his jurisdiction. Now he has passed away. And there are those villains who bully his widowed wife and children. Hung Lian clenched his fists and spoke from between his teeth. When did I have this intention? Boss Duan quickly withdrew his tears. The color of his eyes returned to normal. And he said confidently, Why do you care who is in charge of the Chen family, and why do you come to the meeting? Amazing. Amazing. Xianjin wanted to use all his limbs to applaud Boss Duan. Hung Lian's eyes swept gloomily over the other 3 people on the main seat. Boss Yun looked away, and Boss Lu couldn't stand the urging eyes, so he bit the bullet and stuck his head out to speak. Then tell me why you don't agree with the change of the president. This request is quite reasonable. You have reasons to agree, and you have reasons to disagree. Xianjin lowered her head to adjust her skirt, pricked up her ears, and pretended to be humble and ready to listen to a lot of praise. That's naturally, Boss Duan said in a serious manner. That's naturally, boss. He helped the Chen family sign a $10,000 business deal. Xianjin? I mean, maybe the customs are different. In our area, We usually don't talk about power for money transactions openly. Hung Lian's eyes lit up. And he laughed loudly. So that's it. So that's it. One gives money. The other does the work. It's just an exchange of interests. We are birds of a feather. Hung Lian waved his hands repeatedly. It's just a deal. Mrs. Duan's opinion really doesn't count. It doesn't count. Boss Duan. Boss Duan knocked on the table with his knuckles and corrected Hung Lian in a gentle voice. Hung Lian, what? Boss Duan's voice was clear and powerful. Please call me Boss Duan. I am now in charge of Qinji paper industry. Just like others call you Boss Hung. I have never seen others call you Lin Mainyang's husband. Boss Duan stood up. I call you Lin Mainyang's husband. Do you dare to answer? Do you dare? Do you dare? Do you dare? Xianjin was stunned to see Boss Duan going crazy. In front of her eyes, it seemed that a golden horn slowly extended on Boss Duan's pretty face. And a huge gourd gradually revealed its true form in Boss Duan's open hand. Accept my worship. Golden Horn Duan King. When Xianjin. Oh no! The whole Wushu Hall was forced to know the name of Hengqi's mother. Heng Lian was so angry that his face turned blue. What the hell? I have never heard of the Qin family's daughter-in-law being so crazy before. Heng Lian said in a muffled voice. Mr. Duan. The Golden Horn King raised the gourd. Boss Duan. You have lived in the mansion for a long time. So you may not know some things. Our Chamber of Commerce is the most respectable. Just because boss he has bad intentions and intends to bribe the people in the Chamber of Commerce. The position of president cannot be given to her. Hung Lian made the final decision. Boss Duan frowned. What are you talking about? Hung Lian didn't know what he meant. Boss he? Let me tell you. It's a $10,000 order. Not only the Qin family, but also Boss Yang, Boss Niu, Boss Shu. This order can support everyone for at least half a year. Right. Boss Duan stood straight. His blue clothes rippled. And he said gently, I want to ask, is there anyone else who can do this? Boss Duan turned his head and looked at everyone present. We want to elect a president. And first of all, we need to understand why we want to establish a Chamber of Commerce. Is it to find a place for ourselves to manage ourselves? Even the mule pulling the mill doesn't say that it adds weight to itself. Everyone here is a boss. And you have been doing business for most of your life. Only you scold others. And no one else is arrogant to you. To put it bluntly, joining the Chamber of Commerce is to make money. Make money. So what does the president do? The president helps us make more money. If I don't vote for a president who gives me a $10,000 bill with a simple move, who should I vote for? Boss Duan started to attack, facing Hung Lian head-on. I vote for you. For you who keeps nagging? For you who has nothing to do? For you who has a lot of beard? Hung Lian endured. Practiced endurance. His hands tucked into his sleeves. His fists hardened. Xianjin had a hard time controlling his facial expressions. I wanted to laugh. But, after all, he was the president. Such a high-ranking official. He had to keep his emotions to himself. Boss Duan finished speaking, turned around and sat back in the top position. Looking at Yunji. How is it? Are my reasons sufficient? Yunji looked at Boss Duan thoughtfully, then turned to Xianjin. At the beginning, he supported Hengji because the girl left the Qin family and went out to fight alone. There are many stories about this. The shopkeepers with good performance did not want to be held hostage by the boss anymore. So they chose to bring people and channels to work alone. After working for a while, they found that it was not him who was valuable, but the position he was in. Without that position and the boss who supported him, he could not do anything and was nothing. He thought Xianjin would follow suit. Who knew that he would go out on his own and easily get a big order? He didn't do it himself, but gave it to 7 or 8 merchants. What does this mean? It means that this order is not important to Xianjin. It means that what is valuable is not the position of the Qin family's chief steward, but Xianjin himself. Yunji opened his mouth. Sufficient. He smiled again. Even if it is not sufficient, according to the 12 rules, your opinion can be fully respected. Boss Duan raised his chin slightly, nodded in a reserved and noble manner to express his gratitude. Seeing that the dust was about to settle, Hung Lian immediately spoke up. Boss Duan, you are sweet-talking and confusing right and wrong. Boss Duan was shocked. And after a while, he tilted his head and choked up. Yes, It turns out that I am not worthy. I am an unlucky person. My husband studied hard for more than 10 years. And once he passed the exam, he asked to be the father of the barbarians in the Southwest. And worked hard for the people, and the people in his jurisdiction. Now that he has passed away, there are those scoundrels who bully his widowed wife and children. Hung Lien took a deep breath, paused and raised his head in silence. He was so angry that he wanted to smash the roof. This is fucking crazy. Crazy and insane. What kind of blessed land is the Chen family? They produce all these wonderful things. Hung Lien was unable to catch his breath. And everyone was busy and chatting in vain. Boss Chan grabbed the Xianjin brand very neatly and pushed it forward. Boss Zhu grabbed a big chair from somewhere and forced it into the C position of the 5-person group. Boss Yang held a teacup and respectfully invited Xianjin to sit down. Xianjin put his hand on the back of the chair and sat down slowly. Don't say. It really feels a bit like holding power. Even. I wanted to teach people how to do things. Xianjin quickly stopped thinking about it. No matter whether it was a man or a woman. Once they got greasy, it would be really greasy. Xianjin didn't have a script in mind. And he talked a lot. Seeing the time, Xianjin looked at Hung Lien and asked, Vice President Hung, can you arrange dinner for everyone today? Hung Lien was stunned for a moment with a sullen face. Xianjin frowned slightly. Why are you so careless? Hung Lien, what did you say? At this time, are you still asking everyone to go back with an empty stomach? Xianjin frowned and said in a reproachful tone, Vice President Hung, next time remember that our Shuanqing Chamber of Commerce is the most respectable, and every tea and drink should be the best. Otherwise, why would so many well-known figures in the Shuanqing paper industry come to support us? Hung Lien, what do you want? Xianjin waved his hand. There is a good restaurant next to Wushu Hall. Vice President Hung, go and have a look. For cold dishes and 8 hot dishes. Prepare 2 tables according to the order. And there must be fish, shrimp, elbows, and whole chickens. The bosses smiled and responded. We also need good wine. Xianjin laughed loudly. Great. There must be good wine. 2 hours later, Hung Lien's face was livid as he clutched the long bill. And he almost couldn't breathe. If you want to show off, pay for it yourself. If you let me buy it, the store owner will only recognize Heng's family and chase for money like a lone shark. Chapter 310, I really want to drink. All the bosses ate and drank well, and left drunk. The big lanterns were hung high under the eaves of the restaurant in the evening. The moon rose in the middle of the sky, and the clear light poured down from the gap between the rubble and the white wall. Xianjin lowered her head, and her feet swung back and forth on the door sill like playing. She was waiting for the mule cart to return to the orange courtyard. It was like working in the inner ring and living in the North 4th Ring Road. Well, unlike the poor Beijing drifters, she had a private car and a driver. Hee. I'm so sorry. Xianjin's thoughts flew to who knows where, and a gentle voice sounded behind him. Don't step on the threshold. Xianjin turned around and saw the mother of the Star of Hope, Boss Duan, who was showing great power today, walking towards him calmly and gently, with a smile on her face. No longer the crazy look she had today. Children, remember not to step on the threshold. The threshold is a wall that keeps all bad things out of the house. If you step on it, you will open a path for bad luck. Xianjin jumped down immediately. He also bent down to brush off the dust from the threshold master, and apologized respectfully. Master, it was an unintentional mistake. Please don't blame me. Please don't blame me. Boss Duan smiled, and there was a warmer smile in his eyes. This kid looks fearless, but he believes in these cause and effect nonsense the most. Xianjin raised his head and said confidently, Businessman, there is no one who doesn't believe. I met a boss who never checked the accounts in the morning, even if the money was really urgent. He had to wait until after lunch to discuss it. Boss Duan tilted his head. Why? If you pay in the morning, your business will be bad all day. Boss Duan laughed. Doesn't that mean you won't pay on the first day of the new year? If you pay at the beginning of the month, your business will be bad for the whole month? Xianjin nodded. Then you won't pay in the first month. Otherwise your business will be bad for the whole year. Xianjin thought about it and felt it made sense. So he nodded again. Boss Duan was overjoyed. I'm afraid this is just a simple way to delay payment. Xianjin also laughed. but that boss's business is indeed getting bigger and bigger. Boss Duan smiled and said, "Of course. A boss who is stingy and eloquent, and who makes excuses for his stinginess, will definitely have a bigger business." Xianjin laughed. The laughter of the two gradually faded. Xianjin's mule cart stopped at the door with a clack-clack sound. Xianjin lifted the curtain and asked Boss Duan to get on the cart. "Auntie, it's too late. I'll take you home." Boss Duan didn't hesitate to be polite with Xianjin. He supported Xianjin's arm with one hand and held the door of the cart basket with the other hand to get on the mule cart. Xianjin sat side by side with him and said a few words to him. Xianjin smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to take over the big business of the Chen family." Boss Duan reached out and tucked his hair elegantly, speaking in a somewhat arrogant voice. "I took it, not because of the Chen family. I saw the shop assistant helping his gray-haired mother to get medicine. Apart from the 19 new people you recruited, the 20 or so old Chen family assistants have been helping for a lifetime. They should not bear the punishment brought by the incompetence of the master." Xianjin was stunned. She thought Boss Duan was because of Chen Erling's father. Xianjin stood in awe. Boss Duan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a small dimple. "In fact, I don't know anything. But someone has to stand up. If people are disappointed, it will be a big sin. After Erlang's father died, I couldn't sleep well all night. That night, after I volunteered to stand up, I actually slept until dawn for the first time." Xianjin smiled and listened to Boss Duan quietly. After a while, he said softly, "People always have to find something to do." Boss Duan nodded slightly. "That's the truth. But it's a pity that I didn't understand this truth until I was over 40. It's not too late," Xianjin said softly. Boss Duan's eyes were always gentle and calm. "It's not too late. I thought I would be too busy. But who knew that when I really did it? Although it was difficult, it was not impossible to complete. Although I am not good now, I am also from a decent scholar family. I went to school at home, and I can read and count. I'll start with the account book. Thanks to you, the Chen family's account books in recent years are clean and clear. When did they buy the raw materials? Where did they buy them from? And how much did they pay? When did they place more orders with Xiaoqiao village? And when did they make more paper themselves? What is the cost of each type of rice paper? Where is the profit? There are many things and they are complicated. And the emotions are long and complicated. But it's still interesting." Boss Duan's voice was light, but you could hear the obvious joy. Xianjin smiled slightly. Boss Duan seemed to have a lot to say, and today he finally found a chance to talk. "Oh, I also stopped the monthly allowance for the second son's family. The wages of the maids, servants, and old women in their yard were all stopped. If you don't work for a day, you can't lie down comfortably for a day. And the 2 young men in the third room? Although Sanlang." Boss Duan thought for a long time about how to evaluate the delicate and weak Chen Sanlang. Although Sanlang is a little strange, he has been managing the shop. Sanlang has been using the excuse of studying, neither working nor doing anything. So I drove him to Xiatian to be the accountant. The Chen family is like a winter worm with its legs frozen stiff by the severe cold. If they don't get some hot oil, they will probably die before spring comes. Now the widow of the eldest house is in charge. I am not their biological mother or grandmother. I am so tight on myself, while the men in the family are living a relaxed life." Boss Duan said in a relaxed tone. "Second uncle is honest after all. He stayed at home for a few days, and then went to work in the paper mill. Second brother's wife also took the initiative to take over the family's pair of carts to help manage the household expenses. Third brother's wife is also busy all day." Xianjin couldn't help but ask, "What is the third madam busy with?" Boss Duan pursed his lips. "She dug a few big holes in the yard the day before yesterday, and filled them up yesterday. When I went out today, I saw her holding a shovel. I guess she's going to dig the ground again." Xianjin, "It's mainly about the sense of participation in the busyness." "Right." Boss Duan shook his head and said, "No matter what she's busy with, it's better to have something to do than to stay at home all day gossiping about other people's affairs." Xianjin deeply agreed. Those old ladies who gossip at the village are all free. Give her 2 acres of land to plow. Let's see if she still has the energy to gossip behind people's backs all day. The mule cart swayed and stopped at the gate of Chen's house. Boss Duan got off the cart. The two of them tacitly did not mention the grievances between Xianjin and the Chen family. the love and hate between Chen Fu and his mother, and the atmosphere between the female bosses was harmonious, bringing in wealth and treasure. The mule cart continued to move towards the destination. Boss Duan waited at the gate of Chen's house, and when he saw the mule cart disappear at the end of the street, he sighed in a low voice. It's a pity for Erlang. The maid behind him didn't hear clearly, so she leaned over and said, "Aw." Boss Duan shook her head, lifted her skirt and walked in. "It's okay. I'm tired today. Warm me 2 pots of hot wine so that I can relax." The maid smiled and went to the small kitchen. Boss Duan suddenly remembered an old story. When she got married, Erlang's father asked her what she thought was the biggest benefit of getting married. She thought for a long time before answering, "I can drink whenever I want, without worrying about my mother pulling my ears." Now, Boss Duan looked up at the moon hanging on the eaves. It's pretty good now. She still can drink whenever she wants. Chapter 311 Du Juning. In early March, the peach trees planted on a small hill outside the orange courtyard finally revealed their true pink appearance. The misty water vapor in the mountains dotted the colorful pink balls. This overwhelming window frame in the west wing was like a bright landscape framed by shiny mahogany. Xianjin sat by the window with his chin propped up, his eyes wandering. Su'er followed Xianjin's gaze and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Xianjin didn't hear clearly, and nodded. "Yes, it's really delicious. It is said that the peaches produced by beautiful flowers are the most delicious." Su'er. "Aunt Du is here, and Sister Zhong is sitting in the front hall with her." Su'er was a little happy, and her healthy, dark face was smiling brightly. "Du Juning? Oh no. Scholar Du is here too. He's grown so tall, and he doesn't look like he's crying in our store anymore." Xianjin came back to his senses from the crisp peaches and said with a smile, "Don't expose Scholar's past." He then stood up and went to the front hall. Aunt Du looked very good. Her back was straight and tall, and her hair was dark and thick. When she saw Xianjin, she quickly stood up and bowed to greet him. "Boss, Aunt Du has been working at Canba in Jing County for the past few years." Xianjin took her indenture with him when he left the Chen family. After that, although Xianjin bought a shop, he did not make any progress. Zhou Ergu, the Zheng brothers, and Kikiki were guarding the original Chuanji shop to renovate and build it, and Aunt Zhong was holding the lifeline of the silver as an auditor. To be honest, Xianjin really has no work to squeeze for Aunt Du now. But the monthly silver is still paid as usual. Aunt Du sent a message 2 days ago, saying that she would go to Xuanqing Prefecture in the next 2 days. Xianjin thought about it, and sent a letter to Zhang Wenbo and Chen Zunyang, thinking that if Aunt Du is willing, she should go to the tea mountain of Zhang's family in Huan Prefecture to help. Xianjin asked someone to serve tea, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Aunt Du laughing and saying loudly, "Boss, this time I came here, first of all, to ask you to meet Du Juning. The little boy who was as thin as a cat 3 or 4 years ago is now quite good looking. Ask him to say hello to you." Xianjin looked at that little fish happily. The little fish that the little fish cares about. TSK. A fair and clean little boy. Tall and thin, with rosy cheeks and a narrow face. He has the little boy's first love face that is very popular in later generations. Xianjin laughed. "It's only been more than 2 years since I last saw you. How come you've grown so big?" Xianjin laughed. "When I was in Jing County, Shan Zhongqia was stabbed away. He managed to protect Baozhu, and then squatted on the ground crying. Tears were streaming down his face. He cried and yelled, 'Woo woo woo! I will never study again. Studying is useless. The court is in chaos. Treacherous people are in power. The country is about to fall apart. How will we scholars cope with it? Woo woo woo!' Xianjin squinted his eyes, and cried falsely, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. He imitated it very well. After the show, Xianjin laughed loudly. I thought, where did this strange kid come from? How can he cry so hard, and have lofty ambitions and make plans? Aunt Du and Su'er burst into pleasant laughter, and the whole hall was filled with a pleasant atmosphere. The 14 or 15-year-old scholar, who is in adolescence, blushed and blew. I have a kind of New Year's Day. And the gossipy sister points at you and says, "Hey, I changed your diaper." Illusion. Embarrassed and embarrassed. Unscrupulous likes to expose the past after laughing. Sister Xianjin pursed her lips with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Aunt Du, I have already made an appointment with the Zhang family in Huayan Prefecture. If you are willing to go there first to help, if you don't want to leave Xuanqing Prefecture, I can also talk to Mr. Shang Engine's wharf. Aunt Du hurriedly shook her head. No. 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 I won't bother you. It's really shameful to receive the silver from the boss every month. There are not many things to do in the shop in Jing County. With a big Buddha like Manager Dong there, I feel like I am eating free meals every day. Now Manager Dong has retired to take care of his grandson. I can't take your wages for nothing. And I can't owe you a favor because of me. Aunt Du looked at Du Juning, who was leaning forward. Ahmed Ba. I have finally gotten what I wanted after all the hard work. At least this kid passed the exam and has rice, oil and money every month. Master Chiao also recommended him to study at the official school in Xuanqing Prefecture. He will enroll the day after tomorrow. He said that he will study first and wait a few years before sending him to study in Yingtian Prefecture. Xianjin nodded. Master Chiao probably wants to wait until the situation in Yingtian Prefecture settles down before he dares to send his people there. Aunt Du continued. Since he is not starving to death and has the support of nobles, I can't think of working. Take good care of his food, clothing, housing and transportation, which can also save Master Chiao's worries. If Du Juning can't study, I will come to you to ask for a job. It's not too late. Xianjin nodded in understanding. Poor people have a hard time. Du Juning does not have the material, human and spiritual support of a rich kid. If he wants to study in Xuanqing Prefecture, food, clothing, housing and transportation are all difficult. Aunt Du can at least solve the big problem of food and clothing by accompanying him to study. Let him continue to study, Xianjin said loudly, squeezing out a job for Aunt Du in a flash. Don't quit your job. Suer needs to prepare a dowry. You know us. The four hands of me, and her can't even make a duck. Would you like to take some time to help embroider some small items? Suer turned around in confusion. Should I prepare a dowry? Xianjin nodded confidently. Yes. We should. The young couple who show their affection every day should roll into the grave of marriage in advance. Aunt Du thanked her repeatedly. After lunch, Aunt Du was about to leave, but Xianjin kept her. Does the official school have a house? Aunt Du nodded hurriedly. The official school does not, and Dean Chiao has helped to arrange it. We will live in the post station before the previous tenant moves out in early April. It's only the beginning of March. Then let's live in the orange courtyard first. Xianjin glanced at Aunt Du's large and small bags. The post station costs money and is not comfortable. The east courtyard. Xianjin paused. There are several empty rooms in the back room. You can stay as long as you want. Suer glanced at Xianjin. Aunt Du thanked him repeatedly. She knew Xianjin well, so she didn't say too many excuses in public, as being greasy would make people hate her. She just secretly made up her mind. She must take over Mother Zhang's legacy. Overtake on the curve, and meet Aunt Zhong at the top. Mother Zhang was peeling walnuts in horse stance when she sneezed for no apparent reason. Aunt Du couldn't stop smiling and took Du Juning out. Du Juning dawdled on his heels. What are you doing? The pillar of the country. Sister He Xianjin, who is always chattering and only wants to make the world chaotic, said with a smile. Du Juning glanced at her mother and said in a distinctly hoarse voice, Sister Xianjin, how is Bao now? Aunt Du's face froze. And then she grabbed the corner of her clothes and looked at Xianjin in a bit of a panic. Oh my god! Baoju's father and brother are back. He will be a high official soon. What can't be bad? Xianjin pursed his lips. And after a long while, he smiled and said softly, She is fine. She is now playing with her two cousins at her uncle's house in Huayan Prefecture. She wrote a letter a few days ago. When she comes back, I will tell her that you are also in Xuanqing. Xianjin's attitude was very gentle, and he was always smiling. You go and play first. Classes will start the day after tomorrow. So you should take the time to sleep and relax now? As soon as Du Juning left, Aunt Du sighed. Aunt Du has always been bold and generous, but now her face showed visible embarrassment. Xianjin waved his hand at her. What are you doing? If I didn't know, I would have thought you were constipated. Aunt Du sighed again, and opened her mouth twice, hesitant to speak, and finally spoke the third time. That child, this child, Zhu Ning, Bao Zhu. When the Chiao family was in trouble, I could not eat, and I promised to feed these two children. But now she is a legitimate official lady, and Zhu Ning still treats Bao Zhu as a sister who needs his care. Who are we? Are we worthy of treating the Qiao family lady as a sister? Although Baozhu is still 2 years older. Xianjin laughed. Don't say these words in front of Junning. He was expected to enter the cabinet. But after hearing what you said, he can only be a minister of state. Aunt Du was amused and laughed. TSK. Boss. You are really 2 children. One is pure and kind, and the other is upright. Don't prejudge Junning's status. Regardless of the fact that the Qiao family is not such a person. You will only make Junning sad if you say so. Xianjin thought of Chen Jianfeng, the young man who lived under oppression. Leaves and water flow with the wind, either to the east or to the west. Just watch the changes and let nature take its course. Aunt Du was silent for a while, then got up and left. Suor went to clean up the remaining cold tea. And while cleaning up, she asked Xianjin casually, "The east wing is empty. It's a suite, so it's convenient for them to live in." Xianjin paused, pursed his lips. "What's empty?" "Empty. Xiao Hui's big pile of carpentry stuff is all in there. And he hasn't cleaned up several of his clothes. The tea leaves, knives, and paste in the drawer are all messy." "Oh, I was too lazy to ask Aunt Zhang to clean it up." Chapter 312 Personnel List. The mule turned around the corner of the blue brick and black tile wall with a clattering sound, and stopped in front of a door with 2 stone lions squatting. Xianjin handed the name card to the doorman. The old doorman smiled. "Do you still need a name card? Just come. How can I not recognize you?" the prefect asked early in the morning. "When did you arrive?" As he said that, he put Xianjin in. Behind the swaying silk paper screen, the chubby figure of the prefect Xiong was reflected. When he saw Xianjin coming, he didn't even raise his eyes and asked him to sit down. "Sit." Prefect Xiong ordered the steward. "Bring a cup of tea, a cup of hot milk, and a small dish of coarse sugar. This girl likes to do these weird things." Xianjin smiled. "I mentioned it last time. It's rare that you remember it." Prefect Xiong put down his pen, took the plain silk to wipe his hands, leaned back, revealing his bulging belly, as if he was 6 months pregnant with twins. "The way you eat is like poisoning. Who can forget it?" He glanced at the clock and threw the sealed paper to Xianjin. "Take a look." Xianjin opened it and found a document from Prefect Xiong to Yingtian Prefecture. He looked up at Prefect Xiong and then quickly lowered his head. He read it at a glance and opened his mouth. His chest was heaving violently. He even felt dizzy and his mouth was dry. Xianjin picked up the paper. His hands were shaking. The corners of the paper were trembling. Both the man and the paper looked very weak. Xianjin opened his mouth, thought for a while, and then lowered his head to read the contents of the document again. It was written in black and white, and he believed it. It was a reply about selecting Xuancheng paper mill merchants to join the diplomatic corps to negotiate with the country. The crane over Great Way carved silk rice paper submitted years ago will be presented as a state gift to the Japanese during the peace talks between Wei and the 2 countries. The Xuancheng Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, which presented the crane over Great Way rice paper, has 3 people selected for the negotiation group. In the document submitted to Yingtian Prefecture, Prefect Xiong wrote, "It is recommended that the president of the Xuancheng Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, Xianjin, lead the team, and the vice president of the Xuancheng Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, Hengxi, and the paper craftsman Li Sanshun accompany them." Xianjin's eyes were sore, and he even wanted to cry. How to say this? What it means is that in the negotiations between the 2 countries, what you make is regarded as the representative of your country, and you, as a representative of your country's merchants, attend this level of meeting. How to say it? In the previous life, her father was awarded the title of Outstanding Entrepreneur of Municipal Private Enterprises. So he changed his WeChat moment signature to "I am just an ordinary and outstanding entrepreneur of the people." Set up a buffet for 3 days at the entrance of his hometown village, and rented 4 or 5 large TVs from a cultural company to play the news video of him being interviewed by the local TV station in a stiff suit and red tie. If her achievements were in the He family in her previous life, she would have been buried in the ancestral tomb and written on the first page of the family tree. Unfortunately, she doesn't have an ancestral tomb here. Wait, just because she doesn't have an ancestral tomb now, doesn't mean she won't have one in the future. When she dies, won't she be the first person in the ancestral tomb? Xianjin's eyes wandered, and he became very interested in the idea of being the pioneer of the ancestral tomb. Prefect Xiong coughed lightly. Xianjin came back to his senses, calmed his mind, and put the letter back on Prefect Xiong's desk. Prepare everything, including food, clothing, and daily necessities. The place for the talks will most likely be in Fujian, and we should depart from Yingtian Prefecture and sail south by sea. The southeastern barbarian land is warm and humid, with many mosquitoes, rats, and ants. You and Dr. Wang are already good friends, so ask him to prescribe you 2 more prescriptions to clear away heat, relieve fatigue, and repel insects and avoid harm. Prefect Xiong picked up the pen again, without raising his eyes. You must also arrange your family affairs. Don't go on a long journey and have your home robbed. Although the mission this time is heavy, it is a good opportunity for you to gain experience. You must seize this rare opportunity in a century. The leader of the team is Princess Bayan. It is because of her that I dare to report your name and Hingxi's name at the same time. Because the biggest boss is a woman. Everyone has a little more recognition and tolerance for women. Power. It is indeed the best aphrodisiac. Xianjin nodded solemnly. Although this matter is serious, you don't need to panic. The father and son of the Qiao family will also go, and it will count if you follow them when the time comes. Magistrate Xiong tilted the pen and pulled the letter paper back with the tip of the pen. Go. Go and see Yunyang and the boy. I will pretend that I have never told you these words, and you will also pretend that you have never heard them. This matter is a secret among secrets. Why didn't the 2 countries choose the capital for the peace talks? Why did they choose Fujian secretly? Isn't it because they were afraid that before the matter was completed, it would be widely publicized by people with ulterior motives, and it would fail? He took the risk to inform Xianjin in advance. Also for the sake of Qiao Fangji's old face. The court wants you to set off, gives you an order in the morning, and requires you to arrive in the afternoon, which does not give you any time to react. A little girl has to be prepared for such a long journey for the first time in her life. Prefect Xiong knew that Xianjin was tight-lipped, but he still had to remind him. Who would have thought that the little girl would open her eyes wide and blink innocently? What are you talking about? Prefect Xiong laughed. This clever little guy is as smart as Qiao Fangji, the devil who is so smart that he can shake the world. Prefect Xiong sent the letter at noon. The document was sealed in a solid and thick craft paper bag, and the red wax for stamping was stuck on the seal of the paper bag. Near midnight, the document passed through the low eaves, the narrow corridors, and the sharp corners at a very fast pace, and finally was delivered to a pair of right middle fingers covered with calluses. At dawn, a cock crowed. A woman in a tight suit and a tight waist came back from the martial arts training ground. She sat on a stool with a big horse and a golden sword, sipped a sip of warm soy milk, picked up a tall stack of documents with one hand, and scanned them with sharp eyes. Has the personnel of the negotiation group not been decided yet? The woman put down the bowl and cup. Her eyebrows and eyes were sharp. The bearded man next to her said in a rough voice, Not yet. The officials here are not good. There are 2 prefectural governors. One is always cautious and self-protective, and the other is always slippery. He doesn't do things clearly, but his words are better than singing. As she spoke, a letter was brought up by the maid with both hands over her head. The bearded man first looked at the cover, then smiled and handed it to the woman with both hands. Speaking of the devil, the list of personnel is here. The woman flipped it open casually, and frowned when she saw the last line of words. Why are they these people? The bearded man raised his eyebrows. Call Wen Fuqing here, the woman said in a low voice. Call Bao Yuan too. The bearded man responded and left. Yes, General. The general in the bearded man's mouth turned over the letter and covered it, and the deep crimson silk that framed the letter gently stroked the last line of words. It was written on it, Hung Lian, Vice President of Shuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, Lu Yueting, Vice President of Shuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, Li Sanshun, Papermaker. Chapter 313 Effective Complaint. Wen Fuqing buried his head, walked hurriedly, his shoulders hunched inward, and held a cloth bag tightly in his right arm. As soon as he turned around the pavilion on the veranda, he bumped into the handsome young man opposite. Wen Fuqing was like a savior. Zhongwu Ho. Xiao Hui lowered his eyelids and saw Wen Fuqing's bald head. The corners of his mouth curled up. Sir Wen. Wen Fuqing took 2 quick steps, buried his head, and stared at something else. Early this morning, Sir Hu came to summon me, saying that the Grand Princess summoned me. I was really scared. Last year, when Sir Qiao came back, I made a special trip to Xuanqing Prefecture to pick him up. Xiao Hui's raised mouth corners remained curved. Really? Oh. Yes. You came that day. Wen Fuqing lowered his head a little more. Zhongwu Ho. You are a close minister of the emperor. A rising star in the court. And the pulse of the eldest princess. You can feel it more accurately than an uncle like me. Can you at least tell me? Is the princess? Xiao Hui continued Wen Fuqing's words. Wen Fuqing said ouch. Please consider that your father and I are from the same school, and I respect your father as my senior brother. So please at least give your uncle some pointers. Xiao Hui spread his hands. I don't know. I was just called by Lord Hu. And I haven't had time to drink milk tea yet. He then put his long arms around Wen Fuqing and said with a smile. Uncle, if you come alone, you will definitely be doomed. Don't you have your nephew here? What kind of fatal things can happen in a place like Yingtianfu? I only called you here, but left Xiao Fuqing aside. This is a great thing. Xiao Hui patted Wen Fuqing on the shoulder. Wen Fuqing shuddered. How can this be a great thing? My dear nephew, why don't you explain it in detail? Xiao Hui raised his chin, and the natural sense of oppression caused by the huge height difference was completely diluted by his ruffian tone. Think about it. You are the only one answering, and the Grand Princess will naturally listen to your one-sided words. When the time comes, you will get the credit if there is a fault. Guess what will happen? Wen Fuqing listened to it and followed up with a sentence without distinguishing between flat and curved. How? If there is a disaster, it will naturally be thrown to Lord Qiao. Xiao Hui happily conducted on-site teaching. Why is the bowl in Yingtian Prefecture broken? Lord Qiao broke it. Why is the mountain in Yingtian Prefecture bald? Lord Qiao nodded. Why is the land in Yingtian Prefecture yellow? Lord Qiao drew it. Wen Fuqing promised to teach until you learn it, and answered questions quickly. Xiao Hui smiled and clapped his hands. You are worthy of being the most promising lord in Yingtian Prefecture. Then let me ask you another question. Why is the water in Yingtian Prefecture green? Wen Fuqing immediately said. Lord Qiao dyed it. Xiao Hui shook his head. Lord Qiao. Lord Qiao. Lord Qiao ruined it. Xiao Hui was disappointed. Why are you like a monkey picking corn? Picking one and throwing it away? You forget the beginning after teaching the latter. You should say that green mountains and clear waters are gold and silver mountains. The proper governance of Yingtian Prefecture depends entirely on the wise decision of the Grand Princess. We have worked hard from dawn to dusk, and have never had a day off. Minister Wen suddenly realized, if you have any merit, you must take the credit yourself. Xiao Hui smiled and nodded, with a teachable attitude, and did not reveal any information, which won the full approval of Minister Wen. The two walked together all the way to the Grand Princess Bayan. Xiao Hui stopped smiling, lowered his eyes, and stood beside the bearded Lord Hu, leaving Minister Wen sitting uncomfortably opposite the Grand Princess Bayan. Princess Bayan, the general in the beard's mouth, is also the heroine who slaughtered the bandits in Bachenduo Temple. Now she has changed her clothes. Under the black gold-plated jacket, there are 6 long skirts with gold-plated edges. Her lush hair is tied up low. There are not many jewelry decorations, but there is a ruby the size of an adult man's thumb hanging on her forehead. The ruby is as bright as blood. The black hair is as dark as a waterfall, and the tall eyebrows and thin lips give her an undisguised sharp feeling. One, Princess Bayan sat at the head of the table, squinting her eyes, as if thinking about something. Wen Fuqing was hunched over. I am Wen Chongbin, the Fuqing of Yingtian Prefecture. I was the magistrate of Jiangning County before Xiaoda, and later transferred to Shangyuan County. Later, I was promoted to the governor of Yingtian Prefecture. In the 10th year of Xiaoda, I served as the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture. I have been in office for 5 years now. Princess Bayan nodded. Wen Wubin. Yes. Yes. Wen Wubin. Princess Bayan pursed her lips slightly, as if she was smiling. I see that your father has high expectations for Lord Wen. Not only does he have to be good at literature, but he also needs to be good at martial arts. Wen Fuqing hurriedly said. My father had passed the imperial examination in the 20th year, and now he is retired to the countryside. My uncle had passed the imperial examination in the 11th year, and the Jinshi in the 19th year. He served as the right Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple, and retired 2 years ago. Mr. Hu, with a beard, looked at the bird perched on the tile with boredom. Give this Wen Fuqing a little more time. He will soon recite the family tree. Mr. Wen. Xiao Hui's voice sounded at the right time. The eldest princess knows that your whole family is loyal. When Fuching stopped talking, realizing that he had said too much, he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He was really nervous. How could he have the chance to meet the most powerful person in the dynasty? Even if he went to Beijing to report on his work, he would only see him from a distance in the court. He was only the second in command. And even if he had to report on the situation in person, he would only shrink behind the prefect and nod at the right time, not even daring to raise his head. Originally, the prefect didn't like him to report on his work, and said something hurtful, "You bald head. You hunch your head and expose all the white spots. But you have lost face for our Intian prefecture. If you don't want to take him, then don't take him. Attacking his bald head is really unnecessary. Is this the one he wants to be bald?" His thoughts drifted away. When he was nervous, he tended to think about other things. This habit must be changed. His old wife often scolded him. When she scolded him, his 2 barrels began to empty. People who knew that he was nervous thought that he was nervous, and those who didn't know thought that he was possessed by someone else. Speaking of possession, the strange article he read the day before was well written. Lord Wen. The voice of the Grand Princess Bayan was not loud, but it was very thick, like a thick drum, which made a deafening sound when it was lightly tapped. When Fuching lowered his head in a hurry, and then thought of his bald head, and quickly tilted his head to make the bright color on the top of his head less conspicuous. Bearded man, so dazzling all of a sudden. Why are there only 2 vice presidents in the list of Shuangqing Chamber of Commerce reported by Yingtian Prefecture? Princess Bayan handed the list to Xiao Hui. When Xiao Hui handed it to Wen Fuching winked slightly. Wen Fuching looked through the list with a blank face, and then said softly, This matter is unknown to me. Fearing that the superior leader would blame her for not being meticulous in her work, she hurriedly said, The tribute has always been in charge of Lord Chao. Oh! Another prefectural chancellor of Yingtian Prefecture. In addition, Lord Chao has a concubine in his backyard who is from the Shuangqing paper business. So he is more concerned about the Shuangqing Chamber of Commerce. The face of the Grand Princess Bayan showed no emotion, and she nodded. Is his concubine in the backyard from the Hung family or the Lu family? Minister Wen lowered his head. Neither. She is from the Bai family. The Grand Princess Bayan smiled. Then he is quite principled. Wen Fuching. Look at my mouth. Damn it. I won't even sue. Wen Fuching raised his head quickly, as if he saw a line of words in Xiao Hui's eyes. Damn it. I won't even sue. Wen Fuching hurriedly added. It's such an honor to be a member of the negotiation delegation. Lord Chao is biased, and he really doesn't dare to fool with the second rate. Let's quickly turn the page on this topic. The current president of the Shuangqing Chamber of Commerce is named He. A girl under 20 years old. Wen Fuching quickly glanced at Xiao Hui. She is also the father of the loyal and martial Marquis, and the last female disciple of the old Lord Xiao. Princess Bayan said him and said, Why is there a principal but not a deputy? Is it the list submitted by the prefect of Shuangqing Prefecture? Wen Fuching replied, Yes. Yes. It was submitted in a secret letter by Prefect Xiong. Yingtian Prefecture should not make any changes, and should directly submit it to the Minister Chung of the Honglu Temple of the business group. Wen Fuching rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and knelt on the ground with a thump. According to my humble opinion, Prefect Xiong will definitely submit Mr. He as the leader of Shuangqing paper industry. As for why the list presented to you, Princess, became 2 vice presidents, I'm afraid only Lord Chao knows the twists and turns. Xiao Hui's lips were covered with a smile. Wen Fuching was still saying, Lord Chao has never liked that boss He. Why? Because. Wen Fuching's eyes rolled around. His intelligence reached its peak at this moment. Whether he was superior or inferior was decided in this move. Because, Lord Chao once said, How can a woman make great plans? Princess Bayan tilted her head slightly. Her eyes were calm, her cheeks slightly raised, and her delicate jaw angle was like a warm horn comb. The bearded man raised his eyebrows. Cruel. Really cruel. This pit is really dirty. In front of the people, the princess said that her colleagues looked down on women. What's the difference between this and scolding a bald donkey in front of a monk? Scolding a charlatan in front of a Taoist priest? And scolding a dead pig in front of a fat man? The bearded man turned his back and whispered to Xiao Hui. Is the officialdom of Yingtian Prefecture so dirty? Xiaohui replied calmly. Otherwise, how could my father's feet be rotten? When Fuqing said this, cold sweats broke out on his back, as if he was scared and excited. Seeing that the Princess Bayan didn't speak for a long time, he immediately hit his head on the ground. Lord Xiao has said this more than once or twice. Boss, he has real skills. Even old Lord Xiao favors him. Boss, he has also had several verbal conflicts with Lord Xiao. The list of the negotiation group reported now is different. I guess that. First, Lord Xiao and Boss, he have a deep grudge. Second, Lord Xiao and old Lord Xiao have quite a few differences. Third, other merchants have. Minister Wen's hands were tightly grasped in the cracks of the blue bricks. Something has been expressed. After this, there was another silence. After a long time, Princess Bayan whispered, "You have been colleagues for many years, and are very familiar with each other." Minister Wen's back was covered with cold sweat. Just as he was about to kowtow and admit his mistake, he heard Princess Bayan say again, "In this case, this matter will be handed over to you to investigate and reply to this palace within 3 days." Chapter 314, Tooth for Tooth. When Fuqing bowed and retreated with a red face, not knowing whether he was excited or frightened. As when Fuqing left, the bearded man sneered, "You have more tricks than skills." He was a little confused. Let Lord Wen investigate this matter. Isn't it like yellow mud falling into the crotch? It's shit if it's not shit? Xiaohui put his hands behind his back, did not speak, and turned to look at the eldest Princess Bayan. The eldest Princess Bayan was sipping tea with her head down. The ruby on her forehead swayed back and forth with her movements. The tip of her tall and small nose slightly touched the edge of the bowl. Her eyes slightly lowered with her eyelashes, revealing a perfectly curved profile. Xiaohui narrowed his eyes and was stunned. If the Grand Princess's ornaments were removed, her cheeks were a little more fleshy. Her lip rouge was wiped off, and she was dressed in dark brown coarse linen shorts. Somewhat similar. Not the facial features, but the feeling and curve. It's not a sin to be cunning. The Grand Princess Bayan put down the gilded root kiln teacup with her scallion white fingers, and said in a light voice, "You have to see where you use your cunning. The chaos in Yingtian Prefecture has been going on for a long time. There are many high-ranking officials in Jiangyan, and they protect each other. They have already woven a dense and messy protection network. The words of the superiors are usually not clear." Princess Bayan said a few words casually and stopped talking. She started again. "Miss, he is good. She does things quickly and accurately. If it weren't for the word she added on the tribute Xian paper, I might not choose Xian paper as the tribute. Choosing Fujian's jade button paper as a gift to the Japanese is even more insulting." Xiaohui slightly side-eyed. Princess Bayan raised her eyes to look at Xiaohui, smiling and saying, "Miss He, is that the reason why you ran 2 horses to death every few months when you returned to Shuanshan in the past 2 years?" Xiaohui was caught off guard by a face that instantly blushed from chin to forehead. Oh! No. Also, what? It felt like there was a piece of charcoal in his mouth, burning his mouth while dancing. The bearded man suddenly realized. "I thought you were homesick." "I was scared to death. Chopping Japanese pirates like chopping winter melons. A fierce man who cuts one head with one knife actually loves home. Ha ha ha. It turns out that it's just unrequited love. Ha ha ha. How to say it?" The bearded man laughed very loudly, very uncultured. After being interrupted by the bearded man, the blush on Xiaohui's face faded instantly, and he bowed and replied, "My young sister is still in my hometown, and I'm worried." Changing the subject. "Speaking of which, Brother Huoyang went to see Dr. Chiu again yesterday. The bearded man's surname is Hu, and his name is Huoyang." His face immediately turned red. You, how can you bring trouble to others?" Xiaohui smiled, looking like an upright city 3 good person. Princess Bayan was very disappointed. "How many times have I told you that Dr. Chiu is good at a $1,000 department? Why did you go to see her? What can you go to see? Menstrual flow is not regular. Or are your hands and feet cold? It's really annoying to have 2 bachelors around. Bao Yuan is okay. At least he is good looking. If you hook your fingers, there are many girls in the capital who come one after another. Even in the palace, he is quite famous. In order to see him, many female officials rushed to work in Qianhe Palace when he entered the palace. It is said that the chief eunuch sold the Bao Yuan day's sweeping quota of Qianhe Palace at the price of 3 taels of silver each time. That's right. Xiao Baoyuan even has his own exclusive solar term in the inner palace. Not worried about Baoyuan. But Princess Bayan turned her eyes to the bearded face. Hu Huoyang is very worrying. His face is wider than a bench, and he is stupid. He can fight 3 wolves in the northwest. But in the capital, facing the wolf, who uses words and texts as claws, he has no power to fight back. Worry. Princess Bayan waved her hand. Everyone go down. She glanced at Hu Huoyang. Huoyang, please be more careful in everything. Hu Huoyang's beard moved. Snacks. What snacks? Xiao Hui and Hu Huoyang walked out. In the carved black tile corridor, Hu Huoyang didn't say a word. He took 2 quick steps with Xiao Hui inside. Xiao Hui tilted his head and said hoarsely, Brother Huoyang, I don't understand why this matter was handed over to Wen Fuqing, who obviously had a grudge with Chao Fuqing. To investigate? Hu Huoyang said and said, Yes, I just can't figure it out. It's contrary to our general's fair and strict style. Xiao Hui smiled and found the southeast branch road accurately in the winding corridor. Because of his bad voice, he was not easy to speak in front of the emperor. And even when he spoke, he kept his voice very low. It is precisely because Wen Fuqing will definitely find something that we want him to find out. It would be best if he found something fatal and involved a wide range of good things, so that the 8 prefectures and 37 counties under the jurisdiction of Yingtian Prefecture can be wiped out and completely replaced. The south of Yingtian Prefecture and the north of Guangdong and Guangxi are the richest. This has always been the territory of the cabinet. There are 5 people in the cabinet, and at least 3 of them come from Jiangnan in every dynasty and generation. Now Li Golao, who comes from Yingtian Prefecture, is sick, and only his student Wu Wang is left in the cabinet. Emperor Zhaoda is still in power. Although he has become a puppet, he still has the dragon throne under his buttocks. It is impossible for Princess Bayan to suppress the Jiangnan faction without a reason. Taking Yingtian Prefecture as a target is the most appropriate move. Just like the family tree that Wen Fuqing recited. What official his father was. What official his uncle was. In Yingtian Prefecture. And even in the whole Jiangnan. This is by no means an exception. Behind a person is a huge network system, family, teachers, classmates. It is the most cost-effective business to use one person to pull out the entire network. Hu Huoyang was born in the northwest. He had never seen the world. But he was not stupid. After hearing what Xiao Hui said, he suddenly realized. Let them fight each other. Xiao Hui nodded. When Fuqing bites Chao Fuqing. When Chao Fuqing gets to the Grand Princess. Who will he bite? Hu Huoyang nodded in understanding. Xiao Hui kept his pace towards the southeast corner. After a pause, he spoke again. Brother Huoyang, it seems that the Grand Princess has met Boss He? Hu Huoyang's face turned into a prying gossip wink. But unfortunately his wrinkled facial features were all hidden behind his beard. I thought. You don't like to talk after your voice is broken. Why are you talking to me so much today? You are waiting for me here. Xiao Hui turned his head away calmly. Dr. Chiu will go to the Imperial Guards to help in the next few days. The specific time. I have met him twice. Hu Huoyang spoke decisively, revealing the dog's iron will. Once in Bachenduo Temple. 4 years ago? Boss, he was ambushed by bandits. We were taking a shortcut to Fujian and rescued him. Once in Xuanqing Prefecture. It seemed that someone in the same industry was playing dirty tricks and stood guard at the door of Chen's house with bad intentions. That time we didn't take action, but watched from the side. Boss, he took a dagger and killed a man like cutting leeks. Xiao Hui buried his head. He knew about the second time. Lu Shanhu was even removed because of this incident. The first time, he didn't know. Bandits? Xiao Hui asked softly, clasping his right hand. What bandits? Hu Huoyang laughed. How can a smart man like you ask stupid questions? Highway robbery. I opened this road and planted this tree. Those kind of bandits. Xiao Hui frowned and shook his head. Only when going from Jing County to Xuanqing Prefecture will you pass by Bachenduo Temple. At that time, they were still small merchants in Jing County. How much silver could they have to be ambushed by the notorious bandits and robbed? Hu Huoyang grumbled and shook his head. We don't know the inside story. We were busy on the road at the time. But the general recovered a little and sent a letter back to the court, asking Mr. Zhuang to thoroughly investigate the Anyang Prefecture chief who protected the bandits and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. It seems that he was sentenced to exile. which can be regarded as an immediate investigation and rectification. Xiaohui has always been bright and sunny, but now his face is gloomy, which is very rare. Hu Huoliang patted Xiaohui on the shoulder. Okay. Your boss, he is not an easy person to deal with. Such a small and skinny girl ran very fast and poked someone's eyes out. She didn't suffer much, but her father and the servants at home were more miserable. Oh, your boss, he is even more powerful this time. He cut the throat with his backhand. Hey, you know what? This little girl is quite promising. She hit the neck quickly and accurately, and the angle of the attack was also tricky. There was no blood on her body. It's a seedling. Xiaohui raised his eyes speechlessly. What seedling? Orange seedling? Or crabapple seedling? Or koi seedling? Their Xianjin relies on his brain to make a living. He can do dirty work like killing people. Xiaohui stretched out his hand and pushed Hu Huoliang. Okay. Go and play, he added. You're fine. Drink more hot water. Don't worry, Dr. Chiu, all the time. Hu Huoliang didn't react for a while. And when Xiaohui walked away, Hu Huoliang shouted, You have a regular menstruation. Your whole family has a regular menstruation. Ah. Xiaohui raised his hand high and shook it calmly. His family has good blood and qi, and can kill a cow with one punch. He doesn't have a regular menstruation. It's impossible for him to have a regular menstruation in his life. At night, the orange yard was quiet, with occasional chirping sounds of swallows picking insects to feed their chicks. Xianjin had sharp ears and heard a rustling sound outside the window. He looked up and saw that the window of the west wing was wide open. He secretly felt something was wrong. He looked up again and saw a tall, long-legged, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted Xiao De calming on the window frame. Xianjin had become immune to his elusiveness and was too lazy to roll his eyes. He just expressed his expectations calmly. If you do this when I'm asleep, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Xiaohui turned over and got down from the window frame, laughing. You grind your teeth when you sleep and snore loudly. When I lived in the bottom cabin with dozens of grown men, it was not as noisy as when I slept in the east wing. I watched you sleep. Swoosh. Xianjin threw an apple accurately onto Xiaohui's increasingly developed chest. I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Xiaohui took a bite of the apple and looked at Xianjin seriously. Bachenduo Temple. Mountain bandits. What's going on? Xianjin's eyelashes trembled and he looked away. Nothing. Just bad luck. I didn't look at the road and ran into the mountain bandits' nest. Xiaohui put his hands on the table and leaned down. Really? How did I find out that it was related to Sun Shun, who used to study in Qincheng Mountain Academy and is now hiding in Anyang Prefecture? Xianjin frowned. It's been a long time since the water was taken. We didn't have the conditions to fight back at that time. You are now in a high position and have great power. If you attack civilians again, won't it leave a handle for your political enemies? What's more, if the punch you gave him in front of everyone is found out, will it hinder your future? Xiaohui tried his best to suppress the smile on his lips. He turned his head away when he couldn't restrain it anymore. He endured it for a long time before he could hold it back. He played a dirty trick and colluded with the mountain bandits to ambush you. 80% of it was to retaliate against me. Xiaohui's voice was like split firewood. I can't bear the unprovoked disaster. And you can't bear it even more. Even if the water has been taken for 8 autumns, the debt should be repaid with blood and flesh. Chapter 315 Holding the Handle. Xianjin blinked his eyes and stared at Xiaohui for a few breaths, from his eyes to the tip of his nose, and finally fixed his eyes on Xiaohui's slightly upturned upper lip with obvious beads on his lips. Xianjin tilted his head involuntarily, thinking about something nonsense. Xiaohui frowned, pursed his lips unnaturally, and took the opportunity to wipe the corners of his mouth while raising his hand. He glanced down and saw that his mouth was clean. The sesame paste he had eaten at night didn't touch his mouth. What are you doing? Xiaohui was frightened by being stared at, and he was quick-witted and broke the situation with a scream. Xianjin woke up as if from a dream. Oh, it's okay. Quickly brought the topic back. Sun Shun's matter is not urgent. That bastard is in Anyang Prefecture, and he has no ability to go to other places to cause trouble. But to Fujin, did the teacher follow all the way? I went to see Dr. Wan the day before yesterday, and he kept saying that you must not let the teacher sail all the way to Fujin. The sea is very humid, And the food in Fujian is mostly irritating. It has just been suppressed. If the boat capsizes, even Dr. Wang will not be able to treat it anymore. Xiaohui waved his hand. Father won't go. He has to stay in the capital to compete with the cabinet. Speaking of Fujian, Xiaohui sneered. The Hung family is good. They hooked up with the surname Chao, crossed out your name, and added their own name. Xianjin? She knew Hung Lian was shameless, but she didn't expect him to be so shameless. It's really shameless. His mother opened the door to shamelessness. Shameless to the extreme. This public travel. Oh no! This is a matter of winning glory for the country. Is he Hung Lian worthy? What level is he? He dares to snatch her 10-day tour in Fujian. Steal her oyster omelet. Steal her fooding pork slices. Steal her wui smoked goose. They are simply worthy of death. Xianjin stood up suddenly, paced a few times, and turned around angrily. In my opinion, Yingtian Prefecture should be replaced. 2 prefecture chancellors. One is as slippery as a snake, and the other is as treacherous as a fox. The superiors from the court did not believe this slander. Right? Xiaohui shook his head. Princess Bayan personally asked about it. And she knows you. How could she be fooled by these fools? Know me? Xianjin frowned his dark eyebrows. Xiaohui stretched out his hand, motioning Xianjin to come closer, and whispered to the little girl. The group of people who saved you in Bachanduo Temple was Princess Bayan. A cool and beautiful chivalrous woman. The red and blue dagger. It was engraved with a vivid crane. Crane! The ruler of the dynasty loves cranes the most. Yes. Yes! She had guessed it before, but she didn't dare to confirm it. Xianjin was a little surprised, and even wanted to cry. There was an indescribable emotion that surged into her heart. There was a feeling of joy and loss that I had seen my idol before, but because my idol was wearing sunglasses and covering his face. We had passed each other for many years. Xiaohui immediately saw the enthusiastic joy in the girl's eyes. Xiaohui uncontrollably leaned forward an inch, and the tip of his nose was filled with the girl's faint, fresh, and cold fragrance. Along with the cold fragrance, there were also the girl's messy hair by her ears, and the unknown mole hidden at the corner of her jaw. Xiaohui's eyes seemed to be burned by the mole, and he forced himself to regain his reason, leaning forward quickly, and then quickly retreating. How could he not understand the girl's joy and regret? Xianjin Muqiang. She likes and appreciates all beautiful and powerful people and things. As the most powerful woman in the dynasty, Princess Bayan has been admired and respected by Xianjin countless times, and that crane Lin Dawei is the most naked expression. Oh! The cowardly third master of the Chen family is the only one besides Xianjin Muqiang. Xiaohui started as good at consoling. Please don't scream with excitement when you see Princess Bayan. It's really embarrassing for your teacher. Xianjin casually smashed another apple onto Xiaohui's right chest. Xiaohui smiled and ate 2 apples, and said to Xianjin seriously, if you have nothing to do in the next 2 days, go to Lord Xiong's house, and also go to Lord Chui's place, and talk about this matter, and tell them the news that Wen Fuqing is handling this matter in secret. Xianjin narrowed his eyes. Xiaohui smiled. Yingtian Prefecture is going to start to have people, and we have to take this overwhelming wealth. The two chatted for a few more words, and Xiaohui pushed the door and left. Xianjin blew out the lamp and fell asleep, after the even and long breathing sounded in the house. Xiaohui turned over and fell silently from the tiles on the roof, squatting restrainedly at the corner of the wall, staring at the curtain lowered by the bed with gentle and affectionate eyes. The clock fell down. Xiaohui watched for a while obsessed, then climbed over the wall and left the yard. Just after climbing over the wall, across the narrow corridor, he bumped into Lu Haixing, a mute guard recruited by Xianjin, who got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. Xiaohui was bending over and sneaking around. Lu Haixing rubbed his eyes, and before he could make a gesture with sleepy eyes, he saw Xiaohui put his index finger in front of his mouth and quickly made a silence gesture. Lu Haixing was happy, and his innocent eyes revealed a happy stupidity. He quickly gestured, boss. I can't speak anyway. Xiaohui was stunned. Lu Haixing leaned against the pillar, forgetting the urgent matter of going to the toilet, and quickly greeted the leader in front of the toilet, with his gestures and steps flying. Xiaohui was stiff. No. I'm not here to steal. Lu Haixing suddenly realized and made another gesture. Xiaohui's face was livid. Damn. He actually guessed it right. He was really peeping at Xianjin sleeping just now. But how could he admit it? I came to see your boss he for an urgent matter. Just pretend you haven't seen me. I brought you some hairtail from Fujin. Xiao Hui bribed weakly. Hearing about hairtail, Xiao Haixing's eyes lit up, and he was excited. He gradually began to chat from a brief greeting. God knows how long he has been holding it in the orange courtyard. They don't understand sign language very well, although they are also learning. Except for Boss He and the black fat girl beside her, and the serious-looking sister. The learning progress of others can be described as terrible. The key is that he likes to hang out with Zhang Mama. Zhang Mama is very good. She can tell vividly which aunts and uncles are together in the 4 villages in front and behind the orange courtyard while breaking corn. He is very satisfied to listen. But Zhang Mama can't understand his feelings expressed in sign language and his evaluation of Aunt Chin in the front village, who hooked up with her uncle and then hooked up with her eldest uncle. The strong desire to talk is difficult to vent. Finally, he met the former boss, who could understand sign language. So he must grab him and talk to him to his heart's content. Xiao Hui saw the little starfish's eyes light up, and a sense of despair rose in his heart. He sat resignedly on the other side of the pillar and responded incoherently. The young man's voice was hoarse and low. But when facing the young new guard, he was more tolerant and gentle than he himself had not noticed. Yes, go to Fujin. Without the mute guard, your father won't go either. That whale won't go either. The big black dog on the boat won't go either. It's business. We can't go out to sea or dive in the sea. What? Aunt Chen and her brother-in-law from the village were eating barbecued skewers on the grave. And her husband found out? Xiao Hui didn't understand why the topic changed from Fujin to village gossip. But seeing that Xiao Haixing's eyes were as bright as oil lamps, she didn't want to run away. In the narrow corridor, the wind carried Xiao Hui's occasional jokes, until the corridor completely stopped making tiny noises. Xianjin's long and curled eyelashes moved slightly behind the closed curtain of the west wing, and as she slowly opened her eyes, she revealed a pair of confused and panicked eyes. Xianjin followed Xiao Hui's advice, and went to the prefectural governor's residence the next day. In the afternoon, he drove a mule cart back to Jing County. On the 4th day, the 3-day deadline was up. Mr. Wen bowed down on the long pile carpet embroidered with 10,000 characters. His face was still submissive and cowardly, but his eyes were not as fearful as in the past few days. Instead, he was more excited. Your humble servant greets the Grand Princess. Mr. Wen respectfully took out a stack of paper from his arms, and presented it to Grand Princess Bayan with both hands. Your humble servant has checked it out. The person reported by Prefect Xiong was He Xianjin, the president of Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, the vice president Hengxi, and the craftsman Li Sanshun. Before they were sent to the negotiation group, Mr. Chow bribed someone to intercept them in advance. The list of people who reported became the ones you saw a few days ago. Hung Lian, the owner of Hengji Paper, who was originally the vice president of Xuanqing Paper Chamber of Commerce, had established contact with Chao Fuqing last year and gave him 300 taels of silver and, when Fuqing looked up at Xiao Hui behind the eldest Princess Bayan, Xiao Hui nodded slightly and barely noticeably. When Fuqing continued, with a courtesan from a brothel, Princess Bayan looked normal, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or angry. When Fuqing continued to throw bombs, Hung Lian helped the courtesan Jizi to redeem herself and turned into a woman of good family background. After being sent to Chao's mansion, she was quite liked by Lord Chao and officially became his concubine within a few days. Madame Chao refused to drink the concubine's tea and was slapped twice by Lord Chao. Her left ear was buzzing all the time. Dr. Sun from Xuanqing Prefecture Baitang went to see her. The laws of the Wei dynasty forbid the use of prostitutes, and even dismissal from office without reinstatement. Even if there is amnesty, the official will not be reinstated for life. This means that if an official sleeps with a fallen woman, he will be dismissed immediately after being discovered. And even if there is an amnesty, he will not be reinstated. Just sleeping with her is such a harsh punishment. What's more, she was brought into the house as a concubine. This is not a matter of the harem, but a matter of law. And it is a fatal mistake. When Fuqing was very proud, and his complacency could be seen from the wrinkles on his face. The Hung family sent silver and women, and it was not because of what happened today. This was beyond the expectations of Princess Bayan. She raised her eyes and asked, "What's that?" Chung Wen straightened his spine. Years ago, the Hung family asked Lord Chao to bypass Mr. He and directly register Mr. He's name card and household registration to a family named Chu in Jing County. using a female branch as a concubine, changing household registration privately, accepting bribes. Princess Bayan listed one by one. What else? Chungwin's complaint was getting better and better. He was very confident in his preparation. Closing. And climax. He said loudly. Lord Chao originally disagreed to modify the recommendation list of Prefect Xiong. But the head of the Hung family held the handle of officials having an affair with female branches and forced Lord Chao to submit. Hung Lian claimed that if Lord Chao did not do it, the fact that he kept a female branch in his family would no longer be covered up. Princess Bayan chuckled. Very good. He was coerced by merchants in the jurisdiction. He was a big official, but was coerced to do things. Princess Bayan was almost laughing out of anger. He is really a novice and loves to play. Chapter 316. A salted fish turns over. When Fuqing heard the cold anger from the mouth of the Grand Princess Bayan, he finally suppressed his ecstasy. God is helping him. It happened that at this critical moment, the person in charge was here. And it happened that Chao's father had moved the dirt on his head. If he is not given the job of the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, who else can it be given to? When Fuqing then presented a thick stack of supporting materials and called 4 or 5 witnesses, such as Dr. Sun of Baitang, the brothel's madam, and the servant who was sold in Madame Chao's yard. People from all walks of life appeared in front of the actual ruler of the court, the beautiful and sharp Princess Bayan, who was as sharp as a lioness. When Fuqing carefully observed the expression of Princess Bayan, well, there was no expression. Whether it was the sold servants with tattered clothes and smelly hair crying and accusing Lord Chao of being heartless and cruel, or the fat brothel owner with a strong smell of powder talking about how Lord Chao lingered back and forth, sitting at the top, Princess Bayan was always calm. Another middle-aged man dressed as a legal advisor brought account books, case papers, and deeds. When Fuqing bowed and said, I have checked his accounts and the deeds under his name. He has nothing in his name. His concubines have as much as 1,000 acres of good land under their names. And there are several shops in Yingtian Prefecture. Just last year, the names of his concubines were transferred to the names of the concubines of Su Dequan, the Minister of Personnel in the capital. While being cowardly, he struck out hard. Princess Bayan didn't look at Wen Fuqing, but turned around and ordered, with a sharp and straightforward tone, invite Chao Fuqing. After a pause, please come to the main hall of Yingtian Prefecture. Call all the officials, including the governor, the judge, and the governor, and call Wu Wang and Zhou Ruji from the negotiation group. Wu Wang was a 5th-rank official assigned by the cabinet to the negotiation group, and a direct descendant of Li Galao. When Fuqing was timid, Your Highness, I won't go. Right? Princess Bayan glanced at him. Where are you going? The glance was like a knife, and it was fatal. When Fuqing didn't dare to say a word, he followed Xiao Hui in fear and kept his voice very low, interrogating Lao Chao. What am I going to do? I didn't collude with him at all. Didn't I release all the evidence one by one? I can neither be a witness nor a victim. Is there any point for me to go? When Fuqing lowered his head timidly, speaking in an urgent voice, Zhong Wuho, how about you help me talk to the Grand Princess Bayan? I still want to be an official in Yingtian Prefecture. If I follow him, others will know that I stabbed Chao in the back. Then, who will be willing to confide in you in the future? Xiao Hui cast his eyes downwards, landing on Wen Fuqing's thin, soft hair, and smiled. Then don't stab your colleagues. You've done it. Are you still afraid of people knowing? Wen Fuqing was speechless and panicked. Didn't you teach me that I should take the credit for my achievements, and he should take the blame for my mistakes? Xiao Hui put his hands behind his back, smiling ostentatiously. Be careful with your words and actions. Master Wen, you and I are not officials in the same place. How can I teach you these old habits? Xiao Hui lowered his eyebrows and crossed his arms, joking with a hint of sarcasm. You have walked all 99 steps, and you are afraid of the last step. Are you really willing to give up this road of wealth and honor? As Xiao Hui spoke, 2 tall and mighty warriors pressed forward from behind, forcing Wen Fuqing to move out. Wen Fuqing was like an ant on the edge of a knife. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't bear to part with the meat under the knife. He could only move forward step by step, driven by greed and fear. When everyone arrived at the Yingtian government office, the people mentioned by Princess Bayan had already been waiting here. The middle-aged man, with a fair face and handsome appearance in his white pheasant patch uniform, took a step forward and opened a distance between him and Chao Fuching, who had just stood close to him. "Your Highness." "Hello." The middle-aged man bowed his hands and saluted. Princess Bayan walked forward without looking around, nodded casually, and sat at the top. The ruby-covered solid red gold hairpin on her bun did not move, looking solemn and beautiful. "Wu Wang, please sit down." Princess Bayan motioned the middle-aged man to sit down, and then looked around. "Except for Minister Chao. Everyone please sit down," she casually said. "Lord Wen, please sit next to the Marquis of Zhongwu." Minister Chao's forehead was sweating, and he forced a smile. His back arched like a shrimp. "Please greet the princess. I am the minister of Yingtian Prefecture. Born in Suzhou Prefecture. Family. You have one wife. For concubines? 4 sons and 3 daughters. Your father was the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and passed away 10 years ago. Your mother was from the Hong family of Qiantang, and your wife was from a prominent family in Fengyang Prefecture. You have deep roots in the Nanzili area. Although you have not produced any high-ranking officials above the 2nd rank, you have been noble for generations in the Jiangnan area, and you have a lot of face." Princess Bayan calmly placed her hands on the back of the chair, looking at Chao Fuching with a hazy gaze, not disgusted nor repulsive, and certainly not close or scrutinizing. You can't judge her likes and dislikes from her expression, movements and tone, just like you can't judge from the eyes, claw marks and back of a lioness whether she will leap for food or roll into the water in the next moment. Chao Fuching took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. "Thanks to the grace of the emperor, because the country is forever stable, we scholars can show our skills and make our ancestors' graves smoke." Princess Bayan smiled. "Some people say that the chancellors of Yingtian Prefecture are as slippery as snakes and as cunning as foxes. You are indeed better at talking than Lord Wen. Lord Wen is indeed like a snake, only able to spit out his tongue and show his killer moves as soon as he enters the arena." As she spoke, Princess Bayan threw out a thick stack of documents. "You are not allowed to write secret memorials, change household registration privately, accept bribes, and take prostitutes as concubines. Lord Chao, your ancestral grave is emitting black smoke." Prime Minister Chao looked up in fear and saw the documents scattered all over the floor like snowflakes, combined with the preface of Princess Bayan. "How can I not understand? The man surnamed Wen went to report the evil. He stabbed him in the back. What's the big deal about taking a prostitute as a concubine? It's even more nonsense to be good at writing secret memorials. Yingtian Prefecture is the superior of Xuanqing Prefecture, and he is Xiangling's superior. How can Xiangling bypass him and report directly to the negotiation group? He saw that the candidate proposed by Xiangling was not suitable. Why couldn't he change it? Everyone only has the right to recommend, and the final right of choice is still in the hands of the negotiation group. What's really deadly is other things. For example, he colluded with officials in Beijing. For example, he gave gifts to get an official position. Chao Fuching didn't know how far Wen Chengmin had said to Princess Bayan, so he could only kneel on the ground with a thump and take the lead in refutation against the first fuse. "I am innocent. It's just that Xiangling of Xuanqing Prefecture is nepotism and blindly protects and condones certain merchants in the city. The boss he worked so hard to promote is not upright. He was caught having an affair with the master's son all night in public. How can such a person represent the great way to negotiate with Japan?" Chapter 317. Very interesting. Xiao Hui turned his eyes away, and his gaze hit Chao Fuching's face like a cold awl. The bearded man looked back and forth between Xiao Hui and Chao Fuching in horror. He doesn't want to die. Hasn't he seen Master Chiao chop squashes with a knife? As soon as Chao Fuching said this, the hall instantly became quiet. When Fuching stared at this, and that with his triangular eyes, and his instinct like a small animal told him that he had to speak to show his presence, so that he might not die so miserably later. "These are all false charges. Lord Chao, please don't make groundless accusations," Wen Fuching timidly said in a low voice. "If your highness is interested in this matter, you can ask boss he to ask." Princess Bayan raised her hand and stopped him directly. "What are you asking? What's there to ask? People, the most taboo is to fall into the trap of self-proof." After a pause, Princess Bayan turned her head and said with a playful look, "I first married Duan Ju of the Northwest Pacification Office, then Xiao Yu, the king of Chongming, and then Zhu Qizhua of the Tianhezhu family. All 3 husbands died. Now I am alone. According to Lord Chao, I am fickle and have a hard life that will kill my husband. It seems that I am not worthy of representing Wei to attend the peace talks between the two countries? That's not true. This really hits the nail on the head of Chao Fuqing's heart. When Fuqing's words, "How can a woman be responsible for a big plan?" are not groundless. He really thinks so. Officials are like battlefields. They have always been the world of men since ancient times. Even if Wu Zhou usurped the throne, didn't Longji return to power? Men don't have enough to share a piece of cake. So what are women fighting for? He thought so in his heart. But he couldn't say it out loud. Chao Fuqing immediately stood up. You are the moon in the sky. And she, a small merchant, is just a speck of mud on the ground. How can she be qualified to be compared with you? Xiao Hui had no expression on her face. Princess Bayan chuckled, as if she was satisfied with the flattery of Minister Chao. After a while, she asked in a calm tone, I am the moon, and the common people are the dirt. What are you? Lord Chao? Minister Chao immediately bowed respectfully. I am a pillar who has devoted my life to the Great Way and will die for it. Princess Bayan laughed. You are indeed more eloquent than Minister One. Minister Chao saw that Princess Bayan finally smiled, and his back relaxed. The tension in front of the ruler of the dynasty gradually faded. Women are all the same. They like to hear nice things. Even the most noble women in the world are the same. Maybe she is very smart, very strategic, and very good at fighting. But she is just a woman. Women are happy when others say something nice. Chao Fuqing gradually relaxed, and even nodded with interest. Then I ask you, what is the current emperor? Chao Fuqing was very satisfied with the fluent answer just now, and said, the emperor is the sun high above. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Chao Fuqing supported himself on the blue brick floor with both hands, chewed his words into his mouth, and then woke up. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his arms shook like a sieve unconsciously. How could he say in front of Princess Bayan that Emperor Xiaoda was the sun and she was the moon? The sun and the moon are originally divided into primary and secondary, and it is obvious that after 2 years of fighting, Princess Bayan and Emperor Xiaoda have been divided into the big and small kings. The person sitting in front of him now is the winner, the one in power now, the supreme ruler of power. He actually said that Emperor Xiaoda is the sun. Chao Fuqing swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. No, no, no. That's not what I meant. Sun and moon are the same. Okay, Lord Chao. Don't rush to make amends. Princess Bayan smiled and raised her chin. A thick stack of paper was handed to Wu Wang, the cabinet member on the lower left by the bearded brother Hua Liang. Lord Wu, you handle this case. These are all documents and materials submitted by Lord Wan. There are documents for the sale and transfer of large tracts of land in Yingtian Prefecture, documents for the mortgage of tenants' rents, and documents for the signature and commitment of low-ranking officials in Yingtian Prefecture. Wu Wang looked down and flipped through them. It almost covered the entire officialdom of Yingtian Prefecture. There were even a few familiar high-ranking officials from Jiangnan. How could Wu Wang not know what the Grand Princess Bayan wanted to do? This is to use a small Chao Fuqing as a breakthrough to completely tear apart the entire Jiangnan officialdom. Princess Bayan is so bold. Wu Wang lowered his eyes. May I ask your highness, where did these documents come from? Princess Bayan glanced at Wen Fuqing. It's all thanks to Lord Wen's justice. Wu Wang's knuckles turned white behind the paper. All the indestructible alliances can only be disintegrated from within. Officials in Jiangnan protect each other, forming a solid and wide net. This is not a one-day job. The previous superiors have thought about digging up the roots, but the housekeepers have trampled the soil harder than iron. Where do you start? The surname Wen is not a low-ranking official, a third-rank official. He cannot touch the really important things. But he is indeed the fulcrum of the dragnet. Whether it is a relationship formed by marriage, or a bridge built by a master or fellow townsman, he is like a fork in the road. Once he starts to collapse, the falling rocks will fall along the way. Wu Wang pursed his lips tightly and thought about countermeasures in his heart. The trembling Wen Fuqing lowered his head and took a half step back in fear, wanting to cry but not tears. Damn! Jiangnan officialdom. Can he still go back? The two armies don't kill the envoys when they are fighting. How can the eldest princess sell him out quietly? Princess Bayan was in a good mood and urged Wu Wang. Sir Wu, is this case difficult to handle? Wu Wang immediately stood up and bowed his head. It is not difficult to handle, but it takes a lot of effort to prove the authenticity of these documents. I am alone and weak. and I am about to go to Fujin. I am afraid that I can't give an answer in 1 or 2 days. Why not temporarily detain the 2 chancellors Wen and Chao in Yingtian Prefecture? Send a letter back to Beijing. And immediately send someone from the inspectorate to investigate carefully. Xiao Hui lowered his eyes and smiled. And tilted his head to look at the bearded man. As expected, this guy was like listening to a book from heaven. His eyes were empty. And he didn't know where his mind was wandering. Xiao Hui leaned forward slightly and spoke softly. Brother Huoyang, do you understand? The bearded man woke up as if from a dream. Ah? Oh! From the sun and the moon. I didn't hear it. Xiao Hui. Very good. It seems that you don't need intelligence to survive in the Northwest. Xiao Hui tilted his head and said softly. Wu Wang didn't want to investigate this case. So he declined on the grounds that there were too many things to do and too few people. And dragged the inspectorate out to take the blame. First, to transmit the news back to Beijing and win buffer time for the Jiangnan officialdom. Second, Wu Wang was born in the Jiangnan officialdom. And the eldest princess must deal with a few people in this case. He is still attached to Li Gulao. And he has not yet taken root. There is no need for him to offend people by being a pawn. The bearded man seemed to understand. But he felt uncomfortable and smiled. Oh, it's really annoying. Otherwise, I will kill them all tonight. Xiao Hui couldn't help but curl his lips and smile. Annoying? Not annoying. It's very interesting. Chapter 318 A Bottle of Red Jade. Wu Wang's refusal made Princess Bayan nod with a smile. Princess Bayan lowered her head to sip tea. Her slender and white fingers wearing a beautifully cut red gold solid ruby inlaid ring. She raised her eyes slightly, raised her long and thin eyebrows with great interest, and pointed at Wu Wang with her index finger in the air. Lord Wu, what you said makes sense. Wu Wang let out a long sigh. In this case, Lord Wu should suspend his trip to Fujin and stay in Yingtian Prefecture to deal with this matter. Princess Bayan spoke lightly, with a faint smile on her face. Zhang Qiheng from the Weining Department, Li Guangzong from the Chaoyun Department, Yu Xiao from the Honglu Temple, and Wang Sanbo from the Beijing office will all stay to assist you in handling this matter. Wu Wangru hit him head-on. The people Princess Bayan mentioned were all people planted by the cabinet into the negotiation group. Whether it was obvious or hidden, they all had the shadow of the cabinet. Princess Bayan took the opportunity to kick all the cabinet members out of the negotiation group with Japan. She wants to completely control the entire rhythm of the talks between the two countries. She will never allow the cabinet to interfere. Not even a little finger. Wu Wang opened his mouth, his chest heaving, and looked at Chao Fuching, who was kneeling on the ground with a gloomy face. He clenched his back teeth and smiled politely. Your humble servant. I will handle it well. Yingtian Prefecture is the world of Jiangnan officialdom. Instead of rashly fighting for a seat in the negotiation group, it is better to retreat to the fortress and keep the base camp. The first thing to do is to suppress the Chao case. How to suppress it? Kill Chao first, and the crime will be settled with him. Catch a few insignificant minions to take the blame. And this case, that may shake the Jiangnan officialdom, will naturally be left unresolved. At this moment, Wu Wang even thought that keeping him to handle the case would be a good thing, rather than integrating into the cabinet's will in the negotiation group. It is better to help the Jiangnan officialdom avoid a treacherous massacre. Which is more important. Even a fool can judge. If Wu Wang could think of it, then so could Chao Fuching. Being provoked by this, cold sweat broke out on his back. Chao Fuching blurted out, Your Highness. Your Highness. No. No. We can't leave Lord Wu and I in Yingtian Prefecture. Send me to the capital. Hand me over to the Ministry of Justice. No. 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 Hand me over to the inspectorate. I confess. I confess everything. Princess Bayan looked happy. Lord Chao, you are the pillars of the Wei dynasty. Don't feel burdened. Whenever there is an impeachment, a case must be filed for investigation. This applies to scholars and officials, royal family members, and even I, Su Feng'an, must abide by this rule. Chao Fuching was trembling all over. His face flushed and excited, and he shook his head repeatedly. No. 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 He glanced at Wu Wang fearfully. I will die. Chao Fuching burst into tears. Please be magnanimous. I am guilty. I plead guilty. I am corrupt and pervert the law. I am greedy for money. I am not worthy of being an official. Not worthy of being a human being. You dismiss me. You investigate. You exile me. Don't. If he falls into Wu Wang's hands, he will definitely die. When the eldest and the second fight, the third must be the one to die. He is just a cannon fodder. Princess Bian wants to fight the Jiangnan officialdom. Use him as a sacrifice. Minister Chao's face was covered with tears and snot, and his shoulders were shaking from crying. Minister Wen took a half step back in fear, just in time to enter Qiao Hui's sight. Your Highness. Qiao Hui bowed, and suddenly spoke to interrupt Minister Chao's tears. Qiao Hui smiled. The young man's eyebrows were bright, and he looked like a bright moon. Since the negotiation group wants to leave so many people, Lord Wen will take over the position of Wen Yingxi and specialize in the drafting of documents. When Fuqing was suddenly ecstatic, damn it! I can't go back to the Jiangnan officialdom. But he has become a Huizhou Crucian carp after the southeast shark and the northwest wolf. Qiao Fuqing was panting and extremely scared, and his thoughts followed Qiao Hui and fell on Wen Fuqing. Old Wen joined the negotiation group. He not only escaped the purge of the Jiangnan officialdom by the Bian Grand Princess, but also got promoted step by step. What did he do? What did he do right? Oh yes. Old Wen bit him to the ground. What if he bites someone else? What if he bites a bigger fish? Will he be safe? Qiao Fuqing crawled to the side of Grand Princess Bian. Wait. I also have something important to report to the Grand Princess. I have it too. Grand Princess Bian had a blank expression. Tell me. Lordly. Qiao Fuqing swallowed hard. The Baiduo Rebellion. The Baiduo Rebellion was manipulated by Lord Li behind the scenes. At that time, you were guarding Yumen Pass in the northwest, and the rebels in Shandong, Shaanxi and other places took up arms in the name of eliminating traitors and promoting justice, and marched northward into the capital. The abdicated emperor, that is, your own brother, was forced to Luanping by this group of rebels and almost lost his life. Do you still remember this incident? Qiao Fuqing knelt beside the eldest Princess Bian eagerly. Wu Wang shouted angrily. Lord Qiao, stop making random accusations. Lord Li has always been loyal. He was better than a few months ago due to overwork. Now that he is getting better, you, who have received his favor, are making false accusations with your bare hands. The bearded man scratched his head and looked at Qiao Hui for help. Qiao Hui half-turned his body and explained to the bearded man the hidden meaning of Wu Wang's words, threatening the Qiao family. Lord Li is now hiding his strength and biding his time. He will soon be well again and will come out to make trouble. As expected, Qiao Fuqing's body froze, and after hesitating for a moment, he immediately waved his hand to dismiss the momentary pause caused by Wu Wang. Am I making an accusation? Your Highness will know after checking. In those months, Li Galao's eldest son frequently went in and out of Shandong. It was also after that time that Li Galao rose from the original Dali Temple Shaoqing to the Ministry of Personnel Shangshu, and then entered the cabinet and became a prime minister. Don't we always say when handling cases that whoever gets the most benefits is the most likely murderer? After the Baiduo Rebellion, the abdicated emperor abdicated and the new emperor ascended the throne. Your Highness hurriedly returned to Beijing from the northwest, suppressed the situation, and then dragged his sick body back to Yumen Pass. In the officialdom, we are all counted. Who can climb faster than Li Galao? Qiao Fuqing roared, spitting everywhere, without any trace of the character of a scholar. Princess Bian listened quietly. She didn't speak, and no one in the room dared to speak. Even Wu Wang was so angry that he wanted to cover Qiao Fuqing's mouth. But he didn't dare to act rashly or show any arrogance. The matter involved the two brothers of Princess Bian. One was a brother from the same mother. The other was a half-brother. Princess Bian lowered her eyes, brushed her skirt calmly, and stood up. Okay. I remember what Lord Qiao said, Princess Bian said as she walked out. Qiao Fuqing stared at her with a burning gaze. But in the end, he didn't wait for Princess Bian to say anything. He could only cry and shout to save himself. Your Highness, send me to the capital. I plead guilty. I plead guilty. Princess Bian frowned and turned sideways. How can a superior change his orders every day? I have decided to keep Lord Wu to investigate the case. So how could I change my mind in an instant? Princess Bian seemed to remember something. Just now, the proposal of the Marquis of Zhongwu was good. Lord Wen should take the position of Shuzhua. Since Lord Wen is leaving, Yingtian Prefecture no longer has a third-rank chief official, and naturally no one will assist Lord Wu in handling the case. Xiongling of Xuanqing Prefecture is not bad. So he is seconded to Yingtian Prefecture to temporarily replace the post of Yingtian Prefecture Governor to assist in investigating Lord Chao's case. Chao Fuqing was stunned and stood there. Death. He is dead. Princess Bian walked out of the house. And the bearded man and Xiao Hui followed behind her. The bearded man endured for a long time, but couldn't help it, and said, General, you accepted the one with the surname Wen, but not the one with the surname Chao. Hissing. What does this mean? Princess Bian's eyes were calm. Not killing prisoners of war is the rule on the battlefield. And the rule in the officialdom is to treat the first surrendered person with preferential treatment. And the treatment after that will decrease in sequence. It stands to reason that Chao Fuqing gave me such a big gift. I should treat him with preferential treatment. But, Princess Bian paused lightly. In the document presented by Wen Fuqing, there was a sentence that Chao Yoguang privately raised the rent. And the rented servants had no surplus food in the winter. And 18 people starved to death. 18 people starved to death. Princess Bian had no expression on her face. Chao Yoguang. Damn it. After saying this, Princess Bian turned to look at Xiao Hui. Baoyuan, you just proposed that Wen Fuqing join the negotiation group. Not just to provoke Chao Yoguang. Right? Xiao Hui lowered his head. It was also because when Chao insulted Xianjin, Wen Fuqing spoke up to defend him. This little bit of selfishness was seen through. Xiao Hui buried his head and said nothing. Princess Bian looked away and said coldly, Go check the surname Wen. If he has a civilian life on his hands, find a way to set him up. After saying this, Princess Bian swept her sleeves and walked forward quickly, like a bottle of beautiful, peerless, arrogant, blood red, dangerous, red jade. Chapter 319 Stay Awake. In the snowy mountain area, there is a saying that a small snowflake falling on the top of the mountain may cause a shock wave at the bottom of the mountain. In the officialdom, the slightest fluctuation in the upper level is likely to set off a storm. Chao Fuqing was temporarily detained in prison. When Fuqing joined the negotiation group, and Xiong Jifu temporarily took over the post of Yingtianfu. Well, if there is internet now, this is inexplicably more in line with the popular boy group fan circle terminology in later generations. The three-character Gidge was a legal celebrity and went to work on a sewing machine. My weak brother terminated his contract with his former employer, and his future is uncertain. But he has a large base, good popularity, good business skills, can handle the full microphone, and can handle emergency situations in variety shows. He has outstanding personal characteristics, and his character of the first loser in Yingtian Prefecture is relatively stable. He is far ahead in the niche track, and it is difficult to find an opponent. The two-character Fat Man rose to a high status during his obscure period, and he did not have the blessing of traffic. It is suspected that he brought money into the group, and there are even malicious speculations that he was unspokenly regulated. But his image strongly refuted this rumor. The number of fans has increased sharply, and he can manipulate data. He is very likely to become the #1 person in Yingtian Prefecture after the age of 40. The limited male group of Yingtian Prefecture fell apart. Xiong Yu came to the orange courtyard to hide away, and when she left her son to Zhang Mama, she was much more lively. Quick! Warm up a pot of wine for me. I want to relax. Zhang Mama caught Xiong Yu's big son with both hands. The big son dominated Zhang Mama, and she hurriedly told Aunt Du, use rice wine. Add some candied yellow peaches that I stored last year and boil them with seasonal fruits. That's delicious and not intoxicating. Zhang Mama glanced at the mother of the big son, who had sat down and drank 2 glasses of water. Ready to talk a lot. Madam Cui, is there anything special about the young master's lunch? Xiong Yu didn't even turn her head. Waving her hand, please do as you please. Raising a son is not as important as gossip. Especially this gossip, which involves her uncle, her best friend and her distant husband. Xiong Yu turned around and talked to Xianjin. Her tone was always gentle, but her speed was a bit fast. What's going on? Why did my uncle temporarily take over as the chief official of Yingtian Prefecture? What's going on with Chao Fuqing? Why did he suddenly go to jail? And the Hung family? They were surrounded by officials inside and outside yesterday. And in the evening, several men covered with black cloth were escorted out of the house? Xianjin packed his luggage late last night. He yawned and called Zhang Mama first. Xiao Yuner got a rash after eating fish. Don't make fish stew. Xiao Yuner is Xiong Yu's older son. He called and do again. Don't cook any hot rice wine in broad daylight. Although the orange garden is remote, it will be difficult to deal with someone who gets drunk and numb in the daytime. Ask Suer to bring 2 pots of white fungus and roasted pears. And you can take Xiao Yuner to the mountain to pick peach blossoms for fun. After explaining, Xianjin yawned again and looked at Xiong Yu with a smile. You don't ask your own uncle. But you ask me? What can I know? And what about Mr. Chui? He is always well informed. It's more reliable to ask anyone than me. Xiong Yu waved his hands. Uncle's mouth is like glue. Now the mansion is in a mess. He will take office the day after tomorrow. Uncle is so anxious that he has several big blisters on his mouth. As for Chui Hung, Xiong Yu paused. You'd better give me some wine. Something stronger. I want to drink when I mention him. At least to drive away the evil spirits. The two were respectful to each other when they got married. Now several years have passed. The child has been born. And the mother-in-law and mother-in-law have fought. Their life has become chaotic. Xianjin thinks that chaos is better than respect. Xianjin laughed. Xiong Yu raised her eyebrows and leaned forward. You really don't know? Xianjin shook his head and said sincerely. I really don't know. After a pause, someone from Yingtian Prefecture came to inform me the day before yesterday and brought 2 members of the Shuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce to Yingtian Prefecture before tomorrow. I don't know anything else. Xiong Yu was silent for a moment. It can be seen that folk rumors are unreliable. What folk rumors? Xianjin was curious. Xiong Yu stretched out 2 fingers. First, some people say that the loyal and martial marquis was furious for his beloved. Because Chao Fuqing arbitrarily transferred your household registration for his own selfish desires. Which led to you being calculated by the Qin family and finally parting ways. After the loyal and martial marquis returned home in glory, he settled old debts and new debts together, and set up a trap to send Chao Fuqing to the water prison where his father had been before, both to avenge you and to help Qiao Leishanchang to avenge his hatred. Qiao Hui was awarded the title of Marquis Zhongwu and received the imperial seal and iron certificate, which was a great joy. The news had already spread throughout Shuanqing Prefecture. Xianjin's throat was choked, and he couldn't speak for a long time. He waved his hands repeatedly. Ahem. What's the matter? Ahem. It's nonsense. Xiong Yu nodded. I also don't think it's credible. Marquis Zhongwu was angry because he helped you beat someone in the street. If he wanted to be angry, why would he set up a plan? It would be better to ambush Chao Fuqing at night and kill him with a knife. Xianjin felt that she didn't even know angry. These 4 words. Don't rush. Xianjin wiped his forehead. If you rush again, the coxcomb will fall off. Xiong Yu bent a finger. Second, some people say that you are the illegitimate daughter of a certain high-ranking official in the court. Because you were bullied by Chao Fuqing and the Hung family. Your biological father couldn't stand it and finally took action. The weather is cold. Let the disobedient Chao family become a ruined family, and my uncle has always protected you. And finally succeeded in getting a promotion and salary increase at the age of more than 30 years in office and reached the peak of his life. Xianjin was completely speechless. Because the eldest Princess Bian was in Yingtian Prefecture. The peace talks between the 2 countries in Fujian were secret. And naturally the deletion game of the negotiation delegation list was also a secret. With the addition of secrets, everyone could only recreate gossip through existing materials. And it just so happened that the Hung family had just made a feud with her. And Chao Fuqing had always disliked her. She was fortunate to become the center of the gossip vortex and block the knife for the disintegration of the Yingtian Men's group. If this happened in the future, she would have been on the hot search for 10 minutes. Right? Xianjin scratched his head and said, It's all nonsense. What does the honor and disgrace of officialdom have to do with me? A small workshop owner? Xianjin thought for a while. Even if it is related, it is just using me as a raft to tear open a big situation from a small incision. The people can only rely on me to make up. Because I am exposed above the water. That 30% is just the tip of the iceberg. No one knows the turbulence hidden under the water. And no one dares to know it. Xianjin's next sentence was soft. Did she really say that? Princess Bian lowered her eyes and closed the letter. The bearded man nodded fiercely. And was a little scared. You don't know how much effort I put in to avoid Bao Yuan's little mute guard. Princess Bian nodded slightly. And the bearded man hunched over and went out. Princess Bian then pulled out the Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce's Crane Lin Dewey Tribute detailed explanation document from the bottom of the pile of letters. The last sentence in the document was obviously added later. The font was flying and dancing. Not very good looking. But the pen tip was sharp and very angular. A small country dares to compete with a great country for glory. And a Crane Lin Dewey will make the small Japanese country feel ashamed. Hack it. Fuck you. What kind of god would write these 4 words on the tribute to the court? The Ministry of Internal Affairs thought that Xuanqing Prefecture was too stressed and went crazy. And was too scared to make a decision. So the decision-making power of paper tribute was submitted to the central government through the cabinet. That is, her. However, because of these 4 words, Princess Bian finally gave up the Fujian jade button paper she originally preferred, and chose Helen Dewey, sewing a Zhongxian paper as the state gift for this peace talk. At the same time, she intended to entrust a more difficult task to the paper industry that became the tribute. This task requires the head of the paper industry to be smart, brave and alert, to stay awake at any time and deal with the cunning Japanese, and to have enough ability to bring greater benefits to Dewey. Now, she privately thinks that no one is more suitable than this Xianjin. Chapter 320. Let's sleep for a while. Hunlian is useless now. He. Among the people who were dragged onto the cart by the officials with their faces covered, he was one of them. Xianjin prepared another quota for the Xuanqing Paper Chamber of Commerce in the negotiation group for the little girl from Hingxi. The oral order of the summons made it clear that Xianjin was responsible for leading the team, but did not specify how the team should be run. Then naturally, this power was exercised by Xianjin. People should know how to grab power for themselves and know how to give candy to others, so that others can follow you wholeheartedly. The Hung family refused to let Hingxi out. Hunlian's second wife, a young and beautiful woman, stood in the porch with her hands on her hips. Our 5th daughter has been engaged and will be married in June. She is different from those girls who think they are extraordinary. She wants to get married and have children. Now she can't finish the embroidery for marriage. So how can she have time to go to sea? The beautiful woman rolled her eyes. Her brother just finished the provincial examination, so he has some free time. He can put the family business aside and go to sea with you. The tone is like a favor. It's ridiculous. Kikiki, who followed Xianjin, couldn't help but sneer. This is really a knife pulling the asshole. It's opened. I think you are a pig with a green onion in its nose. It looks like you. You have eyes on your forehead. You look up to the sky. You are an empty coffin for funeral. There is no one in the wood. Xianjin looked sideways. You are asking for your life. You are so good at saying 2-part allegorical sayings. You are going to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Kikiki is still using his sneer skills. The peace talks between the 2 countries are higher than the sky. But you say it's a rubbish you have to do when you have time. I think your Hung family, even if you count the bones of your ancestors in the soil, is not enough for the court to behead. The beautiful woman put her hands on her hips and trembled with anger. You just saw that our boss was in trouble. So you ran to my house to make a scene. Wait until my husband comes out, and see if he won't tear your cheap skin into pieces. Except for Aunt Zhong. Kikiki has always attacked men and women indiscriminately, and is an innovative troll with a strong professional ethics. Kikiki said hey yo, rolled up her sleeves and started to curse. Xianjin stood up and grabbed Kikiki. That's enough. Xianjin looked at the beautiful woman with deep and sharp eyes. Calmly. First, Hunlian can't come back. Either exiled or imprisoned. If you don't have deep feelings for him, you should have asked your parents for a divorce. That's the right thing to do. Second, I plan to support the Hung family for Hingxi's sake. If she can't be the head of the family, I will support Liuji, Yunji, Fangji, Yuanji. For me, it doesn't make much difference. Third, I have always been stingy. If I don't support you, then given the size of Hingxi, I will definitely suppress it. Think about the above 3 points yourself. If you are stupid and can't figure it out, ask the elders of the clan to think about it together. Tomorrow afternoon, I will set off for Yingtian Prefecture with Prefect Xiong. If Hingxi doesn't come, there is no need for the Hung family to come. Xianjin turned around and left, got on the mule cart, and went straight to Li Sanchuan's house in Jing County. As soon as he entered the house, Xianjin started crying. You are unwilling to work for the Chen family. And you are unwilling to be with me. You are blaming me. Li Sanchun was stunned. seeing Xianjin climbing over the wall. Zhu Beiji turned the tables and blamed him. You dead girl. I saw you being dragged in by the old lady, and I threw my things away to save you. I didn't even go to Yingtian Prefecture, and I begged for help everywhere. You dead girl is so heartless. You left me, an old man, and ran away by yourself. Xianjin sniffed and wiped his eyes. Why didn't you come to find me when you left the Chen family? Li Sanshun roared. When you changed Zhou Ergu and the Zheng brothers' contract. Why didn't you change my own as well? Xianjin smiled awkwardly. I dare not tell you in advance about my plan to escape from Chen. Nor do I dare to play with you behind your back. Li Sanshun's eyes widened. Playing with your contract. Xianjin took a deep breath. You are the most loyal. If I told you in advance that I was going to take people away from the Chen family, would you follow me or not? Li Sanshun thought about it. It is definitely impossible for him to follow. He has always been stubborn and righteous. If this damn girl told him in advance that she was going to run away with her people, how could he betray the master? Not only would he not follow, he would probably grab the ears of this damn girl and scold her. Li Sanshun sighed and sat down. She is too much. She refers to Madame Chu. Seeing that old Li's tone softened, Xianjin immediately hit the snake with a stick. Yes. If I don't leave, I will be sorry to my mother and the third master. Li Sanshun sighed again. Xianjin took the opportunity to talk about joining the court's negotiation group to Fujin. Old Li was stunned for a moment, and soon his eyes turned red. He buried his head and rubbed his hands. When he raised his head, he wiped his eyes with the back of his calloused hands. I go with you. Who am I? Li Sanshun's eyes were red, and he forced a smile. I am a laborer who works hard. There are so many bosses in the Chamber of Commerce. You choose two who can help you. You go together. Go together. Xianjin said angrily. All the papers sent to the imperial court came from your hands. If I say you can go, you can go. Li Sanshun blinked, and two clear tears fell from the old man's turbid eyes. Xianjin softened his tone and talked for a long time. Seeing Li Sanshun wiping tears and mumbling, he said, meet at the gate of the prefectural government office tomorrow evening. I have prepared your clothes and money for you. You just need to trim your hair and beard. Bring your name card. And settle your family. Then come directly. Li Sanshun's eyes were red, and he said yes repeatedly. I will boil water to take a bath immediately, and burn incense at the ancestral tomb first, and tell the ancestors of the Li family that the unworthy descendants have made a good career and followed the officials to go out and make a living. Xianjin nodded. As the pioneer of the ancestral tomb, she didn't have this worry. The next night, the sky was dark, and the back alleys of the prefectural government were busy, with more than a dozen mule carts driving from south to north. Hengshi hugged Xianjin's arm with a red face, leaned on Xianjin's shoulder, and chattered. I was hastily arranged a marriage for me last month, and after the engagement, I was not allowed to leave the yard every day. My father completely regarded me as an imaginary enemy and a usurper of power. He arranged a marriage in a hurry and far away. He chose a country gentleman 800 miles away. His family had a few acres of land and a few books, and they claimed to pass down poetry and books from generation to generation. After hearing about it, several managers in the family store who were close to me spoke up for me, but my father either sent them back to their hometown or directly dismissed them. The people around me were also replaced, and the two maids who were originally relied on were immediately sold out. When you came yesterday, as soon as I opened the door of my yard, I immediately found the two maids around me. Fortunately, they were not sold to brothels. I have to stand up. I must stand up. But let me sleep for a while now. Hengshi rubbed his face against Xianjin's shoulder, yawned as he spoke, and soon fell asleep boldly leaning against Xianjin.